Zhang Yang's will expanded without limit, as if his spirit were roaming heaven and earth. In an instant, his will enveloped the entire inheritance space, then continued to spread outward, sensing the powerful beings of the cosmic sea, who were rushing over one after another. Soon this expansion reached its limit, for it was merely an illusion, the illusion of having entered a new realm. At the same time he vaguely sensed a trace of joy. The will emanating from the statue before him seemed to radiate delight, as if it knew that its lineage had welcomed an unprecedented genius of terrifying talent. Zhang Yang fell into contemplation. At his current level of willpower, reinforced by his powerful soul, illusions were simply impossible. Could it be that the third-generation ancestor had never truly fallen? Had he, like Zhuoshanku, chosen a forbidden land to reside in? Then again that made sense. Having reached such a level, one would possess countless means of survival. If he had fallen so easily, he would not be the third-generation ancestor. Suddenly Zhang Yang snapped his head around. He sensed it, that direction, Liuzhong Mountain, that faint will. It was his main battle avatar. It had not fallen after all. Meanwhile, in the strange place, Zhang Yang's gaze fell upon a bizarre realm filled with void level, or even more terrifying, will pressure. A figure lying flat on a cyan stone platform slowly opened its eyes. His will rose, breaking free from its shackles, and consciousness awakened. He also raised his head, looking toward the direction of the universe boat. For a moment the gazes of two divine bodies seemed to pierce through time and space, locking onto each other. You have elevated your will. Duan Donghe clearly perceived the change in him and found it rather peculiar in his heart. Had he been subdued by the third-generation ancestor's will? Zhang Yang silently nodded, then clasped his hands and bowed respectfully toward the third-generation ancestor. Duan Donghe was quite pleased with his attitude, nodding as he said, "You asked for authority before." Zhang Yang nodded and said, "I need to obtain the qualifications for continuing the inheritance ahead of time, and I even need a portion of the treasures." Duan Donghe frowned slightly and asked, "Is it for that little fellow outside named Luofeng? Do you know there are treasures within the space?" "Yes." After responding, Zhang Yang inexplicably thought of Ancestor Yuan. Ancestor Yuan's talent was likewise beyond doubt. He was the most gifted being of the human race in this reincarnation era. Thus he said, "It might require 2 slots. Duan Donghe Wu frowned somewhat irritated and said, "Zhang Yang, this is the inheritance of my Duan Donghe lineage. I do not wish to dwell on past glory, for we have already fallen. But even so, by my generation there have only been 175 generations with a total of 192 inheritors. Do you know what this signifies? Those without sufficient talent can never receive the inheritance. I absolutely will not allow the heritage to be insulted. That would be a disrespect to all the past ancestors." Zhang Yang slowly nodded and said softly, "This reincarnation era of mine is somewhat special." Duan Donghe Wu frowned, somewhat unable to understand what he meant. This reincarnation era is special. Zhang Yang did not offer much in the way of explanation. Instead he continued, "You should remember Luofeng. From his assessment and performance you should have noticed something. After all, certain secret arts cannot be altered. And even if you could not see it from that, you must surely have some feeling about his weapon, right?" Duan Donghe fell into thought, and after a moment a single syllable escaped his lips, "Jin." Zhang Yang nodded again and said, "In this reincarnation era the human race has a true god of extraordinary talent. He achieved true god status in less than half a reincarnation era, and his soul attacks reached the pinnacle of the 10th rank. Misled by the information contained within the universe boat, he believed that braving the reincarnation was some kind of conspiracy. Afterward he created a secret art of his own, the virtual universe. This secret art could spread throughout the entire primordial universe. He intended to use it to seize another's body. However, being within the primordial universe, he violated the rules and was suppressed. His extraordinary talent needs no further explanation. To elaborate any more would be an insult to you. The 3 of us all possess sufficient talent to receive the inheritance, and we are all qualified to brave the reincarnation. Therefore I need the authority." Duan Donghe Wu nodded in silence. He had never imagined that a single reincarnation era could produce 3 individuals who met the requirements for inheritance. Even in the ancient civilization this would be an inconceivable matter. How could a single reincarnation era give birth to 2 such remarkable figures, and at the same time allow his Duan Donghe inheritance to surface? With so many geniuses gathered, followed by the bestowal of fortune, this must surely be guided by the primordial universe. Could it be that some danger lurks within the cosmic sea? Suddenly Duan Donghe's eyes flew wide open. His mouth opened and closed as if he were trying to say something but could not form the words. After a flustered moment he said, "It has come." Zhang Yang did not explain. Instead he gazed at him calmly. This was a crisis but equally an opportunity. It all depended on whether the other party would place his trust in him. Duan Donghe asked gravely, "How far has it progressed? Is there still time?" Zhang Yang smiled slightly and said, "It is still in the early stages. Time is plenty." Duan Donghe's expression relaxed somewhat and he said, "The inheritance space has its own rules. Most of those rules were established by the past ancestors. The inheritance treasures cannot be selected at will, nor can I decide alone. However, considering the decline of my lineage, after the assessment a few more inheritors may be permitted. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. That should suffice for now. Can we begin the inheritance? Duandonghe Wu smiled faintly and said, My name is Duandonghe Jinkan Wu, the 175th generation inheritor. Then his expression turned extremely solemn and he said, You shall be the 176th generation inheritor, and your name is hereby changed to Duandonghe Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang said solemnly, It should be so. Duandonghe said, Now that my Wu kingdom has fallen, I cannot confer upon you the title of Wu. Your previous strength should have surpassed mine. I still have some distance to go before attaining sainthood. Only when your strength is restored can you be conferred the title of saint. After a slight hesitation he added, Of course you might even be conferred as a saint king. Zhang Yang's expression remained indifferent, but inwardly he smiled bitterly. What sort of saint king was he? Being a reincarnate was already a stretch. Saint king. In his previous life, silver-tongued Zhang Yang net king. Might have been possible. Duandonghe assumed he had accepted by default and so said, Come. Rebirth marks a new beginning. Ritual and propriety must not be broken. Kneel before the third generation ancestor. Then you shall be the 176th generation inheritor. Zhang Yang nodded, unable to suppress a wave of memories. In his entire life apart from his wedding, he had only knelt once on a single knee in the Neyumaro secret realm back when he had first entered the universe. Now to obtain this vast inheritance, he needed to kneel before the ancestor, so that he might grow more smoothly upon the boundless continent. He recalled briefly, then walked forward a few steps and stopped before a black silk cushion. Without hesitation he knelt and kowtowed on the spot. This was a heritage of techniques forged through battles of blood and tears. To receive such a heritage one's heart must be sincere. Thud. His head struck the rock and this bow was one of utmost devotion. In that instant endless black light rose from the cushion pouring into Zhang Yang's body. Meanwhile the towering statue of the third generation ancestor also emitted a mass of white light which flashed once and similarly entered Zhang Yang's body. Duandonghe revealed a faint smile. The more powerful one is the less willing one is to let go of their pride. Had he not been genuinely sincere in joining the Duandonghe lineage, even some saint-level existences would not have lowered themselves to kowtow for secret arts. And this kneeling bow was the key to unlocking the inheritance. No one could deceive the will of the third generation ancestor. It seemed another cycle had begun. In the past, consuming the bloodline evolution agent had left him unable to resist. And now, even though Zhang Yang had become a universe venerable with the strength of a universe supreme, as the inheritance mark began to be branded upon his soul. His soul struggled in agony and his divine power slipped from his control. He lost his resistance once again, an involuntary roar tearing from his throat. Black and white light converged at the center of his brow, gradually condensing into a mark, then slowly fading away. It is finished, Duandonghe said with a composed expression. This is a mark created by the third generation ancestor. Once inherited you can control the inheritance space. Only in this way can you obtain the true heritage of our Duandonghe lineage. Although I am merely a virtual consciousness, I still control the inheritance space. You cannot claim ownership for now. Even if you add more inheritors in the future, only one person can hold control over the inheritance space. The control of the inheritance space can only be relinquished voluntarily. Now there is one more thing we must do. As he finished speaking his gaze turned sharp. Zhang Yang nodded and said, An oath, right? Let us begin. Duandonghe's gaze softened considerably. Solemnly he said, I swear in the name of the new Duandonghe with the inheritance mark as my witness. I Duandonghe Zhang Yang shall never pass on the core heritage of the Duandonghe lineage. If I break this oath may my soul be annihilated. Zhang Yang had never intended to go back on his word, so he said directly, I swear in the name of the new Duandonghe with the inheritance mark as my witness. I Duandonghe Zhang Yang shall never pass on the core heritage of the Duandonghe lineage. If I break this oath may my soul be annihilated. As his words ended the rules responded. The inheritance mark at his brow blazed with light, and a voice echoed repeatedly into his soul. If you break this oath may your soul be annihilated. The voice echoed through his mind again, and Zhang Yang slowly regained his senses. Duandonghe Jinkan smiled with relief, now that his heart was finally at ease. Having sworn before the supreme rules with the inheritance mark etched deep into the soul, Zhang Yang would forever abide by the oath. The Duandonghe lineage might soon be restored. The universe boat appeared powerful, but at most it could merely threaten saint-level beings. Yet that was their most powerful weapon. A telling sign of just how diminished this heritage had become. Come, let us now go see that which you desire most. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up as he followed him to a small pond. Duandonghe pointed at 3 small shimmering black stones hovering above the water, and said, These 3 inheritance memory stones are the very foundation of our Duandonghe lineage. Zhang Yang nodded, then directly enveloped them with his divine power. In an instant the 3 ultimate arts were transmitted into his mind. Even with his void level it took over an hour to complete the transmission. The reason Duandonghe bore this name was precisely because of these three ultimate arts Duandong and he, among them Duan, whose full name was Jin Duan Prohibition, was the very technique he lacked most at present, the divine power burning secret art. This was a secret art that could instantly unleash all of one's muscle power or divine power in a burst. Through rapid explosive release, one's strength could soar by 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold in a short period. Dong, whose full name was Donghua, was a movement-based ultimate art. The body transformed into a rainbow beam of light moving at an inconceivable speed. He, whose full name was Undying River, was a resurrection secret art. Becoming the supreme meant losing one's avatars, and the divine body would revert from divine power back to flesh and blood. This secret art could condense a single drop of blood. When the main body fell, this drop would absorb divine power and restore its owner within a short period. Now that everything has been given to you, my mission is complete. Duandonghe Jinkan sighed with emotion. Zhang Yang's gaze trembled slightly. You don't intend to continue existing like this? Yes. Now that the inheritance has been passed to you, it is time for me to fade away. After all, I have long since fallen. Duandonghe Jinkan said. Rest assured, I will rebuild the Duandonghe lineage. This inheritance will never fade. Zhang Yang said with a serious expression. Duandonghe Jinkan smiled with gratification. He turned his head for one last lingering look at his surroundings, then his body transformed into countless specks of starlight and vanished completely from the inheritance space. The moment he vanished, Zhang Yang felt the inheritance mark ripple faintly. The surrounding space seemed to become harmonious, filling him with a sense of intimacy. He had fully gained control of this place. Zhang Yang turned back to the small pond. There were not only the three core ultimate arts but over 10,000 small stones beneath the pond as well. All inheritance memories. This was the foundation of a great power and equally capable of solidifying his own roots. So long as he mastered them, he would no longer be a mere native of the cosmic sea. Of course, those were not what would help him most. What would help him most was Duanmie. A sharp glint flashed through Zhang Yang's eyes, as he instantly mastered the first level of the divine power burning secret art. He let out a loud cry, Jin Duan. His divine power immediately entered a state of combustion. He struck out with his blade toward the wall of the tomb ship beside him. Within the tomb ship, space was normally extremely stable, but the moment Zhang Yang's blade was drawn, void trembled, and a fierce blade light howled faintly through the space within. Bang! A thunderous crash rang out. Countless threads emerged in the surrounding space, calming the remnants of the secret art's power. Seeing this, Zhang Yang could not help but smile. If another person were to use this divine power burning secret art, it might at most elevate their power by one rank. But in my hands, even the first level alone is enough to compensate for my weakness in divine power, allowing me to fully unleash the power of an 8th rank fusion secret art. By the same logic, the second level can elevate my secret art by another rank, reaching the 9th rank. And this is a 9th rank 3 system, space-time fusion secret art. If I were to activate the secret patterns on a supreme treasure, the power could likely reach the 11th rank. The 7th level secret pattern is a pinnacle 10th rank secret art. Even if my divine power basis is slightly lacking and falls short of the 11th rank pinnacle, reaching the 11th rank itself is well within reach. Ha ha ha. Mingxin, venerable lord, your life is mine to take. Zhang Yang laughed heartily. Previously, he had delayed his breakthrough in order to maximize his talents. He had long since determined that his enemy would die. Naturally, he would not let that hinder his own cultivation. But now that he could slay his foe at the venerable level, he no longer intended to keep Mingxin venerable alive. Having settled his plans, Zhang Yang was no longer impatient. His mind sank into his mental world as he murmured, the 3rd level of the burning art. He could still use the 1st and 2nd levels, but the 3rd level was meant for the Universe Supreme. A Universe Supreme was a being of flesh and blood, whereas his current body was composed of divine power. There was simply no way for him to activate it. He shook his head and put the thought aside. 2 levels would suffice for now. His mind immersed itself in the inheritance space, which was constructed in a thoroughly complete manner. The small lake before him was but an independent reading space equivalent to a library. Beyond that, there were spaces for assisting in the creation of secret arts, nurturing one's weapons, secluded cultivation chambers, virtual combat arenas. Essentially, whatever could aid one's cultivation had a dedicated space here. Now that the tomb ship is positioned at the outer reaches of the universe, both those factions should already be making their way here. It took me over 2 days to pass through the outer mist. Before those people will likely need some time before they arrive. Besides the 5 of us, there's actually another powerful being aboard the tomb ship. Zhang Yang manipulated the fluctuations of the inheritance space, directly teleporting the powerful being he had sensed earlier to his side. This being was a humanoid cosmic overlord clad in golden battle armor, with wings sprouting from his back and 9 pairs of eyes upon his face. Thunder-robed demon god. Zhang Yang murmured, a strange look in his eyes. His arrival had been so abrupt that Duandonghe had not yet reacted, and the man had simply been overlooked. Sovereign of ghosts, where is Lord Duandonghe? The thunder-robed demon god cried out anxiously. He's dead. Zhang Yang replied with utter calm. This. The thunder-robed demon god was instantly dumbfounded. The transaction between the two was still incomplete. The inheritance has been acquired by me. What did senior brother promise you? Zhang Yang spoke again. The thunder-robed demon god's eyes lit up as he said, Lord Duandongha promised me that once I lured the strong warriors of the True Eye clan here, he would help me annihilate them. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Not bad. The other party was not lying to him. But right now he had no leisure to play the game of dangling bait and waiting for a bite with them. The inheritance is mine. Since senior brother once made you a promise, I will give you an opportunity to slay a powerful member of the Divine Eye clan in the future. I have no time now. Go out and lie low. The thunder-robed demon god's expression changed drastically. This was entirely different from the original agreement. How could he possibly slay a cosmic overlord of the Divine Eye clan? But then he recalled the terror of Zhang Yang, who had been able to slay the Yinmo Divine Master even without the inheritance. Now having obtained the inheritance and speaking with such a condescending tone, his power was likely far beyond imagination. He dared not refuse and could only hope that Zhang Yang would help him in the future. He simply nodded and said, Fine, I trust the word of the Sovereign of Ghosts. Zhang Yang nodded calmly and directly sent the man away. The next instant he appeared beside Luofeng. Senior, how did the inheritance go? It's secured. Let's return to the primordial universe for now. Sovereign of Ghosts, you truly obtained the inheritance. Lord Lukong growled. Zhang Yang cast a sidelong glance and used the tomb arc to hurl the three universe lords out of that space. Senior, the powerhouses of the Cosmic Sea will probably try to intercept us. Luofeng spoke. Zhang Yang nodded lightly. Previously he had been so focused on returning to examine the inheritance that he had forgotten about the forces of the Cosmic Sea. Then let's wait for them to come. Once they've been dealt with, we'll return together, so as to avoid further trouble. Luofeng's expression froze. He looked Zhang Yang up and down and said, Senior, has your strength improved greatly? My will has broken through to the void level. Even without a supreme treasure, the power of my secret arts has reached the peak of the 9th rank. They won't dare to act rashly. Zhang Yang declared with dominating confidence. Luofeng secretly marveled. How long had it been? Is that ancient inheritance really so powerful? Not only did your will break through, but your strength actually rose 2 levels in a single day. Zhang Yang chuckled and said, The main thing is the divine power burning art that compensates for my flaws. Only 1 level is a true improvement. When we return, I'll explain it to you in detail. However, the current inheritance has its limits. At most it can reach true God, the pinnacle of cosmic overlords. That is the true limit, at best the peak of the 10th rank. After I use it for a while, this inheritance space will no longer have much effect on me, and then it will be your turn. Ah! Luofeng was stunned. Those words felt strangely familiar to him. This mechanical ray spaceship is useless to me, and I have no channel to sell it. I'll leave it to you to handle. This treasure no longer serves any purpose for me. Take it and return it to me later. How could Zhang Yang not guess Luofeng's thoughts from his expression? He laughed inwardly and said, This inheritance space is truly for shared rotational use. At the true God level we take turns. After I finish it goes to you, and after you finish it may go to someone else. If we break through, perhaps we'll have to rotate once more. Luofeng nodded silently. The pressure of breaking through to Cosmic Overlord was immense. Although his strength had reached the 4th rank, his realm was only a universe venerable. At the Purple Moon's sacred land, a thunderous roar echoed from within the central temple. What? You say the Sovereign of Ghosts has obtained the inheritance of Duandongha Wu? Lord Luchong's divine power avatar said carefully, Yes, Ancestor. I was just cast out by him. In 2 days' time he solved the Shihuang puzzle up to 10080 formations, and then Duandongha called him away. As the Purple Moon Ancestor's 8 faces twitched violently, his divine power avatar staggered back a few steps, its 16 arms swaying limply. You say he solved 10080 Shihuang puzzles in 2 days? He said in disbelief. Only then did Lord Lukong realize something was wrong. He had merely sensed that the puzzle was difficult but had no idea of its true difficulty. How could he know the enormous spiritual impact the Purple Moon Ancestor had just suffered? He whispered, It was indeed 2 days. On the first day he saw the 10080 puzzles. Perhaps the final one, the no-solution puzzle, was somewhat difficult, so he took another day. The Purple Moon Ancestor roared inwardly. A Shihuang puzzle that only a saint-level being could solve has actually been solved by a mere law lord. Madness. Utter madness. With a blank expression he said, I understand. You may withdraw. Not long after Lord Lukong left, Supreme Chuanyu arrived. Ancestor, what are your instructions? Supreme Chuanyu asked. The Purple Moon Ancestor said impassively, Previously you gathered intelligence in the primordial universe saying that the Sovereign of Ghosts has relatives and parents there, and that he places great importance on the Earthlings. In his early weekdays he was utterly ordinary. It was only after going to Chaos City that he rose to prominence. You also said that the ancient God Dharma manifestation secret art appeared only after his genetic level surpassed the 100-fold limit, and that it is likely an innate secret art bestowed by the primordial universe. You also claimed that he once obtained a supreme treasure in another dimension, and gained a great opportunity there. How could Supreme Chuanyu fail to sense the ancestors' wrath now? It was a suppressed rage. The surrounding void itself seemed to harbor hidden flames. Yes, all this information was gathered from the primordial universe. Although it was secret, we obtained it through multiple channels of investigation. It should be accurate and match the actual situation. The Purple Moon ancestor remained expressionless and said, "So you concluded that although his talent cannot be denied, he is merely a little fellow with abundant fortune?" Supreme Chuanyu nodded earnestly and said, "Yes, and now he has even obtained the inheritance of Duan Donghe Wu. His luck is simply too good." The Purple Moon ancestor's 16 brows twitched as he forcefully suppressed his fury. He changed the subject and asked, "Earlier you said Venerable Mingxian traded a supreme treasure for a passage of language and later acquired a special treasure capable of concealing aura. After that, Venerable Mingxian caused the Sovereign of Ghosts' main battle avatar to fall." Supreme Chuanyu answered honestly, "Yes, who could have thought he still had a supreme treasure armor? At the time I felt there was no problem, so I made the trade. I never expected he could scheme against the Sovereign of Ghosts." "Silence. I believe I told you not to provoke him anymore," the Purple Moon ancestor said slowly. "Ah, this? Ancestor, I didn't mean it. Please punish me." Supreme Chuanyu stopped making excuses and began to honestly admit his fault. At this moment he finally realized that he might have misunderstood the ancestor's intention. Yet inwardly he remained unimpressed. He knew that no powerhouse in the cosmic sea could shatter a 100 million light-year miniature universe, let alone a sacred universe. Their Purple Moon sacred land would endure forever. From now on, clan affairs will be handled by true Lord Huanyue. "Chuanyu, you will stay in the temple and not come out," the Purple Moon ancestor said with a sigh. At the words that he could no longer go out, Supreme Chuanyu grew frantic. Which powerhouse trapped inside a miniature universe would not yearn to leave? Not to mention those universe lords who had waited for opportunities for dozens of reincarnation eras. He himself had previously been able to enter and leave the miniature universe at will. How free-spirited that had been. "Ancestor, next time get out." A roar thundered through the Purple Moon's sacred land and the endless sky turned crimson. A color never seen since the birth of this miniature universe. "Sovereign of Ghosts, come out. This inheritance belongs to all of us. Stop the tomb arc. Don't let him escape. Sovereign of Ghosts, we do not intend to offend you. Our Ely clan also needs hope of transcendence. Sovereign of Ghosts, are you going to be a turtle shrinking into its shell? You won't escape. Hand over the inheritance honestly. Otherwise we will not be polite. Sovereign of Ghosts, the Eastern Emperor's sacred land has a transaction to discuss with you. The price will surely satisfy you." Zhang Yang's eyelids twitched when he heard Star-Lord Beijian's words from outside. The Eastern Emperor's heart was black indeed. In the original story he used a few worthless true god-level treasures to exchange for void-level, eternity-level, and even saint-level inheritances. And now he's pulling this trick again. He had even wanted to make me work for free with a few useless translations. If we ever meet, I'll have a good talk with him. "Senior, aren't we going out now? If there are more powerhouses, we won't be able to escape." Luo Feng looked at the many experts outside and felt a little uneasy. Essentially all the peak powerhouses of the cosmic sea had gathered. The Eastern Emperor's sacred land alone sent 300 universe lords, and the number from other forces was equally terrifying. At least over 1,000 by now. Even the entire primordial universe could not assemble such a display. Zhang Yang said in surprise, "I've been waiting for the people of the Purple Moon sacred land, but strangely, why haven't they come? Our clan received news that the Purple Moon sacred land people turned back midway," Luo Feng explained. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. Something seemed off. How could the Purple Moon sacred land give up on the inheritance? How could that Purple Moon ancestor give up the inheritance? Wasn't it the Purple Moon sacred land that dealt with him before? Could the Eastern Emperor ancestor really be so sinister? He schemed behind his back, and when he saw that he wasn't completely dead, he schemed again. If he somehow survived and obtained the inheritance, he would still exploit him. Something is off about that Eastern Emperor ancestor. "Wait here in the tomb arc. This should end soon," Zhang Yang said to Luo Feng, then instantly flashed outside the tomb arc. They had not yet left the misty region. Chaotic air currents intertwined with slightly yellowish energy mists. Zhang Yang stood silently atop the tomb arc. He crossed his arms over his chest and swept his gaze across the crowd with calm eyes, already perceiving clearly the affiliations and strengths of all present. Aside from the Purple Moon sacred land, which had sent no one, all the notable powers of the 3 reincarnation eras had arrived along with quite a few lone wanderers. There were nearly 100 cosmic overlords alone and over 1,000 universe lords. Even standing quietly within the chaotic currents, the void around them trembled unceasingly. The space in this region was completely warped. Every powerhouse possessed a spherical force field, and the slightest movement would shatter the surrounding space. "Why are you blocking me?" Zhang Yang spoke calmly without a trace of fear. Before the leading experts of the Eastern Emperor sacred land, the Divine Eye clan and the Skeletal clan could speak, a Lord Kunz, wolf-headed, bare-bodied with muscles like coiled dragons, spoke up directly. Sovereign of Ghosts, stop putting on airs. The experts of your Hong Alliance have not even come. Clearly they have abandoned you. Hand over the inheritance honestly. Zhang Yang did not even lift an eyelid and still said calmly, is this the opinion of you all? The Eastern Emperor's sacred land acted, as if it had no stake in the matter, seeming indifferent to the inheritance, while secretly using divine power transmissions to harass Zhang Yang, wanting to trade a supreme treasure for the inheritance. The Divine Eye clan and the Skeletal clan, sworn enemies, actually exchanged a glance. The Divine Eye True Lord spoke, Sovereign of Ghosts, we are in desperate need of the method to pass through reincarnation. Unless absolutely necessary, we do not wish to be your enemy. We hope you will hand over the inheritance, and we will surely not make things difficult for you. Zhang Yang looked at the first true lord of the Divine Eye with slight surprise. A being who had dominated the Cosmic Sea for 2 eras, once ruled the primordial universe and now led so many Cosmic Sea experts. Why was he speaking so exceptionally politely? His gaze turned to the Skeletal clan. The Skeletal Sovereign also nodded, clearly meaning the same thing. He then swept his gaze across the leaders of the top 10 powers of the Cosmic Sea, one by one passing over Venerable Mingxin and continuing on. To his surprise, all of them held the same intention. At that, Zhang Yang understood. They had all colluded beforehand. So Zhang Yang spoke slowly. First, you should know that matters beyond the cosmic overlord level cannot be spoken aloud in the primordial universe. Any of you who have explored the core of forbidden lands should understand this. The many powerhouses of the Cosmic Sea looked toward the Eastern Emperor's sacred land and the 2 great forces of the first reincarnation era. Star-Lord Beijing nodded, and they received a confirmed response. Zhang Yang continued, Divine Eye True Lord True God Jueha Star-Lord Besh. Your law comprehension has reached the limit of cosmic overlords. The ancient civilization cannot provide guidance. Even within the ancient civilization it only taught accumulation. Such a limit must be broken through by oneself. Seeing their expressions change drastically, Zhang Yang said slowly, there may be opportunities out there, but they are not with me. As he finished speaking, Zhang Yang suddenly concentrated his will in his eyes. A void-level will was immensely powerful, except for a few like True God Jueha Star Lord Besh and the Divine Eye First True Lord who could barely resist. The other powerhouses found their thoughts slowing as if thrown into thick mud. Then a galaxy flickered within Zhang Yang's eyes. A hazy star system. Simultaneously, a galaxy abruptly appeared in the minds of many powerhouses. As the starlight condensed, a beam of light shot into Lord Kunz's divine body. The powerhouses of the Cosmic Sea were instantly horrified. Not only because Zhang Yang dared to strike first, but because they were terrified that Lord Kunz had fallen. His divine power aura vanished completely, his eyes dimmed with no trace of soul fluctuation. The chaotic air currents swirled gently, and Lord Kunz's divine body crumbled into a pile of powder, drifting away with the currents. Sovereign of Ghosts. What is the meaning of this? The Divine Eye First True Lord was furious. To strike right in front of them. No matter how terrifying his methods, they could not tolerate it. After all, though he felt oppressed, he did not sense any lethal crisis. You block my path and then ask me what I mean. What a joke. Zhang Yang sneered and then ignored him. His gaze landed on Venerable Mingxin and he said calmly, I didn't expect you to come out. It seems the environment at Luchong Mountain has calmed down considerably, but it's good that you're here. Saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Today let you and me settle our accounts. The Divine Eye First True Lord was angry, but he did not want to be the first to act. They had just witnessed a terrifying glimpse of the ancient civilization. They wanted to see whether Zhang Yang still had other tricks. Venerable Mingxin sneered and said, if you want to settle accounts with me, that's fine. But first you must hand over the inheritance. Otherwise the various lords of the Cosmic Sea will surely object. Zhang Yang gripped the sea blue handle of his blade, its purple-red tassel jingling softly. He slowly drew the war blade, and the azure blue blade shimmered with a faint luster. It was an ordinary, unassuming motion, yet it made the surrounding powerhouses grow even quieter. For as the azure blue blade gradually emerged, it also widened, and an unspeakable terror rose with it. Those powerhouses who possessed supreme treasures immediately sensed the change. The spirits of their supreme treasures were trembling. That blade is an ancient treasure. Someone cried out in shock. Even those universe lords who had not sensed the anomaly now fixed their eyes on Zhang Yang's hand. Zhang Yang stroked the blade and said softly, this blade is named Liu. One of the treasures I obtained from this inheritance. This kind of war blade was an origin embryo. Even in Duan Dongha's inheritance there were only 3 of them. In this world, any treasure bearing the word origin was something exceedingly precious. And an origin embryo could effortlessly inscribe various high-level secret arts, allowing them to be unleashed with ease, without draining the mind as ordinary secret arts would. At the Cosmic Overlord level, one had only a single body. By activating the secret patterns on the origin embryo, one could unleash additional attacks. 2 attacks against one, the advantage self-evident. This was precisely what Zhang Yang had wanted earlier. At the time he had thought it was a divine power technique, but upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a function attached to the treasure itself. Although Sovereign Mingxin knew that Zhang Yang's war blade was a treasure, he felt no greed at all. Instead his heart was filled with dread, for the fall of Sovereign Yin Yang was still vivid before his eyes. Having witnessed Zhang Yang's will attack Sovereign Mingxin was horrified to discover that Zhang Yang had grown even stronger. His will had actually broken through the level of Universe Sovereign and entered a higher realm, while his own will remained unbroken. If the two were to fight, he would surely meet the same end as Sovereign Yin Yang. With the addition of that terrifying treasure blade, even physical attacks had become extremely dreadful. It was a sharp weapon suspended over his life. If he encountered Zhang Yang alone, he would certainly turn and flee. But seeing the attitude of the first true sovereign of the Divine Eye Clan, it was clear that he was expected to go test the waters. He cursed the old fox inwardly. Sovereign Mingxin opened his 1,000 eyes and bellowed, "Sovereign of Nether Souls, do you dare to strike first? This is an affront to our very existence. Though you are strong, the 1,000 of us here are not to be underestimated. Hand over the inheritance or you will fall today." Zhang Yang's expression was utterly calm. Before absolute power, every scheme was futile. The secret art of burning divine power was overwhelming. With the first layer of the 8th-tier burning art fully unleashed and the 2nd-tier burning raised its might to the 9th tier combined with origin embryo rending the void, he could exert power at the 10th tier. Only the combined top-tier universe sovereigns like the first true sovereign of the Divine Eye Clan could hope to stop him. As for the universe masters, a few scattered will attacks would suffice. "Is that your last words?" The moment these words were spoken, the majority of the mighty figures in the Universe Sea were instantly enraged. With over 1,000 universe masters present, their combined power could reach the 10th tier. If the 100+ universe sovereigns above the 8th tier were to join forces, it would be truly terrifying. Their combined might could even approach the 11th tier. Surrounded by so many powerful figures outside the tomb ship, he still dared to attack proactively. Did he truly think they were nothing? Not for Sovereign Mingxin, but for the sake of the temporary alliance, they could not back down. If they let Zhang Yang escape, all hope of transcending reincarnation would be lost. "Kill!" With a furious roar, Zhang Yang charged bravely straight at the crowd of mighty figures. A flash of azure light streaked out, the blade light drifting like a blue ribbon. As the blue light flashed, the law chains in the void shattered instantly. His instantaneous speed reached 200,000 times the speed of light, and the once smooth ribbon moving so quickly was fractured into segments. The first true sovereign of the Divine Eye Clan and Bayesian Star Lord exchanged a silent glance. Zhang Yang's explosive burst now almost rivaled their own. If the situation turned unfavorable, they might have to strike as well. "You truly dare to come? Everyone assist me. Sunfall." With a loud shout, Sovereign Mingxin drove the sun-gazing cliff into a collision course toward Zhang Yang. As Zhang Yang drew near, nearly half of the universe masters casually launched attacks. Although Zhang Yang appeared formidable, they still did not believe he could withstand them given their overwhelming numbers. With so many mighty figures, even if they could not instantly kill Zhang Yang, surrounding and repelling him should be simple. Sever. Zhang Yang suddenly executed the second volume of the forbidden art. His originally dark divine power, now blazing fiercely, turned blood red. Yet that utterly violent energy was completely controlled by him. The imposing might he revealed chilled the hearts of all surrounding powerhouses. In that instant, Zhang Yang's aura directly reached the 10th tier, rivaling the combined attacks of over 1,000 universe masters. This level was like facing the ancestor Yuan of old. Memories of being hunted and fleeing for their lives surged up. The universe masters who had been watching hurriedly struck out, but it was already too late. Too close. The combined attacks of hundreds of universe masters arrived right before Zhang Yang. For a moment it seemed like the myriad phenomena of the universe. Clouds, blade, shadows, mountain ranges, exotic beasts. While the laws they stirred covered all 10 categories. Yet even such a vast scene of attacks paled before the streak of azure in Zhang Yang's hand. The blade light cut through the void, shuttling ceaselessly. Seemingly effortless, yet annihilating everything in space and time. Dong Hua. Zhang Yang could already feel the heat of the opponent's flame secret art. Next instant it would collide with him. But when Dong Hua bloomed, Zhang Yang and the azure blade light merged into one. He traversed the void like a fish diving into the deep sea, slipping past hundreds of attacks, and appeared directly before Sovereign Mingxin. Zhang Yang stared fixedly at him. He had forged a mortal enmity with this man right after leaving the Universe Sea. Now, after so many years, it was time to put an end to it. The will to kill gathered in Zhang Yang's eyes. Stared at by such a gaze, Sovereign Mingxin felt an unprecedented chill. His heart seemed to freeze and his mind wandered for an instant. The azure blade light flashed and struck heavily at the location of Sovereign Mingxin's divine heart. The supreme treasure armor, now out of control, trembled violently, and the attack of 10th tier power was barely mitigated at all. The fused secret art annihilated all divine power in its path, then erupted near Sovereign Mingxin's divine heart. Trembling. Violent trembling. The space within his divine heart trembled as never before, and the soul inside, momentarily deprived of consciousness, could only endure the damage. This was a peak 10th tier strike. Battles between true gods are inherently about annihilating divine power or shattering the divine heart to bring down the opponent. The resilience of a divine heart does not vary much whether one is at the 7th, 8th, 9th, or even 10th tier. What changes is the divine body. The divine body itself is the greatest defense. But Zhang Yang's attack was rooted in fused laws, specializing in annihilating divine power. When the body lost control and could no longer protect the divine heart was directly exposed to the strike. A single blow was enough to shatter a divine heart. Now a 10th tier attack descended directly. The long blade plunged into his abdomen, and he trembled with unprecedented violence. A piercing cry, a mournful sound. Sovereign Mingxin's divine heart shattered, and the soul within was annihilated in an instant. At that moment the eyes of every mighty figure present went vacant. He had fallen. With a single strike he had fallen. That was a peak 9th tier universe sovereign. They watched Zhang Yang collect the 3 supreme treasures. Those who had been about to strike felt as if a gust of cold wind had swept through them. Their minds had never been clearer or more sober. The worldviews of those universe sovereigns were utterly overturned. They were the pinnacle beings of the universe sea. Even in the days of Ancestor Yuan, formidable as he was, most of them had managed to struggle for a while and flee if they spotted him from afar. United, they had never feared the Ancestor. But now, with that overwhelming will bearing down and a flash of azure blade light, Sovereign Mingxin fell, as if he were merely a venerable being slain. Could they also be killed in a single strike? Fear of this attack, fear of the unknown. Their lives screamed warnings and their souls trembled. Zhang Yang collected the 3 supreme treasures of the fallen Sovereign Mingxin, then slowly turned to face the multitude of universe sea powerhouses, once more his blade Liu, tilting slightly backward. It might have been an illusion. The azure blade of Liu now bore a streak of blood red. Or perhaps it was the image of Liu piercing Sovereign Mingxin's body that had branded itself into their minds. My feud is now settled. Will any of you still try to stop me? Zhang Yang said softly. The galaxy in his eyes had returned to calm, its starlight twinkling with the breath of life. The frantic flickering from before had been like a galaxy about to explode at any moment, brimming with ultimate destruction. The might of his fused law secret art had now reached its peak. He had once harbored deep resentment toward Sovereign Mingxin, but with his strength elevated, the man was no longer worthy of his attention. His heart was serene. To the weak he casually dispensed judgment. With a single stroke bringing down his foe, all grudges were settled. At this moment Zhang Yang's mind was incomparably clear. Silence. The universe masters hastily lowered their heads. Even a universe sovereign had been disposed of with one strike. For universe masters below the 6th tier like them, even 1,000 banded together would only delay death. None of the universe sovereigns spoke. Their gazes inadvertently converged upon the first true sovereign of the Divine Eye clan. The first true sovereign gave an awkward smile. He had no desire to speak, but he was forced to step forward. Even Zhang Yang was looking at him. Sovereign of Nether Souls, we have clashed, but there is no deep enmity between us. We all fight for survival. The path of reincarnation offers 100 deaths and no life. Now that you have inherited the legacy, would you grant us a chance to live? We no longer contend over territory. We have no enmity or grievance. The universe sea is vast and boundless. We can exchange treasures accumulated by our clans for the inheritance. Zhang Yang looked at the first true sovereign and said, I was not lying before. Even the inheritance of the ancient civilization only allows accumulation at each stage. It cannot allow powerhouses like you who have reached the limit to break through. As for reincarnation, I can tell you plainly, only by breaking through the sovereign realm or possessing the strength of the next realm or possessing treasures so incredible they can shield the soul and protect the body. Otherwise death is certain. These 3 conditions grow increasingly difficult, or breaking through is the simplest. As for those who have not even reached the limit, those at merely the 8th tier, whether you raise the limit or not is useless to you. Your talent is insufficient. It is cruel, but only life and death trials can give you hope of breaking your limits. Any external aid will in the end become an obstacle. Silence. Zhang Yang shook his head. It wasn't that he was being too realistic. Reality was simply cruel. If talent is lacking, experience can compensate. But without fortune one will only die faster. Even though Zhang Yang had brought an inheritance to humanity after 2.5 more cycles of reincarnation, even adding the trials of the Gene World, those who could ultimately break through to the void would perhaps be only himself, Luo Feng, and Ancestor Yuan. That fool giant axe only knew how to charge headlong with poor comprehension. Chaos City Lord had hope, but the outcome was hard to say. The others had even slimmer chances. Seeing the still silent powerhouses, Zhang Yang had intended to leave, but he suddenly paused and said, Bayesian Star Lord. Bayesian Star Lord was overjoyed and hastily said, Sovereign of Nether Souls, do you wish to trade the later inheritance with me? Zhang Yang smiled and said, Indeed, help me pass a message. After listening, your ancestor Dongdi will understand. Bayesian Star Lord frowned vaguely, sensing something amiss, but for a trade conversation was normal. What do you want to say to the ancestor? After saying this, Zhang Yang flashed into the tomb ship, and with a burst of acceleration vanished into a black shadow. No one dared to stop him. The sacred land of Dongdi. Bayesian Star Lord bowed and said, Ancestor, the Sovereign of Nether Souls asked me to relay a message. He said you would understand once it was spoken. Ancestor Dongdi was overjoyed. This old comrade from the same era was truly reliable. He hadn't expected success. After all, with the inheritance in hand, one's horizons would be elevated. Indeed, there was little of high value in the universe sea, at least none in the Dongdi sacred land. Quick, tell me what he said. After hearing it, Ancestor Dongdi's face stiffened, then blazed with fury. Instantly, nameless fire burned through the void of the Dongdi universe, and his enraged roar echoed across the divine realm. Bastard! A mere junior from the universe C dares insult me. Bayesian Star Lord, have our clan's powerhouses send word to him. Tell him that I Dongdi await him. Virtual universe. Sovereign of nether souls. Quick, tell us. What exactly is in the inheritance? Peng Gong stepped forward and asked hurriedly when he saw him return. Zhang Yang smiled and asked in return, has the confiscation of Sovereign Mingshan's universe been completed? With us making the move, of course there's no problem, replied Peng Gong. Zhang Yang looked around at the powerhouses and said, as for this inheritance, I haven't finished examining it all, but I can tell you this, it is a complete inheritance. It has everything one could imagine. The cultivation experiences of countless powerhouses and cultivation schools, as numerous as the galaxy stars. Anyone can find the path best suited to them, making up for their weaknesses in battle, close combat, long-range attacks, artifact refining machinery. After dedicating time to cultivation, we will possess the strength of same-tier powerhouses of the ancient civilization. Chaos City Lord's eyes widened slightly. This really did have everything. It was too tempting. Hastily adjusting his mental state, he said in a deep voice, Sovereign of Nether Souls, you'd better organize the inheritance first. Bring it out once you have a thorough understanding. Zhang Yang nodded and asked, what are the reactions of those hostile top-tier races now? Ha ha ha. Giant Axe gave a hearty laugh and said, what reactions could they have? Would they dare to have a reaction? They were already afraid enough of you. Now that word of your killing a universe sovereign has spread, they wouldn't dare make a move even for the sake of future trials in the universe C. Could they possibly gang up on you like in the previous 2 reincarnation eras? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Hearing Giant Axe's words, Sovereign Qingdong and the others couldn't help but laugh. The 3 reincarnation eras had joined forces with over 1,000 top powerhouses to intercept Zhang Yang, yet 2 of their number had been killed instead. This was a lesson from the past. The primordial universe, this 3rd reincarnation era, was the weakest overall. What use would even an alliance be? They certainly couldn't kill Zhang Yang, but if they dared to cause trouble, a single strike from Zhang Yang would bring them down. Alright, since there is nothing else, I'll go cultivate in peace. With that, Zhang Yang's consciousness withdrew from the virtual universe. Luchong Mountain. This place had once been orderly. Though some forbidden zones harbored strange and dangerous powers, they still followed discernible patterns, and their danger levels could be predicted. But when the original will of the primordial universe had struck earlier, though it lasted only a few instants, countless regions in the outer domain were utterly destroyed, and even the inner terrain underwent drastic changes. Countless eerie ripples now shrouded Luchong Mountain completely. Places once distinct became intermingled as zones of high gravity, gained annihilation properties. Misty regions now erupted with all kinds of cosmic energy, areas of will-based assault turned either scorching hot or freezing cold. Zhang Yang gazed at the still raging energy in the distance. The invisible fluctuations in the void filled him with a sense of crisis. In a trance, he felt as if he had returned to Tsushin Mountain. Endless chains of law entwined the void. That was the original will of the primordial universe striking with full force. A technique akin to the eternal level thought of universe birth. Only a small universe of the eternal realm spans tens of billions of light years in diameter, while the primordial universe is boundless. Even I find this place dangerous. Sovereign Mingshan didn't come out from here. It seems I'll need to find a suitable spot to enter and investigate my clone's situation. Inside Liuzhong Mountain lay a bizarre space. Zhang Yang stood on the bluestone platform, gazing into the distance, where the cyan ground met the grayish-white sky. What is this place? Zhang Yang's voice was somewhat strained. Although his will had reached the void level, the surrounding pressure of will assailed him endlessly, and he gritted his teeth and held on. He immersed his mind, yet his will could not communicate with the outside world. This seemed like a true land of no return. Zhang Yang fell into thought. Where Lord Yushan had fallen had been an inheritance space, so was this place perhaps the same? Thud! Zhang Yang lifted his foot with immense effort and stepped onto the bluestone ground. His divine body was comparable to a first-stage universe master. How tremendous was his strength! Yet even taking this one step was so difficult. It was so hard merely to take a single step. This space is even more formidable than the one I accidentally entered last time. Bearing the dual pressure on his mind and body, Zhang Yang slowly began to explore. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 10,000 years. Zhang Yang walked unceasingly along the bluestone path. His body was 90,000 kilometers tall, and each step covered 40,000 kilometers. At 250,000 steps a day, that was 10 billion kilometers. Over 10,000 years it amounted to more than 3,000 light-years. At last the surroundings were no longer the monotonous cyan and grayish-white. Ahead on his left there was a tiny dazzling golden point of light. It was too far away for Zhang Yang to discern what it was, so he could only press onward. Although it seemed near, the journey was immensely long. 1 year passed and the light point had not changed at all. 10 years passed, the light point appeared a bit brighter. 100 years passed, the light point faintly took on a triangular form. After 10,000 years, Zhang Yang was stunned. He was now very close to that strange place and could see clearly it was a golden mountain peak. When he had seen its shape, a suspicion had stirred in his heart. But now that he actually saw it, he was completely shocked. The golden mountain peak, 100 million kilometers high, was covered in endless mystic runes. To Zhang Yang, 100 million kilometers was not particularly large. The cosmic city could expand to 100 light-years in size. But this golden mountain was not like the supreme treasures Zhang Yang used. In their normal state, those treasures were measured in tens of thousands of kilometers. Their runes occupied only a small portion, and when activated they could expand to several light-years, making the runes sparse. Now the mystic runes on this 100 million kilometer mountain were of that shrunken kind. Curves of ultra-refined complexity, a dense, endless expanse of patterns. Zhang Yang took only a single look, then could not tear his eyes away. He was dazed. He could not even see the end of a single rune. This was no longer a matter of talent but a problem of hardware. His lifeform level was too low, only the venerable level. Although his consciousness operated much faster because of his formidable will, it was nowhere near enough when faced with the complex rune patterns before him. Merely examining them would take a long time. Even if his talent allowed him to comprehend them, thinking through the entire rune pattern would take even longer. You don't mean I have to comprehend this damned thing fully before I can leave, do you? Zhang Yang murmured in disbelief. It was no wonder he thought so. This mountain before him closely resembled the token Lord Yushan had given him long ago. The token back then was less than 10,000 kilometers in its normal size. But how vast was the golden mountain before him? 100 million kilometers, 10,000 times the height and 1,000,000,000,000 times the volume. The three-dimensional mystic patterns were likewise 1,000,000,000,000 times grander. This reincarnation era should still have about 7 trillion epochs left. Zhang Yang muttered to himself, wondering whether he could leave before this reincarnation era ended. The previous token had cost him 10,000 years to escape. Now the complexity had increased 1,000,000,000,000-fold and his comprehension speed had become incomparably slow. He ultimately concluded that with his current talent and realm, he could not do it in half a reincarnation era, or even 10,000 reincarnation eras. What about self-detonation? Wasting time here is meaningless. He no longer believed this was an inheritance. If even he needed such a long time to fully comprehend it, no one else could possibly succeed. Who would make an inheritance that difficult? This place was more like a prison. To fully comprehend the Golden Mountain, one would at least have to be in existence that had attained sagehood, and would still need endlessly long time. He tentatively focused his gaze on the Golden Mountain once more, and another wave of dizziness hit him. It confirmed again that mystic runes of this degree were truly impossible to comprehend at his current level. Giving up the struggle, Zhang Yang stirred his divine power. His divine body began to expand, then rapidly contracted. Once it expanded again, he could self-destruct. All of a sudden, the will pressure he had already adapted to surged violently, instantly suppressing Zhang Yang completely. Light flowed across the gleaming Golden Mountain. The archaic mystic runes seemed restless, as if in the next breath they would display boundless divine might. Zhang Yang's eyes went slightly blank. He was fully suppressed. The will pressure, originally only slightly above the void level, had suddenly surged by 2 full tiers in an instant. Alas! A vast, desolate sigh sounded. Zhang Yang turned toward the sound, and his pupils constricted. At the foot of the Golden Mountain, a white-haired elder in white armor had appeared from nowhere. Apart from lacking ears, he was no different from a human in every other respect. His armor, however, was now battered and ragged, making him look extremely bedraggled. Of course, that was not the most important thing. He had seen Duan Donghe Jinkan before, and it was normal for the remnants of virtual consciousness to exist in these inheritance sites. But here he sensed fluctuations of divine power. Only the living had divine power fluctuations. A body controlled by virtual consciousness could only be counted as energy, not divine power. The other party was actually a living person. Recalling the intense reaction of the source consciousness of the primordial universe, he now vaguely understood. It was alive. How many reincarnation eras have passed? Finally, one of extraordinary talent has come. How could I let you leave? Zhang Yang smiled, awkwardly glanced at the Golden Mountain ahead and said, I once encountered a similar inheritance and obtained the basic explanation of mystic runes. I know I cannot complete this trial. Forgive this junior's dullness. The white-haired elder was indifferent. How could he not know the difficulty? Not to mention a universe C from a single dimension. Even in the boundless continent existences who had reached eternity would spend endless time without comprehending it. But he could not lower the difficulty. He sighed once more. I will grant you 100,000-fold time acceleration. Try it. This? Zhang Yang was taken aback. Wasn't this being railroaded? To be honest, he did not want to waste time here because when his consciousness regained clarity it had again occupied one of his avatar slots. At present outside only 3 divine bodies could exert full strength and only 3 avatars could devote themselves fully to comprehending the laws. Should he spend 1 trillion epochs or even most of a reincarnation era just to participate in one trial? He was not lacking inheritances. Though he did not know whether Duan Donghe Wu's inheritance would arrive, Lord Yuan Ao had appeared earlier, which meant the world of Jin would definitely appear. Wouldn't it be better to focus on comprehending those inheritances? The mystic runes on the Golden Mountain were too difficult. With his cultivation so low, what was the point of trying to comprehend these lore runes with great effort but no benefit? Once I enter the origin land, I should be at least void level by then, right? That would be the fastest time to comprehend these things. You think these mystic runes are useless? The white-haired elder spoke softly. His expression revealed nothing, yet Zhang Yang inexplicably felt a chill in his heart. My lineage is the ancient civilization's Liuzhong mountain sect. There was a time we stood at the continent's peak. You weighed us in your heart and chose to give up. Can I take that as an insult to my sect's inheritance? Zhang Yang was silent. He had not said a word, yet the other had sensed everything. At a time like this, lying was meaningless. He truly had not expected a living person here. Power favored the other party, and a living person could annihilate him with will alone. Whether he obtained the inheritance no longer mattered. Keeping his life was the most important thing. Senior, please activate the time acceleration. I am willing to undergo the trial. The white-haired elder said nothing more and directly activated the time acceleration. Whether Zhang Yang could meet his requirements remained uncertain. He was not about to care about Zhang Yang's feelings. He had already waited far too long. Lord Yuhan, what are you doing here? A furious shout came from a blurry mass of light, which then transformed into a gray streak that retreated at extreme speed. Shuzhen Demon God, have you forgotten the assassination from over 100,000 years ago? You ask why I am here? Zhang Yang gave a mocking smile. His will condensed in his eyes, and a will attack arrived in an instant. The fleeing mass of gray light immediately scattered, revealing a white-haired elder in the middle. His originally murky eyes were now somewhat dazed, and his speed fell by a large margin. Even becoming an immortal made one's lifespan eternal. Now that the other had become a universe supreme, this appearance was merely an illusion, because his illusion arts had reached extremely profound heights. Deceiving others, deceiving himself, deceiving heaven. He gathered the wishes of all beings in the process, and that was why he looked this way. But when his will regained clarity and he saw Zhang Yang right in front of him, his form changed again into a special crystal. A diamond-shaped crystal radiating 7-colored light. As the true body appeared, illusions rose all around. Zhang Yang's eyes widened and he shouted in surprise, "Illusory divine heart crystal." He truly had not imagined that the other's true body was an illusory divine heart crystal. He could not help thinking of their first meeting beside the stellar tower. The other had not attacked immediately, but instead had asked whether he had obtained an illusory divine heart crystal. At the time he had simply assumed it was a treasure that the other had studied before and therefore knew well. He never thought the other was a living being transformed from an illusory divine heart crystal. That made sense. Shuzhen Demon God had always been a special life form, but because he had become famous early, no one in the universe knew his true body. The human race had once seen an illusory divine heart crystal, but it had later disappeared. Presumably it was this universe supreme who had taken action and occupied those places. Yes, Lord Yuhan. My true body is an illusory divine heart crystal. You should know that after we special treasures transform into life forms, we can improve by absorbing treasures of the same attribute, allowing our talents to evolve continuously. I, an illusory divine heart crystal, have also condensed a unique ultimate move. Since you once obtained another illusory divine heart crystal, you should understand its potential, and know the terror of this secret art. To be frank, I can only use this move once, and it costs me greatly. Lord Yuhan, I acknowledge your strength. That unprecedented will attack. Even my will at the limit of a universe supreme was temporarily suppressed. Let me leave, otherwise once I go all out we will both perish. Zhang Yang was briefly silent. His strength had increased at an astonishing speed. To be honest, after becoming an immortal, he had completely given up nurturing the illusory divine heart crystal, because it had already died when it was taken out from its environment. Even if he continued to study it, he could gain nothing more, so he had abandoned it. But he knew that what Shuzhen Demon God said was true. In those days he had only studied an illusory divine heart crystal in its infancy, and its power had already been strictly speaking at the peak of king rank. And Shuzhen Demon God had now become a universe supreme. Moreover, he had once escaped from the primal ancestor. One could only imagine how strong he was. Then what level would a unique move nurtured for countless epochs reach? Shuzhen Demon God, the outcome was sealed the moment you attacked me back then. Make your move. If you win today, you still have hope to live. If you lose, then perish. You. Shuzhen Demon God was furious. He was confident he could make one of Zhang Yang's avatars fall, but Zhang Yang had avatars, and was not afraid of one falling. But he was a universe supreme with only one body. Even if he used his ultimate illusion technique, it would only buy him a chance to flee. Lord Yuhan, if I win this time, let our grievances be settled. Settled. Zhang Yang sneered. Lord Mengyao had been within his calculations, but Shuzhen Demon God's soul attack back then had nearly destroyed his true soul. If it had succeeded, all his avatars would have fallen, and he would not have had even a chance to revive. A life and death grudge like that settled with one move. What a joke. Back then Lord Kuchu had not personally killed him, which was a way of leaving him a path to life. That was why he had not used a finishing move at the time, leaving the other's life to fate. Did they really think Zhang Yang did not bear grudges? Lord Kuchu, Lord Shujin. Once the human race finished digesting Duan Donghe's inheritance, universe masters would inevitably appear in great numbers. Their glory and status would likely take a heavy fall. As for Venerable Yuhua, he was still suffering in the 18th level star prison. He could turn a blind eye and spare himself the irritation, but that did not mean he did not pay attention to their fates. Who did Shujin Demon God think he was? A lone universe supreme with no race behind him would not even face the slightest retaliation. If he died, he simply died. Zhang Yang had nothing to worry about. Now that Zhang Yang had displayed such strength, if the other dared to appear in the universe sea, he was simply seeking death. Shattered space-time. Lord Yu Hun. Shujin Demon God secretly regretted. Previously he had considered hiding in the primordial universe or a miniature universe and never coming out, but was staying inside safe. His talent was certainly inferior to Zhang Yang's. The longer Zhang Yang held the inheritance, the more dangerous his own situation would become. Shujin Demon God had dodged and hidden all the way to the universe arc precisely because he wanted to secretly temper his will. Once his will reached the void level, even Zhang Yang would have no way to handle him. But who would have thought that despite such cautious actions, he would still be found? Shujin Demon God thought back. Previously he had encountered only a single universe supreme from the Ziyue Holy Land. How could a holy land be so spineless? Tipping off a universe venerable. Lord Yu Hun, I'll fight you to the end. Even if it means severe injuries, I will make one of your avatars fall today. Reincarnation Heart Realm. While advancing, Zhang Yang warily surveyed the surroundings. Although the chaotic airflow had not changed in the least, and the other's divine power had not changed either, an invisible wave was rapidly spreading through the surrounding spacetime. A mind art school technique, a true god-level secret art. It has nothing to do with divine power or soul, only slightly touching state of mind and will. Its methods are extremely insidious. Once he detected the changes around him, detailed information about the move appeared in Zhang Yang's mind. Had he not obtained Duan Donghe's inheritance, he might have survived with only his current will arts, but he truly would have been helpless against Shujin Demon God. But now, as the 176th generation inheritor of Duan Donghe, he possessed the legacy of an entire nation within the origin land. What school of cultivation had he never seen? Even if he had not studied many of those arts deeply, was a crude true god-level trick really enough? Too old. Dustless Heart Realm. A gleam of deep blue light flashed. Zhang Yang made a casting gesture as if swinging a blade in a chop. An invisible ripple spread out as well, and in that instant he saw Shujin Demon God's panicked retreating back. He was nearly beyond the range of his will attack. He had certainly been bold with his words earlier, even saying he would make one of his avatars fall. If he had not been familiar with this kind of technique, he might have actually fallen for it. But this Shujin Demon God clearly had some good fortune, knowing that his secret art had a detailed cultivation method in the ancient inheritance, and had prudently fled outright. Zhang Yang smiled with amusement, focusing his will into his eyes, and the movements of the illusory true demon god halted completely. When the illusory true demon god opened his eyes again, Zhang Yang had already arrived before him. A streak of azure blade light tore through the void and embedded itself directly into the illusory true demon god's body. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, feeling a faint numbness in his hand. This was the sensation of striking the true god's heart. The heart was indeed quite sturdy. With a subtle ripple in space, a clansman of the Purple Moon Sacred Land appeared beside Zhang Yang. When he saw the illusory true demon god lying silently amidst the chaotic airflow, his eyes contracted. A corpse utterly devoid of divine power fluctuations. To think it had fallen this quickly. Shock filled his heart, yet he said with a pleased expression, "Sovereign of Nether Ghosts, how about that? The intelligence gathering of my Purple Moon Sacred Land is absolutely top-notch. This time, don't you owe my Purple Moon Sacred Land a favor?" Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. To be honest, if it weren't for the other's extensive network, finding the illusory true demon god through humanity's current social networks alone would have been unrealistic. A top-tier 8-stage cosmic supreme powerhouse hidden in a dangerous place like the core of the cosmic vessel. Without enough manpower, there was simply no way to find him. I want to know, is this treasure from your Purple Moon Sacred Land? And did you exchange linguistic information with the Mingshan Venerable Lord before? As he spoke, he took out a pair of purple earrings. The secret patterns on them, though simple, were utterly unfamiliar. Had he not inherited the inheritance of Duanding, he would not have been able to decipher the secret patterns on this treasure for quite some time. The illusory moon true sovereign maintained a composed expression, but inwardly he tensed. Of course this treasure belonged to their sacred land. Previously, because of exchanged intelligence, even the strongest of Chuanyu had been placed under house arrest. He recalled the words the ancestral founder had imparted. The most important thing in communication was sincerity. As long as they were not mortal enemies, there was no misunderstanding that could not be resolved between the two sides. It was indeed Chuanyu who conducted the transaction with the Mingshan Venerable Lord, but we never knew the Mingshan Venerable Lord intended to deal with you. The ancestral founder has already placed Chuanyu under house arrest, forbidding him from ever entering or leaving the cosmic sea again. If you establish a sacred land of your own in the future, we will be neighbors. My purple moon's sacred land will never deceive you. Are you satisfied with this? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. He had only been probing, but unexpectedly the other party had actually confessed. Moreover, there seemed to be a hint of ingratiation in it. Could the intention behind their earlier help truly have been mere reconciliation? That didn't match the ancestral founder of the Purple Moon's temperament. Could it be that the other side had deeper schemes in mind? So he feigned dissatisfaction and said, My main combat clone fell at Liuzhong Mountain. Although I possessed the ability to create clones, I lost 3 supreme treasures. Even if I did gain a supreme treasure armor from the 2 strongest experts of the Formless God clan, I still lost the Universe City and the Blazing Heaven Blade. Does your Purple Moon's sacred land intend to settle this merely by investigating some information? The illusory moon true sovereign's brows shot up and he nearly flared up in anger. His Purple Moon's sacred land had already conceded ground, yet the other party still maintained this attitude. It was an insult to their sacred land. But then he thought of the fate of the strongest Chuanyu within the clan. The things the other party had done before had actually been discussed with him, and the outcome seemed to be rather different from what the ancestral founder had hoped. Although it was hard to fathom the ancestral founder whose attitude was quite subtle, he had nevertheless detected a certain fear toward Zhang Yang in the ancestral founder. It felt utterly absurd to him, yet he was after all a cosmic supreme powerhouse. Such a judgment was acceptable once or twice, but after several times he could not help but be convinced. The ancestral founder really did harbor some fear toward Zhang Yang. Having roamed the cosmic sea for countless years, belonging to an eternal sacred land as a cosmic supreme powerhouse, who had lived through who knew how many cycles of reincarnation, a sense of stifling frustration inexplicably welled up within him. This made him unable to stop thinking of the time before the sacred land was established, and even further back, to when the Purple Moon clan had just entered the cosmic sea. This world is too vast. The ancestral founder may not be living all that well over there, and while they cannot help, neither should they add to his troubles. Compensation. The single word was heavy, his voice resolute. After speaking, the illusory moon true sovereign felt he had not expressed himself clearly enough, so he added, My Purple Moon sacred land will compensate you with 1 supreme palace treasure, and 1 supreme saber treasure. Both have 7 layers of secret patterns. Sovereign of nether ghosts, are you satisfied? Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes. The Purple Moon sacred land's repeated scheming really made it hard for him to discern what they truly meant. Yet now he actually felt that the other party was being somewhat sensible. They had finally chosen the wiser path. Was this an illusion? This didn't fit the ancestral founder of the Purple Moon's persona, did it? To seize the primal universe and be titled Sacred King. What a tremendous temptation. To stand at the apex of the origin land. Would the other party really give up such a great opportunity? Where is the treasure? The illusory moon true sovereign's gaze drifted slightly as he said, It's on the way. The strongest of our clan is hurrying over. At this moment he was genuinely somewhat shaken. Even though he was a cosmic supreme powerhouse, taking supreme treasures from the clan's vault was not something he could do frivolously. He had gone to ask the ancestral founder of the Purple Moon for instructions. Of course he did not say that he had offered compensation on his own initiative, but rather that Zhang Yang had demanded it. Yet the ancestral founder of the Purple Moon did not even think it over and simply said one word, Give. In the temple of the Milky Way galaxy, the Milky Way had changed from its former silver starry points into a vast crimson. Looking from afar, the temple now resembled a great sun. Dazzling, resplendent, warm. The crimson radiance crossed the galaxy and continued to spread outward. Among the many star clusters one could faintly hear the singing of phoenixes. Within this domain endless cosmic energy was rejoicing. This was the celebration of the birth of a great existence. Ha ha ha. The laughter was hearty and unrestrained. Zhang Yang looked at the Chaos City Lord with a proud expression and said, Chaos, what do you think? 100 epochs, and now most of the time has passed. Do you concede defeat? The Chaos City Lord smiled faintly and said, I once said that as long as you nurtured a universe master for our clan, even presenting her with a peak treasure would be no trouble at all. Now our human race has obtained the Duanding inheritance and Sun Qi has become a universe master within 75 epochs. These are all good things, so naturally I will not go back on my word. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at the Chaos City Lord with a smile, saying nothing. His expression seemed to say, Hand it over. I'm waiting. The Chaos City Lord shook his head and said, You are so impatient. Then after a brief moment of thought, he produced an armor treasure of crimson radiance that swirled into the form of a phoenix, gently singing as it danced even without wind. He continued, This treasure is called the Phoenix Feather Rainbow Robe, assembled from 1008 treasures. Its main body is made of Fusang Fire Silk and is a peak treasure for protection. It is accompanied by 7 supreme treasures of the highest tier, the Hunyan Ribbon, the Crimson Cloud Sleeves, the Golden Thread Collar, the Ethereal Jade Belt, and the Purple Indigo Sulfur Frost. The 10,000 Phoenix Feathers are supreme treasures of the highest tier. When fully activated and perfectly matched to its wearer, its might rivals that of a strange artifact. Sovereign of nether ghosts, to be strict, this treasure is in no way inferior to the Galaxy Lord's mad demon god-slaying armor. Are you satisfied? Zhang Yang's eyes sharpened. Good grief, this Chaos City Lord was trying to outshine him. It would have been fine to give an ordinary peak treasure, but this one not only looked exquisite and matched his attributes perfectly, it was also extraordinarily precious. An ordinary peak treasure weapon or armor was worth around 1,000 treasure points. Now that the clan's strongest members had grown more numerous, prices had not dropped. Instead, they had risen by 2/10. There was no helping it. After receiving the inheritance, those universe masters had grown stronger, so naturally their demands increased. The higher the grade of treasure, the greater the shortage in supply. And this treasure was worth at least 10,000 treasure points. What was more, treasures could change form, and since different experts channeling the same treasure produced different effects, there was no issue of appearance conflicting. Chaos, if I hadn't also obtained a rather precious treasure earlier, it really would have been hard for me not to be outshone by you this time. As he spoke, he hastily stored away the treasure the Chaos City Lord had brought out. When treasures were to be given, they had to come from his own hands, and he couldn't give them all at once. The way male and female disciples were nurtured was truly too different. Sun Qi really could open her mouth to ask. She truly knew how to wheedle. It gave him, a man without heirs, a real taste of the joy of raising a daughter. Whether she let the wind in or not, one thing was certain. If she performed well, she would directly ask for a reward. He had to prepare everything in advance and show a little sincerity. Compared to that blockhead Yubo, who was as dull as an iron mountain. If he didn't hear a word from him, he might as well have assumed the boy had died out there. Sun Qi's presence was simply too strong. Once every 10,000 years she would return to the Milky Way, admire the vermilion crown that belonged to her, and then go to him for an assessment. The Chaos City Lord shook his head at the sight. His own disciples did not dare act so presumptuously with him, though perhaps it was because he had no female disciples. Sovereign of Nether Ghosts, your main combat clone has fallen. Zhang Yang's expression stiffened, then he nodded and said, yes, it fell at Luoyan Peak in Qingfeng Realm. The power there definitely exceeded rank 11. My armor shattered instantly and I couldn't hold on for long. The palace treasure was buried and I couldn't get out, so the clone inside self-destructed. The Chaos City Lord's gaze turned somewhat worried as he said, doesn't that mean the 2 treasures the Purple Moon Sacred Land gave you before, along with the Supreme War Armor obtained from the Formless God Clan's strongest expert? 4 supreme treasures have been lost in total. Zhang Yang shrugged helplessly. There's no helping it. The environment was too extreme. My foundation as a venerable is still far too weak. If I had reached Universe Master, my power would rise to another level and maybe I wouldn't have died. In fact, what I lost also included a domain-type supreme treasure I had just acquired. Still, it was worth it. I roamed for 70 epochs and set foot in over 100,000 perilous places. That was a thrilling ride. A thrilling ride. The Chaos City Lord felt a pang in his heart. For supreme treasures gone in such a short time just to have a bit of fun, he could not help but speak up. Apart from the treasure you gave to Giant Axe, wasn't that domain-type supreme treasure the first supreme treasure you obtained during your roaming? Zhang Yang nodded without hesitation. Indeed. My roaming time was still too short. To obtain 2 supreme treasures in less than 100 epochs counts as good luck already. The Chaos City Lord smiled bitterly. The time is not short. With that method of yours, charging around at 1,000,000 times the speed of light, who knows how many death grounds you've charged through. If anyone else explored with such caution, they would need most of a reincarnation era to visit as many places as you have. Yet you only gained a single domain treasure and then you went and got yourself killed right after. Your luck is hardly better than Giant Axe's. Zhang Yang's expression froze. When put that way, it really did seem to be the case. Cosmic supreme powerhouses had no clones, but he did. Qingfeng Realm, the cosmic vessel Liuzhong Mountain. These 3 great death grounds were ostensibly incomparably dangerous, but with his willpower reaching the void level, he did not fear getting lost. The sizes of the 3 great death grounds were only on the order of 100 million light-years, and the core regions were even smaller. A single teleport covered 10,000 light-years. Even if he did not teleport and simply flew at 1,000,000 times the speed of light, 100 million light-years would take only 100 years. By now 700,000 years had passed, equivalent to roaming Qingfeng Realm back and forth 3,500 times. If only the core regions were counted, that was at the very least 10,000 round trips. And the result was only a single supreme treasure gained. And even that ended in his death. And here he had thought his luck was rather good. He had always known his efficiency was higher than Giant Axe. But he had never calculated it carefully, since 70 epochs was too short a time to fret over. Now that he did the math, good grief, his heart turned cold. Could his luck really be this bad? Surely this was not his fault, was it? It had to be the primal universe's original source while playing tricks. The appearance of supreme treasures was all controlled by it. Zhang Yang raised his head, his gaze deep and distant as it pierced through the boundaries of time and space, reaching the very source of the universe. Seeing him look so desolate, as if he had been struck down, the Chaos City Lord comforted him, saying, actually, your harvest has not been small. More than 100 peak-level treasures. You calculated the timing and waited for them to appear, gaining something every epoch quite steadily. Zhang Yang looked at the Chaos City Lord with a deep, unfathomable gaze. The more he listened, the more uncomfortable those words felt. Had the Chaos City Lord learned to be sly? Or did he truly mean it? What used were those piles of peak treasure trash. If they were not the finest grade, they could not withstand a single slash from him. They were only good for granting to subordinates or contributing to the clan's treasury. Do you still plan to continue roaming? After a moment of hesitation, the Chaos City Lord asked. Of course. There are still many places in the 3 great death grounds I have not explored. Some places that are deadly to me right now I have noted them all down. I will go and see them in the future, Zhang Yang said directly after a moment of thought. The further law fusion progressed, the more he had to consider issues of law compatibility, and the fusion slowed accordingly. During this period he definitely needed to roam more. These environments were microcosms of the origin land. It would be best if he could explore them all, though that was very uncertain. The Chaos City Lord's expression was tangled as he said, previously you gave Giant Axe the Mingshan Venerable Lord's Wangri Cliff, and the illusory True Demon God's Phantom God Heart, the Mingshan Venerable Lord's Spear to the Dark Lord, and the Mingshan Venerable Lord's Armor to me. How about I go speak to them and have them return the treasures to you first? Zhang Yang smiled and said, no need. What reason is there to take back a gift already given? Would I still have any face left as the Nether Ghost? To be honest, I never took those supreme treasures seriously in the first place. Haven't you noticed that my truly precious Liu is never carried with me? Right now my law fusion has reached 60% and I have just entered the 9th rank. Even without Liu I barely possess strength at the 10th rank. Activating the 7th layer secret patterns of the top 10th rank laws on those supreme treasures wouldn't exceed my fused laws in power by much. All I need is a supreme treasure armor. As he finished speaking, a cunning look appeared on his face. Of course not the one I gifted to you. I previously received intelligence from the Purple Moon Sacred Land. The Mingshan clan's Wuan Venerable Master secretly slipped into Liuzhong Mountain to roam. The core region has changed drastically and the old maps are useless. He truly has no regard for his life. Unfortunately for him, he exposed his trail. My armor is on his body. The Chaos City Lord's eyes lit up. Treasures like supreme treasures not only enhanced one's strength but also promoted cultivation. Letting go of such a treasure after obtaining it required extraordinary courage. Even he had forced himself to say those words. If he went to ask Giant Axe and the others, they would certainly return it, but they would inevitably feel awkward inside. Although the supreme treasures were Zhang Yang's, they flowed through his hands like water. He had already lost 7 of them, but in their hands not only did they increase strength and ensure safety, they also promoted cultivation. The difference in meaning and value was far too great. Now that Zhang Yang did not need them, he no longer had to be troubled. Since he dares to come out, then we certainly cannot let this enemy slip away. This time we will lie in ambush near their small universe. If Mingjue dares to come out after Wuan falls, we will leave him behind as well. Zhang Yang nodded. The conflict between the God Eye clan and the Galaxy Lord has been resolved. Now the human race's obvious hostile force in the Cosmic Sea is the Mingshan clan. If we have the chance, of course, we will not let it go. Then Zhang Yang smiled and added, even if he does not come out this time, it doesn't matter. Within this reincarnation era my strength should be able to reach its peak, and he won't be able to escape his small universe. The Chaos City Lord also smiled upon hearing this. Zhang Yang at the venerable level could barely reach the 10th rank now, and with Liu he could rival the pinnacle of the 10th rank. Once he crossed Universe Master and became a supreme powerhouse, even divine power alone would rise by 2 levels. If his laws advanced further, who knew how terrifying his strength would become? He found it difficult to estimate, but judging by the current attitude of the Purple Moon Sacred Land toward the human race, he could tell that Zhang Yang would certainly surpass the ancestral founder of the Purple Moon. As for the Mingshan clan, if they captured Wuan this time, only an 8th rank cosmic supreme powerhouse would remain. Zhang Yang would unquestionably become the ancestral founder of a sacred land in the future, and when that time came, destroying a small universe would be nothing difficult at all. What? You've broken through yet you don't come out and instead eavesdrop? Zhang Yang looked below with a kind smile. Happy New Year. Teacher, I wasn't eavesdropping. I merely overheard you discussing important matters and didn't wish to disturb you. As her words fell, a spark of flame materialized out of thin air, then violently burst apart. Crimson flames surged outward in all directions, each whirl of fire resembling a phoenix, as if 10,000 phoenixes were leaving their nest. In the heart of the blaze, a breathtakingly beautiful woman appeared, encircled by over 10,000 phoenix afterimages swirling around her. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, now that you have become a universe master, you are qualified to understand these matters. In truth, this is hardly a major affair. Now that Giant Axe has mastered the first layer of the burning secret art, we can easily slay Wuan. The Mingshan clan poses little threat to humanity. Now that you have become a universe master, there is indeed a task I need you to undertake. Seeing his serious expression, Sun Shi also turned solemn and said, Teacher, whatever you command, I will surely accomplish it. Zhang Yang smiled. Don't be nervous. Strictly speaking, this task is not all that difficult. But if it succeeds, the strength of humanity will rise considerably. Lord of Chaos City shot Sun Shi a surprised glance. How could a newly ascended universe master possibly enhance humanity's power? Yet he knew Zhang Yang never lied, so he listened patiently. Zhang Yang continued, Among humanity, over 95% of races are male-female dual-gendered. Before you became a universe master, the number of female universe masters was 0. Female venerables stood at 9, female immortals at 24, and female genius world masters at 33. These numbers are dismal. Lord of Chaos City fell into thought, already grasping Zhang Yang's intent. Teacher, do you intend for me to guide those female powerhouses in their cultivation? Sun Qi ventured hesitantly. Zhang Yang smiled and said, you need not overextend yourself in cultivation. Your primary task is to establish a faction, then serve as its spiritual pillar. Cultivation often comes down to the state of one's heart. Your presence can help those female powerhouses build confidence. In fact, once you became a universe master, even if you did nothing else, their situation would gradually improve. You are simply here to accelerate that process. Teacher, I understand. I will do my best. Sun Qi said earnestly. Lord of Chaos City added, this matter is of great importance to humanity. I will have Dragon Traveler Lord assist you in completing it. Zhang Yang nodded with a smile. Since everything has been arranged, it's time for your reward. Sun Qi perked up her ears, her bright eyes sparkling as the fire phoenixes around her whirled faster. She had been waiting for this for a long time. Zhang Yang mused briefly, then said, your strength is still weak, though the red Ling crown should be barely usable now. When you eventually create an ultimate secret art, I will give you the supreme treasure I won from Lord of Chaos City. When you create a universe master's strongest secret art, I will give you the treasure I prepared for you long ago. As for what comes after, we'll discuss it later. Teacher, what are the 2 supreme treasures you mentioned later? Sun Qi asked curiously. You'll know once you are strong enough. Teacher, just tell me. Luo Feng. A cool, clear voice rang out. Luo Feng opened his eyes from cultivation and smiled. Senior, our 2 divine temples are so close that you would normally just send a mental transmission. Why did you come over in person this time? Is there some matter that requires your presence? Regarding the inheritance we discussed before, 1,000,000 years have passed, and I have already memorized all of it. The content beyond the true God level cannot be viewed, but since it resides in my mind, the inheritance space is no longer of much use to me. As Zhang Yang spoke, he waved his hand, and the tomb boat appeared within Luo Feng's divine temple. Luo Feng said excitedly and curiously, the core inheritance. How is the core inheritance different from what you gave us before? For our current level, the gap between ordinary inheritance and core inheritance is not huge. Both include divine power, burning secret arts, movement techniques, and so on. After all, anything placed within the inheritance space would not be inferior. The difference lies in the degree of subtlety which represents the ceiling. That is something you must experience for yourself. Zhang Yang said. Luo Feng nodded and entered the tomb boat directly where the Duanding inheritance was once again activated. Time flowed swiftly, quietly passing 700 epochs. Within the Milky Way divine temple, Zhang Yang's clone had been seated in meditation for over 500,000 years. The longer one lived, the less one felt the passage of time. By now he had grown accustomed to it. Coiled within the temple, his mind merged with heaven and earth. His eyes were calmly shut, yet his will ceaselessly roamed throughout the temple. Behind him a river of willpower faintly flickered, occasionally radiating divine light, echoing the starry sky around it. Soul Phantom Lord. A serene voice called out. Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to have returned to ordinariness, the white and black of his eyes clearly distinct, his irises a flawless, immaculate black. Yet with such ordinary eyes he seemed to see through everything in the world. All the mysteries of the universe could not hide from his gaze. Lord of Chaos City. Gray hazy currents drifted and divine light flashed in the void. Lord of Chaos City asked in astonishment, have you broken through? Zhang Yang smiled, his expression very pure. You could say I have broken through. Lord of Chaos City shook his head and laughed. What do you mean, you could say? You still love to joke. Zhang Yang nodded seriously and said, I generally don't joke with people. Lord of Chaos City was speechless. Then explain how you could say that. Zhang Yang tilted his head slightly, then explained, the 3-system fused laws have reached 80 progress and my law comprehension has reached the 10th rank. The 3-system fusion has come to a halt for now. It can no longer be comprehended further. I need to comprehend new laws and fuse them into it. Once 7 more laws are incorporated, I will be able to fuse everything successfully and achieve the Chaos Law. The Chaos Law. Lord of Chaos City was deeply shaken. Though he did not know the exact realm the Chaos Law was the source of all laws, how could he not understand its significance? Then when will that be? Ha. Zhang Yang threw back his head and laughed, then said, naturally it will take as long as it must. It will certainly be a very long time. Without sufficient stimulation, I fear, I could not complete it even in this entire cycle era. Zhang Yang gazed deeply beyond the original universe. His current realm was still too low. The difficulty of achieving such a feat could no longer be described in words. There were far too many realms yet to overcome. Lord of Chaos City chuckled lightly. Your opportunity may have arrived. This time I came precisely because of this matter. Oh! Zhang Yang turned his head in surprise, then fell silent for a moment, already forming a guess in his heart. He asked casually, what opportunity? And how do you know it suits me? Lord of Chaos City's expression grew much more solemn. In the direction from Luchong Mountain to Xianshui River, a colossal human-shaped giant has appeared. Its height is approximately 160 million light-years, and its speed has reached an astonishing 120 million times the speed of light. It has already shattered the Xianshui River. Of course, because it is moving at extreme speed, these figures are not perfectly accurate, but the margin of error is still tiny. This behemoth, even larger than some miniature universes, has already been discovered by the beast ancestor of the demon race and the first true lord of the divine eye race. Can no longer be hidden. They are now summoning all the forces of the cosmic sea to intercept it. Although we don't know what it is, its sheer size rivals the three great forbidden lands of the cosmic sea, leading us to suspect that this is our chance to transcend reincarnation. It should be of considerable help to you as well. Zhang Yang nodded emphatically. So it was the Gene world after all. His black pupils shifted slightly. This was the corpse of the senior who had sat on the mountain. A body 160 million light-years tall. Then let us go and see. I am also eager to witness what kind of existence this is. Lord of Chaos City nodded slightly, then his figure slowly vanished. Zhang Yang followed with Lai Yu. As soon as they emerged, they encountered Luofeng, who had just come out with Ice Peak Lord, as well as Sun Qi and the others. Seeing Zhang Yang emerge, Sun Qi called out directly, "Teacher, you're so slow. We've been waiting for you for a whole minute." A trace of helplessness flickered in Zhang Yang's eyes. "Didn't I tell you to return to your homeland, blazing fire star? Why are you still lingering in the Milky Way?" Sun Qi said in disbelief. "Teacher, you've changed. You're chasing me away again." Zhang Yang shook his head and said to the others, "Let's go. Let's see what this behemoth truly is." With a single divine kingdom teleportation at the Tuya Black Hole, in the original universe, Zhang Yang gathered with nearly 200 universe masters of the Hong Alliance. Soul Phantom Lord. Galaxy Lord. Lord of Chaos City. You've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you. Zhang Yang smiled lightly. It seemed Lord of Chaos City had spent quite some time at his place. Still, these fellows were truly impatient. "Since our group is fully assembled, let us set out. Let's go, let's hurry." We saw the elites of the Demon Alliance heading over just now. The entire procession advanced toward the cosmic sea in grand force. The moment they emerged from the Tuya Black Hole, the many powerhouses began high-frequency teleportation, chasing after the moving behemoth. Though 120 million times the speed of light was terrifying, teleportation merely required 10,000 jumps. Soon they arrived beside the high-speed giant. At this moment, all the forces of the cosmic sea were giving their full effort. There were 89 universe most powerful, and the number of universe masters reached a staggering 3300. Even more than those who had appeared when Zhang Yang was intercepted at the cosmic boat. Colossal projections stood against the sky, most with diameters reaching 100,000 kilometers. The boundless divine power had utterly warped the surrounding void. Standing in the void, Zhang Yang was not intimidated by those powerhouses. Instead, he was shaken by the lying corpse 160 million light-years long. Though many things were comparable in scale, this was a powerhouse. A divine king. An inconceivable realm. If described in terms of the Duanding inheritance he had obtained, it would be a sacred king. Soul Phantom Lord. You've arrived. We intend to change its direction, make it collide with the cosmic boat, and ultimately bring it to a halt. The first true lord announced in a loud voice. Zhang Yang calmly glanced at him, then turned his head slightly and narrowed his eyes. They were all watching him. They wanted to see how much his strength had grown. Were they thinking that, with an opportunity before them, they could challenge his position? Ever since he slew the Mingxian sovereign with a single strike last time, without saying a word, he had become the recognized #1 powerhouse of the cosmic sea. Without a supreme palace treasure, no one could escape his grasp. He smiled faintly and said, "All right, if it doesn't stop, we really can't enter." To be honest, he had not fought for a long time. He had explored the 3 great forbidden lands and faced desperate situations, but his divine body was still somewhat lacking. As for places without danger, he had no need to use his full strength. The corpse of the Gene Divine King was an excellent target. Such an existence, even in death, a mere fraction of its power was beyond what he could shake. Ancient God Dharma form, rise! With a thunderous roar, a law projection spanning 100 light-years stood behind him. As his will entered it, a pair of eyes, each a light-year across, opened. One black, one white, distinct and clear. The originally pristine black pupils now resembled a great mirror of glazed light. Zhang Yang first activated his recovery ability. His law comprehension had reached the 10th rank. Burning 1 layer compensated for the divine power gap. Burning 2 layers elevated his power by another rank. Combined with Lai Yu and his fused laws, his might approached the 12th rank. The 12th rank? That was already a void tier level. He was only a venerable now, with divine power 3 tiers lower. The divine power required was simply too immense. The first and second layers of the forbidden divine power burning secret art were no longer enough. He had returned to the predicament he faced when he had just ascended to immortality. Insufficient divine power. After unleashing a single full-powered strike, he was half crippled because burning divine power was only enough to barely reach the lower threshold for such a secret art. Forbidden Seal. With another thunderous shout, Zhang Yang instantly entered a state of burning divine power. Not only his divine body but a colossal human figure over 10 million kilometers within the ancient god Dharma form also blazed with burning energy. That figure was composed of swiftly flowing burning divine power. The surrounding powerhouses were momentarily stunned. Such momentum was overwhelming. It was as if his divine body had truly expanded to 10 million kilometers. With the divine power ablaze, the volume of Zhang Yang's burning divine body expanded a millionfold. This divine power fluctuation far surpassed that of a universe most powerful, yet moments ago he had merely been a first-tier universe master. What kind of amplification was this? Zhang Yang's current aura completely surpassed that of a universe most powerful on the verge of self-destruction. Only by burning all divine power in an instant could one produce such might. Yet his realm was merely a universe venerable. Annihilation reincarnation. As the blade rose, a colossal silver millstone appeared in space-time. Bright silver and dark silver millstones spun madly, drawing the surrounding void laws into them. In an instant, without the original universe's will needing to concede on its own, the secret art forcibly expelled the laws of the original universe, even devouring them. Endless chaotic air currents were sucked in. A faint azure glow appeared around the silver millstone, and within it one could vaguely discern a rapidly flying blade light like countless swordfish swimming through a long galactic river. The many universe masters who had teleported over hurriedly fell back, their gazes filled with terror, as they stared at the hazy giant standing in the distant sky. They were only at the outermost periphery of the secret art, touched by casually emitted fluctuations that did not even count as shockwaves. Yet even so, the might they felt reached the 9th rank. All the universe most powerful fell silent. Such power had only ever been witnessed within the Forbidden Lands. This single strike could absolutely annihilate them. Even without the will attack, they already felt utterly insignificant. The first true Lord Jueha, true God and Besh Star Master, these top-tier universe most powerful, could not even clearly perceive the secret runes that flashed by. A single glance at them induced a dizzying sensation in their minds. Boom! The silver millstone of boundless might rampaged across dozens of light years, then fiercely slashed toward the colossal corpse that defied visual capture. What followed was an unprecedented explosion. Space-time seemed to become a sheet of paper, while the enormous silver millstone became a pebble. As the pebble struck the giant corpse, it transformed into a silver membrane that spread instantly from the point of impact, then completely enveloped the colossal body. Space-time seemed to be disturbed by the strike, and the giant corpse trembled slightly. Though it was only a single quiver, its body shifted by 5,000 light-years, and the direction of the giant corpse's movement changed by 0.001 degrees. How many more strikes are needed? Zhang Yang turned to the forces of the Cosmic Sea. They had already been attacking for some time before his arrival, and they must have made precise calculations to steer the giant toward the cosmic boat. The first true lord said in a hoarse voice, a deflection of 15 degrees would send it into the cosmic boat. One strike has shifted it by 0.001 degrees. Roughly 15,000 more strikes should suffice. Let us handle the rest. Silence. After speaking, they all fell silent. Previously, they had rallied many powerhouses precisely to intercept this monumental opportunity. But before the rally, many factions had already launched joint operations countless times. In the years before Zhang Yang's arrival, they had attacked for several years, yet the angle by which the giant had shifted could not compare to even a single strike from Zhang Yang. They had calculated that if all the forces of the Cosmic Sea were mobilized, it would take approximately 3,000 years to adjust the giant's direction. Yet now a mere 15,000 attacks would be enough. Even if Zhang Yang could not unleash such attacks with ease, 10,000 strikes, with teleportation between each, would still only take a few seconds. 3,000 years. A few seconds. What an enormous gap. They no longer harbored any thought of resistance. Earlier they had thought that if their willpower broke through, they would no longer need to fear Zhang Yang. But Zhang Yang's progress had already surpassed their comprehension. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. 10,000 strikes. It would be done in a moment. In truth, his current attacks were quite effortless. Liu truly deserved to be called a supreme treasure. All the secret runes he comprehended could be inscribed upon it and changed at will. It not only perfectly channeled his power, but also made unleashing secret arts extremely simple, allowing him to wield two secret arts simultaneously. Zhang Yang teleported through the void. With every pause, a blade strike flew out. He was like a flickering blue firefly, each motion spitting forth a wisp of silver-white flame. None of the powerhouses of the Cosmic Sea dared to approach him. After 10,000 strikes were complete, Zhang Yang arrived beside Lord of Chaos City and said, "My divine power is nearly exhausted. I must go and break through to Universe Master. If I emerge late, go on ahead and explore first. There's no need to wait for me." Watching Zhang Yang leave, the powerhouses of the Cosmic Sea grew even more silent. He was going to break through. Happy New Year. Returning to the divine temple at the heart of the central continent of his divine kingdom, Zhang Yang gently closed his eyes. At this moment, an extraordinary serenity filled his heart. a peculiar sensation emanating from his divine kingdom, which stood as his very foundation. Though his divine kingdom spanned only 10 light-years in diameter, it was already immensely powerful. Within it dwelt boundless supreme might, the embodiment of the highest laws. Now at last he stood on the verge of a breakthrough. The realm of a venerable, with his fused laws reaching the peak tier among the universe's mightiest beings, was already approaching its limit. Should he comprehend the pinnacle of the 10th stage, he would once again find himself constrained. 800 epochs had passed. His talent had multiplied 800,000-fold, surging to 2 quadrillion. He needed to wait no longer. Further elevating his talent would be ideal, but the gene world would exist for roughly 1 trillion epochs. Once he became a lord of the universe, he could continue fusing laws there, and it would also offer no shortage of worthy opponents. As for the world beasts, he had ceased worrying about them upon becoming a venerable. Could they possibly grow faster than he? Time condense. The suppressed laws of time were unleashed by his will. In an instant, Zhang Yang's gaze once more fell upon the primeval universe's source ground. That vast boundless realm brimming with infinite energy was about to descend, approaching at an unprecedented speed. The primeval universe was its body, and the speed of its energy transmission resembled a mighty being's divine power. In the sky above his divine kingdom, the scene transformed in the blink of an eye. A hazy colossal river of time materialized, its endless waters pouring into the kingdom and enveloping it entirely in an instant. That was the primeval universe's own river of time, akin to a vast repository of memory. Upon becoming a lord of the universe, one obtained permission to access it, though certain rules still had to be followed. Beyond his divine kingdom, it had already plunged deep into the space-torn stratum, perilously close to the membrane of the primeval universe. Here no light existed, only countless gargantuan spatial fragments, and mighty beings relied solely on spatial laws to perceive their surroundings. Yet now, deep within that spatial torrent, a resplendent rainbow light burst forth. Red, yellow, blue, silver and gold, all 10 colors assembled. They were the phantoms of the laws, surging with unimaginable intensity. This was a celebration for the birth of a great one. A lord of the universe held the highest status among living beings in the primeval universe. Even a universe most high, equal in station to the primeval universe itself, would find the privilege of words manifesting reality, bestowed by the primeval universe out of respect, rendered void when doing battle with a lord of the universe. Such a mighty being was one capable of nurturing a miniature universe, and was likewise the very purpose of the primeval universe's existence. Rush! The boundless river of time and space scoured Zhang Yang's divine body. The spatial divine body began to undergo a tremendous transformation, completing its metamorphosis almost instantaneously. From then on, Zhang Yang's spatial divine body became a space-time divine body, drifting beyond time and space, able to shatter some of his own limitations. His genetic level could rise once more. Not only would his divine power capacity surge, his battle prowess would be greatly enhanced as well. Sensing the surging divine power within his body, a smile touched Zhang Yang's lips. With this level of divine power, he could now unleash many a 10th stage secret art. Once his divine body improved further, his divine power reserves would expand even more dramatically, and only then would he truly be safe. Absorb! As the river of time was about to recede, Zhang Yang's will, at the peak of a void true god, erupted. He hurriedly seized the tail of the primeval universe's source. Though his divine body had completed its transformation, had he ever failed to continue expanding his divine kingdom after a breakthrough, even his future improvements would rely on resources produced by the primeval universe. Now that its source was right here, why wait? Expand! With a thunderous shout, Zhang Yang directed the endless river of time to surge against the walls of his divine kingdom. Wave after wave crashed forward, and the divine kingdom's barriers expanded ever outward. 11 light-years, 50 light-years, 400 light-years, 1,000 light-years. As the kingdom's scope swelled, its oceans and continents expanded at a terrifying rate. The once scattered islets swelled 10,000-fold, now rivaling the great islands of before. The divine kingdom had become vaster and more majestic than ever. Zhang Yang silently savored the might of his divine kingdom. A satisfied smile crossed his face before he released his will, and the source of the primeval universe swiftly withdrew. With a flicker, Zhang Yang appeared amid the stars beyond Earth. His eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence. It was from here that his flight had once begun. Had Chaos City Lord and the founding Axe Creator not caught up to him, the human race would likely have changed dynasties then and there. Shaking his head with a faint smile, Zhang Yang pointed toward Earth and uttered a low command. Rise! Reverse time and space. As Zhang Yang invoked his mastery over time and space, the primeval universe rendered its judgment. Once it confirmed he had attained a space-time divine body, it began pouring its full support into granting him authority over time and space. Suddenly, an enormous cosmic membrane materialized. Initially somewhat hazy, it gradually grew clear, with silvery white points of light igniting across its surface. Zhang Yang was not surprised by this. It was a unique manifestation of the primeval universe's power, not proof that he truly possessed the ability to reverse time and space. Though the primeval universe appeared boundless, it was no longer particularly vast to him. Even teleporting across the whole of it would not consume much time. From this perspective its scope seemed somewhat small. Yet though a sparrow may be small, it possesses all its organs. It nurtured a river of time and space uniquely its own. Before an epoch of destruction, a lord of the universe could revive certain immortals. But once the primeval universe perished, all traces of existence would be wiped away. The river of time would restart, and attempting such revivals again would become an entirely different ordeal. Turn. Time and space obeyed his command. Within the silvery white membrane the world began to rewind. People walked backward, rivers and seas flowed in reverse, and Earth started revolving counterclockwise around the sun. At first the alternation of day and night was stark, like a slideshow flashing between black and white. Then it accelerated. 1,000 years. 100,000 years. 800 epochs. Freeze. The image froze at the moment Zhang Yang had fled through his divine kingdom's passage. King Kushu, King Nushuan and others stood blocking the passage's exit, while the disciples of Venerable Candlefire gave furious chase. As Venerable Candlefire unleashed a sea of flames, Zhang Yang's servants fell one after another. Return. With a soft whisper, Zhang Yang's voice crossed time and space to 800 epochs in the past. His divine power blazed forth, enveloping his former servants. Then as his power withdrew, time and space began to pull, the silvery white membrane around them rippling gently. Law chains suddenly materialized in the void, coiling around King Kushu, King Nushuan, and the others. Zhang Yang pulled with all his might while the chains held fast. Both sides locked in a celestial tug of war. Revival violated the laws of the primeval universe and even inflicted some harm upon it. Though Zhang Yang possessed the power to reverse time and space, the primeval universe would make the revived ones bear the cost of such losses. King Kushu and the others could never withstand such punishment. Zhang Yang thus used his own divine power to shield them as best he could. Still they were merely a few kings. The loss was negligible. His divine power had barely diminished. Venerable Candlefire. King Nushuan bellowed, memories flooding back like a tide. In an instant he was fully lucid. Where was Venerable Candlefire now? He was dead. His master had reversed time and space to bring him back to life. They raised their heads toward Zhang Yang, and beheld his towering figure 90,000 kilometers tall standing amid the stars. Though he made no move, the overwhelming chasm in life level made their hearts tremble. The boundless void itself seemed frozen, and the sheer magnitude of his divine power defied all description. The assembled immortals hastily spoke in unison. We pay our respects to our master. Zhang Yang nodded lightly and said in a low voice, 9 swords, I leave them to you. With that he vanished in a flicker. Within his own divine temple, Venerable 9 Swords bowed and replied, As you command, great lord of the abyssal soul. Standing somewhat dazed in the starry void, King Nushuan turned to King Kushu and asked, Tell me, what realm do you suppose our master has reached now? A glimmer of joy hid within King Kushu's aged eyes as he said solemnly, Since our master could revive us, he is surely a great lord of the universe. A lord of the universe. Many immortals had not even reached the level of king, let alone heard of such a realm. They exchanged glances, their hearts pounding with excitement. What kind of realm allowed one to reverse time and space and resurrect the dead? They did not know. But one thing was certain. Their master was a being far more terrifying than their comprehension could grasp, and they felt honored to share in his glory. Come with me then. As servants of the Lord of the Abyssal Soul, you have rendered meritorious service before, and so you are qualified to join our Earth lineage. I now command over 30 lords of the universe, and though my Earth lineage rose relatively late, it already boasts 5. Moreover, the Lord of the Abyssal Soul is the mightiest being of our human race. Venerable 9 Swords said after teleporting to their side. After experimenting with reversing time and space, and observing the primeval universe's river of time, Zhang Yang returned to his divine temple. The laws of gold, time and space have now fused to a bottleneck. Since gold was my starting point, I shall continue fusing along the space lineage. Metal, water, wood, fire, and earth give rise to one another, allowing me to comprehend life. Then I shall comprehend light, thunder, and wind, and thereby grasp destruction. In this way, not only will I wield fused laws, I will also command the source of life, the source of destruction, and even the source of reincarnation. A single source can grant the void, 2 opposing sources can grant eternity. The orthodox path of the laws is one I can walk just as well. With that, Zhang Yang entered secluded cultivation. He chose not to comprehend laws but to await an important matter. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yang stared fixedly ahead at a golden virtual screen. It existed neither in space nor in the void, as if it belonged to a different universe altogether. System. Zhang Yang gazed at the emergent panel with complex emotions. Even at his current level, one where beyond the primeval universe he could even begin to display the might of fusing all 10 law systems, the chaos laws, he still could not perceive the system at all. It was not governed by the laws of this world. What exactly are you? He asked softly but received no answer. The golden screen gleamed. It was time to choose again. I choose strength. Foundation. Having said this, Zhang Yang fell silent. What he could not understand now could wait for the future. As his power grew, he would eventually see the system's true face. A flash of golden light. Zhang Yang's divine body began to transform quietly. His genes churned violently, reorganizing themselves anew. In the next moment, his genetic level broke through perfection, reaching 10082 times the baseline. Yet the changes had not ceased. Within the sea of consciousness, the spiritual space Zhang Yang had manifested, the transformation was even more abrupt. With the appearance of a golden radiance, something formless and immaterial slipped silently into his soul. The next instant his soul warmed slightly, and his spiritual power directly increased by roughly 2%. My genetic level increased tenfold. Zhang Yang rubbed his chin, his eyes thoughtful. This result matched his earlier speculations. If he wished to raise his overall strength by 10%, the simplest method would be to raise his genetic level 1008-fold. But the foundation of his power lay in essence, energy, and spirit. Battle prowess was a composite attribute, the product of all three. Thus the apparent increase for a single attribute like genetic level manifested as tenfold. My divine power hasn't changed. Is my energy at its physical limit? After a moment's thought, Zhang Yang ceased pondering such matters. There were still roughly 30,000 years before the gene world stopped. All he needed to do was wait. It has stopped. Zhang Yang muttered, his expression grim. His towering form stood within the divine temple in the Milky Way, gazing down at the universe. His vision pierced through the galaxy, through the primeval universe itself, to a place of immense distance within the cosmic sea. The primeval universe remained unchanged. The cosmic sea remained unchanged. All mighty beings awaited the descent of the gene world. 9,000 years had passed without incident. 99999-fold. A single step short of perfect genetic level. Zhang Yang's brows knit tightly. His genetic level had risen to 99999 times the baseline, and then the system had stopped. Even when he chose to enhance strength again, his genetic level remained utterly unchanged. According to his understanding, the system should not care about the rules of this world. So why could it no longer be enhanced? Was the cause within himself? Did the supreme rules require a judgment? Had he failed to grasp the profound mystery of raising his genes to 100,000 times? Was this final fold something he had to achieve himself? Was there a limit set by the supreme rules? Was Luo Feng the only one in this era to attain a 100,000-fold genetic level? Would something unforeseen happen if he broke through to a 100,000-fold genetic level? Zhang Yang did not know which case applied to him, but that single missing fold mattered, not only for the loss of the formless and imageless trait, but more importantly for his miniature universe. All true gods who broke through via the law line possessed miniature universes of the most ordinary diameter. 100 million light-years. For those who broke through via the divine power line, whether the first stage at 300,000 or 600,000 times genetic level, the second stage at 690,000 times, the third stage above 90,000 times, or even 99999 times, their miniature universes were still only 100 million light-years across. But at a 100,000-fold genetic level, the miniature universe could reach 1 billion light-years in diameter. 10 times the diameter. 1,000 times the volume. This was not merely a question of a miniature universe's size. This was the foundation itself. If he could not achieve perfection now, he would face an unbreakable shackle when breaking through certain realms in the future. A shackle that even the system could not break for him. The research into genetic levels must begin in full. Deduce everything beyond the 10,000-fold genetic level. If the system won't help me break through, then I'll do it myself. But I can't just stubbornly grind away. Deducing it all on my own would be extremely difficult. When the world beasts come out, I'll capture one. Since Luo Feng managed to study them thoroughly, my breakthrough will surely be even easier. Having made his decision, a smile crept onto Zhang Yang's lips. This failure of the system had only caused the faintest ripple in his state of mind. Though he had reached such heights thanks to the system, he had survived for 800 epochs and braved countless perils across the cosmic sea. Even if the system suddenly withdrew all his talent now, he remained confident in his ability to advance. Only it would likely take an extremely long time. Happy New Year. Senior brother, that colossal behemoth is about to collide with the universe boat. In the temple of the Milky Way, Luo Feng's clone arrived silently. Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes, a faint trace of excitement hidden within them. As his mood stirred slightly, the divine power around him surged. Even without any movement, the surrounding void trembled faintly, as if it might shatter at any moment. Finally, it's about to begin. Another 20,000 years had passed, and finally the Jinji world had arrived. A fragment of the pure ancient civilization. Under normal circumstances it would never appear, but in this reincarnation epoch it had come. Naturally, he wanted to venture through it thoroughly as a way to acclimate in advance. Luo Feng looked at him with astonishment. This reaction was almost excessively powerful, as if he were standing within his endless dark sea. Only there could such an abundance of divine power exist. It made the void seem so fragile. He said uncertainly, "Senior brother, I feel that your breakthrough to Universe Master isn't just a matter of pure divine power, is it? Then sensing the immense reserve of divine power, his eyes shot open wide, and he exclaimed in shock, 90000 times, gene level size at will infinite divine power. The tomb boat was now in his possession. When it came to understanding the ancient civilization, Luofeng was not far behind Zhang Yang. Reflecting on the scene before him, he could naturally confirm the change. But precisely because he understood more, the shock in his heart was all the more intense. Even within the ancient civilization, achieving a 90000-fold gene level marked the mightiest universe masters. A very few could reach such a level. But how much time had passed since then? Only 30,000 years, and he had already achieved a 90000-fold gene level. How utterly inconceivable. Everyone knew that breaking through with divine power was formidable. But even among the past generations of Duanding, inheritors of such a pinnacle force, only a few had managed to break through to the universe's strongest with a 90000-fold gene level, and none knew how much time it had taken them to succeed. The ancient civilization had no reincarnation limit. Research time was measured in reincarnation epochs. Yet countless people remained stuck at an 80000-fold gene level, unable to reach 90000-fold. The gap seemed small, but what an advantage infinite divine power was. Even if one's strength was 2 levels lower, one could grind the opponent to death. Even if no damage was dealt, battles burned divine power. The more profound the secret art, the greater the consumption. Divine power represented strength. Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. His talent had now increased 2,000-fold again. With that inconceivably terrifying talent, he could indeed reach the 99999-fold gene level himself, yet it would certainly require more than 20,000 years, and the aid of certain treasures. I've also hit a bottleneck now, so I still need some kind of assistance. Luofeng nodded heavily. It wasn't that he hadn't studied gene levels, but his previous increases had come from the Shualua crystal and the 9 Tribulations secret codex, so he would need to start research from the very beginning. He was only at the first stage of his divine body. The greater the gap, the greater the pressure. Alright, we should also watch the clash between those two leviathans. Whether the universe boat holds steady or that giant vast beyond imagination, and moving at 100 million times the speed of light proves more formidable. Zhang Yang did not dwell on the gene level issue and said directly. The two exchanged a glance. Zhang Yang headed for the cosmic sea while Luofeng's nether sea clone returned to his own temple. Outside the universe boat, thousands of experts in the cosmic sea were divided into hundreds of factions. At that moment, the second true ruler of the divine eye race murmured, watching the giant draw ever closer to the universe boat. Do you think this time we can make that behemoth stop? The first true ruler analyzed calmly. It should be possible, right? Over 2.5 reincarnation epochs, we have gathered much information about the universe boat. It is a weapon of the ancient civilization. Although its exterior looks damaged, now many environments inside remain intact. That means some places are still functioning normally. Although this giant seems enormous, according to our observations, it is nothing more than a lifeless object. Its speed is inconceivably fast and its might infinite. But that is only relative to us. To the universe boat, such a degree should amount to nothing. The third true ruler nodded in agreement and then said, now the distance between the two is only tens of thousands of light years. In about an hour they will collide. All we can do now is wait for the outcome. If the giant cannot stop, the second true ruler said hastily, then let it ram the original universe. Now Liuzhong Mountain can no longer be hit and the Qingfeng realm is at too sharp an angle. Even if the Nether Soul Master is powerful, it is unlikely he can reverse the giant's original direction. The third true ruler's expression was full of worry. If the universe boat truly cannot stop the giant, then indeed it can only ram the original universe. But if it breaks through the original universe and stops inside, then the great fortune would no longer belong to us. Besides, the Nether Soul Master will definitely pass through reincarnation and he has obtained the inheritance. His divine kingdom is still in the original universe, so he would never allow us to do this. Silence. Zhang Yang had already been that powerful before his breakthrough, and now that he had broken through to Universe Master, no one knew how terrifying his strength had become. If Zhang Yang was unwilling, they could never allow the giant to ram the original universe unless they wished to fall. The first true ruler sighed inwardly. Why were these reincarnation epochs so difficult? The human race first had the origin ancestor who could already break through and traverse reincarnation back then. Now the Nether Soul Master had risen with even greater momentum and even more inconceivable power. It seemed that even the Galaxy Lord had unlimited potential while they could only watch helplessly. Let's wait. It's about to collide now. The Nether Soul Master should be coming. A few minutes later, the first true ruler abruptly turned his head toward the direction of the original universe, his expression extremely solemn. Immediately after, many of the most powerful beings in the universe also turned their heads, looking in the same direction. There they sensed an awe-inspiring divine power vast beyond imagination, far surpassing the thousands of experts gathered here in magnitude. Remember, the experts of all 3 reincarnation epochs were gathered here. Where could so many more experts come from? Could there be other powerful beings in the cosmic sea besides the 3 reincarnation epochs? Chaos City Lord turned silently. Earlier he had sent Luofeng to inform Zhang Yang. By now the time was about right. He murmured, this divine power aura seems to have changed somehow. Just as all the experts in the cosmic sea were on high alert, the space rippled slightly, and Zhang Yang teleported into view. He stood calmly amidst the chaotic airflow, head raised high. The surrounding chaotic currents instantly cleared. Even though his vast divine power circulated serenely, his aura completely overpowered every expert in the cosmic sea, as if he had stepped into an entirely new realm. Nether Soul Master, have you broken through to Universe Master? Chaos City Lord asked directly. Such momentum was not as simple as breaking through to Universe Master. But in all these years no mini-universe had been expelled from the original universe. If he hadn't broken through to the universe's strongest, how could he have become so powerful? Previously Zhang Yang's weakness was divine power. Now that flaw was not only remedied but his divine power had become inconceivably strong, as if Luo Feng had moved his endless dark sea over to him. Zhang Yang nodded lightly and said, "My gene level rose a bit." Peng Gong and Giant Axe exchanged a glance and said, "That statement is quite in your style. Now the space-time body is no longer restricted." The Dark Supreme asked coolly, "Are your laws still restricted?" Zhang Yang was taken aback. He truly hadn't thought much about that. After all, at the 10th stage one must comprehend the origin. Strictly speaking, that was a different path from the fused laws he was currently comprehending. His previous comprehension of the origin was at the peak of the 10th stage, just shy of the 11th stage. He had done so to understand the laws more comprehensively and make the fusion smoother. It was only supplementary. The pinnacle of the 10th stage was only at the true God level. He had already been able to comprehend it at the venerable level, merely 2 realms higher. Now that he had become a universe master, 2 realms higher would be void true God, which required researching the fusion of 2 opposing origins. He had not yet gone that far down the path of using origins to comprehend the chaos law. He truly had not considered whether his laws were unrestricted. At his current universe master realm, if his comprehension exceeded 2 levels, the 3rd level would be the eternal realm. The limit of the eternal realm was the peak of the 18th stage. At such a realm the laws were fully fused and one could break through to sainthood and master the chaos law at any moment. You've reminded me. If I truly am unrestricted, then I might remain at the universe master realm for a long time. My previous method of constructing a mini-universe is no longer suitable for me. After saying that, Zhang Yang fell into deep thought. Previously he had considered constructing it in imitation of the original universe to create the strongest possible foundation. After all, the original universe was the largest naturally existing celestial body, and was in some respects the most perfect. Even Luo Feng's later construction of one origin 100,000 heavens, after reaching a 100,000-fold gene level, though exceedingly formidable and even more effective in resisting world beasts. But Luo Feng's later mini-universe was created by absorbing the essence of the world beast's genes, making it the natural nemesis of world beasts. The original universe and world beasts were opposites. The original universe reached the extreme in life, while world beasts were pure destruction, and world beasts were the original universe's bane. Though Luo Feng's mini-universe seemed stronger, the volume disparity was too great. The original universe could unleash a single strike comparable to a divine king. The mini-universe only had sizes like 100 million, a billion, 10 billion, 100 billion, and so on. The two were not on the same scale. Luo Feng actually didn't understand much about constructing mini-universes. Only after continuous evolution in the future, becoming a divine king, could he construct a mini-universe himself. The birth of a mini-universe and the reincarnation of the original universe were the evolution of chaos, a rare and tremendous opportunity. The larger the volume, the deeper its mysteries. It allowed supreme experts of the ancient civilization to contemplate its mysteries. After seizing a body, one could even become a divine king and rise rapidly. In the original story, Luo Feng watched this transformation and afterward greatly improved his law comprehension. So Zhang Yang had originally planned to model his construction after the original universe. After all, his understanding of the original universe was already profound and his study of universe construction had begun as early as the Realm Lord stage. But if he could be unrestricted by laws with law comprehension at the peak of the 18th stage and ready to attain sainthood at any moment, what would it be like to construct a mini-universe then? The next step at that realm was naturally to evolve a chaos space within the body, then create an inner universe. If with the aid of the supreme rules one could construct a mini-universe at a realm sufficient for sainthood while breaking through to Universe Master, could one's potential be elevated another level? The surrounding human experts saw Zhang Yang lost in thought. They exchanged glances and did not disturb him. Those who could speak with Zhang Yang on equal terms now were only the 4 supreme beings of the universe, as well as those close to him like Luo Feng and Sun Qi. Others like the Void Gold Master were separated by 2 levels of status and could no longer communicate as equals. As for his disciple Venerable Yu Hua, the most likely fate was to live as long as one could while remaining imprisoned for just as long. As time passed, the giant and the universe boat grew closer. Standing a million light years away, it looked as if the two had already touched, but the distance between them was still dozens of light years. Master, it's about to begin, Sun Qi reminded him in a low voice. The collision of 2 leviathans might also present an opportunity, so many experts were watching patiently. She did not want Zhang Yang to miss this chance. Oh, is it already that close? Zhang Yang said as he came back to his senses. He looked up. The giant's figure was still very blurry. Although it was incredibly huge with a height of 160 million light-years, its speed was equally extreme, 120 million times the speed of light. In 1 year, it seemed to have moved only a little more than half a body length, yet it had traveled 120 million light-years. Zhang Yang could only see streaks of gray threads, countless linked gray dots. Because the giant moved too fast, the naked eye could only capture pinpoint lights. The countless gray dots overlapped endlessly like a sliding gray brush. With the naked eye alone, its true form was utterly indistinguishable. The universe boat, meanwhile, still lay there steadily. Due to the angle of view, Zhang Yang could only see 180 degrees. Just a gray hemisphere covered with numerous gaps. Adding the immense distance, the originally alluring purple had turned black. If forced to describe it, it looked instead like a worn-out gray ball. Time passed second by second. The giant and the universe boat had now come into contact. Zhang Yang first felt a violent tremor in the void. It was purely breaking laws by force, causing the laws hidden in the void to shatter, directly affecting a distance of 1,000,000 light-years. Inconceivable speed, unparalleled mass, and an indestructible exterior. The chains of laws in the void were like dominoes. With the destruction of that single point, the laws in the void collapsed one after another, and the world was thrown into utter chaos. The laws here underwent a fundamental change, stretching across the entire cosmic sea. The endless meteorites of the Qingfeng realm burst apart, and countless eerie places of Liuzhong Mountain silently lost their functions. Fortunately, all present were universe masters already transcending the bonds of space and time, otherwise that invisible shock alone would have been enough to kill universe venerables. Zhang Yang watched as the universe boat trembled with a thunderous boom. As if shedding all its former glory, the boat cast off its shabby exterior, and purple light burst forth almost as quickly as the collapse of the void laws. A brilliant purple radiance illuminated the entire cosmic sea, unstoppable, even by the endless chaotic currents. The place turned into an ocean of purple. The universe boat truly lived up to its name. As a pinnacle weapon forged by the ancient civilization, the giant only made it tremble slightly. Perhaps not even the boat itself moving, but the many deposits on its surface shaking. In the next instant, the 160-million light-year tall giant flipped over at a visible speed. Its original speed of 120 million times light speed came to an abrupt halt. Under such recoil, the giant's velocity had reached an inconceivable extreme. Tumbling, visible tumbling, spinning and swaying. Every motion affected tens of millions of light-years. The giant churned the entire cosmic sea, overturning endless chaotic currents. Even the thin chaotic currents alone possessed might, surpassing the 10th stage. Run! Someone shouted. The experts in the cosmic sea suddenly snapped out of their excitement. The surging energy shock pressed down on every expert's heart, sending them fleeing in panic. A distance of over 1,000,000 light-years seemed vast, but at this moment it was nowhere near enough. A single sway of the giant covered tens of millions of light-years, and an energy impact surpassing the 10th stage was right before their eyes. Fortunately, although the giant moved quickly, its volume was equally enormous. That recoil did not multiply its speed 1,000,000-fold. The universe masters present could teleport tens of thousands of times in a single second. That equaled one body length of the giant. After fleeing over 100 million light-years, they finally escaped the trap. Yet the endlessly churning chaotic currents had been etched into their hearts. The ancient civilization was truly inconceivable. Merely the tip of an iceberg had turned the once harmless chaotic currents into deadly torrents. Zhang Yang watched with delight as the giant continuously decelerated amid its tumbling. The Jinji world had finally arrived. The weight had a way of setting hearts on edge. The many powerhouses of the universe sea followed the giant with one teleport after another, watching helplessly as, hindered by the chaotic airflow, it gradually ground to a halt. Earlier the giant had been moving at 120 million times the speed of light. At such immense velocity, and with its indestructible nature, it had reached the level where sheer force broke all laws. An absolute domain surrounded its body, and even after crossing vast ages its speed had not slowed. After colliding with the universe boat, the force within the giant lost its balance. For a short while its speed remained extremely high, but the movement was no longer as stable as when it had traveled in a single direction, nor was every part of its body moving at the same speed. As it tumbled and spun, the central portion was almost still. In that state, it could not form the absolute domain produced by high-speed movement, and only under the resistance of the chaotic airflow was it able to stop at last. Master, its speed has dropped again. Right now, it is moving at less than 10,000 times light speed. It took 20 years for it to fall from tens of millions of times light speed to several 100,000 times, yet it took just 1 month to drop from several 100,000 times light speed to 100,000. I believe it will stop completely within a few more days. Sun Qi said, her tone slightly excited. Zhang Yang nodded. As long as it could stop, that was enough. In truth, his gaze had never left the universe boat. Perhaps because of his intervention this time, although the collision was still with the universe boat, the giant's speed had changed, and the universe boat's reaction was also somewhat different. Could this universe boat still be used as a weapon? Or was it because the impact had occurred at a different location and time activating different stabilizing chambers inside the universe boat? He had once explored many places within the universe boat, but every deeper step had only ended in his death. 2 days later, the giant finally slowed down, completely moving at no more than 100 times light speed. At that speed even universe masters could catch up to it, and it continued to slow. Because the most powerful beings in the universe each possessed only one divine body, they dared not take risks easily. But now that universe masters could enter, how could they wait any longer? They spoke out one after another. Nether Soul Master, we can enter now. Right, it has slowed down. We can go in and explore. Nether Soul Master, this is an opportunity shared by all the forces of the universe C. Zhang Yang swept a glance around and said, I never stopped you. Go ahead and explore. Only then were the many powerhouses of the universe C relieved. They had truly been afraid that Zhang Yang intended to monopolize such an opportunity for himself. After all, the power Zhang Yang had demonstrated earlier was far too terrifying, beyond peak 10th order might. With such ability he could already found a sacred land, and that was before he had even broken through. Now that he had come forward again, his divine power and aura had increased by countless times. Even an idiot could tell that Zhang Yang's strength had grown again. But this time no one asked again. Reality was more despairing than imagination. Even the first true lord, a peak 9th order universe's most powerful, felt utterly hopeless before Zhang Yang. Master. Sun Qi watched the many powerhouses surge forward, and could no longer keep still, especially since even Luo Feng had sent an avatar there. Go if you want. You have avatars anyway. Zhang Yang chuckled. In fact, going now was simply seeking death. Aren't you going, Master? Sun Qi asked curiously. She looked at her master, who seemed to feel not even the slightest curiosity about this giant. I'm not going. For your expedition you'd better not bring the supreme treasure with you. If you lose it, don't blame your master for not warning you. Zhang Yang shook his head. Sun Qi nodded. She took out 2 peak supreme treasures, placed them before Zhang Yang, and said, Master, I'll go inside and take a look now. Zhang Yang smiled and watched Sun Qi depart. This giant had suddenly arrived here. The only thing that could have drawn it into the world was the original universe. Patiently waiting for the guidance of the ancestral god school was the wisest choice. In the universe C, only the universe's most powerful, and those universe masters without avatars remained. Zhang Yang paid them no attention. His gaze followed the folds that seemed like mountain ranges. Yes, mountain ranges. The giant was 160 million light-years tall, half again the height of the Qingfeng realm. The ripples swelling in the folds of its green robes were themselves vast mountain ranges. Even the lines on its skin could be considered mountain ranges. Many powerhouses steering palace supreme treasures converged at its head and probed deeper and deeper along its mouth. Lord Juma has fallen. A startled shout rang out. Zhang Yang's expression did not change. Falling was only natural. Strictly speaking, this corpse was far more terrifying than the universe boat. Without guidance, no one knew how many deaths would be required before the correct way to enter could be found. On the first day, over 100 universe masters fell. On the second day, another 100 or so universe masters fell. On the third day, on the 5th day, on the 10th day, Luo Feng's earthling avatar cried out, "It's the wind." An undetectable wind. One only felt a slight chill on the body, and the next instant one perished silently. Snow Crane Lord encountered fire. He was riding a top-tier palace supreme treasure. When he advanced to a certain point, a blaze suddenly appeared in the sky. The palace supreme treasure offered no resistance at all and ignited on the spot, and in the next moment he was annihilated. Mine was mist. I had just found a wormhole and had not yet entered when a cloud of mist suddenly rose. My avatar's consciousness barely stirred, and then I perished on the spot. Quiet. Chaos City Lord spoke, and the universe masters of the Hongmeng Alliance immediately stopped discussing and fixed their gazes on him. I've just received news. In the first reincarnation era, the skeleton race sent a universe master from their clan to scout ahead, carrying an ultimate supreme palace treasure. Yet they encountered the same fire. The invisible inferno first ignited the ultimate supreme palace treasure, and the universe master inside also perished in an instant. Chaos City Lord said in a low voice, "What? Even an ultimate supreme palace treasure had no resistance at all." This was the first time news had come of an ultimate supreme palace treasure being damaged. Even the many dangerous lands of the universe C had no power to destroy an ultimate supreme palace treasure. What exactly was inside it? A place this dangerous? How are we supposed to explore it? Death, death, still death. Of the 1986 powerhouses who have entered so far, only 3 are still alive. With that much danger, the opportunity must be even greater. It very likely contains the secret of reincarnation. Now that all factions have exchanged intelligence, the only suspicious location we've found is that miniature universe inside the giant's body. That's true, but that miniature universe is too powerful. Any living creature that comes into contact with its membrane perishes. Even when a supreme treasure enters it, the connection is severed. Hearing this, the many powerhouses in the Hongmeng Alliance went silent. Everyone suspected that the miniature universe was where the opportunity lay, but all methods had been tried. Not a single one survived. Oh, every scout had perished without exception. This brought despair to many forces in the universe C. If there were even a thread of hope, they would dare to try, but with not a single living expert remaining, how could they go on exploring? Just as the powerhouses had fallen into despair, a message suddenly spread, throwing the universe C into an uproar. The ancestral god school of the third reincarnation era, the same one now within the original universe, was actually summoning all cosmic forces. The ancestral god school represented the will of the original universe. Could this summons be related to the gigantic behemoth that had suddenly appeared? As powerhouses gathered from all sides, the three ancestral gods arrived at last. The weakest experts here were universe masters, and although the three ancestral gods represented the primordial will of the original universe, they themselves were also universe masters. But at this moment, the three ancestral gods were draped in chains of laws, forming incredibly complex secret patterns of the laws. Their divine power, already boundless even by universe master standards, was beyond comparison even for Zhang Yang, who was at the third level of divine power, and had completed his accumulation. Even more terrifying, of course, was the supreme will exuded by the three ancestral gods. Merely standing there calmly made one feel something vast, majestic, mysterious, and far-reaching. Moreover, their eyes were completely silver-white, and in a single glance one could see contradictory expressions. Indifference, compassion, vivacity, dullness, and many more. The two-faced ancestral god stepped forward, and said, "The fourth forbidden land of the universe sea has appeared. It was drawn here by the will of the original universe through some means." The moment the ancestral god spoke, the news was explosive. This enormous corpse had actually been drawn here by the original universe. Many powerhouses found it hard to believe, but they only exchanged divine power transmissions, and did not show their doubts. The three ancestral gods now represented the will of the original universe. Only after experiencing the great annihilation could one understand the power of the original universe. Living within it in the third reincarnation era, they would never be disrespectful to its will. The two-faced ancestral god continued, "A crisis is approaching, so the original universe has found a path of survival for all living beings precisely in order to stop this catastrophe." At this, the many powerhouses of the universe sea could no longer sit still. No fourth forbidden land had appeared in countless reincarnation eras. Now that one had appeared, they had believed it was an escape. Who would have thought it was actually a crisis? The original universe regards it as a catastrophe. The first true lord of the divine I tribe spoke directly. "May I ask the two-faced ancestral god, what exactly is this crisis?" The two-faced ancestral god said, "In the shadowy depths of the Qingfeng realm, a world beast is being nurtured. It is a symbol of destruction and will annihilate everything in the universe sea. In the unseen order of things, the original universe represents life, while the world beast represents destruction. Thus the original universe has found a way to survive for all of you. Destroy everything in the universe sea. A symbol of destruction. The original universe has acted." These words echoed in the minds of the many powerhouses of the universe sea. They were all stunned. Something that could stand against the original universe. So the situation had deteriorated to such a point. But we cannot even reach this fourth forbidden land. How can we possibly find a chance to survive? The first true lord of the skeleton race spoke. The two-faced ancestral god raised a hand and pointed at the giant corpse from afar. "This being is called Jin. Those who force their way in will meet only one fate, death. But you should have found a wormhole inside it. Once through the wormhole you will see a miniature universe called the world of Jin. It is also where this opportunity lies. Living beings of an ancient civilization dwell within. This fortune is not only a help against the crisis, but also holds the secret of transcending reincarnation. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not appear even after thousands upon thousands of reincarnation eras. But now that he has appeared, there is naturally a way in. The cosmic membrane of the world of Jin periodically changes in strength. When it is black, it is at its strongest state, and anyone who forces their way through will surely die. When it turns white, its power is at its weakest. Even an ordinary universe master can easily pass through. Each cycle lasts about one era. All you need to do is wait until the cosmic membrane of the world of Jin turns white. Only then may you enter to seek the opportunity. An inheritance left by an ancient civilization. Within it lived beings that did not belong to any of the three reincarnation eras. An opportunity to transcend reincarnation. All the powerhouses of the universe sea were deeply shaken. Zhang Yang appeared before the three ancestral gods in a flash. His gaze indifferent and his voice cold. He said, "I have roamed the universe sea for nearly 1,000 eras, venturing into forbidden lands over 100 million times, yet I have never obtained a single ultimate supreme treasure. What does this mean?" Chaos City Lord and the others tried to speak and stop him. They did not want any conflict with the will of the original universe. Origin ancestor was still being suppressed. The will upon the three ancestral gods condensed for a moment, then without any movement slowly faded away. The three ancestral gods came to their senses in silence, exchanged embarrassed looks, and could only laugh awkwardly. The primordial will of the original universe had wanted to suppress Zhang Yang. Would they dare speak of such a thing? Zhang Yang saw the primordial will of the original universe retreat, then looked at the three ancestral gods' expressions. How could he not understand what had happened? "Pass this along for me. What has happened I can tolerate. But if it dares to obstruct me again this time, there will be a reckoning in the future." Forced to do so, the aged Lord God could only say, "Nether Soul Master, this was not our intention. Still, we have already relayed your words to the will of the original universe." Zhang Yang nodded slightly. He had not originally intended to say anything, but when he saw the three ancestral gods descend, his heart stirred, and he suddenly felt an ominous sense. Before this, he had already sensed the suppression of the original universe's will preventing him from obtaining an ultimate supreme treasure. No matter how dangerous the Forbidden Land, no matter how deep he went, he had never encountered one. That, in itself, was nothing. At most they were merely true god-level supreme treasures, so he could do without them. But now that the world of Jin had appeared, if the original universe still suppressed him, would even the world of Jin be closed to him? That would ruin the great plan. He now intended to choose a new method for constructing his miniature universe, which made time extremely pressing. He had to finish merging all 10 law systems before the end of this reincarnation era. Without an adventuring environment, how difficult would it be to cultivate to a level comparable to sainthood? His statement this time was a warning to the original universe. If it would not let him enter the world of Jin, then he could not be blamed for making some moves during this world beast crisis. Master, shall we head inside and wait? Sun Qi noticed that Zhang Yang was in a bad mood, so she quietly suggested. Zhang Yang nodded silently, and entered the giant's body together with the dozens of universe masters of the Hongmeng Alliance, who were preparing for this expedition. After passing through the wormhole, they saw a gray miniature universe. He did not know whether the primordial will of the original universe would obstruct him again this time. If it restricted him like that again, he truly had no good way to deal with it. He could not help falling into thought. Was it the will of an eternal true God that had made the original universe afraid? His current realm was universe master, but his will had already reached the level of an eternal true God. If he became the most powerful being in the universe, his will would probably directly attain sanctity. If he reached the level of transcending reincarnation, his will would become incomparably terrifying. A will that powerful could already seize control of the original universe itself, so Zhang Yang sensed that it was afraid. In the blink of an eye, more than 1800 years had passed. The miniature universe, the world of Jin, was changing in color as well, from gray to blue, and then the blue gradually lightened until it became pure white. It has turned completely white. We can enter now. Supreme treasures, without limit, life without limit. We should hurry too. Senior, shall we set off as well? Luo Feng asked tentatively. As his cultivation realm rose, he felt an inexplicable conviction that Zhang Yang could foresee the future. It was bizarre, yet he was utterly certain. Having reached the realm of Universe Master, and through their close interactions, he increasingly felt that Zhang Yang was profoundly mysterious. Zhang Yang chuckled lightly, paying it no mind. He rarely resorted to foreseeing the future these days, for 800 epochs had passed, and he knew but little of what was to come. Unfortunately for coincidence, he happened to know exactly what Luo Feng would do in the Jinji world. Along the tracks of fate, many things would not change. Do not overthink it. Simply venture forth with peace of mind. With no further explanation, Zhang Yang and the others flew straight toward the miniature universe. When they were about to touch the miniature universe, Sun Qi, Luo Feng, and the others entered the Jinji world directly. Zhang Yang, however, was barred. Outside the miniature universe, a 10-colored great net suddenly appeared, followed by countless more nets woven from law chains so densely packed as to reach the extreme. Innumerable law nets layered one atop another, and the outer wall of the miniature universe had turned completely multicolored, the colors steadily deepening. Already it was not much weaker than the outer wall of the original universe. The great net tensed sharply and flung Zhang Yang flying backward. Then the law-woven net began to constrict, assuming a state of alert. You truly dare to obstruct me? Zhang Yang erupted in fury. This will of the virtual universe's source had actually dared to stop him from entering the miniature universe. When he had originally broken through to Universe Master, his talent had reached a terrifying 3,200 trillion. Now 30,000 years had passed. He had improved his talent by over 20,000 years, multiplied it 2,000-fold once more, and his talent in spirit had reached an appalling 650 jing. 1 jing was 10 to the 16th power. Even if his talents in essence and qi had not been enhanced for a long time under the terrifying talent of spirit, he had already seen through most of the mysteries of the original universe's birth and destruction, without even comprehending them deliberately. Within this cyclic era, he would be able to see through the original universe completely. Under such circumstances, how could he choose to seize the original universe through possession? It would merely waste his willpower. But the original universe feared him nonetheless. As long as he could reach the point of breaking through samsara, his will would inevitably ascend to sainthood, and then possession would become possible. Hence, now that the calamity of the world beasts had arrived, it would rather sacrifice its own source than allow him to gain experience. Annihilation samsara, open for me. Zhang Yang drew his blade and soared, boundless divine power instantly igniting into a blazing state. The four-system fusion secret art was driven forth, and in that instant the space beyond this wormhole was plunged into black and white and blue radiance. Sovereign Nether Ghost has gone berserk. Run! What is the original universe's will doing? Why is it blocking him? This is fatal. My avatar is going to fall. I shouldn't have hesitated. Run! Zhang Yang's gaze blazed with wrath. In truth, he was not certain whether he could break free from the bondage of those endless law chains. Although he had become a universe master and raised his gene level to nearly 100,000 times, strictly speaking, he had not improved all that much, for surpassing the 10th stage would mean the void level. From venerable to universe master, the divine power foundation differed by a factor of 100. and purity differed by 100. From Universe Master to True God the difference was 10000. Void True Gods also had strong and weak among them. From True God to Void True God there was likewise a 10000-fold difference in divine power. 4 stages 11th, 12th, 13, and 14th of the energy required by secret arts of each stage also multiplied by 10 and across 4 realms that made 10000. Yet his Jin Duan only covered the first 2 layers being divine power combustion secret arts on the level of Universe Master and True God, although his true body currently possessed an exceedingly astonishing total of divine power. After all, he had infinite divine power and could store a vast ocean of energy. A gene level of nearly 100,000 times was only 10 times perfect genes. He was merely equivalent to 10 times a Universe Master's gene level, while the perfection of a true God was 10,000 times the divine body of a Universe Master. The might of the 12th stage required a million-fold divine power. Over these 20,000 years, he had raised his law comprehension to the middle of the 10th stage. The 2-layer divine power combustion secret art merely compensated for his divine power deficiency and elevated his power by a little more than half a stage, bringing him to the early 10th stage. Lai Yu was truly a treasure, able to perfectly elevate his power by an entire level which allowed his secret art might to barely surpass the 12th stage. He was not entirely sure whether his current might could shatter the solid law shackles in the void, but if he was prevented from training, his rate of progress would slow, and the construction of the new universe would never be completed. This gravely threatened his foundation, and the fury in his heart demanded release. Slash! The upright azure blade stretched across 100 light-years, and this foreign space was completely shrouded in pale blue light. With a great shout, the long blade descended fiercely. The law chains that had just come into contact with the blade collapsed instantly, just like when the giant had crashed into the cosmic ship. For a moment, a circular depression millions of light-years across appeared in the great net woven from laws. Seeing this, Zhang Yang's face lit up with joy. He felt that he did not need the 12th stage might to hack through the original universe's great net. Perhaps merely surpassing the 10th stage and reaching the void level would suffice. However, since there was a need for recovery, he might have to be slightly stronger to quickly break through the law's restraints. Now his secret art might was as high as the 12th stage, and the great net woven by the original universe simply could not recover in time. It would merely take time to sever it completely, for it was an overlay of countless layers of law nets. Under the binding of the supreme rules, you can only exert top-tier 10th stage might. You want to stall me this way? You want to use the Gene G world to escape the crisis again, and leave me out completely? Dream on. Annihilation Samsara. Boom. The law chains collapsed, 10 colored lights splashed outward, and incomparably shocking clusters of radiance flickered. Zhang Yang wielded his blade in sweeping arcs, each strike dragging a huge colorful tail of flame behind it. A day later, Zhang Yang finally arrived beside the miniature universe. By then the law chains were still constantly regenerating, but an opening had already been torn open and Zhang Yang flashed straight through it. Only his shout remained behind. Source will of the original universe, this debt shall be settled in the future. Within the foreign space of Luchong Mountain, the cyan stone surface met the gray-white sky. In that boundless space, only the place where Zhang Yang sat was slightly different. He sat cross-legged, gazing ahead, a silver light flickering in his eyes from time to time. For 800 epochs he had sat before a golden mountain, 100 million kilometers high, comprehending its mysteries. Yet, in 800 epochs he had gained very little. Only after ascending to Universe Master had his comprehension speed increased somewhat. You have finally chosen to break through to Universe Master. A hoarse voice sounded, and an old man with a head of white hair walked over. Zhang Yang did not turn around, replying calmly, "The time has come so naturally I should break through." The white-haired old man nodded, paused slightly, then continued. "I thought you were silently resisting, unwilling to accept this inheritance, yet I never expected your research into the gene level to be so profound. You raised your gene level to 90,000 times in a mere 10,000 years. Reincarnation? Not quite. There is not the slightest trace of reincarnation." With that, he looked at Zhang Yang with deep meaning in his eyes. If he had reached such a level purely by relying on his own talent, then that was truly too terrifying. Zhang Yang's talent in the Tao of secret patterns had already been witnessed by him, and now his talent in the gene level filled him with even greater dread. "Hey!" Zhang Yang sneered and asked in return. "Can this even be considered an inheritance? I was not resisting before when I refrained from breaking through. I never planned to completely comprehend this golden mountain in front of me. I have never once thought of fully comprehending this golden mountain before me." The white-haired old man frowned, then thought of his current predicament and suddenly laughed. "Your gene level has already reached its peak, and there is no further room for improvement. You had better hasten your breakthrough. At the True God realm your comprehension speed can still increase considerably." Zhang Yang shook his head, not agreeing with the old man's words, and instead asked, "Aren't you curious why I chose to break through?" The white-haired old man frowned once more. Few people ever dared to contradict his words. Although he was now trapped in dire straits, that did not mean his temperament had changed. Zhang Yang's current attitude clearly showed great resistance toward the inheritance, which was something he did not wish to see. Breaking through to Universe Master. Could it be that the outside world had undergone some change? After thinking it over briefly, he said, "The source will of the original universe." Zhang Yang nodded slightly and asked again, "Do you know of Jean?" The white-haired old man's expression turned indifferent and he nodded. "Jean has come." A trace of excitement flickered in Zhang Yang's eyes. The white-haired old man's body trembled as he said, "What are you trying to say? You want me to break through to true God and then confine me forever, but now Jean has come. A corpse vast beyond 100 million light-years, with a miniature universe within it. Then I can improve rapidly. If I sense correctly, your will should belong to the grade of sainthood. My willpower will soon rise, and when it does you will no longer be able to confine me." Zhang Yang stated this flatly. The white-haired old man frowned again at his words. At present he could indeed extinguish Zhang Yang's will, but killing had never been his primary goal. The inheritance was. He had originally wanted Zhang Yang to break through to the supreme being of the universe so that his external avatars would vanish. When the great limit of samsara arrived, he would teach him the method of reincarnation, and then the inheritance could continue here all the way until it was smoothly completed. But he had never expected a variable to suddenly appear in the outside world. If Zhang Yang gained ample experience outside with his talent, his will would very likely ascend to sainthood, and then he would no longer be able to restrict him. "I truly bear no ill intent," the white-haired old man explained. Zhang Yang turned to look at him seriously and said, "If I am not mistaken, this is a God-King level inheritance artifact, perhaps even a weapon, and you want me to comprehend it completely. You may bear no ill intent, but asking a universe master to comprehend such a transcendent object, your inheritance might as well be extinct." The white-haired old man fell silent. Even though Zhang Yang's words were venomous, he still did not grow angry, because this matter was indeed an impossible demand, one that could never succeed. After a moment of silence, the white-haired old man said calmly, "I am not skilled in this Tao and my realm is insufficient. I cannot break it down piece by piece. The sex inheritance must not be severed, so I had no choice but to do this." Zhang Yang's expression turned calm once more, and he said, "I possess the secret art, seeking demon self-destruction. You cannot control me, your only option is to kill me. I previously obtained the inheritance of Wu. I imagine you have heard of it. I spent considerable effort to leave behind a single drop of undying blood at the Universe Master level, so you cannot truly make me fall. I will not swear any oath regarding your sex inheritance. Do you still wish for me to continue comprehending?" The white-haired old man's face twisted, but before long it dissolved into a heavy sigh. Though it is incomparably difficult, though it was not built for inheritance, and was made even harder with no transitional objects along the way, it still represents the supreme art of the sect, and the only thing the sect has left. Now that we are in the cosmic sea, I once believed no one could inherit it, but then you appeared. Do your best. In the end it will bring you some benefit. Perhaps you are the only one who can truly master it. As for the rest, the rest no longer matters. Having spoken, the white-haired old man's body seemed to turn into a mass of white mist, slowly dissipating into the air, vanishing to somewhere unknown. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Just now his external avatar had sent him a message. He had originally not wanted to speak of it. Although comprehending this secret art Golden Mountain was extremely difficult, the rewards would indeed be great. But then he thought again, this Golden Mountain was hardly an inheritance artifact. 800 epochs had passed, all under 100,000-fold time acceleration, and he had merely deduced some possible solutions and familiarized himself with some secret pattern rules without reaping any gains. To truly begin touching its mysteries would likely require an infinitely long time. If the white-haired old man discovered his growth in willpower and struck at the very moment he had just familiarized himself with the rules and begun to harvest rewards, then everything before would be wasted, truly a futile waste of time. Thus he had directly made things clear with the white-haired old man. If he wanted to kill him, let him leave, then do it early, for otherwise there would be little benefit for either side. Now that the white-haired old man had chosen not to interfere, Zhang Yang could truly regard this secret art Golden Mountain as an opportunity. The Jinji world. As he crossed the cosmic membrane, Zhang Yang appeared above the clouds, and in an instant he sensed the difference in his surroundings. The void rules here have changed. Zhang Yang raised an arm, his divine power vibrating slightly, yet the surrounding space was so solid that not even a ripple appeared. Looking into the distance, though the sky was clear and the mountains and rivers beautiful, the environment here was incomparably dreadful. The beauty before his eyes existed in a sense precisely because this world was so stable, even more exalted than the three great death grounds of the cosmic sea. Suddenly an aurora appeared in the distant sky. It was a strange beast whose speed reached 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold the speed of light. It bore bone-formed double wings, and because it flew horizontally its body appeared rather elongated. Its head resembled a pitch-black gleaming cone, its crown extremely sharp. Though its tail was not short, it was fan-shaped, making it look somewhat clumsy. "Roar, roar! Brothers, a feast is here. Come out quickly." The voice was exceedingly shrill, and Zhang Yang could not help furrowing his brow. It was not because the tone was unpleasant, but because he understood it. Having inherited the legacy of Duandonghe, he naturally knew the language of ancient civilizations, and the strange beast flying toward him actually fed on humans. Though Zhang Yang now looked down somewhat on the territories of the original universe's struggles, After all, the probability of another void-level talent appearing was essentially zero, and whether the rest had more or less impact was negligible. When the Great Annihilation came, more people would only mean more deaths. Yet those demonic races and insect races did not dare provoke him. They even voluntarily yielded their territories. As for top-tier combat power, they now all possessed divine power combustion secret arts. Across endless epochs to come, people would inevitably dominate the cosmic sea, and the forces of the cosmic sea would not dare to act wantonly. The inheritance they had obtained was not like that of the two sacred lands. Even if Ziyu and Dong Di joined major powers to obtain inheritances, they had to swear oaths not to pass them on. Even the lower-grade divine power combustion secret art of Duan Dongha's inheritance had been given freely to be used freely and passed on freely. In the future, even the strongest of darkness and others could easily unleash 10th stage combat power. No one in the cosmic sea dared to resist the two sacred lands, did not dare provoke the human race, and the hostile races of the original universe were equally cowardly. Zhang Yang had not heard words that displeased him for a very long time. Now, having just arrived in the Jinji world, he was delivered such a great gift. So Zhang Yang stood silently upon the clouds, calmly awaiting their arrival. He also wanted to taste whether the flesh of these bone-winged monsters was truly firm, and whether different individuals differed in flavor. Happy New Year. Run. He's a law master from a special army. Old Nine, look what you've done. Run. Zhang Yang made a move and instantly killed a universe master that pounced at him. The bone-winged monsters that had been flying toward him were all stunned, and the next moment they turned and fled. A flash of azure light flared again. Zhang Yang gave chase to the bone-winged monsters, scattering in all directions, focusing especially on the three that had reached the true god level. However, this world forbade instant teleportation. Although Zhang Yang was rather fast by the time he pursued the third true god level bone-winged monster, the distance between them had grown extremely vast, nearly exceeding the range of his vision. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, his will rising and condensing within his gaze. In the next instant, his willpower attack struck directly inside the last true god level bone-winged monster. Its divine power aura instantly dissipated, and its body continued to glide forward by inertia. Stretching out a hand, crimson flames spiraled into his palm. With a swift chop of his blade, a piece of slightly charred thigh meat flew directly into the vortex in his palm. Sizzle! 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 As the flame seared it, the bone-winged monster's thigh meat billowed black smoke and gave off the pungent smell of aged vinegar. Zhang Yang casually tossed it aside and raised Lai Yu, delivering another slash. The blood is acidic and its color is unappetizing. Better find a tribe first, then join the army and take a look. Virtual universe. Master, we were separated as soon as we entered. My luck was terrible. Shortly after entering, I was killed by a true god-level alien beast. Sun Chi said dejectedly. Chaos City Lord also spoke. Thanks to the language uploaded by Galaxy Lord, our Hongmeng Alliance members have been adventuring in Jinji world fairly smoothly. Yet even so, of the 200 universe masters from the Alliance who entered, more than half have already fallen. Jinji world is a place where war rages everywhere. The strongest beings in the universe are called true gods. Those beyond true gods are void true gods. Once one reaches void true god, one can pass through reincarnation. The army holds inheritances, but the trials there are too harsh. The majority of those fallen experts were lost during the army's selection. I've entered a tribe called Ganya, and for now it's fairly safe. In a while I'll join the warriors of this tribe for the military assessment. Luo Feng said calmly. Zhang Yang nodded slightly and said, when I entered, I ran into a small problem. The original will of the primordial universe tried to stop me. Fortunately, its power was only at the peak of the 10th order. After I broke through smoothly, I encountered 3 true god-level alien beasts. Now I'm staying in a tribe called Tuosi. Chaos City Lord glanced at the two of them and said, joining the army is hardly dangerous for you too, but even a single tribe there has void true gods. You still need to be extra cautious. He then turned to Lord Huangjian and the others and added, to obtain an inheritance one must join the army. That is the iron law of Jinji world. But our human race has already obtained an inheritance which is likely considered high tier even in Jinji world. As for the others, they'd better just do their best. That place is bound to be too dangerous. There are many experts with formidable soul attacks. We should focus mainly on training. Jinji world. After a brief exchange in the primordial universe, Zhang Yang silently withdrew his will and turned his gaze back to the Tuosi tribe. Before his eyes, a group of children at the immortal realm were gathered around eating roasted meat. It was an alien beast that resembled a pig, though he didn't know whose home it had been stolen from. Brother Yuhun, would you like a piece? A boy with a small braid and clothes made of animal hide wiped the grease from his mouth, turned and trotted over to Zhang Yang with the invitation. Zhang Yang smiled slightly and took the golden brown thigh meat the boy offered. Just now he had seen the boy snatch this piece from over a dozen children through a scuffle, yet now he was giving it to him. Taking a light bite, it was crisp on the outside and tender inside. Delicious, with a faint fragrance reminiscent of lotus leaves. Tearing off a piece, Zhang Yang found his lips ringed with grease, and there was a sensation of juice bursting in his mouth. He nodded with satisfaction. It was a great pleasure. Zhang Yang looked at the boy who was staring at him with pleading eyes and secretly swallowing saliva and said, "Just say whatever you want. Why weren't you so shy when you were fighting just now?" The boy's eyes lit up and he looked at him with admiration saying, "Brother Yuhan, I heard you defeated Duoluin of the tribe, right?" Zhang Yang lightly nodded. Temporarily posing as a wanderer, he had upon arrival directly challenged the strongest among the universe masters. Of course, he defeated his opponent in one move and was afterward naturally invited to stay. Seeing Zhang Yang nod, the light in the boy's eyes grew even brighter. There was actual light. Silvery white and azure glows flickered within his eyes, and faintly a pale blue phantom of a bird-type alien beast could be seen. "Then, Brother Yuhan, can you give me some guidance? The chieftain says you're the most supreme law master. I'm still a little short of reaching law venerable. If I become a law venerable, I'll be able to go out and train like you, brother. Guide you, huh?" Zhang Yang took a look at the boy, standing under 2 meters tall in front of universe masters who routinely measured 5 or 6 meters, or even up to 100,000 kilometers with their perfect divine bodies. This kid truly was a little child. The boy nodded eagerly, his eyes full of longing. Zhang Yang slightly nodded. Although the boy was still young, his invincible king realm strength was no lie. He was only one step away from Law Venerable Universe Venerable, which was already enough to go out and brave the world. And Zhang Yang, currently displaying top-level Law Master Universe Master power, was fully capable of guiding him. "I'll only demonstrate once. If you can comprehend it, you'll make a breakthrough. If not, you'll have to wait a few more years." The boy nodded hurriedly. The next moment his eyes became dazed. In Zhang Yang's hand appeared a miniature universe 1/2 meter in diameter, mostly silvery white and sea blue. If one looked closely, it was entirely formed from the space law and the primal water law. As the miniature universe spun, the space law and the primal water law were exquisitely interwoven. "Yuhan, we should set off now. The chieftain said that something has changed in the Juyan Marsh recently, so we'd better leave as soon as possible. There are 3 void true god-level alien beast leaders. Who knows what disasters might break out." A scruffy man 100,000 kilometers tall ran over shouting, "Juyan Marsh?" Zhang Yang was slightly taken aback. The place was somewhat familiar to him. He had thought he was far from Luofeng, but now it seemed they had entered together after all. Although this miniature universe was merely over 1,000,000 light-years across in the outside world, its space expanded to a diameter of 1,000,000,000,000 light-years upon entering. The two of them, who had been close before, were now separated by an immense distance due to that terrifying expansion. Still, their separation wasn't so absurdly far. After all, both had to pass through Juyan Marsh to enter the army. "I've grown anxious waiting. Leaving early is good. You said soon, yet you made me wait for over a year." Duoluin scratched the back of his head sheepishly and said, "It was indeed fast. Look, this kid takes 18 epochs to grow up. A year is just the time for a meal." Zhang Yang was momentarily speechless. He had thought that being 800 epochs old made him ancient, but according to the other sense of time, he was at most a few hundred years old. Following Duoluin, he soon arrived at the assembly point of the tribal procession. At that moment, a true god above them had just finished speaking and descended. When he saw Zhang Yang, his eyes lit up, and he said loudly, "Yuhan, you've finally come. A top-tier lawmaster like you should join the army and fight for His Majesty the God King. Fight for His Majesty the God King. Fight for His Majesty the God King. Fight for His Majesty the God King." Over 1,000 lawmasters roared in unison. Their voices carried surging divine power, and a will to brave any danger. Zhang Yang nodded solemnly too. Such a scene was impossible to see in the cosmic sea. Apart from the 2 holy lands, each possessing nearly 1,000 universe masters, what other force could have so many universe masters united under a single conviction? And here they were, just one tribe. He had been here for several years, yet he had never seen the chieftain of this tribe, the strongest of the Tuosi tribe, Tuosi, the void true god. The Jinji world was vast and boundless. Some areas of this environment were even more dangerous than the 3 great forbidden zones. Following over 1,000 warriors of the Tuosi tribe, led by a true god strongman named Jia, they advanced. Sometimes teleporting, sometimes speeding through complex terrain. Passing through a mountain area, the view before them turned into a pitch-black swamp. Above the swamp stretched an endless fog, and in the distance the boundary between heaven and earth was stark black and white. Below was an ancient unchanging marsh, while above clouds and mist churned ceaselessly. Now and then countless bizarre alien beasts revealed their forms. At this point Jia's expression became even more cautious. Beside him, the most elite warrior Duoluin couldn't help asking, "Uncle Jiaku, has something gone wrong with Juyan Marsh?" Jia shook his head and said in a low voice, "According to past patterns, this is not an ideal time for you to join the army. But the reason our Tuosi tribe can survive in peace is that we join the army as required. Although this mission is dangerous for you, fighting for His Majesty the God King makes death honorable." Duoluin's eyes trembled. He had clearly sensed that something was wrong, but his gaze quickly turned resolute again, and he shouted, "Fight for His Majesty the God King." Zhang Yang cast a glance at the true god Jiaku. The army was the supreme ruler of this miniature universe, wielding an incredibly strong grip over it. The reason Juyan Marsh was unsettled was that according to army regulations a battle was held at regular intervals to select the most powerful warriors. For the army this meant dispatching a certain number of soldiers to catastrophe-level missions, a selection that offered only one chance of survival in 10. For soldiers who had just joined the army a mission that was a narrow brush with death, even for veterans, was virtually a death sentence for them. Since true God Jiako could see this clearly, he evidently had already made a judgment. A mission once every epoch, a catastrophe-level mission once every 10,000 epochs. Perhaps the Tuosi tribe had records of it, or perhaps he had experienced such a mission before. For months later, true God Jiako cried out, "Ahead is the East Army camp." Zhang Yang looked up. Because his life level was slightly lower than that of the others, he could only see a black line appearing in the distant sky with subtle changes of light hidden in the mist, suggesting a colossal object was moving through the heavens. The area was relatively safe and the squad continued teleporting at a high frequency. The East Army camp gradually became clearer. In every direction the camp stretched without end, from a black line running east to west in the distance to an endless monotony up close. There were no city walls, everything inside was visible to the group. The first thing they saw were fortress-shaped artifacts gleaming with metallic luster radiating boundless majesty. "What is that? So huge and powerful!" True God Jiaku exclaimed. "That is a mechanism. A mighty mechanism forged by soldiers. Its name is Piluotiendi. Mechanism. This is the mechanism that unleashes immense power when wielded by a host of soldiers. Quick look. It's moving." Suddenly a colossal fortress over 10 billion kilometers high in the sky shuddered. In the blink of an eye it blotted out the sun and sky, revealing boundless awe and emitting divine power fluctuations 1,000,000 times stronger than that of a true god. It should be noted that these were active fluctuations, the divine power of an attack, not a reserve of divine power. The combined strikes of over 1,000,000 true gods were perfectly fused through the mechanism, and it had even absorbed the essence of battle formations. This was the charm of the mechanical style. Zhang Yang's eyes had narrowed to slits. Such a powerful attack was comparable to an eternal existence with might of at least rank 15 or above. It was a shock unlike any he had ever seen. Even in the 3 great forbidden zones of the cosmic sea, he had never witnessed such terrifying divine power fluctuations. Now it appeared. It was alive. Zhang Yang calmed the shock in his heart. He could now unleash power at rank 12, roughly equivalent to the combined might of over 1,000 ninth-rank true gods. As long as he continued to improve, he would one day be able to stand against this mechanical-style war machine head-on. Jiaka chuckled. He had been just as shocked when he joined the army back in the day. He couldn't help saying, "What you see now is only basic activity controlled by about 1,000,000 true gods. But the limit capacity of this Piluotion is 10,000,000 true gods. If a max-power united strike were unleashed it could slay a swarm of void true gods." Zhang Yang nodded silently. Such a number of true gods might be an impossibility in the cosmic sea, but here, the base stretching beyond sight filled his field of view across hundreds of light years. Dense ranks of soldiers could be seen passing everywhere. The most common were universe masters, with a minority being true gods. Among these soldiers besides humans there were countless alien beasts of various forms. They too were under the army's jurisdiction. Clearly in this miniature universe humans and beasts held equal status, both belonging to the race of flesh and blood life. What exactly was the struggle at the place of origin? Zhang Yang felt deeply puzzled. The Piluotiendi and the other mechanical-style war machines around it. The more he perceived the might of Jinji world, the more questions arose in his heart. Why were these powerful war machines built? They might be mighty to him, but to those truly powerful beings they would probably be useless. Moreover, the God King towering at 160 million light-years was unwilling to end up as a corpse. Over a dozen beings who had attained sainthood had fallen. For what did they fight? After the confusion came deep introspection. Even such mighty beings had fallen. Despite his boundless talent, his strength was only comparable to an ordinary void true god. His path was still long. He should be even more cautious. Over 10,000 lords of law stood upon a drill ground spanning a light year in size, roughly divided into 2 great camps and 10 tribes. Beasts occupied nearly half, while human soldiers filled the other half, further split into 10 small groups. The true gods leading them had already departed, and they now awaited the beginning of the trial. Zhang Yang stood aloft in the void, his gaze calm, while beside him Doran fidgeted nervously. Facing the military assessment, his heart was taut with anxiety. After all, by past patterns, only about 1 in 10 would be selected, and for every 1,000 warriors the Taurus tribe sent forth, merely 10 would return alive. Upon entering the army, 9/10 would be culled, and only 1 in 100 would survive to return. With such brutal trials, no one could remain truly at ease. "Ghost, do you think I can pass the assessment?" Doran asked nervously. Zhang Yang slightly opened his eyes and swept his gaze around. "Among the lords of law here your strength ranks near the front. As long as you are careful you will surely join the army. As for what comes after..." He stopped abruptly. The ethereal void law at this moment fully manifested, yet it did not reveal the chains of law as it did when manipulated by the original universe. The void law transformed silently and imperceptibly. Now this stretch of emptiness had found its master. This was a struggle for authority. Like in the days of weakness when the projection of a world influenced space, the domain of law influenced space and mastery over time and space ultimately seized full temporal authority. Even the weakest in the army were universe masters. The only possibility for such a shift in the void was that a void true god had descended. The law within the void was like the original universe governing the entire cosmic sea. Silent yet constraining everything. True gods could break free of certain constraints of law. But within the world of Jin, the original universe did not rule. True void reigned instead. A certain will of the supreme rules granting authority to the void true god. One thought and the void became. At the level of an eternal true god, this could even be enhanced to the point of one thought birthing a universe. Void authority was stripped away. Aside from a rare few, all the other universe masters felt as if they might lose their lives at any moment. The next instant, boundless divine power erupted. A pressure more than 1,000,000 times that of an ordinary universe master crashed down. For a time, even their breathing grew heavier. Directly above the drill ground, a blaze ignited from nothing, and in the next instant set the entire sky aflame. Within the roaring fire, a blurred figure could be discerned standing proud and unmatched in might, commanding the lives of over 10,000 universe masters, lofty and supreme. Zhang Yang's gaze dimmed. After brief observation, he realized that this void true god within the army was evidently extremely powerful. He was far from a match. The opponent's divine power fluctuation surpassed his by 1,000,000-fold, clearly reaching the high stage of void true god. His law insight might well have reached the high level of the 12th step or even the pinnacle of the 13th. As a void true god serving in the military, he surely possessed a divine power burning secret art. For such an art that directly amplifies divine power, the opponent might well possess 4 volumes. Even a 5th volume. 4 volumes of divine power burning arts. Even if Jin's research on divine power burning was not profound and the inheritance he received was not top tier as a force under a god king, it would at least surpass the 3rd volume of the Duandongha inheritance. And as for Jin, who owned such a mighty war weapon as Perilous Heaven and Earth, the derivative path of mechanical engineering, had clearly reached its pinnacle. This void true god was certain to possess a supreme mechanical treasure. A new cycle begins again. New soldiers join the army. Seeing you reminds me of who I once was. A cold, clear voice came from the void, yet it carried the sensation of an explosion held under suppression. Now I will mark 2 colors to distinguish the camps. Slaying soldiers from the enemy camp earns points. The last 1,000 survivors will join the army, and those who perform exceptionally will enter the special forces. As the voice finished, light suddenly bloomed in the void. It was a wheel of red and blue. As the wheel spun, all the soldiers held their breath. The wheel slowed, and only then did they see that although it bore only 2 colors, it was divided into over 100 segments. When the wheel stopped, whichever color segment one landed in, a matching crossed blade emblem appeared on the arm guard of one's armor. Now the assessment officially begins. Kill. Kill. Die. The beasts and soldiers suddenly erupted, attacking the universe masters around them, who bore a different color. Members of the same tribe tried their best to avoid conflict, but the war was too chaotic. Endless divine power poured forth and law runes blazed. Zhang Yang stood calmly in place. A human soldier from another tribe beside him attacked, directly lashing out with a fire-red long whip. He casually swung his blade. A top-tier 8-step secret art formed from ordinary laws manifested immediately. In the sky, a hazy gray blade shadow appeared. Illusory yet covering a range of over 100 million kilometers. Within the world of Jin, divine power suffered no suppression whatsoever, allowing secret arts to unleash their full might. The more powerful the art, the more terrifying it became here. The soldier's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly withdrew his whip and turned to flee, but at such close distance, how could he escape a secret art? No! Several forlorn cries rang out. Not only the whip-wielding soldier fell, but several universe masters around him perished as well. Though the divine power behind the top-tier 8-step secret art was somewhat lacking, Lin Yu was a treasure of immense value, with might reaching the 9th step. Since these soldiers had not broken through to true god, they could never have created a 6-step secret art. Their arts were only around the 5th step, 1,000 times weaker than Zhang Yang's. Their Lord of Law battle armor, even at the level of a pinnacle treasure, could not withstand a 9th-step secret art. It could not even reduce the damage. Had Zhang Yang not been focused solely on annihilating divine power, the armor would have been utterly destroyed. What? How is this possible? He is actually this strong. Ridiculous. Even the true god of my tribe isn't this terrifying. Amidst a storm of astonishment, all the universe masters hastily fled the area. None dared to approach Zhang Yang's side again. Occasionally a member of the Taurus tribe wandered into his range, and he would casually swing his blade to help them. The war continued unabated. Among the more than 10,000 soldiers in this battle, none stood out prominently save Zhang Yang. Desperate struggles, extreme attrition, the unrestrained expenditure of secret arts. The final 2,000 survivors were all elites, yet their divine power had waned to a certain degree. Some had declined greatly in strength, resisting only by stubborn will. It was unbelievably brutal. These universe masters had no support from the original universe, and none possessed avatars. To fall here meant true death. Or as one would say in the world of Jin returning to the embrace of the God King. Zhang Yang harbored some doubt toward that saying, for he did not know whether the God King could truly safeguard the true spirits of these warriors from extinction, or whether only the most excellent souls were preserved as new life began. After all, such was the relationship between the place of origin and the 3,000 dimensions. Only those who passed through reincarnation or possessed exceptional souls could reach that vast continent. The selection of 1,000 soldiers is complete. Everyone halt. Though the words were spoken, the void had already taken shape. Except for Zhang Yang, no universe master had any power to resist. You shall join the Mang River army. The void true god within the flames of the sky pointed to a single spot. The direction where Zhang Yang stood. Apart from Doran, who had just crowded over, no soldier dared stand near him. All had been frightened by his earlier display. The Mang River army? Zhang Yang was somewhat surprised. He had imagined joining one of the other special legions, never expecting it to be the same army as Luofeng. Then realization dawned. The Mang River army had suffered catastrophic losses in its last mission, hence the need to absorb 2 soldiers at once. It was only natural for him to be sent there now. After all, in the original tale this person did not exist. Everything now was arranged according to the whim of the void true god above. Ghost, thank you for this. Without you our Taurus tribe would have suffered terrible losses this time. Doran said gratefully. Because of Zhang Yang's presence, over half of the Taurus tribe passed the assessment. Clinging to the strong was likewise permitted by the rules. Zhang Yang gave a slight nod. Gratitude. If this had been an ordinary mission, he could accept this thanks without hesitation. But this era's mission was a disaster-grade task demanding true strength or tremendous fortune. Under such circumstances, he truly did not know how many of the Taurus tribe would survive. All right, follow me. After the void true god silently departed, a towering true god spoke to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang glanced at Doran, then followed the true god away. These are your equipment. You'll learn the details once you reach the Mang River army and meet your captain. The towering true god then asked curiously, that secret art you used earlier, was it at the 8th step level? How many eras did you wander the outside world before choosing to join the army? With 8th step strength, once you advance to true god, you'll probably have the limit level strength of a 10th step true god. Zhang Yang said calmly, I've forgotten. The towering true god froze, taken aback. So aloof. Then he fell silent. Zhang Yang's secret arts had reached the 8th step. With such extraordinary skill, even before mastering burning arts or earning military merits, his true combat strength might already surpass his own. We've arrived. Go on ahead by yourself. Zhang Yang paid the true god no heed. A faint smile crept to the corner of his mouth, for he sensed a familiar fluctuation of divine power. Luofeng had already arrived at the camp before him. He was not the only one who sensed it. He had barely taken a few steps when Luofeng came running out of the camp. Senior, I never expected to meet you here. Quite the coincidence. I thought being a step late would keep me far away from you, but I didn't expect to see you even after joining the army. Zhang Yang smiled. Beside him, a beast so fat that only its face was visible from the front with 2 tiny wings on its neck complained, Galaxy, I was just telling you about the disaster grade mission, and you rush out just to see the sky. After speaking, the beast's 2 small eyes turned toward Zhang Yang. They then expanded dozens of times larger than normal, defying convention, and it said in astonishment, your divine body is so tiny, so why does it feel like your total divine power exceeds even mine? And your divine power fluctuation is slightly stronger too. It was only then that Luofeng remembered Wuha and introduced. This is Wuha, ordinary strength but a large divine body. Oh, and his father is a void true god of the northern true sea. Wuha's 2 eyes widened again by another fold. Was that an introduction? It felt somewhat disdainful. However, since Luofeng was stronger than it and Luofeng treated Zhang Yang with such courtesy, it decided, perhaps it should observe a little more. Zhang Yang glanced at it and gave a slight nod. He had some understanding of Luofeng's current temporary teammate, yet he was not particularly interested in the creature's strength. Rather, it was its father, the master of the northern true sea, that piqued his curiosity. To hold a territory and claim kingship was no simple feat. The father must have served in the military, and his strength should be at least at the 12th step, right? Adding divine power, burning arts, and possibly supreme mechanical treasures, his true combat strength might be somewhat stronger still. Yet the law insight at the 12th step for a void true god meant that in this world of Jin, he would almost certainly possess supreme mechanical treasure and divine power burning arts. Thus his exact status would require further investigation later. Senior, this mission is a disaster-grade task that occurs once every 10,000 eras. But for you it should be quite simple. Luofeng added casually, and the mission that occurs once every 100 million eras is called a reincarnation-grade task. Ordinary soldiers are doomed. Survival odds of 1 in 100 million. Basically all 4 great armies are emptied of troops for such a task, hence the name. I'd really like to see what a reincarnation-grade task is like. Luofeng expressed regret at never having encountered one. In truth, he was confident he could pass a disaster-grade task, for he had already obtained the Duandongha inheritance. Even among the Duandongha successors of past generations, his level was exceptional, the only lack being a supreme mechanical treasure. and Wu and Jin, should belong to equal forces. There was no reason a high-level disaster-grade task could not be overcome even by a core member. Perhaps only a reincarnation-grade task would truly challenge someone who had just received the inheritance. Wuha's eyes widened once more. Truly at their absolute limit incapable of expanding further. Then it turned its head to stare seriously at Zhang Yang. It felt that since Zhang Yang arrived, Luofeng had changed. The Luofeng who had known little acted cautiously, and remained gentle and reserved had become arrogant. Even chatting with the two felt somehow alienating to Wuha. Regret that it wasn't a reincarnation-grade mission. Listen to that. Were those even human words? It was scared to death, yet Zhang Yang stayed utterly calm, and Luofeng looked genuinely regretful as if they truly meant it. It vaguely sensed a peculiar force field between the two. Could they both be insane? First let's get familiar with the surroundings. It's merely once per era. Not long at all. After speaking to Luofeng, Zhang Yang turned to Wuha and asked, "Do you know your father's true strength? How many steps are his personal secret arts? How many volumes of divine power burning arts does he have? How many void-grade supreme mechanical treasures? Roughly what standing does he hold among surrounding powers?" Wuha's face stiffened, his eyes widening yet again as he roared, "Absurd." Then he turned and shouted at Luofeng, "Madman. That new friend of yours is a madman. Those are not questions a human should ask." After roaring, it puffed its face into a round ball and stormed off in a huff. "Senior, perhaps we should use gentler means to ask it. It would tell us. It likes to show off," Luofeng said with a light smile. He had noticed something. It seemed Zhang Yang was not very skilled at socializing. Zhang Yang seemed lost in thought, murmuring, "Gentler means?" In truth, he was perfectly capable of socializing. It was simply that the gap in strength between the two sides was too vast, and he found it too troublesome to bother. Still, judging from Wuha's current reaction, it seemed somewhat uncooperative. Then he nodded seriously and said, "I understand. Asking like that would indeed make it refuse to answer. Having come here from the cosmic sea, I haven't adjusted yet. But I know how to ask it now. Senior, perhaps we should use gentler means to ask it. It would tell us. It likes to show off," Luofeng said with a light smile. He had noticed something. It seemed Zhang Yang was not very skilled at socializing. Zhang Yang seemed lost in thought, murmuring, "Gentler means?" In truth, he was perfectly capable of socializing. It was simply that the gap in strength between the two sides was too vast, and he found it too troublesome to bother. Still, judging from Wuha's current reaction, it seemed somewhat uncooperative. The Mang River Army consisted of 3 main brigades, each stationed on its own cluster of islands. Zhang Yang casually picked a small island as his dwelling, reasoning that since a mission would be assigned within about a year, having a place to stay was already good enough. Zhang Yang sat quietly on a rocky cave of the island. When he first arrived, he had encountered the leaders of the 3 brigades. He paid no heed to lords of the universe, nor did he care much for even true gods. For the boundary between a true god and a void true god lay at the 10th and 11th tiers, yet their strength underwent a fundamental transformation. A void true god could manifest a void with a single thought, having fully comprehended one source and possessed corresponding void-level equipment and secret arts. Even an ordinary true god armed with divine power combustion secret arts and true god-class mechanical stream equipment could barely improve. At best, one with peak 10th tier strength might unleash the peak of the 11th tier. Nothing like Zhang Yang, who could erupt with 12th tier might. How much difference in strength is there between me and a void true god? About what level would that correspond to? Zhang Yang tilted his head in thought. This was what concerned him most. Others might enter for a legacy, but he had come purely for training. Battling experts of the same caliber was what he truly needed. Just by joining the Mang River Army, I was given a true God War armor. The armor I obtained from killing Wuan was also brought in. I only need one of these 2 armors. I hope Wuan's armor is at the void level. Even as he said this, Zhang Yang knew that although Wuan's armor bore the 7th tier secret pattern, it was not particularly powerful in practice. If it were his peerless War Emperor armor, then it might truly be a void true God War armor. Zhang Yang flew toward the central island, where the Special Army's equipment department was located. There one could turn in equipment, earn military supply points, access basic inheritances, and inquire about information. He stepped into a house built of piled stones. The technology here appeared advanced, and the mechanical stream war machines possessed boundless might, yet in daily life everything was quite casual, most things retaining a primitive aura. "Soldier Yu Hun of the Mang River Army, state your request." A neutral voice sounded. Zhang Yang took out Wuan's armor and said, "I want this equipment appraised." A faintly lawbound ray shone upon the armor. Almost the instant the light fell, the neutral voice spoke again. "Standard true God-class war armor exchangeable for 100,000 military supply points. Do you wish to exchange?" Zhang Yang sighed inwardly. He had known this armor was ordinary, but he had not expected it to be mere standard issue. Were there truly so many factions that had fallen across the cosmic sea? Even the unique armor he had once obtained turned out to be standard issue. Exchange. 100,000 military supply points recorded. Do you have any other needs? Zhang Yang's eyes shifted. He had not yet unleashed his peak combat power. If he wanted to explode with full force, he would need to learn certain inheritances here before he could truly go all out. Open my access to the basic inheritances. I also need to know information about the strength of Void True Gods. Basic inheritances only require simple registration outside. Private dissemination is forbidden and violators will be dealt with according to military law. As for information on Void True God strength, ordinary information costs 100,000, military supply points, detailed information costs 100,000, and special information costs 100,000. Choose the information you require. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. The description was far too vague, haphazardly dividing Void True God information into 3 tiers with no further explanation. I need the introductory information on Void True God strength. A buzz sounded as the air before Zhang Yang quivered slightly, and many blurry lines of text appeared, recording a portion of information about Void True Gods. After becoming a True God, one's miniature universe is stored at the core of the world. When breaking through to Void True God, one can still send one's will into it to assist evolution, yet that is the sole opportunity to enter the miniature universe. Compared to Void True Gods outside, these are slightly weaker. Only when they left to fight for His Majesty could the miniature universe be released. It was then that they could contact it at any time and erupt with their full combat power. When breaking through to Void True God, the evolution of the miniature universe was merely an upgrade upon the previous structure, lacking the wonder of the initial chaotic derivation. And once the transformation ended, they could no longer enter the miniature universe to comprehend. Thus most Void True Gods of the Gene world were only 11th tier after their breakthrough. From then on, any further improvement could only come through long drawn-out contemplation. And one most crucial point, when Zhang Yang saw it, his eyes instantly contracted, and his heart shook with alarm. Even Void True Gods and Eternal True Gods possess 3 volumes of Divine Power Combustion's secret arts. Although without a 90000-fold gene level, the 3rd volume of Divine Power Combustion secret arts cannot be maintained for long, and even the 2nd volume cannot be sustained by non-peak Void True Gods. The mere existence of the 3rd volume means the strength they can display is utterly terrifying. Zhang Yang silently assessed his own strength. He could currently erupt with 12th tier might, but at most he could defeat a Void True God who had just entered that realm. Those Void True Gods whose law comprehension reached the 12th tier would likely be more than he could handle. Even against Void True Gods who relied on the secret patterns of their equipment to unleash 12th tier, might he was only slightly stronger. Soldier Yuhun, do you have any other requests? The neutral voice sounded again. Zhang Yang snapped back to his senses and said, "No, that's all." He turned and left the equipment department, his understanding of his own strength now clearer. As for the Void True Gods within the army, they would rarely have any dealings with him. As for Void True Gods outside, those who had never rejoined an army after reaching that realm or had never qualified to join, he should be able to match them all. Someone like Wuha's father, the master of the North True Sea, had likely been in an army, but was expelled due to mediocre performance. His law comprehension was unknown, but he definitely possessed the 4th volume of Divine Power Combustion secret arts. His erupting strength should at least reach 12th tier, or else he would not have survived outside. In the weakest case, he would be roughly equal to Zhang Yang. Yet judging by Wuha's smug demeanor, his father must have made further breakthroughs after leaving the army, so his strength was probably comparable to that of Void True Gods still serving in it. The most terrifying kind was the 3rd type, those who had grinded in the army for ages without breaking through and then chose to retire. Such Void True Gods had law comprehension at the 13th tier. These were the supreme Void True Gods of the Gene world. Their divine bodies were perfected at the 10,000-fold True God level, and they had learned 2 volumes of the Divine Power Combustion secret arts, equivalent to the 5th volume of Duan Dongha's Divine Power Combustion secret arts. They surely possessed several pieces of Void True God-class mechanical stream treasures. The might they could unleash was bound to reach the 14th tier or even its peak. Not enough to surpass, but more than enough to compare. Zhang Yang gave a faint smile. A strength that reigned supreme across the cosmic sea was merely average here, even including children still in open crotch pants. All of you follow me. We're going to receive our mission. The Mang River Army captain finished speaking, and cast a glance at Zhang Yang, Luofeng, and Wuha. Wuha told me the Mang River Army is divided into 3 squads, led by the Captain Kufa and Yuluo. This is a disaster-level mission, so none of those 3 groups will take us in. Luofeng transmitted his voice to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. Although the army had its rules, a captain's authority was actually quite limited. What mattered was strength. Right now he just wanted to see how powerful the Void True Gods in the mission area were. If possible, he wanted to find an opportunity to kill a weak one, then exchange it for military merit. Mechanical Stream Supreme treasures were far too expensive. He now possessed Void True God level combat power, and only Void True God class Mechanical Stream Supreme treasures could amplify his strength. And those cost at least 1 million military merit points. And that was for the kind of Mechanical Stream treasures that had little real use. A Mang River army squad had now split once more into 4 small groups. On the surface, Zhang Yang and his 2 companions appeared the weakest. After a day of travel, sometimes teleporting, sometimes flying, they soon arrived at the place where missions were assigned. It was a great hall, pitch black throughout, adorned with numerous bizarre carvings that filled the entire structure with a sense of coldness and eerie dread. The moment they entered the hall's domain, a gray pillar of light shot toward the entire 6th Squad of the Mang River Army, while detailed mission content surfaced within each person's mind. Mission location 9 Smoke Marsh. Mission objective earn 10000 military merit points. Killing a true god grants 1000 military merit points. Killing a Lord of Laws grants 1 military merit point. To prove a true god's death, one must present the true god corpse. For a Lord of Laws, one must present the weapon they left behind. The mission must be completed before the next assignment. Failure results in military punishment. The mission was described simply, yet every member of the 6th Squad's face changed dramatically. Wu-He's 2 wings on his neck drooped completely, and he muttered, "It's over, it's over. It's 9 Smoke Marsh. There are 3 Void True God commanders, over 10,000 true gods, and countless Lords of Laws. This force is slightly weaker than my father's North True Sea, but to us it's terrifyingly strong. And they want us to go there and obtain a true god corpse, or the weapons of 10,000 Lords of Laws. How could that possibly be done? Is your father much stronger than the Void True Gods of 9 Smoke Marsh?" Zhang Yang asked thoughtfully. Wu-He threw him a dismissive glance. In Wu-He's mind, Zhang Yang was a madman. Faced with such a despair-inducing mission, who still had the mind to wonder about the strength of Void True Gods. Even if your father were here, he couldn't help you. I'm sure you all know what this mission entails. We won't recklessly take in new members. The 3 of you had better look out for yourselves. The captain gave a disdainful cold snort. Seeing that Wu-He did not answer, Zhang Yang did not mind. If he would not answer now, he would make him spit it all out obediently later. The captain then said to Yulua and Kufa, "This is a disaster-level mission. Should the 3 of us join forces?" Yulua, whose entire body was emerald green like an octopus, gave the captain an icy look and sneered. "Respected captain, join forces with you? Do we dare? I was once under your command, but what did you do afterward? You used me as bait. If I hadn't had some tricks, I would have died long ago. And after all that, you still want me to ally with you?" Then it turned its cold gaze to the 17 soldiers behind the captain and said, "You'd better leave as soon as possible, or one day you might be cast aside as expendable pawns." Zhang Yang quietly watched them argue over old grudges. His gaze roamed among them, all the while silently calculating the value of the equipment they carried. Missions were one thing, but if he wanted to buy a Void True God class mechanical stream supreme treasure, the military merit required was enormous. Although 9 Smoke Marsh had over 10,000 true gods, killing them all would yield over 100 million military supply points, and he could easily slaughter a portion. The 3 Void True Gods would certainly not just watch him massacre their forces. And every member of these special army squads carried at least 1 true god class war armor. That would be far easier to obtain. Not just the 6th Squad. Even members of the other squads each carried at least 2 or 3 pieces of true god equipment, each worth a considerable fortune. You 3 are new recruits. For this disaster-level mission, I can't help you either. However, the road to 9 Smoke Marsh is long and fraught with dangers. I have a true god-class warship, so I can bring you along. Once we reach 9 Smoke Marsh, we part ways. Kufa smiled charmingly. Good. Wu-He nodded hastily. Fine. Luo Feng agreed directly. Sensing the gaze upon him, Zhang Yang shifted his eyes slightly toward Wu-He, then said, "Thanks." As they all entered the true god-class palace, Wu-He shouted at Zhang Yang in dissatisfaction. "Damn it, can't you care a little about the mission? Why are you looking at me like that? We have to kill a true god or kill 10,000 Lords of Laws. Do you think it'll be as easy as the army test?" Then he turned to Luo Feng and said in a deep voice, "This partner of yours is a complete madman." Hearing the commotion, Kufa turned to look, then shook her head. She assumed Zhang Yang was so anxious over the disaster-level mission that he was acting strangely and losing his composure. Zhang Yang was not angry. Roaring was the most powerless display of the week. He was merely marveling at his good luck at having run into a Void True God's child. This gave him an accurate source of information. Afterward, he could choose to kill a Void True God or stir up conflict between the 2 sides to kill true gods, then obtain enough military supply points to exchange for equipment and raise his strength. Luo Feng remained silent throughout. If he had come here alone to complete the mission, he would have needed some skill. After all, true gods gathered in groups. He was confident he could kill 1 or 2, but being swarmed would be dangerous. These true gods could fully unleash their strength, and the higher the realm, the greater the gap in power. But now completing the mission alongside Zhang Yang, securing a true god's corpse, would be easy, greatly lowering the risk of their venture. All he needed to do was fight to his heart's content. The true god warship pressed onward, following the path they had come by. After avoiding many perilous locations, Zhang Yang arrived once more at that mist-shrouded marsh. They were now at the outskirts of 9 Smoke Marsh, and faint roars of beasts from within could be heard. "All right, 9 Smoke Marsh is here. Time for us to part," Kufa said with a serious expression. It was not that she did not want to help Luo Feng and the others, but a disaster-level mission demanded tacit cooperation. Zhang Yang nodded and directly left the warship. He placed one hand on Liu and silently waited for Wu-He to come out. Luo Feng at the very back vaguely sensed what Zhang Yang intended to do, so he slowed his steps. Wu-He, however, was completely unaware. It flew out in a careless, swaggering manner. Perhaps because it was nervous, the 2 wings on its neck flapped at an extremely rapid frequency. Seeing the big brown ball flying toward him, Zhang Yang did not hesitate in the slightest. He ignited his divine power and drew his blade to strike. A peak 9th tier secret art, coupled with the reinforcement of Lai Yu, instantly formed a peak 10th tier secret art. Wu He's eyes suddenly shot wide open. What was this thing? Before it could recover its senses, it vaguely saw a flash of dim blue polar light, followed the next moment by a searing pain. Ow! It let out a miserable cry. Enduring the excruciating pain, it shrieked in terror. 1% of my divine body was annihilated. It stared at Zhang Yang in disbelief. It had never imagined that the man who rarely spoke and spouted mad words when he did could be so terrifying. It was wearing a true god-class war armor, yet now it could feel the armor trembling, almost exceeding its limit. A single slash had annihilated 1% of its divine body. Previously it had endured 3 full hours under Yin He, and Kufa and the others who had not yet left stood frozen. What had they just witnessed? This was no Lord of Laws. It was more terrifying than a true god. This was supposed to be a new recruit. Zhang Yang gave a slight smile. Now it's time for questioning. Wu He replied obediently. Ask whatever you want, I'll talk. Zhang Yang grinned at Luo Feng as if to say, see how gentle this approach is. Luo Feng's brow twitched. He knew Zhang Yang's mischievous streak was acting up again. Both of them were 8 million years old now, but the older they grew the more they reverted to the personalities they had back on Earth as children, especially when familiar faces were around. First, answer the question I asked before. To what extent has your father comprehended the laws? How many volumes of the divine power burning secret art has he studied? What renowned treasures does he own? And where does his strength stand among void true gods? Zhang Yang turned to Wu He and asked. Wu He said weakly, your strength is at the peak of the true god level. Powerful as you are, true gods and void true gods are entirely different realms. If you try to... Ow! Zhang Yang frowned more and more as he listened. Then he swung his blade and barked. Was that my question? That's for me to worry about. You just answer what I ask. Another % of his divine power was annihilated. Wu He glanced at Luo Feng with a pitiful expression and said, I don't know how far my father has comprehended the laws either. The gap between us is just too immense. My father is a void true god. He never answers questions that reach too high. As for which volume of the divine power burning secret art he practices, I don't know that either. He would never teach me such things. I could only learn them after joining the army myself. Seeing Zhang Yang's furrowed brow, Wu He quickly added, even though I don't know those things, my father is the most outstanding void true god in this surrounding region. Compared to the void true gods serving in the army, he would hardly be any weaker. His renowned treasure is the sea-subduing pearl, a domain-type treasure of the mechanical stream. I saw it once when I was young, and its might was truly boundless. I have always admired my father the most. When I was a child, my mother told me in detail about his deeds. My father rose from a small coast called Nan to countless trillions of epochs ago. Stop! Zhang Yang gave a cold shout and Wu He immediately fell silent. This was going off track. Who asked about the glorious deeds of the Master of the North Jin Sea? Still, the fact that the Master of the North Jin Sea was the most powerful void true god in the region was significant. The region's scope was by no means vague. The North Jin Sea lay directly north of the Eastern Army camp, which meant that within the nearby sea area in that direction the Master of the North Jin Sea reigned supreme. To be comparable to void true gods in the army, he could not be someone who had just enlisted. He must have been tempered for some time. Having lived for trillions of epochs, roughly 100 reincarnation eras, he had likely reached void true god long ago and, like East Emperor, achieved some small breakthroughs. His comprehension of the laws should be at the 12th tier, possibly even the high stage of the 12th tier. With that level of power, he should be able to unleash attacks comparable to the 13th tier. As for the divine power burning secret art, he likely possessed only the single volume available to void true gods. After all, since he already owned a mechanical stream treasure, if he had 2 volumes his combat power would have been even greater. He might even rank as a strong figure among the void true gods in the army rather than merely being comparable to them. After a moment of thought, Zhang Yang asked again, now tell me. Why does your father, the Master of the North Jin Sea, occupy it? What is his purpose? If it were merely for survival, having one strong figure under the army's jurisdiction should have been enough. There is no reason for such frequent battles. What then are these powers fighting each other for? Wu He cast a cautious glance at Zhang Yang and said, whoever holds a territory must regularly send soldiers to the army and pay tribute with resources from the land. From rare ocean treasures to ordinary water iron ore and even the bones and body tissues of certain creatures. As for what they fight over, that I wouldn't know. Maybe military merit or something like that. Though my father left the army, he still holds a title within it. Zhang Yang stared at Wu He carefully for a while, then suddenly broke into a smile. And in the next moment he swung his blade at him. A familiar miserable shriek rang out. Zhang Yang sneered. You dare lie to me even at a time like this? Speak. What exactly are you fighting over? A mere piece of information shouldn't be so closely guarded. Could it be related to your father's strength? Or connected to that mechanical domain-type treasure, the sea-subduing pearl? Energy? Or a chance at enlightenment? Wu He's eyes suddenly went wide. He already knew everything yet he still struck him. What kind of person was this? What? Still unwilling to talk? Judging by your expression, I must have guessed right. So why not explain in detail? Or are you waiting for my blade? Zhang Yang said gently. No. Wu He frantically shook his head and said, It's Source. I once saw a void true god from the army head to the North Jin Sea, and the purpose was to escort Source. Back then, driven by curiosity, I went to take a look, and my father gave me a harsh lesson for it. You have no idea how my father, the master of the North Jin. Noticing the dangerous look in Zhang Yang's eyes, Wu, he quickly changed his tone and said, Actually, Source is what powers mechanical stream treasures, but it can also be used for cultivation. As the supreme energy, it can rapidly increase the upper limit of a divine body's energy reserves. You say Source. Luo Feng had originally thought this had nothing to do with him, but the other party actually mentioned Source. The core energy needed to drive his slaughter Wu wings was Source. But there was only one source and its energy was far too advanced. He simply could not use it to activate his treasure. Wu He said with certainty, Yes Source. It is an extremely rare form of energy. Not only does it accelerate cultivation, but it can also influence the miniature universe through the true god's heart. In battle, it can power multiple mechanical stream treasures at the same time without requiring any energy from the user, but no one would use it unless they were fighting for their lives. Moreover, the army only releases a small amount of Source each year. I once heard my father sigh about it. It is said that in an exceedingly ancient era, one he himself had only heard about, Source was precious but nowhere near as hard to obtain as it is now. These days Source has become extremely scarce, which has made cultivation much harder. Zhang Yang gazed at Wu He with serious eyes. He had not expected this child of a major power to actually have quite a bit of private knowledge. What he had just said was genuinely useful. Source, an item of such immense value. He remembered that Luo Feng's slaughter Wu wings carried Source on them. That was a peak eternal true god mechanical stream treasure, and it even possessed a fraction of sanctified might. Then Source must certainly hold value even for sanctified existences. Was it a form of currency in the place of origin? And in this lost world of Jin, how much was Source worth? Would he need Source in the future? When he heard that term, an inexplicable tremor stirred in his heart. Source. It was important. Even without a clear understanding, he knew that Source would definitely be crucial to him. I've told you everything you asked. Wu He looked at Zhang Yang with a pitiful expression. Never before had he felt so fragile. The young master who once dominated the North Jin Sea had now become a prisoner subjected to torture. It would have been better if you'd done this from the start. I didn't want to resort to force. I'll let you go this time. If I have more questions later, I'll ask you again. Zhang Yang nodded with satisfaction. Wu He immediately turned to leave as fast as he could. But the next second he stopped, turned back, and looked at Zhang Yang with eager, pleading eyes. What? Changed your mind about leaving? Want me to escort you? Zhang Yang glanced at him, knowing exactly what was on his mind, and teased. Wu He said with a fawning smile, Ghost, you are so powerful that completing the mission will surely be no problem for you. If you get extra true god corpses, could you spare one for me? I can trade treasures with you. Zhang Yang did not refuse and simply said, Prepare treasures that can move me, and there will be true god corpses. Thanks. My treasures will definitely satisfy you. With that, Wu He happily flapped the small wings on the sides of his neck and flew away. Captain, hurry. That's right, Captain. Back then Ghost only acknowledged you. You're the most suitable one to ask. Captain, you acted affably before. If you go talk to him, he'll surely agree. Didn't he already agree to Wu He? Captain, this is a catastrophe-level mission. If you don't help us, at least half of us will fall this time. Captain, just ask him. Maybe Ghost will say yes. In this small squad, when they discovered Zhang Yang's strength, their initial shock gave way to wild joy. He was a sealed title lawmaster. He was their hope for surviving a catastrophe-level mission. Suddenly all of them grew anxious and kept urging Kufa to go ask. Feeling the gazes of many powerful figures around him, Kufa had no choice. With graceful steps, he walked over to Zhang Yang, and said with a smile as radiant as a flower, Ghost, if there are extra corpses this time, can you trade them to us? As long as it's within our means, we will accept them. Zhang Yang glanced at him and nodded lightly. There was nothing to refuse. These soldiers were by no means poor. Take true god-grade battle armor for instance. Almost every one of them had a set already worth 10,000. Add a true god-grade weapon on top and that was 20,000 in total. These veterans basically all had armor and weapons. The reason they were still troubled was that once a mission was assigned, they could no longer exchange military merits at the supply depot. And to offset this mission, it was not 10,000 military merits that were needed but 100,000. Even veterans rarely had 100,000 military merits. The 3 squad leaders probably did, but they could still complete the mission with a hard fight, so they would not casually throw away countless years of accumulation. As for the ordinary veterans, even with just 20,000 military merits worth of equipment, trading with them would net Zhang Yang double what he would get from simply submitting the mission. Even a mosquito is meat. With 10 people here, that was at least 100,000 in profit. Push a little harder and that was 200,000 military supply points. They could manage it. 1/10 or 1/5 of the military merits needed for an ordinary Void True God level mechanical stream treasure was still a decent amount. Alright then, we will be waiting for your good news. If you get true God grade battle armor, be sure to contact us. Kufa reminded him once more. Only after seeing Zhang Yang nod did he lead the soldiers under his command away. Senior, what do you think of the situation here? Luo Feng asked thoughtfully. Even though Zhang Yang's strength far surpassed that of a true god, the 9 Smoke Marsh still had over 10,000 true gods, as well as 3 void true gods. Killing a few would arouse suspicion, and afterwards it would become difficult to continue hunting true gods. Surely, he would not readily agree to Kufa's request. Yet since Zhang Yang had agreed, he must have a way to obtain enough corpses. To do that smoothly aside from relying on his own strength, he had to be extremely familiar with the place to be confident. Zhang Yang smiled lightly and said, "When I came here I obtained some information. Then while passing by I briefly confirmed it. Sure enough, the 2 major forces of 9 Smoke Marsh and Shanyu Mountain are at war. At the time it was only a small-scale conflict. But now that we have come to complete our mission, the conflict between them is bound to intensify. When that happens, getting a batch of true god corpses should be quite easy. A war." Luo Feng nodded lightly. Fishing in troubled waters would naturally make things easier. He only had to kill a true god. Though he had never killed one before, with his self-created 7th-tier secret art, the divine power burning secret art, and the support of his precious war blade, killing a true god without battle armor would be effortless as long as no one interfered. In the endless wilderness beside the 9 Smoke Marsh, more than 20 powerful figures were locked in battle at the moment. Not far away in a low valley, Zhang Yang and Luo Feng had already advanced to the scene. Senior among them there are 4 true god level experts, 2 beast true gods of the 9 Smoke Marsh and 2 humanoid true gods. I can hold off 2 and you take care of the other 2. Luo Feng's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Zhang Yang nodded and said, "Simply killing the true gods won't be enough. It would easily expose us and then it would be hard to make a move again. Since you have the Golden Horned Beast clone, why not first go kill a few lawmasters from Shanyu Mountain? Once they show signs of fear, I'll make my entrance. We'll clear out those lawmasters first, then deal with the 4 true gods. If the plan fails, I'll use a will attack to keep them in place. But unless it's necessary, let's follow the plan first. After all, void true gods possess an extremely high life level. We don't understand the abilities of an expert at that rank. If they happen to detect something amiss here, we might end up in an early conflict. Since we don't know the enemy's strength yet, let's take it step by step." Luo Feng's eyes widened at the mention of void true gods. At that level he was currently powerless to resist. He nodded slightly to show his agreement and said in a low voice, "I'll make the first move then." With that, Luo Feng transformed into the golden horned beast and let out a thunderous roar. "Roar! How dare you provoke our Shanyu Mountain? You're asking for death." From afar, Luo Feng had already activated his secret art. A golden horn shot toward several humanoid creatures of Shanyu Mountain. Seeing this, the beasts of 9 Smoke Marsh were overjoyed. He was actually a top-tier lawmaster with strength rivaling a true god. With him here, the 9 Smoke Marsh would have a huge advantage in this battle. Their spirits surged and they roared loudly. "Stop these bastards from Shanyu Mountain. They dare provoke our 9 Smoke Marsh. They're simply asking to die." For a time, even the beast true gods of 9 Smoke Marsh became far more earnest. Originally they had no true god-grade battle armor, and were merely posing as vanguards to scrape together battle merits. But now it seemed there might actually be real merits to be earned. Maybe if they managed to leave behind the 2 true gods of Shanyu Mountain, they would be granted true god-grade battle armor. Kill! Kill! The hazy golden horn tore through the void. The Lawmaster caught off guard, and wearing only Lawmaster-grade armor, saw the damage reduction against the 8th-tier secret art plummet instantly to 1/10. His divine power visibly dropped by a huge margin. Zhang Yang watched Luo Feng charging recklessly through the battle, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. When only 2 lawmasters remained on the Shanyu mountainside and the 2 true gods began to feel the urge to retreat, he charged out immediately. "You trash of 9 Smoke Marsh actually dare to bully us? Let me see what you've got." With that, Zhang Yang drew his blade and slashed. A flash of deep blue light streaked straight to Luo Feng. The golden-horned beast form Luo Feng had taken stared wide-eyed, hurriedly giving up the assault and turning to defend himself. Boom! After the violent collision, divine power raged wildly. Though Luo Feng's golden-horned beast was not seriously harmed, it was sent flying tens of millions of kilometers. Seeing this from the battle, the true gods of Shanyu Mountain felt their hearts relax. Reinforcements had arrived. Luo Feng steadied himself and mocked. "Even if you're stronger than me, the gap is limited. You can't do anything to me. Let's go again." Zhang Yang's expression shifted, then his gaze turned sarcastic as he retorted. "Even if my advantage over you is limited, I can still send you flying. I refuse to believe everyone can withstand my secret art." With that, he drew his blade and slashed toward a beast of 9 Smoke Marsh. Luo Feng's expression changed drastically and he roared, "How dare you!" The hearts of the 4 true gods rose and fell without pause. As the battle dragged on, soon only Zhang Yang and Luofeng remained among the lawmasters. The two exchanged a glance, stopped holding back, and charged directly at the four true gods who were locked in combat. Blade rises, Samsara. Beast's golden horn. Seeing their attacks, the four true gods were dumbfounded. After taking 2 hits, they belatedly shouted, "You're invaders. You're soldiers of the army. Damn it. How dare you deceive us? Ah, vile soldiers, you're asking for death. We have searched for another 3 months, yet we have found no battlefields at all. Now that both the 9 Smoke Marsh and the Blazing Jade Mountain forces have retracted their spheres of influence, a great war might be brewing," Luofeng said with a somewhat grim expression. In the past 2 years they had discovered nearly 100 small battlefields, but those battles involved sizable forces. Hundreds of powerhouses clashing with nearly 10 true gods among them. Such battlefields were not easy to control. They had only managed to ambush 20 smaller battlefields, reaping 93 true god corpses in the process. Yet for the past year they had not encountered a single small-scale skirmish. Zhang Yang nodded and said, "If there is no war, then we wait. We have slain so many true gods. The two opposing sides are locked in mutual suspicion, and they have no idea we were the ones who killed those deities. Their current unusual behavior certainly won't lead to a quiet retreat. I also sense that the final battle is approaching." Although they had killed 93 true gods over the past 3 years, in terms of value the total only amounted to 1.16 million military merits. After all, those who went out as vanguards were usually minor pawns, and most did not even possess true god-grade battle armor. Though such gains would be a windfall for others in Zhang Yang's eyes, they were only enough to exchange for an extremely ordinary void true god-grade mechanical treasure, one of those with rather lackluster auxiliary capabilities. Yet this was already the best they could achieve, for they had to stay far away from the main camps of 9 Smoke Marsh and Blazing Jade Mountain. Otherwise, if the main force discovered them, both he and Luofeng would be exposed. Zhang Yang had tried his best to stir up conflict between the two major powers, but their clashes remained remarkably restrained. This gave him a headache. Only if they fought with genuine fury could he reap enormous profits. But this lukewarm fighting would at most eliminate some weaklings. There would never be large-scale deaths. Only military missions offered the greatest rewards. These true god-grade equipment pieces might be worth something in normal times, but the corpses themselves were worthless. There were many wild true gods, but most who had never joined a military force did not possess true god battle armor. The equipment used by those lawmasters was so pitifully cheap that calling it cabbage-priced was no exaggeration. Under normal circumstances, 10,000 of such items could not be exchanged for a single true god-grade battle armor. Even the void true gods of the military had net worths of only over 10 million military merits, and that was their total worth, not liquid wealth. Possessing 1 or 2 or 3 void true god-grade mechanical treasures accounted for the bulk of that value, showing just how difficult it was to earn military equipment points. Even catastrophic-level military missions could not earn military merits, so ordinary daily missions were even more hopeless. Zhang Yang could not help but think to himself, "Let me observe the strength of the void true gods on both sides. If it is not enough, I will have no choice but to force my way through." Seeing his expression, Luofeng could not help but ask, "Our current harvest should be enough to exchange for several mechanical treasures. Senior, what treasure did you discover at the military equipment depot?" Zhang Yang smiled, bitterly nodded, then shook his head and said, "Sort of. As for void true god-grade mechanical treasures, we currently have no military equipment points, so I could not conduct a detailed search. However, I did purchase some information regarding the void true god level." Hearing this, Luofeng was momentarily speechless. Void true god-grade mechanical treasures. Even a true god-grade mechanical treasure required over 100,000 points. He had heard that the rampaging demon of the Cosmic Sea had obtained a Blood Sea demon armor of the void true god level, and that had earned it several 100,000 military equipment points. Void true god-grade mechanical treasures. Surely even the cheapest ones cost over 1 million. Although they had made some gains, their harvest would probably only be enough for the most ordinary type. Luofeng did not know how powerful Zhang Yang had become, but judging from previous events, the words that the mountain dweller had spoken in the past now rang true. When Zhang Yang reached the pinnacle of a level, he might possibly be equivalent to someone who had just entered the next level. Perhaps only when both of them reached the true god realm would this gap finally shrink. He thought about it. When he was a venerable, he had created a top-tier 6-stage secret art. Because his divine power was 1 level lower and the Siwu Featherwings slightly enhanced its might, he had roughly 6-stage strength. If he activated the Star Tower, he could even unleash top-tier 6-stage power. Was that not precisely the level of strength Zhang Yang had when he first became a venerable? Seeing Luofeng's expression, Zhang Yang quickly reminded him, "Do not overthink it. My strength is only rising faster for now. I sense there will be a huge hurdle ahead." Then he added, "My law comprehension is quick at the moment, but I likewise cannot afford to break through too hastily. You do not have such a restriction. Just like those peak domain treasures from before, they grant you no enhancement now and have no effect against enemies. Your explosive period has not yet arrived. Once your strength erupts, true god-grade treasures will likewise become useless, and you will have to swap them for void-level ones." Zhang Yang had meant to say that there would also come a day when Luofeng would have such worries, but the words died on his lips as he suddenly recalled the mission in the next era. Luo Feng would go to undertake the title-sealing mission. At that time, why would he ever lack equipment? The equipment would simply deliver itself to his door. Luo Feng smiled quietly. He did not feel that Zhang Yang's words were mere encouragement or consolation, nor did they stir any resentment. First, his own heart was firm and resolute, confident and unshakable. Second, he knew that Zhang Yang genuinely believed what he said. Zhang Yang's trust and regard for him were no less than his trust in himself. That was what pleased him and set his mind at ease the most, because Zhang Yang was indeed far stronger than him at present. Captain, shall we go now and trade with Nether Soul and Galaxy? In just 2 years we have discovered them fighting 5 times. That is not even the whole count. They have likely already gathered enough true god corpses. That is right, Captain Kufa. We should stop waiting. Now that the 2 major powers have ceased fighting, perhaps there will be no more gains later. We are bound by our mission. If we fail to complete it, we do not have 100,000 military equipment points to offset the mission penalty, and we will likely be executed by military law. Captain, when I saw the 2 of them fighting last time, I also spotted members of Yulua's team. We do not know exactly how many gains Nether Soul and Galaxy have secured. The situation is calm now, but if Yulua gets ahead of us, we are finished. Kufa listened to her team members' chatter and fell into deep thought. After pondering for a moment, she made up her mind and shook her head. From the moment he entered the military camp, that person has not spoken with anyone. Had I not taken the initiative to invite him to come to 9 Smoke Marsh, perhaps even now we would have no idea of his strength. As I see it, he has never truly taken us seriously. Ironic as it sounds, that is the fact. The current situation is somewhat strange. It may even have something to do with him. This is hardly the time to go disturbing him. Since he agreed to trade with us, and considering his casual attitude and his astonishing strength, he must be absolutely confident. Only a few years have passed. Let us wait until the mission timer is half spent before approaching him again. If we ruin his plans. After hearing Kufa's analysis, the 9 soldiers calmed down. After all, they had witnessed 5 battles, and it was certain that many more had gone unseen. Neither of the 2 major forces had organized any search parties, which clearly meant no one had been left alive. Every time they struck, they obtained 4 or 5 true god corpses. Now they had at least 20-odd. The situation was indeed too strange to rush into contact. If they offended those 2 and they refused to trade true god corpses, true despair would follow. Meanwhile, a plump creature with 2 small wings on its neck, a wuha, was searching through the great marsh. When it spotted yet another Lawmaster longsword glowing with crimson light in the distance, its 2 eyes instantly widened. It dashed over swiftly and stowed away the longsword. Although Zhang Yang had agreed to trade corpses with it, it was still quietly striving on its own. Instinct told it that if it could not complete the mission alone, it would be fleeced for all it was worth. Just as it was about to search in another direction, its body suddenly froze. The distant sky had become a dark, oppressive mass. The clouds around were swept clean away, and a vast shadow tilted toward it. The Lawmasters here all possessed perfect divine bodies, each with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. Even 10,000 of them would blanket millions of kilometers of the sky. Yet this enormous host blotted out the sun and the moon. Its numbers probably reached millions or even tens of millions, and every single one of them was at the Lawmaster realm. The Wuha suppressed its divine power aura with all its might, lowered its body, and howled inwardly, "Damn it! I have rarely seen such a colossal army even in the North True Sea. Could it be that 9 Smoke Marsh is about to wage a final battle against blazing Jade Mountain?" Zhang Yang and the others did not have to wait long before the main forces of both sides had assembled. Soon the 2 spotted the vast divine power surging across the distant sky. The might and will of over 10 million powerhouses pressed down upon the marsh, and 7 void true god auras blazed like bonfires in the dead of night. Luo Feng murmured, "With such a massive scale, even the void true gods have appeared. The final battle has begun." Zhang Yang also nodded excitedly. Although he had seen even more powerhouses in the military camp and had even witnessed simple exercises like Pro-Terran, he had never seen a true great war. Now the colossal clash of tens of millions of universe masters ignited his blood. Nothing pleased a man more than running wild on the battlefield. This was a man's romance. What should we do this time? Fight fiercely amidst the war, as before, find a chance for a sneak attack, or wait to kill the weak true gods who come to collect the corpses? Luo Feng asked for Zhang Yang's opinion. Blue flames flickered in Zhang Yang's eyes as he countered, "I am fine with any option. My objective is military merits. How do you want to fight? If you want to have a good battle, I will cover your retreat after we draw attention." Luo Feng nodded slowly. In a battle of such magnitude, trying to secretly obtain true god corpses would be extremely difficult and would likely be discovered directly. They had already harvested quite a bit, and the military merits he needed to exchange for equipment were sufficient. So why not simply fight to their heart's content? Having made up his mind, a golden blade gleam flashed briefly through his eyes. Then he said, "Let us join the battle this time. We will leave the field once they begin focusing on us." Zhang Yang gave a light chuckle, then nodded firmly in agreement. He knew that when Luo Feng had some confidence, he would choose to fight. Back in the original universe, he had used Luo Feng as bait only for those cowardly enemy races to back down. This time they should be able to attract a good number of true gods to besiege them, right? It had also been a long time since he had enjoyed a good unrestrained fight. In the Cosmic Sea, he had either run into Mingxin, who bullied others with the Wangri Cliff, or had to deal with disgusting opponents like Yuanyu the Master. The only true satisfying battle had been when he was cornered in the original universe and fought with Yin Yang God Lord. But that had made him a mortal enemy. He too wanted to unleash himself in a glorious and unbridled battle. Zhang Yang gazed into the distance. 1 light year away the soldiers of both sides stood suspended in the air. At the highest point stood 7 presences whose might surpassed even the 10 million soldiers below. Those were void true gods. The one he had met back in the military camp had been terrifyingly strong, but these 7 were well within what he could handle. He could not help but wonder whether Ziyu and Eastern Emperor of the Cosmic Sea were only at this level. A thunderous boom erupted, and in an instant the heavens and earth changed color. Space-time shifted and a hazy void descended completely. Above the 9 smoke marsh an ashen shadow enveloped the endless wetland, completely overwhelming the combined aura of over 10 million lawmasters and 10,000 true gods, as if severing the world into 2 parts. One thought and void becomes reality. Luo Feng muttered. So this is a void true god. Zhang Yang also nodded silently. The 7 void true gods were now revealing their might. Fierce collisions, a contest for authority. Void, void, void. Zhang Yang seemed lost in thought. Ever since he had broken the speed limit in the Cosmic Sea, he had actually gained a deeper understanding of the void. The omnipresent supreme rules were the core around which all rules operated. As long as one was in this world, one was under the dominion of the supreme rules. When an universe master broke through and reached the strongest level, the divine kingdom transformed into a miniature universe. At that moment the supreme rule would descend, or rather it would reveal itself. After all, the supreme rule was omnipresent and eternal. When he broke through the speed limit in the Cosmic Sea, he was actually shattering the rules set by the original universe within the void. It was just that they manifested more clearly there, woven from countless law chains. He was not only able to break them but also to comprehend them. Now watching the void true gods of both sides contest the void up close was nothing like the placid void he had seen in the military camp. Authority was being fought over, and the occasionally revealed rules were far clearer. A spark of insight flickered in Zhang Yang's mind. He recalled something. The 3rd level of Luo Feng's Siwu Feather Wings was a simplified version of one thought void becomes reality. Since it had been engraved upon an eternal true god-grade mechanical treasure, which was far from the true supreme level, that meant the void's rules were not beyond comprehension. Perhaps in some source worlds where the cultivation system differed slightly from the origin continent, the breakthrough point was not raising one's own laws and miniature universe but cultivating the path of void rules, universe rules, and supreme rules. At this moment his enormous comprehension ability, over 600 Jing, became fully apparent. His understanding of the rules advanced by leaps and bounds every second. The one thought he had seen in the military camp had not been aimed at him, and it had been too calm and rigid. Now standing beneath the clashing void rules, he found his perceptions and his memories of the universe, his law comprehension, and the secret patterns of the void all corroborating one another. The rules became unprecedentedly clear. The void held no more secrets for him. He even vaguely sensed that the void itself was not entirely uniform. Suddenly a smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth. Previously, he had still harbored some wariness toward void true gods. After all, one thought void becomes reality was a high-level special ability. When both sides had it, nothing much happened. But if one side lacked it, the other would dominate. His strength would have been suppressed. But now Zhang Yang's eyes held a faint glimmer of anticipation. You fools of blazing Jade Mountain, how dare you invade my 9 smoke marsh? The voice rang through the mind like the tinkling of a spring, pleasant and light, yet it resounded in the ears of every mighty being. The clouds in the sky shifted, and above countless savage beasts appeared a strange creature with emerald green scales, and a tentacled body resembling an octopus. Though it had many tentacles, there was not the slightest trace of fear about it. Every tentacle was exquisitely formed. It also had 9 stunningly beautiful faces, enough to stir any onlooker's heart. She was 9 Smoke, an ancient being who ruled this region and the namesake of the 9 Smoke Marsh. Zhang Yang watched silently. Of the 7 void true gods, it was 9 Smoke who had won the contest over the void just now. She was the strongest of the 7. As for how strong she was, every void true god had a divine body over 10,000 times stronger than his own. Without her making a move, he could not judge precisely. Yet she had gained the slightest upper hand even in a 3 versus 4 fight. It was obvious how strong 9 Smoke was, and from that Zhang Yang could at least estimate how weak her 2 subordinate void true gods must be. A true god corpse was worth 10,000 times a law master's corpse. So how much would a void true god corpse be worth? If they truly had to choose a target, those 2 were the first picks. Zhou, even if you are a bit stronger than us, you take all the meat, and don't even leave us a sip of soup. Do you truly think the 4 void true gods of Xuanju Mountain are afraid of you? The voice was filled with anger, and the divine power on both sides was poised to surge. You want soup? If you pledge allegiance to me and become my subordinates, I will naturally reward you when I am pleased. Ah, damn it, Zhou, you really are an unreasonable madman. Only those two fleeing lunatics could tolerate you. All warriors of Xuanzhu Mountain charge. The two black clouds in the sky rapidly approached each other, then collided violently, and remained locked in a stalemate. At first the two armies launched a coordinated assault. Blade lights, flames, ice, frost, snow. Endless mystic arts flooded the void, and overwhelming waves of divine power radiated outward. It was a combined attack by a million lords of laws, its might already reaching the void level. As individual powerhouses charged forward, the two camps fell into complete chaos. To avoid friendly fire, both sides stopped using coordinated attacks. The Universe Masters were fighting in one battlefield, while the True Gods formed another battle group. It has begun, Luo Feng said excitedly. Zhang Yang also nodded seriously. Although this battle did not use a powerful war weapon like Piluo Heaven and Earth, the battlefield was still intense, filled with mystic arts everywhere. Even the coordinated attacks launched by both camps at the very beginning made him feel threatened. It was a crushing force of energy from all directions. Although its might was only equivalent to the level of a void true god at the early stage, its range was simply too vast. Strictly speaking, his divine body was only about 10 times stronger than that of a law lord, and he did not possess the formidable defenses of a true void true god. If struck by a widespread sustained attack, he could only endure it head-on, which would annihilate a massive amount of divine power. Let's move closer to the true god battlefield. It's too far from here. Luo Feng gazed into the distance, then followed. Below the true god battlefield, a vast marsh was covered with dense purple vines and grass. As the two approached, the area of vines below remained very calm. Luo Feng said calmly, "It seems they don't want too many deaths either. Now that they are thoroughly mixed together, at most it's 1-on-1 or even 2-on-1. Since they aren't forming coordinated attacks, the might won't be too powerful. So far not a single true god has fallen." Zhang Yang nodded and said, "Let's begin as well. You go and fight to your heart's content. I'll first find those weaker true gods and collect as many corpses as possible. When you are surrounded by a horde of true gods and pushed to your limit, I'll assist you in breaking out. We'll fight while retreating and finish off all the pursuing true gods as our grand finale." The two exchanged glances. Luo Feng drew his blood shadow battle blade and charged toward a true god whose strength was barely at the 8th rank and who wore no true god battle armor. Zhang Yang's gaze swept across the surrounding battlefield. His figure blurred slightly as he silently crept forward. "A law lord dares to attack me?" A furious roar rang out. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. Luo Feng had already begun his move, and he too had found a suitable target. It was a strange beast resembling a long serpent with 2 horns on its head, a broad and ferocious-looking skull. Its body was somewhat slender, had no limbs, and was covered in dark gray feathers. An utterly bizarre appearance. 8th rank strength. Zhang Yang thought to himself, already knowing what level of power he should display. The divine power on his body suddenly blazed forth. Forbidden break. Blaze. Zhang Yang's aura abruptly surged his form, transforming into a streak of azure light that shot forth. The Donghua secret art granted him unparalleled speed, allowing him to cross tens of millions of kilometers in a single breath. When he reached the serpentine beast, it was still somewhat bewildered. Earlier it had found it amusing that a law master had struck at a true god, never imagining that it would now be its own turn. Though Zhang Yang's divine power was formidable, the burning aura could not be concealed. This was a law master. "Do you truly think I am weak just because I am at the 8th rank? Yet you dare to attack me actively? Die!" With that, it set aside the humanoid true god from Xuanzhu Mountain, for the moment whipping its long tail toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's gaze remained utterly calm. Though he had not yet unleashed his full power, he would not appear too ostentatious for now, as he wished to accumulate some wealth first. Since he had decided to slay this beast, it was nothing more than fish on the chopping board. Forbidden Severance Volume 2 Blaze. His divine power surged once more. Zhang Yang raised Liu high and instantly activated its peak Tier 7 secret art. In that moment, the aura he unleashed surpassed that of a true god, with the secret arts might reaching the pinnacle of Tier 10. How could an 8th rank being lacking even a true god's battle armor possibly withstand such overwhelming power? Swoosh! A flash of azure blade light. Zhang Yang reappeared directly in front of the serpentine beast. The next instant, Liu cleaved through space, leaving behind faint ripples. This was the Gene world where only a top-tier true god could tear space itself. Now the space was trembling subtly, and the might within it filled the serpentine beast with sheer terror. Boom! Liu struck fiercely upon the beast's head, the very location of its true god heart. The unparalleled strike sent the serpentine beast's body into violent convulsions. Its cyan gray feathers rattled loudly. In the next instant, its true god heart shattered, its soul annihilated outright, and the beast lost all power, its body collapsing like a limp noodle. This is a law master. How can there be such a terrifying law master? He's collecting the corpse. He's a soldier of the army. Stop him. How dare he ambush us? Kill him. Zhang Yang let out a sneer. Stop him. They would have to catch him first. With his ambush complete, he instantly transformed into a flickering azure light, leaving several pursuing true gods in the dust within mere moments. The true gods of Juyan Marsh and the pursuing true gods of Xuanyu Mountain stared at the rapidly shrinking light, soon unable to see even its silhouette. For a moment they could only look at one another in stunned silence. A brief silence fell over the area. Kill! The next second both sides clashed once more, though this time far more cautiously, constantly on guard against another ambush. Another powerful Law Master soldier has appeared. A hazy voice sounded from above. Zhou Yan's 9 faces scanned the battlefield, soon spotting Zhang Yang, circling around, and approaching once more from another corner. An amusing little fellow. He's treating my Jian Marsh true gods as military merit. A pitch-black scale-covered beast beside him suddenly spoke. Master, shall we send someone to stop him? A void true god acting against a law master. Let's see if he only targets my Jian Marsh. If he slays more Xuanyu Mountain true gods, I could care less. The black-scaled beast's limbs swayed in the air for a moment before it said no more. Zhou Yan's temperament was bizarre and capricious. There was no knowing what he truly thought. Best to stay quiet and obedient. At this moment, besides Zhang Yang and Luo Feng, 2 other teams were also lurking near the true god battlefield. The captain of the 6th squad glared hatefully at Luo Feng, who was fighting fiercely amidst a swarming mass of true gods. 8 true gods were now besieging him, yet they remained unable to bring him down. Damn it! A low growl escaped the captain, as he watched true god corpses occasionally tumble from the sky, burning with unwillingness. But he did not dare sneak over to seize them. Because of Zhang Yang's repeated ambushes and Luo Feng's valiant display, the true gods on the battlefield had grown highly vigilant. The moment he revealed himself, he would be met with a ferocious barrage, and there would be no escape afterward. Captain, are we just going to sit here and watch? Captain, those true gods won't give us any chance. Captain, why don't we head to the Law Master battlefield? Many Law Masters are falling there. If the battle lasts long enough, gathering 10,000 weapons won't be difficult. Though many team members spoke up, others exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming, as if they had already found another way to complete the mission. The captain swept his gloomy gaze across them. 10,000 Law Master weapons. How long would that take to collect? A single observation made it clear. The true gods fought cautiously and very few died. Clearly, although the 2 great forces were at war, this was not a fight to the death. Law Masters might be worthless, but if too many died, both Jian Marsh and Xuanyu Mountain would feel the sting. In this entire battle, no more than a few tens of thousands of Law Masters would fall. The war could not last long. Without a war, the only way to obtain true god corpses would be to kill them personally. Far harder than stealing them on the battlefield. Just as he was about to speak a few words of comfort, a low shout came from beside him. That ghost is here again. Hearing this, the captain turned his head toward the battlefield. The warning had barely left his lips when Zhang Yang, having transformed into an azure light, appeared before a withered beast. A flash of azure blade light, and that true god beast instantly lost all signs of life. Zhang Yang then sped away into the distance, while the other true gods foolishly chased him for tens of millions of kilometers before losing sight of him entirely. He's too strong. How many times is this now? We've seen dozens, haven't we? Isn't he afraid the void true gods will act? This is a provocation to both forces. The captain's eyes trembled uncontrollably. He could only confirm that Zhang Yang's warblade was a mechanical supreme treasure. But there had to be a limit to its enhancement, right? It was now displaying power at the apex of Tier 10. A boost of 3 entire tiers. With such terrifying speed and such monstrous footwork, he even doubted whether his own mechanical supreme treasure could restrain the man. Look, that one from Galaxy is in danger. For more true gods have surrounded him. This movement. He's trying to break out. Time to retreat. He went from fighting 2 true gods to 4, and now 8 are besieging him. This is absolutely terrifying. Hidden among the purple vines, Zhang Yang, who had been observing the battlefield, also noticed Luo Feng's predicament. He murmured, "The timing is just right." The arrangement of the true god battlefield had shifted. The weaker true gods were now at the center, while the powerful ones had moved to the periphery. It was no longer easy for him to launch ambushes. If he could not finish a fight quickly, he would be attacked by many true gods at once, and his true strength would be exposed. Zhang Yang advanced silently according to plan, waiting for Luo Feng's next lure. 20 true gods of Jian Marsh are joining the siege. These are possibly the last 20 on this battlefield. Even the auras of those void true gods have shifted somewhat, with divine sense probing from time to time. Zhang Yang muttered softly, trailing behind the true gods, who were pursuing Luo Feng, drifting farther and farther from the battlefield. "You know you can't catch me, yet you still chase." Luo Feng gave a light shout, his eyes gleaming with sharp blade light. "Hand over the corpses of my Jian Marsh true gods." "Yes, you rely on your superior movement. Daring to fight us and still steal our true god corpses. If you don't hand them over, don't even think about escaping. You're just a law master. The only reason you're this fast is that divine power-burning secret art. Hand over the corpses now. The warriors of my Jian Marsh are not tools for you soldiers." Luo Feng had been observing his surroundings all along. When he caught a flash of azure light among the purple vines, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. They were now far from the true god battlefield. It was time to reap the harvest. Divine power surged through his avatar, instantly restoring his reserves. His figure halted midair, and the next second he charged straight at the 20 true gods. You dare! You actually turned back. Kill him. The true gods had not expected Luofeng to dare stop. Fury erupted. This was an insult to them. Then a soft murmur sounded. Blade rise Samsara. A flash of azure blade light, and a true god at the very rear silently lost his life. What? It's that ambushing law master. They're working together. Send the signal. This time we must catch him. At least catch one of them. Right? He only dares to attack those without armor. He can't threaten us. Kill. Light of water and fire. Flames severing the sky. Zhang Yang laughed softly. Earlier on the battlefield, he had not wanted to reveal his strength too soon. Now that he could no longer ambush and was so far from the battlefield, no one but a void true god could discover his true power. Liu was raised high, and the pinnacle Tier 10 secret art unfolded. Extremely intricate law patterns emerged, and countless streams of chaotic airflow materialized out of thin air. This was the gene world, not the cosmic sea. Here the chaotic airflow lay at the very core of the world. The chaotic airflow that now appeared was the marvel attainable only by those who had nearly fully comprehended two opposing fundamental laws, and Zhang Yang relied on the fusion law of time and space. The hazy chaotic airflow shrouded the battlefield, and in the sky 2 enormous silver millstones seemed to take form. Seeing this, how could the true gods of Jianmarsh not grasp the terror of the power at hand? They hurriedly joined forces to defend. Boom! The gray millstones rolled forth with overwhelming might. The combined attack of the 10 Tier 9 true gods reached only Tier 10, while Zhang Yang's strike had already ascended to Tier 11. Power at the level of a void true god. The millstones ground relentlessly against the true gods trapped within the secret art. A shrill cry. The agonized sound of true god hearts straining beyond their limit. The gray mist slowly dispersed, leaving only 2 true gods alive. The other 18 had all lost their life aura. Although a higher level attack could not annihilate their divine power all at once, their true god hearts simply could not endure such violent impacts. Moreover, they had realized too late, and their joint defense had been hasty. Now only 2 true gods remained alive, and both were gravely wounded. Send the signal, quick! One of the beast true gods roared hoarsely, activating a compact mechanical communicator. A strange law fluctuation spread swiftly through the air. Light of water and fire. Slash! Zhang Yang and Luofeng attacked instantly, and the 2 gravely wounded beast true gods perished on the spot. Luofeng, let's go. All right. Zhang Yang cast a glance back at the battlefield behind them. Their only violent fluctuations of divine power could be sensed. The battlefield itself was beyond his line of sight. Once he sent Luofeng away, it would be his turn to run wild. Their gains so far were still too few. 2 million military merit points were hardly enough to exchange for a decent mechanical supreme treasure. Rumble. In an instant, heaven and earth shifted color. Countless pale gray mist veils materialized out of nowhere. After shrouding the 2 of them, a stretch of void swiftly took shape. And where exactly do the 2 of you think you're going? He sensed the ubiquitous restraint. At its bare minimum, it possessed peak 10th order might, and it might not even have been unleashed to its full extent, but rather casually exerted to confine him. Zhang Yang smiled softly. He had assumed that a void true god would maintain some sense of dignity, perhaps dispatching subordinates or other true gods, rather than acting personally. Even the military might impose restrictions on a void true god, but now it seemed he had been somewhat presumptuous. His original plan had been to provoke them deliberately, but now the enemy had come to him. This was even better. As long as it wasn't Jiuyan, he was confident he could handle it. Are you here for me? Then let's see if you can catch me. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Yang activated the 2nd volume of Annihilation, divine power blazing fiercely. The next instant his body transformed into a streak of deep blue light shooting off into the distance. Within the clouds, a void true god beast covered in pitch-black scales, its limbs thick and sturdy, cast a glance at Luofeng. Jiuyan had only ordered it to bring Zhang Yang back, giving no instructions regarding Luofeng. Seeing the deep blue light about to vanish from sight, it hesitated no longer. With a tremor of divine power, it too transformed into a streak of black light and gave chase at tremendous speed. Luofeng stared at the direction Zhang Yang had disappeared, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. Although Zhang Yang had not stated it openly, his desire to obtain void true god-level mechanical treasures, his continuous incitement of battles between Jiuyan Marsh and Shanyu Mountain, and his reckless passage through the true god battlefield all hinted at a deliberate attempt to lure a void true god into action. Now he had left together with one. Luofeng felt a twinge of unease. He did not know how powerful Zhang Yang truly was. In Jinji world, the God King had not shown himself for a long time. Would the void true gods here still place as much importance on geniuses as before? And if faced with relentless provocation or even a threat to their lives, what methods would the void true gods employ? Shaking off his thoughts, Luofeng surveyed his surroundings and transformed back into a golden-horned giant beast before returning to the battlefield. What a cunning little loach. You've already made me chase you for 10 days within my one thought void. Now this farce ends. The black-scaled beast crouched in the clouds raised its head and let out a roar. The next instant its divine power burned fiercely, as wisps of black flames emerged from its body. The first 3 volumes of divine power-burning secret arts silently activated, and the flames blazed even more intensely. Within a range of over 1,000,000 kilometers, a massive phantom of the beast formed from black flames appeared. All of it volatile divine power now perfectly controlled by it. It decided to end this farce. 10 days had already passed, and the battle there was likely nearing its end. Lord Zhou must be growing impatient. Scorching light wheel. A wheel-shaped treasure burning with black-purple flames hovered above its head. With a roar the wheel spun rapidly. The black flames which had been rising freely turned into a vortex, and then streaks of black-purple fire serpents burst forth. Flames filled the sky. One by one long strip-shaped black flames vanished only to reappear in the far distance, in the direction Zhang Yang was heading. Before long Zhang Yang was completely engulfed. Seeing this he had no choice but to stop flying. He turned and quietly examined this void true god beast. A body of 100,000 kilometers was not particularly large. The opponent only possessed the divine power-burning secret arts of a law master and a true god. As for void true god-level techniques, while they might be simple to unleash, bringing out their full might required far more exquisite divine power-burning arts. And the treasure the opponent was currently using was merely a void true god-level domain treasure. Likely its most powerful asset. What's the matter, little loach? Not running anymore? The void true god beast spoke with amusement. Ha! Zhang Yang let out a scornful laugh, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Tell me, have you enjoyed chasing me these past 10 days? The void true god beast replied coldly. An ant is still an ant. Time to take you back now. Zhang Yang nodded repeatedly. Indeed. 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 It's been 10 days and we're far from the battlefield now. The void true god beast sneered. That was me playing with you. If I truly wanted to return, 2 days would be enough. 2 days. Zhang Yang grinned. 2 days should just about do it. You thought you were toying with me with your one-thought void, but little did you know you've done me a great favor. Now I have a technique I'd like you to sample. Ha ha ha. The void true god beast laughed heartily. You rely on that mechanical-style treasured war blade to unleash peak 10th order secret art attacks, but that's only with the aid of divine power-burning arts. Aid is in the end mere aid. Your own understanding of the laws is at most at the 7th order level. It's only by activating the secret patterns in that treasure to amplify your power that you reach such might. You may be a rare genius of our gene kingdom, but you're still just a minor soldier in the army. Do you truly think you can rival me? You even want me to sample one of your techniques? Ridiculous. Let me tell you now. Every secret art you've ever created is garbage in my eyes. Scorching light wheel. Burn. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes. The enemy truly was impatient. But he was done waiting as well. He was eager to see just how much power this move of his could unleash. Ancient God Dharma form. Sumeru form. With a shout, Zhang Yang became the center of a storm of law chains that materialized in an instant, forming a tremendously complex secret art. The laws moved with inconceivable speed. Just as the surrounding black flames were about to close in, a hazy gray light extended from his body directly into the void. A colossal, indistinct giant phantom stood towering over 10,000 light-years, majestic and solemn within the emptiness. Rise! Zhang Yang's will surged wildly. Perhaps because the secret art influenced the rules of the void, infusing his will proved extraordinarily difficult. He had used the ancient god Dharma form tens of millions of times, but now the core will space of the Dharma form remained impenetrable, as if an invisible membrane was preventing him from obtaining authority over the rules. His blood surged and a web of red veins spread across his eyes, yet the final step to command the void simply would not complete. The void true god beast burst into laughter. Ha ha! Are you putting on a show for me? What use is wasting so much divine power to construct such a massive phantom? Zhang Yang ignored the taunts. The beast knew the how but not the why. It had never delved into the essence of its own power. But Zhang Yang was different. His thoughts raced. He could guarantee that the operation of the rules was flawless, and that the external assistance of the laws was equally perfect. His will had reached the void level, and the secret patterns of the ancient god Dharma form had merged with the void itself. He had even made further progress on the path of void. Yet he still could not command it. The essence of cultivation was to embody all power within oneself. But at his level the rules of the void held no secrets for him. So why could he not complete it on his own? The supreme rules. The phrase struck his mind and Zhang Yang's heart grew heavy. Earlier within the realm heart, he had deceived the original universes while using the universe's source. Now to obtain authority over the void from the supreme rules. Would he have to deceive the supreme rules as well? This was supposed to be their first exchange. Would it be wrong to start with deception? Zhang Yang then began to consider how to obtain void authority. Rather than dwelling on the difference between a void true god and a true god, a sudden thought struck him. Luo Feng's slaughter Wu Wings also possessed the power to control the void. Whether in its simplified or complete form, the foremost issue was always one of authority. A single treasure could command the void. Setting aside its material composition, what mattered were the secret patterns upon it. As a peak eternal true god-level mechanical treasure, its patterns contained at least 2 types that reached directly to the source. Yet to break through to void true god, one only needed to comprehend a single source. So then, was mastering an entire law source the key to opening the door to this chaotic world? Would one gradually obtain authority over the rules? Zhang Yang's consciousness was racing with exceptional speed and precision, but the black flames had already closed in. They carried the might of a void true god-level domain treasure merged with the surrounding void. Their power was utterly terrifying. Fully master a single source. A deep blue blade gleam flickered in Zhang Yang's eyes. He had long since placed over 10,000 chaos steel and reached the 34th floor. This meant he was at the peak of the 10th order. Such a level was merely a single step away from fully mastering a law source. Previously he had simply seen no need. Moreover, his fused laws had already reached the mid-10th order, taking a different path from ordinary law comprehension, so he had not continued. Now gazing at the blazing flames around him, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Since his opponent commanded the fire source, he would command fire as well. Scorching heat, searing burn, violent explosion, soaring ascent, annihilation. One by one, the qualities of fire coursed through his mind as he sought the essence of flames. Zhang Yang's consciousness seemed to transform into a burning blaze. The source of laws was tied to the soul, and the orderly rules of the void seemed to loosen slightly. If it were any other true god, even comprehending a single source would not allow them to command the void. The void was far too complex. Even void true gods did not truly understand it, but merely used it by instinct. Yet Zhang Yang was different. He did not need the supreme rules to bestow such power during the metamorphosis of a miniature universe. He could construct the void himself, and he had already completed its framework. It simply would not emanate its full authority. Now the supreme rules had yielded. Zhang Yang was not deceiving it. He was simply obtaining its acknowledgement. Around him nothing visibly changed. But in the unseen depths, his qualification had been recognized. His eternal true god level will pierce through that membrane at the core of the ancient god Dharma form. In an instant, the Dharma form towering over 10,000 light-years opened its eyes. Each eye over 100 light-years in size, containing a world of blazing scarlet flames. Void complete. A thunderous shout rang out, and the hazy Sumeru form suddenly solidified. The void that belonged to the void true god beast was forcibly driven back. Before him now was a void that belonged solely to Zhang Yang. Abilities such as one thought becomes void, one thought gives birth to a universe, were commands over time and space, while a domain was the erosion of a special energy. The black flames burning before Zhang Yang were dispelled by the power of the void, leaving only a trace of residual might. No longer enough to harm him. What? One thought void complete. The void true god beast's eyes bulged wide, the sudden increase of white in its eyes forming a stark contrast against its pitch-black body. It stared in shock at the bizarre humanoid figure before it. It could not connect this to the one thought void complete it knew. After all, everyone's one thought void took the form of a sphere. There was no such thing as a humanoid form. Perhaps the military supply department of Jinji world possessed such cultivation methods, but they would not be worth the cost. So long as the secret art's might was sufficient, who cared what shape it took? Besides, this was an ability one could command without even studying it. Only during the most glorious era of Jin Kingdom, to pursue deeper development, had high-level beings studied the specific formation of the void, even crafting mechanical equipment usable from Lawmaster all the way to Eternal True God. Annihilation, reincarnation. The void true god beast was stunned, but Zhang Yang was not. It had toyed with him for over 10 days, and he had endured for over 10 days. Had it not been for using the beast's body to exchange for military supply points, he would have erupted long ago. 2 volumes of divine power-burning secret arts activated instantly, and his 10th order fused laws took shape rapidly. This is... The void true god beast was shaken by the might of this secret art, but its instinct for survival drove it to counterattack desperately. Nether flame. As both secret arts took form, the world seemed to split into 2 halves. On one side, space shattered and silver blade gleams flickered within a deep blue sea of light. On the other side, endless spatial rifts gaped like an abyss of ink, and hellfire emerged from within, seeking to burn all things in the world. This expanse of space resembled a bizarre totem of black flames. Boom! The moment the two collided, an endless tide of energy erupted. The blade gleam shattered even the stable space of Jinji world, while the black flames were continuously annihilated. After only an instant of stalemate, the sea of silver blades radiating 12th order might surged toward the void true god beast. Impossible! The void true god beast stared at the oncoming assault, unable to believe that a mere lawmaster had pushed it back. This was the most absurd thing it had encountered since attaining void status. Though outstanding lawmasters held considerable status, void true gods were equally esteemed and possessed immense personal power. Even they could join the military with great ease. The only reason they refrained was that the military imposed too many constraints. Without a summons from His Majesty, the God King void-level beings preferred not to enter the army. And now a lawmaster had pushed it back. Its time in the void true god realm was not insignificant. Its progress had been slow, yet it had reached the latter half of the 11th order. By what right did a lawmaster beat it back? Ah! Divine power was being frantically annihilated, and the fury in its heart turned to icy dread. It cried out in terror. My divine power has been annihilated by 1,000th. It was a void true god clad in void-level armor. Even if it was not at the top of its realm, its accumulated divine power was 100 times that of a true god. Even blocked by an 11th order peak secret art, and protected by armor, it had still lost 1,000th of its divine power. If it had no armor, would a single strike have slain it? It was deeply puzzled. It had only sensed an early 12th order level, merely a notch above itself. So how could it have annihilated so much divine power? This effect was comparable to a strike from a top-tier void true god. Annihilation! Zhang Yang pursued once more, blade in hand, clearly sensing the weakening of the opponent's divine body. It was as if he could already see countless military supply points waving at him. The gap between a lawmaster and a true god was 10,000-fold. So how much greater was the gap between a void true god and a true god? Could it mean a 10,000-fold difference in military merits? Hundreds of millions of supply points. A single haul like that would make him wealthier than even the most elite void true gods. Boom! This time the beast did not dare to be careless. The scorching light will enhanced its secret art, as it unleashed another nether flame. Then, riding the force of the collision, the void true god beast fled swiftly backward, its speed increasing until it became a thin black thread across the void. Trying to run? Zhang Yang sneered. He instantly activated the Donghua secret art, the core inheritance of Duan Donghe. His speed immediately surged by a large margin. His secret arts were top tier, his attack stronger, and his acceleration accordingly faster. How could he let the beast escape? True god-level mechanical flight treasures were of little assistance against a void true god, and the beast simply could not afford a void true god level 1. It was only the scorching light wheel that allowed the beast to move faster. Otherwise Zhang Yang would have caught it instantly. But even now the distance between them was steadily closing. My earlier patience was merely to lure you out. Otherwise would I have endured you for so long? Now that you want to flee, don't you think it's a little too late? Do you really think you have me? I just do not want to fight you to the death. Do not go too far. The alien beast void true god, seeing that escape was impossible, turned around, and prepared to meet the battle. Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. That was more like it. How could an opponent like a void true god simply run after probing? The reason he had gained an advantage with the first move was that he had launched a surprise attack before the other could react. For the second strike, the enemy activated a domain treasure. The domain's main function was restriction. If one considered attack power, the top-tier 12th rank secret pattern exhibited top-tier 11th rank might, combined with the enemy's own 11th rank attack art, the attack pattern barely reached 12th rank. Although Zhang Yang held a slight advantage, only a few of his attacks landed, and the divine power he annihilated was imperceptible. Annihilation, reincarnation, netherworld flame. Boom! The power at the void true god level collided violently. Both secret arts commanded the complete power of a fundamental law. Boundless divine power was expended. Space around them shattered inch by inch. The shockwaves spread outward in a ring, instantly clearing everything nearby. The fierce battle fluctuations traveled extremely far, even reaching the battlefield of Jian Marsh. Although the two had already flown for 10 days, the space of the Gene world was so stable. Yet now the intense battle caused distinct spatial ripples, let alone the more obvious void fluctuations. Zhou Yan sensed Wutu's battle almost instantly. A powerful enemy has appeared nearby. Let us momentarily cease hostilities. The void true god of Shanyu Mountain also wanted to stop, but still wanted to gain an advantage, so he said, Zhou Yan, do you think we stop just because you say so? This war must end with a clear victory. No matter what fights happen outside, they are none of our concern. At that moment another void true god of Shanyu Mountain probed, and then asked, where has Wutu gone? Could it be that your enemy has come, Zhou Yan? If so, we should definitely not stop. Zhou Yan suddenly broke into a smile. Her 9 stunning faces were captivating. Then she said softly, since you also want a decisive battle, let us fight to the death. She wore the kindest expression, used the gentlest voice, and said the harshest words. But Zhou Yan was not merely talking. The instant her words fell, the divine power of a top-tier void true god surged tempestuously, and her aura soared by a level. In an instant, boundless might suppressed the entire battlefield. The law masters and true gods who had been fighting were directly crushed. They all stopped and looked up at that beautiful yet majestic face. Before everyone could adapt, Zhou Yan, already unmatched in might, flashed with emerald light across her body. In the next instant her aura surged again. Even the interlocked voids trembled, while the 4 void true gods of Shanyu Mountain became fully vigilant. Boom! Boom! 2 more eruptions burst out in succession with boundless divine power burning. That was the 5th and 6th scroll of the divine power combustion art. Around Zhou Yan, red and blue flames blazed. The residual divine power thundered across the sky and space, transformed into silver waves, surging toward the 4 void true gods of Shanyu Mountain. Their faces changed instantly. They had only exchanged a few words, and yet she had launched a full eruption. But before they could say anything more, Zhou Yan had already charged over. A pair of silver mechanical wings suddenly unfolded behind her, leaving 2 trails of flames as she flew. Every tentacle was wrapped in deep blue armor, and beneath her appeared a huge emerald net. Boom! Wielding her whip-like tentacles, the four void true gods of Shenyu Mountain hastily parried. Boom! The secret art attacks thundered across the sky, and in that instant heaven and earth were cleared. The universe masters below vaguely saw a shimmering emerald net, and then caught sight of the four true gods hurriedly retreating. Juyen, you also know to protect the warriors below. Stop now. We do not wish to fight you, or else others will profit. Joyan's smile remained unchanged, and she said nothing, but her tentacles swung more urgently. After over 100 consecutive attacks, one deflected attack fell beside the emerald net. It was like a drop of green ink falling into water, spreading rapidly. When the divine power's color faded, the once solid ground had completely vanished, leaving only a giant pit over 100 million kilometers deep. With a light exhale, she parted her red lips and slowly released a puff of pink mist. Joyen scolded. Will you not withdraw your troops? If you ever dare to offend my Jian Marsh again, you will all fall. The four void true gods of Shenyu Mountain exchanged wary glances. Though they had held back, Juyen had also been protecting the area below. How had she become so much stronger than before? Where did those mechanical flow supreme treasures come from? Retreat! At the order, the soldiers belonging to Shenyu Mountain quickly teleported out of the battlefield, assembled in less than 10 seconds, and swiftly departed, led by the four void true gods. Take charge of the warriors. I am going to see Wutu. He seems to have made a significant discovery over there. Joyen instructed the remaining void true god, then teleported away immediately. Such massive battle fluctuations must have already been sensed by Lord Joyen. If you keep fighting me, you will not escape either. Seizing a gap between attacks, Wutu the void true god threatened Zhang Yang. Joyen. He repeated, voicing the name in puzzlement, but the saber in his hand did not pause at all. The azure blue Liu streaked through the air, and in the next instant was already before Wutu. Zhang Yang was not truly indifferent to Joyen. He knew that since she could dominate a place like Juyen for so long, her strength far surpassed his. He definitely could not defeat her, but he had confidence in escaping. Though he could not beat her now, as long as he killed Wutu, he would have enough military merit points. After obtaining a void true god-level mechanical flow supreme treasure, he could try again. Watching Zhang Yang continue to attack Wutu felt great panic in his heart. Although the domain treasure had helped narrow the gap after an hour of battle, he had been struck many times. Add to that the intense clash maintained by the third scroll of divine power combustion, and he had already lost over 30 of his divine power. Joyan's strength was formidable, and she could maintain greater speed in harsh environments, but Wutu did not know whether she could arrive before he fell. Zhang Yang had no other thoughts. Holding the war blade Liu high, he executed annihilation reincarnation again and again. This technique had been created when the fusion of time and space was nearly complete, and it had laid the foundation of this secret art. As he continued to fuse more laws in the future, its power would keep rising. Its external manifestation might change, but its core would never change. Do you really think Lord Joyen will not kill you because you are a talented soldier? If you let me leave now, I might consider persuading Lord Joyen to spare you. As time slipped away, Wutu felt his life ebbing as well. With his divine power already below half, he began to voice threats. Zhang Yang sneered and said, in that case, I definitely cannot let you go. I have annihilated half of your divine body, and your life is hanging by a thread. With such hatred, would you really plead for mercy for me? You would probably wish you could kill me. Wutu fell silent at those words, because that was indeed what he had been thinking. Since he had chosen to serve under Joyen and endure her temper, he was not too proud to beg for mercy. Rather, Zhang Yang's attitude was too resolute. He would never let him go. He also knew that nothing on his body was worth more military merit points than his corpse. His divine power kept dropping. 43, 31, 16, 0, 2. Wutu cast a lingering glance toward the direction of Jian Marsh. Years ago he and Jiayu had fled together, and finally found a place that could shelter them. He had thought they would live for a long time, but he never expected to fall here at the hands of a lawmaster. Wutu had once begun his journey across a wild primordial plain. He did not know how much time had passed since, and he had long forgotten whether his homeland race still existed. Nearing his end, a faint smile appeared on his fierce face. Staring at the azure blade light before him, he shouted at Zhang Yang, "My name is Wutu and I fight for His Majesty." The long blade pierced through his body. This time there was no obstruction. Zhang Yang was extremely excited. His first Void True God kill not only earned him considerable military merit points, but also allowed him to keep some Void True God flesh and blood. This was the flesh and blood of an expert who had passed through the reincarnation level. It would greatly help him analyze the gene map after all the final step had to be completed by himself. As for the enemy's dying cry, Zhang Yang's heart remained unruffled. The God King had already fallen, and the psychological turmoil caused by that event had long since calmed. In fact, the miniature universe they now inhabited was like a cage. The cosmic membrane outside had begun to fluctuate in strength, and a day of destruction was inevitable. And that day would be even more despairing, for with their God King fallen, they would not only die but also lose their very faith. "You seem very happy." The voice was gentle, yet Zhang Yang felt a chill run down his spine. He had not noticed her at all. For an expert in the gene world to be 2 or 3 realms above him truly gave no chance to prepare. A void true god hiding like this was terrifying. If he were ambushed, the situation would be extremely dangerous. It was not just a single attack, a whole series of subsequent defenses would become passive. Without effective defense, he might very well fall. Zhang Yang turned around hastily, and saw the octopus-shaped alien beast in the distant sky. Its 9 tentacles were raised high above its spherical head, and beneath them 9 peerless faces all looked at him. The octopus form seemed like a crown. However, the image had become black and white because around her body was a circular gray membrane. An unconventional application of the void. Seeing this, he suddenly understood. Earlier he and Wutu had been fiercely clashing, both contracting their void against each other's. If she had arrived long ago and deliberately concealed herself, it was only normal that he had not detected her. Is he not your subordinate? You should have been able to save him. Zhou Yan did not answer. Instead, her burning gaze fell on his war blade, and she asked, Your law comprehension has reached the 8th rank now. This mechanical flow war blade contains a top-tier 10th rank secret art. You also have special mechanical flow equipment that can unleash one thought void. Zhang Yang smiled faintly, which was taken as confirmation. It was not bad to let her think that, after all, Liu was a treasure embryo. One could imprint the secret arts one comprehended onto it. When using it, there was indeed no need to focus one's full mind. Just activating the secret pattern was enough. His secret art was indeed 10th rank, but not top tier. It was a mid-level 10th rank art formed by fusing laws. Why are you still not dead? Zhou Yan's emotions suddenly became extremely agitated. Boundless divine power began to boil. In an instant, she activated the 4th scroll of divine power combustion, and summoned her 3 mechanical flow supreme treasures, sending an overwhelming torrent of might crushing toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's expression turned blank. If she asked how he died, one could rank the reasons. But asking why he was still alive, that had too many reasons. Feeling the oppressive force, Zhang Yang had just snapped back to his senses, when he saw a deep blue tentacle sweeping his way. She's attacking already. He had just obtained the supreme treasure, and had not yet had time to equip it. Zhang Yang's face changed drastically. This might definitely reached the 13th rank. Although his fused law power was at its peak, he could barely unleash only 12th rank power. Although Zhou Yan appeared furious, the strike was not her full power. She had swung only one of her many tentacles. Zhang Yang would not take the others as mere decoration. The veil that had been on Zhou Yan's face had now become a net that covered the sky. Zhang Yang could also feel a dense pressure from it. What made Zhang Yang most wary were the wings that had suddenly unfolded. The more he looked at them, the more they resembled Luo Feng's Wuslang wings. Though there was only one pair, the complex secret patterns and the hidden might of the wings were enough to intimidate. Especially the milky white glow flickering between the wings. That was Source. How could a supreme treasure that required Source to operate be ordinary? It might very well be a peak void true god level mechanical flow supreme treasure, or perhaps an imitation eternal true god treasure. Boom! Liu collided with the long whip. The power was more than 10 times greater. Even though the fused secret art demonstrated slightly superior force, he could not resist. Zhang Yang mobilized his defenses and flew backward for over 100 million kilometers before finally dispersing the impact. The corner of Zhang Yang's mouth twitched. He truly had not expected Zhou Yan to be this strong. This was somewhat different from what he had imagined. And Wu He's father was even stronger than Zhou Yan. That was impossible, right? She was already at 13th rank without exerting full strength. If she erupted at full power, would she be at 14th rank? Or even reach the limit of void true gods? He had thought this was a starter village, but after just taking down an elite monster, a big boss had shown up. However, he now understood why Wu He had said Jian had a strange temperament. She watched her own subordinate die and then asked why he was still alive. Then she suddenly attacked, and her strength was frighteningly formidable. He had barely stabilized himself when the tentacles lashed over again. This time it was not just one. 3 tentacles hung in the air simultaneously, their secret patterns almost fully formed. All 3 were condensing law patterns. This armor was definitely a mechanical flow supreme treasure. Zhang Yang did not doubt it at all. The ability to wield multiple tentacles at once, each no weaker than her first strike, surely was a special trait of a rare mechanical flow supreme treasure. Most importantly, the enemy still had 6 tentacles that had not moved. Annihilation, reincarnation. Boom! 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 The commotion now was far greater than when Zhang Yang and Wutu fought. Although the 13th rank secret arts did not merge, they landed one after another. 3 strikes in total. Each strike carried more than 10 times the power of Zhang Yang's secret art. The first strike had already temporarily disabled him. The second hastily met, drove him into the earth. The third hit him almost completely. The Mang army armor was blasted apart. At the bottom of the deep pit, Zhang Yang quickly crawled out from the rocks and soil. If he remained underground, only he would be restricted, and his situation would become even more perilous. Zhang Yang was now in tatters, with only a few broken pieces of armor still hanging on his body. His eyes were dark as he stared at the sky above. His expression was extremely unpleasant. His divine power had weakened a bit. Though it was only a little, he was at the 90,000-fold gene level. His divine power, even if not truly infinite, was still greater than the power of Luo Feng's endless dark sea, which spanned 10 light-years. Yet now he could clearly feel that it had lessened by a trace. At the moment, the ancient god Dharma aspect was maintaining the Sumeru phase. The two sides were contending for authority over the void, leaving him no way to recover divine power. Nor did he dare abandon the void contest. Otherwise the enemy's void would crush over, not only restricting his movements but also increasing her power. The divine power he replenished might not even compare to one of her attacks. Of course he had relied on the frantic absorption of the three ancient god Dharma aspects for over 10,000 years to build up his divine power. Yu Jiuyan had made it decline by a trace in an instant. Even if the battle situation eased and he had the chance to put on the Void True God War armor, increasing damage reduction by 100,000 times, her attacks would still cause terrifying losses. In his vision, Jiuyan was already attacking again. This time she activated the full power of that mechanical flow armor. All 9 tentacles rose high at once, the first one pointing straight into the sky, and then each tentacle tilted backward by 5 degrees like an emerald flower in full bloom. On every tentacle was also a beautiful smiling face. With a smile lovely as a blooming flower, her peerlessly beautiful face was surrounded by faint emerald light, yet her eyes revealed nothing but coldness. This woman is insane. That was Zhang Yang's first thought. Whatever eccentric temperament or capricious mood she had, she was plainly mad. Worse still, this madwoman possessed terrifying power. She could unleash a rank 13 secret art 9 times in rapid succession. An ordinary Void True God would have no way to withstand it. And he could not endure such an assault for long either. How enormous was the divine power annihilated by a single attack. Even the vast divine power he had stored could not last until the end of this epic. Watching the first tentacle descend, Zhang Yang gathered all the will of a peak Void True God into his eyes. After research spanning hundreds of epics, he had gone further with will attacks and created the will attack secret art most suited to himself. Facing a Void True God as mighty as Jiuyan, he could no longer hold anything back. Ascending Hong Rhapsody. As the will attack condensed into form, Zhang Yang's originally clear black and white eyes abruptly turned into a mass of gray mist. At that moment all space and time shattered. The murky gray fog was charged with oppression, heaviness, and chaos. As if within his mind the world had returned to its primordial state. Annihilation Samsara. Zhang Yang gripped the cosmos-rending blade and hacked down one stroke after another at frantic speed. Because the strokes were so fast, blue blade light converged around him into a circular barrier, while before him rose silver waves hundreds of millions of kilometers high. The billows kept gathering and the waves continued to climb. Although his attacks did not land on her face with that urgent ninefold strike, he did not have 9 hands to unleash secret arts simultaneously. He could only lower the power of his attacks and then launch high-frequency strikes. Boom! Facing the even more imposing silver waves, Jiuyan still launched her attack fiercely, only now her brows were tightly knitted. Her 9 tentacles, which had been perfectly coordinated, had become somewhat hard to control because of the will attack. A deep blue tentacle sank into the waves formed by the gathered blade light, but it could only sink in a little before it could advance no farther. Then the second tentacle fell, driving in a little deeper. By then the first tentacle had lost all its remaining momentum. Seeing this, Zhang Yang felt slightly better. His will was not stronger than hers. Strictly speaking, both of them were eternal true gods. But because he had mastered attack techniques, her control was no longer so perfect. At present Jiuyan had not unleashed her full power. She still had 2 mechanical supreme treasures unused, and under his will attacks she would no longer get the chance to use them. Without perfect control over her secret arts, once she erupted with full force, Zhang Yang could likewise affect the formation of her arts, lowering their might by a rank. Jiuyan would no longer be so terrifying. Jiuyan's 9 attacks came to an end, but the silver waves did not disappear. They still rolled onward, overwhelmingly crushing toward her. This was the first time Zhang Yang had gained the upper hand in a fight. Although the 2 volumes of divine power-burning secret arts and countless activations of his own arts had cost him considerable power, if Jiuyan had struck his divine body directly, the divine power annihilated would have been far greater. Seeing Jiuyan temporarily suppressed by the secret art, Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief inside. The battle had been too sudden. He had not even equipped Wutu's Void True God Supreme Treasure. He began equipping it while turning to flee. That kind of secret art could only hold her back for so long. All around Jiuyan was the void. She commanded equally the scope of her domain's supreme treasure. She would soon shatter the secret art's assault. In midair, Zhang Yang glanced back, then lowered his head and fled forward at once. Because Jiuyan had activated another mechanical supreme treasure, the huge emerald net suddenly spread open and a green haze poured into the waves. In an instant the silver light dimmed. With a wave of her long whip, Jiuyan shattered the secret art that Zhang Yang had used countless times. "Where are you going?" Jiuyan's voice seemed to sound right beside his ear. Zhang Yang immediately felt a bad premonition. A brief inspection revealed that she had already caught up. The pair of silver gleaming wings were still flapping. A single gentle sway placed her directly in front of Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's face turned completely cold. Since you don't care about your subordinates' lives, there should be no great hatred between us. Why must you keep hounding me? You know that you can't kill me. That's exactly what I like about you. That confident look, Juyen said with a bright smile while driving the green net to envelop Zhang Yang. Then her 9 tentacles encased in deep blue armor rose high once more. Like it? Is this what liking means? That woman. The corner of Zhang Yang's mouth twitched. Then he gave a soft shout, blazing light will. Using the ascending Hong Rhapsody for will interference and aided by his domain's supreme treasure, he once again brandished his blade in a frenzy. Silver waves converged and endless secret arts poured violently toward Zhou. Rumble. As the secret art finished, Zhou was once again thrown back. Zhang Yang smiled slightly at this. She had a mechanical domain supreme treasure to amplify her power, but he too had gained Wutu's domain supreme treasure. Although activating his void rank domain supreme treasure required comprehending secret patterns and made it difficult to use once driven to its limits, it was not weak. The mechanical path existed only to make things easier to use, allowing one to unleash higher-level secret arts effortlessly and even launch combined attacks. Zhou had grown stronger and so had Zhang Yang. Moreover, because of the influence of his will attacks, the strength he had gained was no less than hers. Under these circumstances he still held a slight advantage. At least he could escape. However, this move consumed far too much divine power. Zhang Yang did not dare to keep fighting Zhou, so he flashed away, and continued flying toward the military camp. At this point only the military camp could stop that madwoman. Captain, this disaster-class mission is finally over, a soldier said with a sigh. Kufa and Yulua actually didn't show us any respect. If not for Galaxy having enough true god corpses, most of us would have fallen. Exactly. Galaxy is too black-hearted. I used a treasure worth 30,000 military merit points to get just one true god corpse. A small thin soldier said resentfully. As long as we live, that's good. Military merit can be earned back. The captain listened to his soldiers quarreling and felt some regret. This time Luofeng had gained too much. He had wanted to scheme, but he had not succeeded. Suddenly the captain's expression changed drastically. He whipped his head around and stared at the distant sky. Their space was shuddering violently, as if something enormous was about to bore out of it. He was about to tell his men to leave when a cry of surprise rang out. That's Nether Soul's divine power aura. I saw him strike 3 times, but why does it feel somewhat weak? The captain said with a dark expression. I just want to know why he is rushing so frantically. We'd better leave right now. One more teleport ahead and we'll be at the military camp. Rumble. The captain's words had barely faded when a tremendous rumble shook the world. He hastily turned his head and saw that the world behind him had changed completely. One half was deep blue and the other was silvery white. The two colors clashed head-on as if splitting the world vertically into 2 halves. At a single glance his hair stood on end and an endless sense of crisis rose in his heart. That's divine power. That's boundless divine power. It's a void true god. Nether Soul is fighting a void true god. They're coming this way. Don't come over. Run. Teleport now. If we enter the area where they've sealed off space, we're finished. The soldiers swung around at once, only to see the captain already a black dot in the distance. They too began teleporting for their lives. Jian, the military camp is just ahead. How dare you still chase me? Zhang Yang cast a cold glance behind. This epic had truly been grueling. What was originally a few months' journey had been dragged out into a 10,000-year escape. His divine power was already more than half depleted. That was only because his will had grown somewhat stronger, making his will attacks interfere with Zhou strength even more. 10,000 years countless will attacks. If not for his ample reserves of divine power, he might truly have been worn to death by her. Why won't you die? Zhou voice did not change at all. Her face still carried a smile, and her eyes still held that timeless eternal coldness. Zhang Yang frowned and said no more. In those 10,000 years, he had exchanged only a few words with her, but besides why won't you die, there had been nothing else to say. He had long since concluded that this woman was insane. The reason he had spoken up to warn her now was that he had set his eyes on Zhou. 3 mechanical supreme treasures. If this were not a disaster-class mission or perhaps a samsara-class mission, the rewards would never have been so generous. He had no idea how long he would have to accumulate merit before he could exchange for 3 mechanical supreme treasures. If Zhou continued the chase, she would inevitably be killed by the military camp's experts. Zhang Yang did not want her to fall like that. The 10,000-year vendetta of this pursuit. He wanted to settle it himself. Looking at the soldiers still fleeing ahead, Zhang Yang felt they seemed somewhat familiar. Then he looked up. The military camp was now close at hand. With such a commotion, the camp's experts would definitely notice. How dare you? You would break into a military camp? A thunderous roar cracked like a bolt from the blue and countless grayish light shields rose. That was the one thought void of void true gods. When so many joined forces, how terrifying was its might. Even Zhang Yang had not imagined that the military camp would have so many void true gods. The gray light shields linked into one continuous sheet, directly covering the boundless camp completely. Zhou Yan's eyes trembled slightly. Enveloped by countless voids, she completely lost her command of the void, and even the blazing flames of burning divine power at her side were suppressed and dimmed by a large margin. Immediately afterward, dense ranks of void true gods swarmed out of the camp. Every one of them seemed like a divine fiend capable of overawing the void itself. As they converged, Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed. With such momentum, perhaps even battles between ancient civilizations had appeared no more than this. The law masters and true gods below had completely lost the ability to move. They could only stare blankly at the sky. Void true gods. That was their ultimate goal. Yet now over 10,000 of them had appeared. The might of the military camp was deeply etched into their hearts. A pained, delicate cry escaped her. Zhou Yan's body trembled violently, and the silver wings behind her shook unceasingly. All at once her aura soared again by a large margin, and the divine power flames over her emerald body surged even more fiercely. The 5th volume of the divine power burning art. She actually mastered it. Knowing full well she was breaking the law, her crime is even graver. Zhuyan, surrender now. Not good. As Zhou Yan executed 2 volumes of void true god level divine power burning arts, the surrounding void was completely pushed away. One thought void after all was a special ability gained upon becoming a void true god. In terms of might, it only reached the 11th rank. It was not like a combined secret art attack. The stacking of the voids of over 10,000 void true gods did not raise their power by 4 ranks. It barely raised it by 2 or 3 ranks. Zhou Yan had originally possessed divine power over 1,000 times that of a true god, and her law comprehension had reached the peak of the 12th rank. Now, without will attacks interfering under the twofold burning of her arts, she already had might at the 14th rank. Zhuyan, that's not enough. You can't get away. Zhou Yan, do you want to be wanted by the entire military camp? Zhuyan, don't force the general to act. It's still not too late to stop now. Even facing so many opponents, Zhou Yan continued to smile softly. She cast a deep glance at Zhang Yang, and then a milky white light suddenly bloomed from her back. The light scattered through the air with dreamlike, bewitching colors. The light was very warm. The silver wings on Zhou Yan's back suddenly swelled, producing a wing void over a light year in size. Then Zhou Yan's body rotated slightly, and in the next second, she transformed into a silver-white beam of light. Her speed kept rising. 10,000 times the speed of light. 100,000 times the speed of light. 1,000,000 times, 10,000,000 times the speed of light. It rose without any apparent limit. The void true gods who had rushed out of the camp could only watch her leave. There was no way for them to stop her. She can actually reach this level. She really dares to run. Does she think she can escape the camp's pursuit? This mechanical supreme treasure looks somewhat familiar. It's a replica His Majesty created based on the chaotic gold wings. It was rushed to completion back then, and because His Majesty was not satisfied with it, it was never mass-produced. Only one of this mechanical supreme treasure exists. His Majesty, His Majesty. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes and looked toward the direction where Zhou Yan had disappeared. She truly could use the 2nd volume of the void true god-level divine power burning art. Fortunately, his will attacks could affect her ability to activate secret arts. The more fully she exerted herself, the more mental energy she consumed, and the more severe the will interference became. Otherwise, if she had unleashed her full strength, he could never have escaped. As for this supreme treasure resembling the chaotic gold wings, he had seen it before. During the escape, he had entered several will impact zones to try to shake her off, but relying on this treasure, Zhou Yan could still catch up even if she had to circle all the way around. At this moment, a distinguished guest had arrived at the East Army, in the very core of the East Army camp. It was a stone chamber with dim light containing a cyan square table. Clearly, at ordinary times, no more than 4 people came here. At the innermost part of the room was a sand table 200,000 kilometers in diameter. Though it was not large compared with beings who stood 100,000 kilometers tall, the sand table clearly depicted the entire terrain of the world of Jin. Did you come all the way from the West Army to my place because you've discovered a genius? A stern-faced, middle-aged man in crimson gold battle armor suddenly spoke. He was the general of the East Army. I'm not the only one who came. The other 2 generals have come as well. Your East Army has truly produced an extraordinary genius this time. The commotion over these past 10,000 years was hardly small. How could we not know? A young man with chiseled features across from him spoke. He wore pitch-black battle armor of exotic beasts, and when he mentioned the extraordinary genius, his expression turned very amiable. Whether a person is a genius or not is not for us to decide. Only after passing through the Wuchi Tower and meeting the standard set by His Majesty can one be called a genius. The stern-faced, middle-aged man said, his expression unchanged. The black-armored youth shook his head. His Majesty's requirements must naturally be fulfilled, but discovering geniuses and sending them to take the assessment is our most important task. The golden-armored, middle-aged man nodded silently and did not argue. Just then light and shadows shifted in the room. 2 towering figures simultaneously appeared on the 2 stone stools that had been empty. They were the generals of the North Army and South Army camps. Not tribal warriors but exotic beasts of the world of Jin. The general seated on the north side suddenly spoke. Are you just going to let Zhou Yan run wild in your camp? The middle-aged man's expression was indifferent. He suddenly sighed and said, her becoming like this is also related to me. We were too hasty. As long as she doesn't openly violate military regulations, let her off. After all. Though he did not finish his sentence, the other three commanders understood his meaning. After a brief moment of deliberation, they nodded as well. Strictly speaking, it was connected to them too. Although the world of Jin was controlled by eternal true gods, like them void true gods also held very high status, especially the top void true gods. They had all once been promising talents of the kingdom of Jin, and it had not been easy for them to reach such a level. As long as they did not openly violate military regulations, the commanders generally would not investigate. After all, His Majesty the God King had vanished for many years and these void true gods had changed in nature. They were just a group of pitiful people. Let him go challenge the Wuchi Tower. With a gene level of 90,000 times and the ability to activate 10th rank secret patterns, his personal comprehension must already have reached the 8th rank. The West Army General paused, feeling greatly grieved. A 90,000-fold gene level, and as a law master reaching 8th rank law comprehension. Even across endless epochs, the world of Jin had produced only one person whose law comprehension reached the 8th rank, and that person's gene level had not yet reached 90,000 times. He satisfied both conditions. Such talent could already match His Majesty the God King. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, Wuchi Tower! Although the survival rate of Wuchi Tower was 1 in 10, that was based on the total number of people. As a commander of the Jin world, how could he not know that those once flourishing geniuses who had gone to challenge Wuchi Tower had all perished without exception? Those slightly less exceptional were somewhat better off, but the more top-tier the genius, the higher the death rate. Every peerless genius they believed might succeed had fallen completely. Each time brought hope, but what it returned was even deeper despair. Although they kept His Majesty's decree firmly in mind, they did not believe anyone could pass through Wuchi Tower and receive the enfeoffment. So after hesitating for a moment, he said, now his gene level has exceeded 90,000 times. How about we let him try to crack the Shihuang puzzle? Although passing through Wuchi Tower counts as being personally enfeoffed by His Majesty, simultaneously reaching a 90,000-fold gene level and solving 10080 Shihuang puzzles is also the highest honor of our Jin kingdom. If he can accomplish that, let him challenge Wuchi Tower. Let him challenge Wuchi Tower. Let him challenge Wuchi Tower. The three commanders said in unison, their tone so resolute that no refusal was permitted. The Eastern Army commander was stunned. After exchanging glances and sensing the determination of the other three commanders, he nodded with a heavy expression. The God King had fallen. How could the Jin world, the miniature universe within his body, remain unchanged? As generals, they naturally knew that His Majesty had likely fallen. What the Jin world lacked was not enfeoffed geniuses. The only hope now was to nurture a genius who could satisfy His Majesty the God King. Wuchi Tower was the God King's final arrangement. Countless epochs had passed since His Majesty vanished, and only a genius who passed through Wuchi Tower could possibly help His Majesty. This was Jin's only hope. I will speak with him. As those words faded, the already dim stone chamber fell into silence and grew even darker. Eastern Army Supply Depot. As soon as Zhang Yang returned to the barracks, he came straight here. He was now going to submit his mission and hope to earn enough military merit points to exchange for a supreme treasure. Soldier Yuhun, state your request. A neutral voice sounded. Zhang Yang produced a pile of true god corpses and true god weapons and finally took out the corpse of the void true god he had killed. I choose to submit the mission. The neutral voice sounded again. 176 true god corpses earning 1,760,000 military merit. 23 true god supreme treasures, earning 250,000 military merit. The void true god Wutu with 113 times true god divine power. Hearing this, Zhang Yang's heart tightened. This time it all depended on the value of that void true god, but the 113 times divine power the voice mentioned, could it really be worth only 1,130,000 military merit? Killing a void true god was an entirely different concept from killing a true god. Although its divine power was only 100 times stronger, battle was not determined by divine power alone. The most powerful true gods only had 9th order law comprehension and far inferior equipment. Without the means to control space and time, even 1,000 peak true gods could not defeat a void true god, while 8th order true gods would need over 10,000 merely to temporarily hold their ground. 113 times true god divine power exceeds 100, placing it as a second-class void true god. The military merit value is 2,260,000. The total military merit for this submission is 4,270,000. Hearing this, Zhang Yang felt slightly disappointed. The military merit for a void true god was not as high as he had imagined. But he quickly understood the corpse of a void true god could normally only be obtained by a void true god. Moreover, military merit was just as difficult for void true gods to obtain. Few would dare provoke the military camps, so there were no punitive missions against void true gods. Given that military merit retained its value, it was understandable that an ordinary void true god was worth over 2 million merit. I want to exchange for a void true god level mechanical type supreme treasure. Zhang Yang spoke directly. He could not decide the military merit value. He simply wanted to see whether he could exchange it for a suitable supreme treasure. Name: Blood-Drinking Frost Blade. Applicable level: True God, Void True God. Characteristics: the blade drinks blood, and demands an extremely strong will. A true god can wield it but must possess the willpower of a void true god. The consumption is immense and its attacks are extremely powerful. After each attack there is a faint stacking effect. Value: requires 11460000 military merit. Name: Black Wind Falcon Wings. Applicable level: True God, Void True God. Characteristics: the activation conditions are somewhat demanding. Peak true gods can use it and the divine power consumption is somewhat severe. When activated, the wings assist the body in transforming into a vicious, baleful cyclone. Flight speed is extremely fast and it slightly strengthens one's domain. Value: requires 450000 military merit. Zhang Yang read through the list line by line, his heart turning slightly cold. Those top-tier Void True God equipment pieces all cost tens of millions, and a few mechanical-type supreme treasures with special effects reached as high as 30 million military merit. This value was even higher than the Wuchi God. It was clearly also forged by that God King of Jin. The displayed power was indeed impressive. Some top-tier Void True God equipment could even narrow the gap with Eternal True Gods after being equipped. But they were too expensive. Zhang Yang stared at the list before him, unable to stop pondering. He could currently exchange for only one mechanical-type supreme treasure, and 3 inferior ones would not be as effective as one good one. His current Void True God supreme treasures included a domain treasure and an armor. Although they were not as powerful as mechanical-type auxiliary effects and the quality of the 2 treasures was not top-tier, they only had 10 layers of secret patterns, meaning they contained only 13th order secret arts, while the very best contained 14th order secret patterns, leaving a gap of 1 level in might. At least they were still sufficient for now. Zhang Yang thought back to the battle when Zhou Yan had chased him, and he realized that the technique that consumed the most divine power was infinite continuous slash. That clumsy method was still the least consuming among all his options. At the very least, it kept him from being attacked. After each attack there was a brief interval, and his greatest drawback in battle was being unable to dodge. His opponent was stronger at a higher realm, and his lack of speed was the key issue. He did not hope to be faster than the enemy. After all, that opponent was not only a Void True God. That pair of mechanical-type wings was also terrifyingly powerful. But if his speed could be improved even slightly, he would no longer be so passive in battle. Previously, when he could not dodge, he had to fight head-on. If his speed increased, the frequency of those desperate clashes would greatly decrease. If he fully unleashed his attacks, he could strike 10 million times in a second, or even 100 million. But chasing after the enemy casually took several seconds. It was the same when fighting in the original universe or the Universe C. After an attack ended, the secret arts might erupted and the distance between the 2 sides widened. To pursue, one first had to accelerate, and only after catching up could one attack once. As long as his speed increased, even to roughly Zhou Yan's level, his consumption would greatly decrease because he spent the most time chasing. But my military merit. It's not quite enough. Zhang Yang muttered, frowning at the list before him. Among the 88 Void True God equipment pieces, the one with the best value and the most suitable characteristics for him was the Black Wind Falcon Wings. The Black Wind Falcon Wings cost 4.5 million military merit, but he only had 4,270,000. Zhang Yang forced a wry smile, then turned and walked out. "Senior, you're back," Luo Feng said joyfully. Zhang Yang nodded. "I almost didn't make it back. After I killed the Void True God, who was blocking us, Zhou Yan arrived. That Zhou Yan was hiding her abilities. She had 3 Void True God level mechanical type supreme treasures, and all of them were the finest among supreme treasures. I feel that among all the Void True Gods in the entire Jin world, there are very few who could decisively defeat her. When facing me, she didn't even need to use her life-saving treasures. She might be even richer and stronger than I imagined. Killing a Void True God." Luo Feng looked at Zhang Yang with shock. He truly had not expected the latter to kill a Void True God. Then he became worried. That Zhou Yan is that strong. She actually possesses more than 3 mechanical-type supreme treasures, and all of them are supreme grade. The stronger one was the more supreme treasures one could possess. That was the rule of the world. Moreover, such powerful Void True Gods normally would not place their territories so close to the military camp. The closer they were, the easier it was to be assigned tasks, and they would often be harassed by Universe Masters and True God soldiers. Void True Gods were already high-end combat power in the Jin world. Their status was not low, and they disliked being constrained even more. So why was this Zhou Yan near the military camp? "Senior, is there something you came for this time?" Luo Feng asked in confusion. He felt that he could not be of much help against a Void True God. Zhang Yang said directly, "Nothing else. I now have 4270000 military merit, but I'm still short of the 450000 needed for the supreme treasure I want to exchange. I wanted to ask if you have any spare military merit." Luo Feng smiled lightly. "The True God corpses we obtained together before gave me a good share. Afterward I earned some more from those soldiers. After exchanging for 2 supreme treasures that suited me, I still had 460000 military merit left. I originally planned to exchange for a few True God supreme treasures to bring out, but luckily I didn't. I'll transfer it to you now." Zhang Yang also relaxed and laughed. Luo Feng had exchanged everything for supreme treasures, that would have been troublesome. Military merit was truly hard to earn, and if necessary, he might have had to sell one of his Void True God equipment pieces. Alright then, my supreme treasure is secured. Consider this a loan from you. Luo Feng shook his head. I couldn't have handled 4 Void True Gods by myself. I contributed relatively little, so honestly I took too large a share. Besides, Senior has helped me many times before. There's no need to mention thanks. Zhang Yang shrugged. My divine body avatars are all identical, so I didn't dare use them. That made my search efficiency much lower. Revealing too much strength would arouse vigilance and even make prey flee. If I exposed, even more Void True Gods would have come straight after me. Without you, I wouldn't have gained so much. After speaking, the two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. After a cheerful conversation, Zhang Yang left Luo Feng's island. A faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth. 800 epochs had passed and Luo Feng was already capable of helping him. Perhaps the gap between them would continue to narrow. Not because he was advancing too slowly, but because what he needed to comprehend was too difficult, cross too many levels, and his goal was too vast. At present he could still comprehend the secret patterns on those Void True God equipment pieces. After all, activating secret patterns was inherently simple. It was normal to wield a secret art 1 or 2 levels higher than one's own realm. When it came to the Void level, even if he could comprehend all the origins of laws and reach 14th order law comprehension, understanding the laws was one thing, while the might he could unleash was another. The reason was very simple: without enough divine power, the might decreased. A top Void True God had 13th order law comprehension and a 10,000-fold True God divine body. That was a 100,000,000-fold Law Master divine body. Even with a gene level of nearly 100,000 times, Zhang Yang was still tens of millions of times behind in base divine power. When he activated the top-tier 13th order secret art on the blazing light will after performing the 2 forbidden volumes of divine power burning, he could only produce mid-tier 12th order might. A 14th order secret art might even be impossible to execute due to insufficient divine power. However, fused laws had somewhat lower requirements in this regard because they were originally the law path leading to sagehood, the direction in which eternal true gods began to progress. Although the advantage of fused laws in might would gradually diminish compared with comprehending the origins, this advantage could persist all the way until the eternal true god level. Only when everyone at the eternal true god level comprehended fused laws would the advantage of his secret arts disappear. He was now close to the upper tier of 10th order fused laws. This was originally the law level of the strongest beings in the universe. With just the first volume of the divine power burning secret art, he could make up the divine power difference and unleash complete might. He also had a divine body 10 times that of a universe master, allowing him to be a bit stronger, close to the pinnacle of the 10th order. The second stage burning secret art increased him a little more, bringing his might to the 11th order. Universe splitting then raised it by one more level, which was how he achieved 12th order might. Every gain had its price. Fused laws were indeed powerful, but they were extremely difficult to comprehend. This was a law that normally could only be comprehended upon reaching the eternal true god realm, yet he was only a law master now, 3 levels short. For the sake of his future miniature universe's foundation, he would persist in cultivating fused laws. Therefore his law fusion progressed slowly and his strength grew even more slowly. Perhaps the gap between him and Luo Feng would keep narrowing. When he returned to the supply depot, Zhang Yang walked in and said directly, "I want to exchange for the Black Wind Falcon Wings." The Black Wind Falcon Wings are a Void True God level mechanical type supreme treasure valued at 4500000 military merit. Soldier Yuhun, do you choose to exchange for them? The neutral voice sounded, confirming the exchange once more. Although it was merely an intelligent life was rampant in the original universe and had even given rise to the machine race. Naturally it possessed even greater intelligence, and toward a law master with such massive military merit its attitude had become considerably cautious. Zhang Yang nodded. Confirmed exchange. With a hum, space shook slightly. The void before him trembled faintly, and a space-time tunnel suddenly appeared. Sensing the familiar spatial fluctuation, Zhang Yang seemed lost in thought. This fluctuation was just like the Divine Kingdom passages in the original universe. In the original universe, because a Divine Kingdom existed in a spatial interlayer, which in Zhang Yang's view was another vast spatial plane, the Divine Kingdom token was a unique spatial signal enabling the two to connect quickly. Now that the Gene World also had Divine Kingdom passages similar to those of the original universe, Zhang Yang could not help observing them carefully. Once he finished fusing laws, he would also begin in-depth research on how to construct an inner universe. Boom! The Divine Kingdom passage transmitted extremely quickly. Almost in the blink of an eye, the supreme treasure appeared. A pair of huge ink-black wings floated proudly in the air, and each of its 10081 black feathers bore a faintly purple circle like so many eyes. As the Divine Kingdom passage closed, the full might of the Void True God-level mechanical type supreme treasure was released. Wisps of purple-black smoke rose from the wings and converged into a swirling black baleful wind, while the circles on the black feathers became even more enchanting. Seeing this, Zhang Yang could not help chuckling. He had come into contact with Void True God-level supreme treasures before. After all, his current armor and the blazing light will were exactly that. But those two had been well behaved, nowhere near as temperamental as this mechanical type treasure. You still dare to look down on me? I was just thinking you're not extraordinary enough. A mere 4500000 military merit only puts you at the high-grade tier. In the end, a supreme treasure depends entirely on its user. You still need to be properly trained. After saying that, Zhang Yang instantly executed the 2 volumes of the divine power-burning secret art. Layers of sealing patterns formed from fused laws wrapped around the black-winged falcon wings, and the 2 sides immediately entered a stalemate. The sealing patterns formed by fused laws had an extremely powerful annihilation effect. An eternal-level supreme treasure might still be able to withstand it, but a void-level supreme treasure, especially a mechanical-type treasure without an energy core, could not maintain activation for long. Black cyclones continued to be annihilated, and its imposing aura grew weaker and weaker. Zhang Yang smiled slightly. Wasn't this done? The sealing secret art thoroughly locked down the black-winged falcon wings. Divine power rapidly invaded its core, and the void true god-level mechanical-type supreme treasure successfully recognized its master. This was the first time Zhang Yang possessed a mechanical-type supreme treasure, so he hurriedly looked at the secret patterns on the black-winged falcon wings. After a rough glance, he judged that this treasure's maximum might reach the pinnacle of the 14th order. As for the rest, he would need to study it more carefully. As long as he had this treasure, facing Zhou again would be much easier. Zhang Yang left the armory point intending to return to his island to study the mysterious runes on the void-level mechanical treasure, while quietly waiting for the membrane of Jin's world to change color, so he could go back and replenish his divine power. But the moment he stepped out of the armory, his expression turned grim. 2 powerhouses with surging divine power were waiting outside. These were void true gods. Their thick divine power was far stronger than Zhou Yan's. These were top-tier void true gods, and it seemed they had come for him. Warrior Yu Hun, the general wishes to see you, said a burly void true god whose skin was covered in green scales. The general? Zhang Yang widened his eyes, feigning shock. In truth, he was not very surprised. Although Zhou Yan had not struck during the chase to the military camp, the 2 had clashed from afar earlier. Those void true gods might not have noticed anything unusual about him. At most they would think he was merely fast at flying. But as the supreme existence of Jin's world, the ruler of the Eastern Army, an eternal true god, at a formidable realm, that being would surely have detected him long ago. So being summoned was only natural. After all, discovering prodigies was their duty. Right now it's not just the general of our Eastern Army. The generals of the other 4 armies are also here. Let's hurry over. Another void true god wreathed in blazing flames spoke sternly. Yes. Zhang Yang quickly replied. Follow us. With that, the 2 void true gods vanished in an instant. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes, teleporting within the military camp. It seemed these generals really could not wait to see him. As they teleported continuously, Zhang Yang noticed that the center of the camp looked no different from its periphery, all simple stone chambers. Even though these beings commanded ultra-high technology, they barely used it for daily life. Was this the custom of the origin land, or a deliberate choice to conceal their civilization's technological level? Soon the 3 arrived before a black stone castle spanning over 100 million kilometers. The castle's design was simple, like 2 square blocks stacked together. Here Zhang Yang sensed an ancient aura, a remnant that had weathered countless eons. Go on in. Zhang Yang nodded and walked inside. The further he advanced, the heavier his mood became. For within he felt something familiar. It was a peculiar resonance born of fused laws. Though those fused laws were violent and seemed crude, they carried awe-inspiring power. An immense concealed might that made his soul tremble. The other might not have comprehended as finely as he had, perhaps even fusing laws in a disorderly manner by analyzing the source, but that being was nonetheless stronger than him, having fused even more laws. There were 4 such existences. Following the castle's corridors deeper and deeper, he finally reached a stone chamber whose door was open. The moment he entered, Zhang Yang's mind shook violently. Directly before him sat a stern-faced middle-aged man. A single glance made his will feel oppressed. That was the formidable will of an eternal true god at the limit. And there was another will so mighty it was irresistible. A will on the verge of sainthood. Even if the latter did not know how to wield it, a will 2 or 3 levels higher than his still stirred a sense of urgency within him. The vast disparity in life level made his body tremble instinctively. Greetings to the 4 generals. Zhang Yang dared not look again and hurriedly bowed. Warrior Yu Hun. The Eastern Army general called out, his heavy voice carrying suppressed excitement. Reporting. Zhang Yang replied at once. I ask you, what level has your gene base reached, and what level have you comprehended the laws? As he spoke, not only the Eastern Army general stared fixedly at Zhang Yang. The other 3 generals' gazes also converged on him. Though their wills were loose, such focused attention still pressed down on Zhang Yang with tremendous force. Zhang Yang lowered his head and said, My gene base has reached 99000 times, and my law comprehension has reached the peak of the 8th rank. Excellent. A mighty shout rang out, and the divine power within the stone chamber began to boil. Flames of divine power surged, conjuring countless illusions. Red, blue, black, white. 8 colors of divine power flooded the place as water and fire interwove. Light and darkness began to merge. Each eternal existence governed two complete and opposing sources, and such a reaction arose entirely from their surging emotions. Though they had already known that Zhang Yang's gene base had reached 90,000-fold, and his law comprehension had reached the 8th rank, the gene level was relatively easy to judge, for his infinite divine power revealed it. His law comprehension was less certain. Although Jin's world was governed by the four of them, most opportunities were kept within the armies. But Jin's world was a god king's world. Perhaps some undiscovered treasure existed that could greatly enhance one's strength. Masters of the universe, true gods, and even void true gods were strictly speaking still small fry. A treasure could massively amplify their combat power. They had not been certain whether Zhang Yang's laws had truly reached the 8th rank. Now hearing that his law comprehension reached the peak of the 8th rank, they could hardly contain their joy. For a master of laws to reach peak 8th rank law comprehension, even among the past generations of Duandong, he only two had achieved such a feat, and each had become a supreme existence of the ancient civilization. And in Jin, only 3 had reached the 8th rank of law comprehension at the Master of Laws stage. That Zhang Yang could achieve this much already made him the most gifted being in the four generals' knowledge, fully comparable to the late God King himself. Surely this time he could pass the Wuchi Tower. The Eastern Army General said gravely, "Warrior Yu Hanyu are now the most talented being in all of Jin's world. You have reached the pinnacle at the Master of Laws stage, and now you must accept the highest ennoblement of Jin's world. Pass the Wuchi Tower and you shall be granted an audience with His Majesty. Achieve the highest title." Zhang Yang's expression did not change, but inwardly he was rather surprised. Previously he had no intention of undertaking any title mission. He had studied the gene map to over 60,000-fold, and he had already created an exclusive will attack secret art most suited to himself. As for Liuan art, once Luofeng learned it, Zhang Yang only needed to take a few hits absorbing its essence. Self-created arts suited him best. Self-created arts yielded the greatest power. He had not planned to go to the Wuchi Tower. What he lacked was a saint showing the chaos laws, or even a god king expounding the way of the universe. In the absence of both tempering and battle were the best ways to comprehend the laws. "I will definitely pass the Wuchi Tower and receive His Majesty's ennoblement," Zhang Yang declared with firm resolve, thinking that meeting the God King of Jin might not be a bad idea. The other had long known that beings from the cosmic sea would enter his inner universe. Once inside, it was only proper to inform the host so he could train with peace of mind. If possible, he might even receive guidance. Though he felt the chance was slim, for the original universe's source will have been watching this place, and some words might never be spoken. Good. At the next mission, choose the title mission. "We look forward to your triumphant return," the Eastern Army General said solemnly. "I will succeed. Adjust your state, await the mission's opening with ease and withdraw." Outside the membrane of the small universe, Zhang Yang's avatar Chaos City Lord, and the others waited calmly for the membrane to turn white. "Did you gain much in Jin's world this time?" asked Chaos City Lord. Zhang Yang nodded. "I obtained a void-level mechanical treasure and 2 ordinary void-level treasures. Roaming and fighting indeed advances faster than quiet cultivation." Peng Gong spoke up. "Then can we enter to train?" The few of them were true gods, and because they had no avatars they had not gone inside to cultivate. Zhang Yang frowned slightly and said, "In Jin's world true gods are extremely numerous, and there are many void true gods as well with unpredictable temperaments. The giant axe could manage. He would be safe as long as he did not run into a void true god. But you, Darkness, and the others have not yet reached peak 8th rank law comprehension. Even with a few true god treasures the danger would not be low. Even in Juyen Marsh there were 2 true gods with peak 9th rank law comprehension who owned mechanical flow treasures, and there were even more 9th rank true gods with only ordinary treasures. After joining the army, 8th rank or even peak 8th rank was merely average. The giant axe probably could not enter the special armies either. The divine power burning secret art could not be passed on, so he could not use it during the assessment, and entering the army was extremely dangerous for the others. Chaos City Lord pondered for a moment and said, "In he and Yu Hun inside are already enough. Other forces of the cosmic sea enter seeking inheritances, but the human race already has an inheritance of its own, one not inferior to that of Jin's world. Wait until your strength improves before venturing out." Zhang Yang's expression remained unchanged. Though they had obtained the inheritance, compared with the environment of the cosmic sea, the 3 great deathlands, while dangerous, offered experience. And their perils were fixed. They were far inferior to the trials of Jin's world. And since the cosmic overlords had only one divine body, whatever choices they made were theirs alone. Zhang Yang could only analyze the level of danger for them. "Next era I will go," Peng Gong said after a moment of silence. He knew best what talents he possessed. In the past he had worried that his fall would bring danger to his race, but every cosmic master had only achieved their position through countless hardships and perils. He knew that if he did not undergo even more brutal trials, he might never gain the chance to pass through reincarnation. Darkness then said coldly, "I will go too." Though he said little, his attitude was utterly resolute. Chaos City Lord's expression was indifferent. Long ago he had promised his teacher to guard Chaos City. The decision had already been made in his heart, so there was nothing to hesitate about now. He turned to the giant axe and asked, "You will certainly go, right?" The giant axe founder's eyes flickered with fire. "Of course." Such a Jin's world is a remnant of an ancient civilization. To roam it once would make this life worthwhile. So saying, his gaze shifted to Zhang Yang and then to Luofeng. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. That look truly carried a sense of handing over the burden. Before becoming cosmic masters, they had endured countless dangers. The cosmic sea was even more ruthless, often not even allowing enough time for rescue. Those who had reached such a realm did not fear roaming. What they feared was failing to improve themselves. He knew what the giant axe and the others were thinking. He merely nodded slightly, indicating that he could support the human race. Do whatever you wish. Luofeng also nodded heavily. Having personally created a 7th-rank secret art, he could naturally become the strongest and obtain the inheritance of Duandong He. If he could not even become a void true god, he would not receive the inheritance either. This eternal sacred land, he was certain he could build it. Teacher, this time I also intend to go and train, Sun Qi said firmly. Zhang Yang was slightly surprised. Though she had now obtained the inheritance of Duandong, he making it easier to cultivate to the limit, and had the perfect guidance of the Chaos Stele, the time was still too short. In 800 eras, Sun Qi had only cultivated to the 4th rank, the level of a cosmic master's strongest secret art. Fusion was the 5th rank, beginning to involve the comprehension and use of multiple law threads. Only when one fully comprehended a single law system could one begin to touch the source. Sun Qi's accumulation was still too little. She had not fully comprehended the 2nd-level burning secret art, and could only unleash peak 5th-rank strength. Roaming Jin's world was far too insecure for her. With a light smile, Zhang Yang said, "Your teacher supports you entering Jin's world to cultivate. This time I will gift you a true god-level battle armor. I hope you can improve quickly." "Thank you, teacher." Sun Qi smiled sweetly, thinking to herself, "It really was right to enter Jin's world. Teacher will help me. Being able to obtain a supreme treasure to study its secret patterns and to battle opponents with stronger law comprehension. Surely I will improve faster." Hearing this, many cosmic masters of the Hong Alliance felt envy, especially those who had reached 5th-rank strength through the inheritance. A true god-level treasure. Easily said. In the past, that was a supreme treasure. Even now, with Jin's world and setting aside the extremely high mortality rate, those who entered the army could only enter the ordinary army. True god-level battle armor was only granted to the special armies. They had no chance. Yet Sun Qi, merely a 4th-rank cosmic master or 5th rank with the divine power burning secret art, could receive a true god-level battle armor. There was much envy and jealousy in their hearts, but they did not show it. The human race now had no shortage of alien cosmic masters. There was no suppression, and the inheritance had not even been made especially stringent. But to pass through reincarnation, one must possess the strength of a void true god. To reach that level, even in the ancient civilization of Jin's world, only very few had achieved it. Their chances of passing through reincarnation were extremely slim, while Zhang Yang now already had the ability to cross reincarnation. As for how to choose, they had long since made their decision. Only by staying obediently in the Hong Alliance could their races exist forever. Zhang Yang had no need to suppress the alien cosmic masters, nor did he fear whatever they might become after growing stronger. The membrane of the small universe has turned white. It is time to enter. Lord Yu Hun, Lord In He, when do we go in? Zhang Yang ignored these voices. Using his avatar as a coordinate, he was now guiding his avatar in Jin's world to hurry out. Numerous masters of laws drilled out through the small membrane, and Zhang Yang's avatar quickly flew out as well. The moment the avatar and the true body drew close, the two bodies directly reached out a hand toward each other. In the next instant, an extremely dense pale white divine power began to transmit a pale white luminous beam connecting the two palms. Only powerhouses who perceived carefully could realize how terrifying the divine power flowing each second was. The ancient god Dharma form, towering 10,000 light-years tall, frantically absorbed divine power, each second's absorption reaching an absurd limit. What would have taken 10,000 years of persistence was now transmitted rapidly in this short span of time. Without exaggeration, the divine power transmitted in a brief moment was 100 million times that of a body 100,000 kilometers tall. The divine power absorbed by the two divine bodies over 10,000 years even surpassed the boundless nether sea of Luofeng, which spanned several light-years. Senior, I didn't expect you to take part in the title mission. After all, you only need to reach the 90000-fold gene level and solve 10080 Shihuang boards to be granted a title. Luofeng said with a smile as they flew. Zhang Yang lowered his gaze slightly and said, I hadn't planned to be granted a title anytime soon. It's just that the 4 great generals require it of me. Still, challenging Wuchi Tower is nothing. With that, Zhang Yang opened the list of title missions. Title mission: Law Master level, location God King Valley. Mission details: the God King Valley was where His Majesty the Great God King once lived, and it was also where the Wuchi God was forged. Within the God King Valley stood a tower called Wuchi Tower, towering 9 floors high, with the 9th being the pinnacle. To this day, only His Majesty the God King had entered the 9th floor. The mission objective was to enter Wuchi Tower, reach the summit, and step into the 9th floor. Whoever did so would be granted a title. Reward: return alive and receive 10,000 military merit. Succeed, and you will be granted a title and countless benefits. Punishment: none for failure. Important warning: this mission is extremely dangerous. Participants are the most elite law masters under the four lords of the Gene realm, all highly prepared after countless trials. In past attempts the average death rate has been 90%. Stay vigilant. After a glance Zhang Yang sneered inwardly. If he were the one attempting it, there would naturally be no problem. But for the natives of the Gene realm it would not be so simple. Those with mediocre talent might have accumulated countless eons of experience, but they would die. Those with middling talent could reach the later sections, yet limited by their aptitude they could only make it to the middle floors. No matter how many times they tried, the result would be the same. As for those with top-tier talent, the stronger their talent, the higher their chances of falling. Because they needed to inherit the Liuan art. Why was the word Yuan so revered in the primeval civilization? Why were secret arts bearing the word Yuan even more powerful? It was because in that primeval civilization there was an almighty being named Yuan. The higher the inheritance, the harsher its demands. Those without enough talent could only die. The four great generals of the Gene realm certainly understood this principle. They knew that given time he could solve the 10080 Shihuang boards, yet they deliberately sent him to challenge Wuqi Tower. It was not exactly malicious, but they must have thought his chances of survival were extremely low. Even so they still let Zhang Yang come. Seeing the 3 squads of the Mang army also leaving the camp, Zhang Yang said, "Let's go. Our missions are different this time. There's no need to wait for them." With that Zhang Yang released a true god-grade palace supreme treasure. Luo Feng nodded and followed him straight inside. The Gene realm was not all ocean. The Wuqi Tower they were about to visit was located on an overseas continent called the God King realm. The Gene realm was at least 1 trillion light-years across. Alternating between flight and teleportation, the two crossed tens of millions of light-years, before reaching the God King realm, the ruling center of the East, Southwest, and North armies. "We're here," Zhang Yang said softly, then flew straight out of the palace treasure. Outside was an exquisitely refined continent. At least in Zhang Yang's eyes it was. For it had once been the God King's dwelling, and the God King of Gene was a God King who excelled at artifact forging. Every mountain, river, blade of grass, and tree on this continent resonated with the operation of cosmic laws. Overlooking the God King realm one could see the secret patterns traced by the laws once comprehended by the God King of Gene. So intricate that even Zhang Yang's extraordinary comprehension found them extremely complex. Zhang Yang couldn't help thinking of his clone at Luchong Mountain. That clone was currently wrestling with a God King-level secret art, yet its progress was very slow. "Senior, can you gain anything from it?" Luo Feng asked, looking down below. Zhang Yang simply shook his head. A dwelling could hardly compare with a primary weapon. At best it carried a few hints of its master's insights. This God King realm was merely a failed experiment of a God King-grade weapon. He could comprehend it if he wished, but there was no need. This is the sacred ground of the God King realm. Unauthorized entry is forbidden. A thunderous shout rang out. The next instant space-time shifted and the void completely transformed. A void true god had descended. Soldier Yuhan reporting for the title mission. Soldier Inha reporting for the title mission. Yuhan. Though the voice was soft it carried doubt. The void around them slowly returned to normal. "Come." The voice boomed majestically, then thundered again. "Soldier Yuhan. The 4 great generals once jointly recommended you. Thank you for your kind regard, honored sir. I will give my all and not disappoint the 4 generals," Zhang Yang said firmly. The void true god nodded in satisfaction. He had always been in charge of reception, and had witnessed countless failures. This time, with the joint recommendation of the 4 great generals, he was deeply encouraged. He hoped someone could pass Wuqi Tower and thereby fulfill His Majesty's mission. "My name is Baitsong. That is Wuqi Tower." With that, the void true god pointed into the distance toward a 9-story tower. "Thank you for the guidance, Lord Baitsong. Go on in. Once you enter the God King Valley, teleportation is forbidden. Someone will lead you inside." Following a beast true god's guidance, the two arrived at the first floor of the structure. Although from the outside its space appeared to be only a few 100 million kilometers across, the space inside was immense. 6 soldiers were already waiting there. "Wait here for now. Once 10 soldiers have gathered, the trial will officially begin." After saying this, the beast true god left. As the two waited at ease, a tall thin soldier with a black beard walked over. The armor he wore bore a strange beast pattern that seemed to be roaring at the sky. "Are you from the Juelong army?" Luo Feng asked with a smile. "Juelong army soldier Su Zhong," the lanky soldier said. "Mang army soldier Inha," Luo Feng replied. Zhang Yang shot the man a glance and then ignored him. This was someone deliberately fishing for information, and he would stab them in the back later. Before Zhang Yang's strength, everything else was pale and insignificant. Law masters were not worth his concern. Su Zhong was furious at that expression, but he didn't show it. Instead, he continued asking warmly, "Which battalion are you from? How come I've never seen you?" Luo Feng said casually, "I'm a new recruit." A flicker of surprise passed through Su Zhong's eyes. He glanced at Zhang Yang, and even the 5 soldiers in the distance began to pay attention. "A new recruit? No wonder I haven't seen you before. As fellow special forces of the Eastern Army, and among the elite who dare challenge Wuqi Tower, we ought to know each other. Since you dare to challenge Wuqi Tower, your strength must be formidable." I'm sure your name will spread through every military camp soon. Luo Feng smiled and said nothing more. Instead he sat quietly to compose himself just like Zhang Yang. Su Zhong nodded at him and returned to his earlier circle to resume their conversation. Those who could come here were all formidable. With a good connection they could help one another in times of danger. In the blink of an eye 5 days passed during which soldiers arrived one after another. 10 soldiers is enough. The beast true god let out a low growl. You are the 4th batch to enter Wuchi Tower. More than half of the first 3 batches died. I hope to see you alive. In the distance on the 1st floor of Wuchi Tower, a massive gate more than 100 light years tall rumbled open. Dazzling colored light shimmered across it, and an immense pressure of divine power descended. Go in, said the beast true god. Zhang Yang flew straight in without any change in expression with Luo Feng close behind. It was a golden world. As far as the eye could see stretched an endless desert. Occasionally a bone-piercing cold wind swept through, and even a small number of sand grains were coated with frost. After everyone had entered the gate of Wuchi Tower's first layer slowly closed. Boom! Peals of thunder rang out. The divine power in the previously tranquil desert world turned violent and shockwaves swept outward in all directions from the distance. Then at the boundary between the desert and the cyan sky huge characters brimming with killing intent appeared. Seeing those words the other 8 soldiers all tensed up. Zhang Yang calmly said to Luo Feng the first layer's rule requires killing 1 soldier to enter the next layer. Which one do you choose? Luo Feng casually pointed at a brawny soldier in the distance, and a mocking glint appeared in his eyes. Su Zhong, who had come over to talk earlier, had already launched an attack at him. At the same time 3 other soldiers fixed their eyes on him as their target. After all he had revealed himself to be a new recruit and new recruits were usually the weakest. Zhang Yang slowly reached for the hilt of his blade. As Su Zhong charged toward the two a flash of deep blue light flickered. The only expression left in Su Zhong's eyes was terror. The next moment his divine body vanished with a bang leaving behind only 2 mechanical supreme treasures where he had stood. The 3 other soldiers who had been charging felt a chill run through them and hastily stopped. The 4 soldiers who had been locked in battle also halted at once crying out in disbelief. What? How did he fall? He didn't burn his divine power. How can he be this strong? Zhang Yang casually collected the supreme treasures, and said calmly my objective is complete. The second layer will probably require waiting too, so I'll leave them to be dealt with later. Luo Feng chuckled. It seems I should deal with mine quickly too. With that he chased after one of the soldiers who had rushed over. He had observed the 3's secret arts earlier and this one was the weakest. Why choose me? The soldier stared at Luo Feng in terror. If one new recruit was that strong could this one be too? Because you're the weakest. Luo Feng sneered and slashed out with his blade. The second layer of Wuchi Tower was a land of dark red lava fissures, where dark clouds drifted through the air oppressive and suffocating. 5 soldiers clustered together outwardly united, but inwardly divided while the other 3 huddled tightly together. All of them watched Zhang Yang and Luo Feng with wary eyes. The third layer of Wuchi Tower was a vast prairie. Suddenly 4 enormous pillars of light appeared in the sky, and Zhang Yang, Luo Feng, and 2 other soldiers were teleported in. The 4th batch has arrived. The 4th batch actually has 4 survivors. The first 3 batches only produced 8. They've already matched half our number. As the words faded the teleportation pillars stabilized. The 2 soldiers who had come with Zhang Yang darted away as fast as if they were fleeing. That abrupt movement made every soldier present tense. Were they really that afraid? A soldier who could survive the lava land of the second layer enduring the limit attacks of the universe's strongest beings to pass could not be weak. Even they had only survived through desperate struggle. Yet they were that terrified of those 2. Fear spread. Those who had survived this far were no fools and caution was not a fault. One by one they kept far away from Zhang Yang and most clustered together. 2 months later more soldiers arrived in succession. A huge plant mass approached Zhang Yang. It was a plant life form. Countless blossoms trembled slightly and the largest bloom. Its mouth kept opening and closing. 2 tribal warriors, have you this scared? I slaughtered tens of thousands of their kind before joining the army. My divine body is nearly 100 million kilometers tall. In this trial I'll show you my real power. Zhang Yang ignored it and continued resting with his eyes closed. Luo Feng however gently opened his eyes and looked at the plant life form with sympathy. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Back when Zhang Yang had gone to the Jiyo spacetime to pick him up, even the Lord of Jiyo, whose divine body was over a dozen light years in diameter, had backed down. Now a divine body of 100 million kilometers actually dared to provoke him. His own endless nether sea avatar 2 light years across didn't dare compare divine power with Zhang Yang. At the 3rd level of the divine body size follows the will and divine power is limitless. So what was a mere 100 million kilometer divine body? How absurd. Rumble. The sky rippled like water and spacetime kept trembling. The ripples soon turned into a colossal vortex, as if the cosmic city were devouring everything, except that its color was transparent. As a curtain of light descended from the vortex, a strange power quietly arose. Like a spacetime teleport it pulled every soldier beneath the vortex no matter where they were on the prairie. When all the soldiers had gathered, a colossal eye surfaced within the vortex in the sky, gazing down at them. Zhang Yang met its gaze for a brief moment, and his willpower suddenly wavered. Suddenly an ancient voice spoke. The first 3 floors of Wuchi Tower are a life or death crisis. Once you pass the 3rd floor, rewards lie ahead. You may obtain supreme treasures, receive inheritances, and learn secret arts. The higher the floor, the richer the rewards. Now 15 of the 40 surviving soldiers may enter the 4th floor. The rules are the same as before. Entering warships is forbidden, or otherwise you will be deemed to have failed. Zhang Yang smiled lightly and stood up. The action made all the powerhouses nervous. Was he about to make his move? Most of them were only keeping watch because everyone else was. Only those who had been in the same batch with Zhang Yang through the first 2 floors had truly witnessed his terrifying strength. The plant life form, meanwhile, was watching him with eager ambition. Now all of you hand over your supreme treasures. Zhang Yang swept his gaze around and gave a cold shout. Every soldier was stunned. What had they just heard? He actually wanted them all to surrender their supreme treasures. Was this a joke? Was he declaring himself an enemy of every soldier present? But to everyone's surprise, the soldiers who had arrived with Zhang Yang were already flying over. One of them slightly burly, the very man Luo Feng had chosen as his target on the first layer, now shamelessly gathered all his possessions and offered them with both hands, flattering, "I'll give you all my supreme treasures. Please help me get through this floor." Another refused to be outdone and said, "These are the Heiyun wings, a true god-grade mechanical supreme treasure. As long as I wear them, none of the law masters here can escape." Zhang Yang smiled and put away the supreme treasures. He liked people who knew how to play along. But before he could say anything, a shrill voice rang out from the side. "They may fear you, but I don't. Take this." As soon as it spoke, countless flowers flew from the plant life form's body, each carrying boundless divine power. Beautiful yet perilous. Zhang Yang nodded in appreciation. The next instant he entered the divine power burning state. Raising Liu high, he flooded the entire silver prairie with endless silver light, as if holding a silver sun in his hand. The next moment the silver sun, over 100 million kilometers in diameter, came crushing down. The petals that had been attacking him were instantly burned to ash. The plant life form hastily sent up even more blossoms and begged, "I'm willing to hand over my supreme treasures. Spare me." Zhang Yang smiled. He certainly wasn't going to let it go. This plant had delivered itself as a means to display his might. If he annihilated it in one move, the remaining soldiers would never dare to resist. Boom! With a violent crash, the opponent's true god-grade armor exploded. Sizzle! The moment the silver sun touched the plant's divine body, it began frenziedly annihilating it. The plant life form's divine power melted away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Both were over 100 million kilometers in size. When the great sun fully overlapped the plant, not a trace of its divine power could be sensed. Its divine body had been utterly obliterated, and the colossal plant life form fell in an instant. Zhang Yang slowly sheathed his blade. A silver sun still blazed upon the ground. He looked around and said, "Now hand over all your supreme treasures. I want 4 of the spots." Silence. The colossal eye in the sky continued to radiate an overwhelming assault of will, yet every soldier present felt a chill throughout body and soul. How could it be so powerful? They were merely lords of laws. They had all seen the attack of that plant life form just now. Its might was unquestionably at the 8th order level. And with a divine body over 100 million kilometers in diameter, even a top-tier true god could not slay it in a single strike. Yet such a being was utterly annihilated by Zhang Yang in one move. The blazing silver light had not dimmed in the slightest, clearly revealing that his secret art still had power in reserve. It was as if his power had suffered no depletion at all. How could he be so terrifying? How could the gap among lords of laws be so vast? Is this a void true god? Such might is at least 11th order. What? Still waiting for me to make a move? Zhang Yang looked at the soldiers who had not budged and asked with slight confusion. The soldiers exchanged silent glances, calculating inwardly. Every one of them possessed 8th order might, and a few could barely reach 9th order with the aid of their supreme treasures. Even acting together, they could not hope to reach 11th order. But to hand over treasures amassed over countless epochs. How reluctant they felt. Suddenly a beast-type lord of laws flew before Zhang Yang and shed all of his supreme treasures, a true god-level palace treasure like a purple mountain, a silver-white mechanical flow long claw, a dark red true god armor, a true god-level soul defense treasure, and a spherical domain-type supreme treasure. "I hand my treasures to you." Having said that, the beast true god pushed his treasures forward. His eyes swept over the remaining soldiers, hoping someone would resist and be slain by Zhang Yang. That way he could advance directly. "I too will hand over my treasures." A tribal warrior also flew over and handed over his treasures cleanly. His divine power had been severely depleted, and he could not possibly advance smoothly on his own. He had clearly seen through the beast true god's intention, and likewise hoped to advance directly. Zhang Yang smiled slightly and said, "You still won't hand them over? Do I need to draw lots now?" Power determines standing. In the gene world, a void true god and a universe master were as far apart as heaven and earth. Killing a lord of laws was hardly harder than crushing an ant. How could these soldiers fail to understand what Zhang Yang meant by drawing lots? In the blood-red vertical pupils of a bird-type beast a flash of blue light flickered. The next instant its divine power burned, and its figure shot into the distance at tremendous speed. It wanted to use its greatest strength. Speed. To escape confident that Zhang Yang could not catch up. If Zhang Yang slaughtered the remaining Lords of Laws it would also be able to advance directly, and with no more danger ahead it would no longer have anything to fear. Zhang Yang let out a sneer. With the aid of a mechanical flow treasure and innate talent for flight the creature naturally moved with extreme speed. But that was still merely true god-level speed. Even without a void true god-level mechanical flow treasure, his attacks were already 12th order. Coupled with a flight secret art like Donghua, his explosive speed was no worse than a void true god's. And now a Lord of Laws actually wanted to flee from him. An enormous pair of wings wreathed in black smoke appeared on Zhang Yang's back in an instant. Countless purple-black eyes on them radiated a hallucinatory power that was even stronger than the might currently emanating from the giant eye in the sky. Then Zhang Yang's body transformed into a streak of black light. Within seconds he had arrived beside the avian Lord of Laws, and he immediately slashed downward with a blade shimmering with dark blue cold light. No! The beast Lord of Law's eyes were filled with terror. It had never imagined Zhang Yang could be so fast. That he could catch it even while flying so casually. I am willing to hand over my treasures. Zhang Yang sneered. The dark blue light sliced straight across the beast's divine body. Specks of blue light glimmered over the Lord of Laws. The next instant the beast Lord of Laws vanished completely as if evaporated. Nothing remained. Its divine body had been utterly annihilated. Only a few supreme treasures remained still flying onward by inertia. Zhang Yang casually collected them, then with a flash reappeared beneath the giant eye and said, "Now someone should be willing to hand over their treasures, right?" The soldiers trembled and quickly said, "I'll hand them over. I'll hand them over." "Me too. I also hand them over, hoping that you won't interfere with our selection." Beside the towering Wuchi Tower in the God King Valley stood a silver-gray palace. In the great hall 4 throne seats stood facing the 4 directions. Upon them sat the 4 commanders who guarded the God King Valley. 3 were top-tier void true gods, while the remaining 1 was an eternal true god. Haha, this little fellow is quite interesting. He showed much restraint in his earlier battles, but who would have thought he would wait until the soldiers gathered in the 3rd level and then simply rob them? A woman in silver battle armor spoke. "We still do not know his exact strength, but from the attack just now even a casual strike carried top-tier 11th order might. Although that war blade is extremely powerful to accomplish such a feat, his personal secret art must already have reached the 8th order. The 4 generals truly have been rigorous in screening the soldiers. They have not failed His Majesty's trust." A faint hazy voice came from the black mist. "He has 3 void-level supreme treasures, plus a void true god mechanical flow treasure. Either he has deep accumulated wealth or he has slain a void true god before. This is exactly the kind of genius the gene world needs most. His divine body's gene level exceeds 90,000-fold, and his personal comprehension of laws surpasses the 8th order. He is the most inconceivable genius ever to appear in the gene world. His talent rivals His Majesty's. He is certain to pass through Wuchi Tower and fulfill His Majesty's wish. Yes, he is bound to pass through Wuchi Tower. He absolutely will pass through Wuchi Tower. With such talent, how could he possibly fail?" Silence. Although they all felt that such talent was already sufficient. After all, His Majesty back then had only achieved this much. But now His Majesty had most likely fallen, and so matters had become highly uncertain. The Wuchi Tower was simply too difficult, especially the final level. They had once been filled with hope and expectation, yet they had still failed. Even that Lord of Laws whose law comprehension reached the 8th order had perished. Inside the 3rd level of Wuchi Tower, as more and more Lords of Laws handed over their supreme treasures, the remaining few strong ones dared not hesitate any longer. Silvery rays flickered faintly in Zhang Yang's eyes, a sign that his soul attack was equally terrifying. Under these circumstances escape was utterly impossible. "I only need 4 spots. The rest of you can fight for the remaining ones yourselves. I will not interfere." Zhang Yang said with satisfaction, then addressed Luo Feng. "This harvest is quite good. They are all top-tier Lords of Laws, each worth over 300,000. I never expected this mission to yield so much. At least 15 million military merit points, enough to exchange for another mechanical flow treasure. Come take a look and see if any suit you." When the soldiers heard Zhang Yang say this, bitterness welled up in their hearts. That was the accumulation of countless epics, and now they had all handed it over. Of course there might still be a few supreme treasures that had never been revealed and therefore were not surrendered, but in the remaining time they dared not use them again. If Zhang Yang discovered them, they might very well fall. Luo Feng did not stand on ceremony, and carefully selected a few items, then smiled. "Senior with 2 void true god mechanical flow treasures, now you are probably wealthier than many void true gods." Zhang Yang nodded thought for a moment and said, "Actually most void true gods are poor. The void true god I killed earlier only had a domain treasure and armor. Not even a mechanical flow treasure. His treasures were worth only 1 million military merit points, but the army camp's reward was 6 million. More than twice his value. Luo Feng was speechless. Did a weak Void True God only have treasures worth 1 million military merit points? The Void True God of the Ganya tribe back then must have been at the same level, right? That was truly destitute. When his military merit was high, he had exceeded 1 million. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, the will pressure increased to a mid-stage True God level. Only 13 Lords of Laws remained in the field. They all breathed a sigh of relief. At last it was over and there was no longer any danger of falling. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 15 beams of light descended one after another, and Zhang Yang and the others were teleported to the 4th level. Zhang Yang turned to look. The area seemed to be filled with numerous intricate passageways. On both sides of the passageways were all kinds of bizarre objects. Trees, flesh, and so on. Even more, many complete organisms were sealed within the walls on both sides. Of course, some passageways contained complex mystic patterns, strange treasures, and precious secret arts. After a brief glance, Zhang Yang was certain that the most precious items here were those related to gene-level research. There were of course other supreme treasures and secret arts, but what good things could be meant for Lords of Laws? They were merely equipment or secret arts for True Gods and Void True Gods. Surviving soldiers, now that you have reached this place, you will no longer be in danger of falling. All fighting is forbidden. Any Lord of Laws who violates this rule will be executed. The soldiers looked at Zhang Yang with bitter smiles, then silently turned away. At this point, what need was there for fighting? Earlier outside they had basically been stripped clean. Only some ordinary treasures or well-hidden supreme treasures remained. That at least was the greatest comfort in their hearts. The 4th level of Wuchi Tower offers many rewards divided into 4 types of passageways. Those gleaming with white light contain treasures. The golden passageways contain secret arts. The purple passageways are cultivation paths that can guide you to true godhood, and the passage aglow with black light is the divine power route. You may choose only one of the 4 passageways. The aged voice faded away. Zhang Yang walked straight toward the black passageway. He knew that among the 4 routes, only the divine power route led to the next trial. The others merely allowed a Lord of Laws to grow stronger for a time, whereas the divine power route was the foundation. After some deliberation, Luo Feng also chose the divine power route. Although Zhang Yang had provided the earlier 60,000-fold gene map, that was only one person's research. With more gene maps, his own research would become far easier. Stay here and study. I'll wait for you ahead. All right? Zhang Yang nodded and continued forward. The biological specimens at the start were all very simple. He understood them at a glance. After advancing further, the 2 sides of the passage had become lined with 3-dimensional gene maps of life. Zhang Yang quickly screened them. The original universe and the origin land were slightly different, and a small portion of these he had never seen before. He carefully committed them to memory and kept advancing. The divine power road, though called divine power, was in truth a process of perfecting oneself. Starting from the apprentice level, one underwent life evolution, making one's life as perfect as possible. At the same time, one began to trace the imprints of the universe and emulate celestial bodies in cultivation. After that, one became an immortal, the body transforming into a divine body of laws and power, a body of energy. Then one established a divine kingdom, cultivated the laws, transcended the shackles of spacetime, and finally established a miniature universe tracing back to the source to condense an even more perfect body. When Zhang Yang stepped through a cyan curtain of light, the passage walls no longer bore any gene maps or life specimens. Both walls stood pure white and blank. You have achieved a 90,000-fold divine body. Proceed to the next level. An ethereal voice sounded. Zhang Yang's eyes instantly narrowed. Ahead of him, starlight glimmered and gradually condensed into a blurry figure. It was an illusory consciousness similar to the illusory consciousness of Duandonghe. An illusory consciousness carried the will of a powerful being as well. Zhang Yang felt an overwhelmingly irresistible will suddenly crash down upon him. His state of mind had been a tranquil lake, but now it was as if a massive boulder had plunged into it. When he gathered his own will to resist, he felt his thoughts turn utterly rigid. This will was far stronger than that of the 4 generals he had met earlier. It was at the sage level. Merely an illusory consciousness, yet it possessed a sage-level will. Zhang Yang watched the illusory consciousness slowly fade, and his heart grew much heavier. He knew this was the God King of Jin. What appeared before him was the King's will projection. Strictly speaking, it was even more terrifying than the sage-level existence at Liuzhong Mountain. Thanks to the powerful nature of his soul, he could still remain composed before such an existence, and only then could he keep his calm. He chuckled softly and continued forward. Given the other party's poor condition, the possibility of attacking him after discovering his talent was very low. Cooperation was far more likely. At this moment, on the 9th level of the Jin world, which was not a trial level at all but the dwelling place of the God King of Jin, the illusory consciousness that had faded earlier gathered again in this place. His form was still hazy and indistinct, and a murmuring voice suddenly rose from this level. It is not a living being of my Jin world, yet its divine body has reached a 90,000-fold Jin level, and that one from the Milky Way cultivates the 9 Tribulations secret codex, the forbidden inheritance of my Jin nation. Could the reincarnated incarnation have succeeded and already risen returning to the origin land? But outside is clearly the universe sea. Where did this genius come from? Strange. Truly strange. A beam of light descended and Zhang Yang instantly appeared on the 5th level. A handsome man in white robes appeared before him and said with a smile, "In this trial I will use exactly the same saber technique as you. If you can defeat me you may proceed to the next level." Defeat you? Zhang Yang let out a light laugh and flew straight forward. A dark blue saber light flashed past and the white-robed man who had been formed from energy slowly dissipated. Zhang Yang slowly sheathed his blade and his expression gradually turned indifferent. Cultivating the chaos law, that was something only eternal existences began to cultivate. The Jin nation had once produced countless eternal true gods, yet only a dozen or so had achieved sagehood. How difficult it was. Beginning from the universe master stage, one transcends the shackles of spacetime. This is already a formidable threshold requiring extraordinary cultivation talent. Ordinary fortune can no longer help much and external aid grows weaker and weaker. When one reaches eternal true God or practices integrated laws, even fewer external things can be of assistance. Unless a sage-level existence personally demonstrates a secret art or lets him see the secret arts of a sage-level existence. If he could see the complete chaos law, Zhang Yang could forcibly comprehend it through his transcendent talent. But the original universe would not allow it. It was already wary of him and restricting him, so how could it let him grow even stronger? And the white-robed youth that appeared just now only contained laws at the true God stage. Strictly speaking, it was an inanimate object that could not display secret arts above the void true God level, and it used ordinary laws, not fused laws. When it saw Zhang Yang unleash the fused laws, the white-robed man did not even try to defend. A hazy beam of light descended once again. Zhang Yang felt a slight excitement. Speaking of precious gains, those supreme treasures and gene maps could barely count as such. Now on this 6th level, the gains truly meant for him were coming. Wuchi Tower 6th floor. A vast expanse of mountainous hills. Someone has come. Why so fast this time? A puzzled voice rang out, and in an instant the ground trembled and the mountains shook. Zhang Yang watched the ceaselessly quaking ground, fixing his mind upon a small hill that had bulged up from the tremor, the very source of the sound. At the same time, what drew his attention most was that the opponent's divine power was at the void true God level. It made his spirit surge. A special beast of this rank would be a true challenge. He had some understanding of the beasts here, 1,000 eyes, 1,000 hearts. Unlike the Mingshan clan, it was not merely a matter of having many eyes. This beast possessed over 1,000 wills, and each eye held an independent will of its own. 1,000 wills coexisting in one body. That was utterly terrifying. Even Zhou Yan, relying on his supreme mechanical stream treasure and fixed secret arts, could only drive 9 tentacles in near synchrony. As for Zhang Yang, his attacks could only be unleashed one at a time. Only by covering the origin embryo with mystic patterns could he launch 2 attacks simultaneously. And the opponent, over 1,000. If its will was powerful enough, then the might of its secret arts would be dreadful. It could even merge 1,000 attacks into one. Even if the attack could not be elevated 3 tiers, it could still rise more than 2 tiers. The hill on the ground kept growing while a broad expanse around it continued to tremble. Mountains crumbled, the earth split, and boulders tumbled down, revealing glimpses of dark green skin beneath. The mountain continued to shake, and a massive dark green monstrosity crawled out from underground. It was hideous to behold, rather like a toad, its body covered with countless bulges. Several hundred visible at a glance. All of them were its eyes. Roar! The beast raised its head and bellowed, "I despise your gaze." Blaze! All 1,000 eyes of the beast snapped open at once, and from each pupil shot a beam of golden light. 1,000 beams radiated across hundreds of millions of kilometers, revealing its might as the void itself faintly trembled. Zhang Yang had been staring at the beast with a peculiar expression, unable to resist the urge to study it. He felt this move had tremendous potential. This strange beast ought to be captured. But the one who captured it was the God King of Jin, and studying it would not be easy. Beast, can your 1,000 wills be stacked? How does the power grow? Roar, roar, roar. The beast continued to roar, then turned most of its eyes upon Zhang Yang, its voice thundering like a clap of thunder. Whether all my wills can be stacked. I have not emerged into the world for a long time. If you want to see whether my 1,000 wills can be stacked, then I wonder if you can hold on until that moment. Zhang Yang smiled. Although the opponent was a void true god, the trial naturally would not permit it to use its full power. He had already slain a void true god, so the combined attack of 1,000 true gods was nothing to him. He simply wanted to see exactly what strength this beast before him could display, and what strange phenomena would occur when a single will split into 1,000. Roar! It bellowed once more, and the divine power of this space seethed violently. Around the beast's divine power condensed ceaselessly until it formed 1,000 black war blades. Zhang Yang seemed lost in thought. The attack's wind-up was rather slow, likely because the beast lacked a matching supreme treasure. Without such a treasure, power could not be guaranteed, so it had to rely on its own secret arts, and coordination would be compromised. There was still room for improvement. Now all that remained was to see the might of the combined strike. Warrior, I hope you can last until the very end. Zhang Yang gave a faint smile. Last until the end, what he wanted in the end was to take this beast away, take it back for a good thorough study, yet he knew full well this could never come to pass. Any living creature of the Gene world would inevitably perish the moment it left. And the beast before him was at the Void True God level. Thus he had to settle for the next best, hoping the God King of Gene would permit him to study the mystery of the 1,000 wills within the Gene world. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 1,000 war blades arrayed themselves in the air, ultimately forming a blade formation resembling a military phalanx, then shot toward Zhang Yang the next moment. Zhang Yang observed carefully. The coordination was indeed poor, a problem stemming from the beast's divided will. Furthermore, the battle formation was extremely crude, and its fusion granted no amplification whatsoever. This left him somewhat disappointed. 1,000 lawmasters could reach close to tier 10. 10 million true gods of tier 8 strength manipulating supreme mechanical stream treasures could rival eternal true gods and slaughter a swarm of void true gods with might close to tier 15, or even tier 16. Though every flying blade of the beast before him possessed peak tier 9 power, this chaotic combined attack merely equaled peak tier 10. The increase in might was quite limited. Clang 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 clang. The sounds of parrying merged into one continuous stream. Zhang Yang swung Liu to fend off the flying blades around him. Feeling their power, he became all the more convinced how unreliable this beast true god was. Even without a supreme treasure, why deliberately pursue combined attacks? Even if 1,000 wills were hard to control and could not form a union. Since it could already manipulate 1,000 secret arts, it should directly drive composite secret arts instead of waiting to combine them after they were released. To execute them in coordination from the very start would be far simpler. Beast, do you have no stronger technique than this? Roar. A mere warrior dares to look down on me. Even if you can match me with the aid of a supreme mechanical stream treasure, my ultimate technique will definitely make you regret this. The beast true god roared. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. The Gene world was hardly lacking in secret arts designed for joint activation. Since the beast could actually employ one, the resulting might not be too bad. Even if it could not achieve proportional growth, that is gaining one extra tier of power for every additional 10 individuals. After all, this model of growth becomes increasingly difficult the higher one climbs. A void true god grasps one type of origin, an eternal true god grasps two. And one who attains sagehood grasps the chaos law. Though divine power increases merely tenfold with each tier, the resulting gap in combat power grows ever wider. Yet the gap between the first two tiers of a void true god was not overly great. With 1,000 peak tier 9 attacks combined, the power should reach tier 12 right. In the sky, the black war blades merged with one another, then began to revolve according to even more complex patterns. Finally, an immensely powerful design of mystic patterns condensed above, and the oppressive aura around grew ever heavier. Zhang Yang roused his spirit, as well activating his own strongest secret art, while his divine power silently underwent a second-stage combustion. For an instant, Zhang Yang seemed to become a colossal silver sun wreathed in a dark blue halo. Then the light grew increasingly restrained until boundless silver radiance bound itself into a dark blue blade. A heavy aura spread outward. A charged attack of peak tier 12 might carrying a fused secret art. Seeing this, the beast true god turned far more solemn. Its countless pupils focused on the great glimmering blade in the sky, while endless green divine power surged up from within and merged into it, making the combined might of the 1,000 war blades even more fearsome. Slash! Roar! The two strangely swung the secret arts they had condensed, and two blades of boundless might clashed in midair. The surrounding space shattered completely, and glimpses of the peculiar void of the Gene world became faintly visible. When Zhang Yang fought Juyen, the scene had been exactly the same. Might as high as tier 12 had already produced a tremendous impact on the void. An attack of this degree could not be avoided even in the Gene world. Boom! 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 Dense thunderclaps and an unprecedented explosion followed. A speck of silver light gradually grew clear, and in an instant the world was shrouded beneath a veil of silver mist. It endured for a long while before the light slowly dimmed. Howl! A miserable piercing cry rang out. The toad-shaped beast was blasted to the ground, exposing the hundreds of eyes on its belly. Zhang Yang meanwhile rested his chin on his hand and fell into thought. Strictly speaking, the beast true god's secret art this time had been both a success and a failure. What succeeded was that its own peak tier 9 attacks, over 1,000 of them, had almost perfectly merged into one, unleashing tier 12 might. What failed was that the combined attack was simply too fragile. Zhang Yang had not deliberately sought any flaw, yet even against another tier 12 secret art, the beast true god's technique could not hold for long before being forced back. If Juyen had unleashed a tier 12 secret art, it would certainly not have been this pathetic. Even some void true gods who merely activated the mystic patterns within their supreme treasures could produce secret arts far stronger than this combined attack. This attack was only slightly stronger than a peak tier 11 secret art of an ordinary true god. Not by a wide margin. Perhaps relying on a higher secret art level one could barely win. This attack was hollow. It seemed merely wrapped in the shell of tier 12, yet it could not withstand a single collision. Beast true god, is this your ultimate technique, the thousand-eye heart light? Roar! Human, do not look down on me. You are only a petty warrior. Let us settle this anew. The beast true god roared in bitter unwillingness. It had actually lost a head-on contest with a law master. In that instant the divine power belonging to a void true god erupted completely. Endless divine power clamored through the valley, and the whole space quaked. Following that its 1,000 eyes blazed brighter and blades of golden light rapidly took shape. It wanted to clash with Zhang Yang once more. Previously it had only used a portion of its strength. As a void true god possessing 1,000 wills in coexistence, how could its might only barely reach tier 12? It still had far greater power it had yet to unleash. But before it could strike again, a phantom pillar of light suddenly descended enveloping Zhang Yang, and an aged voice resounded. The 6th floor trial has concluded. Next you must pass the 7th floor. The 7th floor. Zhang Yang murmured, feeling a pang of regret. Then his gaze fell upon the beast void true god who was still roaring and howling nearby, as if venting its fury, yet it did not dare attack the pillar of light. Zhang Yang had yet to grow familiar with this target. In the true battle the two sides had only exchanged a single blow. The opponent still had stronger techniques it had not used, especially the way its 1,000 wills coexisted. He had not yet discovered the mystery contained within. If merely the combined power of tier 9 true gods could rival a void true god, could it be that this beast could erupt with eternal true god strength without ever using a supreme mechanical stream treasure? This bizarre life form was certainly not a native species of the god king of Jin's world. It had most likely been captured and brought in by the god king. But now he had no more opportunities, for the 7th floor had already arrived. This was a world of ice. As far as the eye could see, everything was snow-white, and the distant glaciers seemed almost transparent. The space high above faintly rippled, and frigid air gathered like drifting mist. Then within the space a gigantic eye appeared. It was just like what he had seen on the 3rd floor, except here the will impact was far more intense, and the power within that great pupil was far greater. A divine eye art. A will impact secret art. Zhang Yang pondered. In truth, the root of the will attack secret art he had created lay within the black-veined stone pillar. It was there that he had gradually come to understand the subtleties of the will, and he had continued to delve deeper using the insights gained at that time as his foundation. Warrior Yu Hun. Pass the 7th level of Wuqi Tower, and you shall enter the 8th floor. And the 8th floor is the final obstacle to your ascent to the summit of Wuqi Tower. The aged voice resounded once more. Meanwhile, in the divine temple beside Wuqi Tower, the 4 commanders had been watching Zhang Yang's trial the entire time. This Yu Hun does not seem to place much importance on the 7th floor. Yet he was extremely excited when facing the 1,000 eye on the 6th. The commander hidden in the smoke spoke. He simply does not know what is precious. He is but a special life form fated never to achieve the eternal level. Even if he can split his will, what of it? And the will attack secret art is His Majesty's most closely guarded secret. The stalwart commander shook his head, sighing inwardly at how shallow the warriors of the Jin world were. Had this been in the past, how could there have been any need for hesitation in such matters? On this 7th floor of Wuqi Tower, 6 warriors had once reached this place in the past, yet 5 of them failed. Only a single one succeeded in entering the 8th floor. This Yu Hun's will is extremely powerful, already comparable to a high-level eternal true god. The only question is how talented he is in comprehending will attacks. The armored female commander said with concern. On the 7th floor of Wuqi Tower, as the will grew ever stronger, hazy golden light fell, and at once the ice and snow world was dyed in a layer of dazzling gold. Suddenly Zhang Yang's expression turned serious. The current will impact at the peak of true god level naturally could not affect him. But upon the nearly translucent glacier-dense writing of an ancient civilization now emerged. The divine eye art. Zhang Yang fixed his gaze upon it. He wanted to see what a will attack at the God King's level looked like. Was it possible to make his creation, the ascending Hong Rhapsody, even stronger and further amplify its might? Will is formless and imageless, ethereal and elusive, yet it is the most central part of the soul's origin. Even in a battle between armies of ordinary mortals, a fierce and focused will erupts. A special brilliance unique to life. The first volume of the Divine Eye Art was quickly passed over, appearing according to Zhang Yang's comprehension speed. Each time he comprehended a portion, the next passage would emerge. The words on the glacier shifted slightly. At the same time, the giant eye in the sky emitted an even more powerful will impact, and the second volume of the Divine Eye Art quietly surfaced. Zhang Yang nodded in satisfaction. In fact, he had deliberately slowed his comprehension speed for the first volume. It was simply because this was his first contact with another will attack method that he had spent slightly longer on it. After all, although the first volume was simple, simplicity did not make it unimportant. It was the foundation embodying the training, direction, and techniques of this style of will attack. It had inspired him, greatly deepening his understanding of the ancient civilization's methods. The third volume of the Divine Eye Art. At this moment, in the Divine Hall beside Wuqi Tower, the 4 commanders were heatedly arguing. This secret art appeared at the wrong time. At first, it could still be said that Yu Hun is simply comprehending quickly, but why is the speed of the 3rd and 4th volumes constantly increasing? Although the speed at which each volume appears was already supposed to grow faster over time, this rate of increase far surpasses that of every soldier who attempted the tower before. Indeed, this is bizarre. The Divine Eye Art becomes more difficult the further one goes. This is His Majesty's art. Wuchi Tower has shown no abnormal signs and it is not some loophole. So why is the speed still skyrocketing? How could a universe master possibly endure it? The 6th volume. The willpower impact has reached the limit of a void true god. Secret arts at this level are already the limit of what void true gods cultivate. Moreover, the speed at which the methods appear increases in a terrifying manner, and later they may even flash by in an instant. Would His Majesty the God King place all 9 volumes of the Divine Eye art on the 7th floor of Wuchi Tower? We were only granted the true transmission of 6 floors. The 7th volume. The characters have become completely blurred. We can no longer watch them. What exactly is happening inside now? How far has he gotten? No matter how far that elite soldier back then merely saw the 3rd volume before entering the next level. Yuhun has already succeeded. Ah, that little fellow from back then. I remember his name was Yuze. He was once the most gifted beast soldier in our gene world, and we were also full of confidence then. But even as a lawmaster who had created an 8th rank secret method on his own, he still did not meet His Majesty's requirement. What exactly is on the 8th floor of Wuchi Tower? Why is it so difficult? Will Yuhun succeed? He will. Yuhun will definitely succeed. He is merely a lawmaster, yet he has already comprehended the 7th volume, and that involves will attacks at the level of attaining sainthood. Though saying this is disrespectful to His Majesty the God King, if even Yuhun cannot succeed, I fear no one in our gene world will ever have the chance to reach the top of Wuchi Tower. At that, the other 3 commanders fell silent at once. 90,000-fold gene level law comprehension at the 8th level, and a will that had reached eternal true God. Back when they could still leave the gene world, they had understood the situation of the gene kingdom. Once such a terrifying genius appeared, every kingdom, every sect, and every major power would fight to seize him. If Zhang Yang had appeared in the Gene Kingdom's most glorious era, he would have been personally ennobled by the God King of Gene. At the moment he received supreme glory, all the core secret arts of the Gene Kingdom would have been opened to him. He would also have been appointed as the next heir to the Gene Kingdom. An inconceivable genius like this would be peerless even in ancient civilizations. If even Zhang Yang failed, they could not bring themselves to believe anyone else could succeed. After all, Zhang Yang's appearance was already a miracle to them. Watching the secret arts above the glacier slowly disappear, Zhang Yang revealed a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. He had fully seen through all 9 volumes of the Divine Eye art, although the highest only touched upon a portion of the sainthood level. But Zhang Yang had not come to comprehend this secret art in the first place. He had come for the sake of the secret method he himself was creating. Through this learning session he gained even more understanding of willpower and also figured out some of the ways ancient civilizations used the will. Overall he had gained quite a lot. A hazy pillar of light descended once more and Zhang Yang looked up into the distance. The next floor was where the Yuan art was stored. A powerful secret method guarded by the spirit of the art. Behind it stood Yuan, the supreme expert of this world. Although he was only going there to comprehend the art, for an existence like that, even traveling there would only take an hour or 2. As soon as he began to comprehend it, a wisp of that being's will would likely descend. An expert of this level would certainly not trouble an ant like him, nor would he even notice the descent of the other's will. He merely wanted to study that being's secret method. This was a glimpse of the iceberg of a top expert's power. When the pillar of light vanished, Zhang Yang's vision returned. The 8th floor turned out to be a dim sky with only an island floating far in the distance. With a hum, his divine power erupted. Zhang Yang flew toward the distant island, and the instantaneous acceleration caused the surrounding space to tremble. He was very fast, and the view ahead gradually became clear. The small island grew much larger and now seemed to be a small continent. With a single glance, Zhang Yang saw that it was utterly barren without any living creatures. When he arrived above the small landmass, many ancient characters suddenly appeared on the ground. The 8th floor of Wuchi Tower is the final ordeal of the title conferral trial. Observe the surrounding void and you may obtain a secret method. If you can master it, you will reach the top and enter the 9th floor of Wuchi Tower. If you fail, your memories will be erased and you will leave Wuchi Tower. After reading this, Zhang Yang slowly sat down cross-legged and looked up at the starry sky. The sky was now filled with enormous characters stretching endlessly into the distance, making him feel as though he were in a world inside a scroll painting. Each enormous character was formed from countless stars. They seemed deliberately arranged yet at the same time incredibly natural, as if the stars in the sky had always been meant to form them. Star after star echoed one another and linked into a seamless expanse. For a moment Zhang Yang felt as if he were trapped in a maze, not knowing where to enter or how to leave. After his gaze swept over the surrounding characters, Zhang Yang inexplicably felt a strange pulling force, as if it wanted to draw his will into that painted world. He knew that everything in this void was a Nean art. This art had no real power. It was generally used to select suitable inheritors to choose those fit to cultivate the Yuan art within. Even the spirit born within the secret method existed only to help select a more suitable inheritor. Only a top-tier figure could create a spirit of the secret art, and only a top-tier inheritance could bear one. If such an inheritance were placed in the Duandonghe lineage, only the most powerful of the 3 generations of patriarchs could have created it. and even then the suitable secret arts were only the 3 volumes Jinduan Donghua and Busi River. But Zhang Yang was doing just fine comprehending the Neian art out here, so of course he was unwilling to accept the pull. Woo. This inheritor. Get inside. The art spirit inside the scroll was dumbfounded. The inheritor had clearly passed the Neian art screening. Was he an idiot? If you're not coming in, what are you looking at outside? The inheritance is inside. Do you want to cultivate the Laiyuan art or not? This consciousness had finally found an inheritor in this godforsaken place, and now the guy would not even come in to receive the next trial. If he delayed any longer and the wills scattered among the other secret method scrolls discovered it, he would be ridiculed. Over such a long period of time, almost no faction had sent its geniuses to inherit the Laiyuan art. After all, every genius who met the standard had great hope of becoming a god king in the future. Once such a genius appeared, even with powerful protectors, he might die. No faction could afford to lose such a top genius. But exactly because of this, it would draw more attention. It could already sense that mysterious will attached to itself, which was also itself. Their lives were linked and their wills connected, yet the will contained in each scroll was slightly different. Damn it, inheritor, you the inheritor outside. Get in here now. I have never seen an inheritor like you. Humph, this infuriates me. On the 9th floor of Wuchi Tower, the indistinct phantom of the God King sat high in the hall looking down at Zhang Yang's trial. He had arranged for many geniuses to inherit the Laiyuan art, and was very familiar with the process of secret method inheritance. But now he was somewhat confused. The man had already passed the Neian art inheritance. Why did he not accept its guidance? The Neian art outside was only a superficial trace. To reach the true Neian art, one had to accept the pull and enter the painted world. Only then would the art spirit present the true Neian art. Not just to test whether the inheritor was suited to cultivate the art, but also to ensure the inheritance was not leaked. The enormous starry characters in the void outside were only a shallow layer of the Neian art. Even the Neian art itself was displayed in an extremely obscure way. What could a law master possibly comprehend from it? Why couldn't he just obediently continue to the next trial? Could it be that he didn't want to pass the 8th floor of Wuchi Tower? At this thought, the God King of Jin felt somewhat displeased. Although there was also his own kin Luophong, with the traces of the 9 tribulation scripture clearly visible, obviously one of his own. But he had to admit that strictly speaking Zhang Yang was far more outstanding in talent. Naturally, he would not be as narrow-minded as the 4 commanders outside. He was just 1 fold short of the legendary 100,000-fold Jin level. He possessed the supreme treasure origin embryo, which was incomparably precious even in ancient civilizations. His law comprehension had reached the 10th rank. Moreover, he cultivated fused laws. He even suspected that Zhang Yang was a reincarnated fellow Taoist, but after thinking it over he dismissed the idea. Although he had already fallen, this was his miniature universe and Zhang Yang's realm was far too low. There was no way Zhang Yang would risk entering this place. Even if his spiritual intuition had not yet awakened, its warning still existed. Merely seeing his corpse should have filled his heart with boundless desolation and grief. After entering his body, he would have felt an incomparable terror in his soul. How could a law master cultivate fused laws? If cultivation were really this easy, how could those eternal true gods, who counted as powerhouses even in the origin land, progress so slowly? Even existences who had attained sainthood were few and far between. Their life ages and soul ages were only 800 epochs with a gap of just a few years. But their law comprehension differed by hundreds of millions of epochs. How could the primordial universe give birth to such a terrifying genius? When Zhang Yang first began to comprehend, he was still frowning. After all, this Neian art outside was only a simple screening. Its true core was hidden and ethereal, making it extremely difficult to break down. But these things were not problems for him. His talent had now risen to over 1,000 jing. That is 10 quintillion-fold. Such cultivation talent was no longer expressed only in ordinary insight. Through the unseen workings of fate, he could choose the most correct cultivation path, and then comprehend at an inconceivable speed. Now he had already begun to analyze the Neian art preliminarily, and had even seen a sliver of the deeply hidden Laiyuan art. A smile could not help but form at the corners of Zhang Yang's mouth. His guess had been correct. The Neian art had been created specifically for inheritance. Although it appeared to be only an outermost auxiliary tool to him, it was even more precious than the inheritance itself. If it could select suitable people, then it could judge the minimum standard for cultivating to the final level. Although it was obscure and extremely hidden, reverse deduction would always yield the complete secret art. In the unseen, the rules naturally operated using the various inheritance conditions to reverse engineer the secret art itself, allowing him to follow his own ideas and create a secret method that belonged to him. This was the most suitable one and also the most powerful. Even if the nature of the rules meant that even after thoroughly understanding the Neian art, he could not break through the outer protection and see the Laiyuan art within. But after successfully reverse deriving it through the Neian art, would he still need the Laiyuan art? He already had his own Laiyuan art. Moreover, if the Laiyuan art was cultivated through the normal method, only one person could ever learn it. The Neian art itself existed to protect the secret art. It was also a lock that would forever be placed upon one's body. Once he learned it, Luofeng would never be able to learn the Liuyuan art unless Yuan created it anew. His inner pride also would not permit him to seize Luofeng's opportunity. No matter how strong the Liuyuan art was, it was after all created by a powerful being. With a terrifying talent of over 1,000 jing, if he still needed to take his brother's opportunity to accomplish himself, that would be a denial of himself, and he would never be able to ascend to the supreme pinnacle. For 1,000 years later, in the Milky Way, the endless nether sea beneath the galaxy Divine Hall, a sea whose diameter was measured in light years, suddenly stirred up enormous waves. Crimson blood surged, and boundless cosmic energy in the void was absorbed by the sea of blood, while the aura of the entire endless nether sea grew stronger and stronger. Heavens! What happened to the clan elder's endless nether sea? The energy has completely erupted. I barely escaped from the dark universe. Do you all feel that the endless nether sea seems to be growing? I'm not talking about the 2 light-year range I can control. I mean, the sea level is rising. Stop making a fuss. This kind of thing happened 4,000 years ago, except the change wasn't as violent then. The Galaxy Clan Elder must have made another breakthrough in power. This is truly a blessing for our Earth lineage. The extra-domain battlefields have been eerily quiet in recent years. Feeling that something was wrong, I returned. And who would have thought I would run into the Galaxy Clan Elder's breakthrough? Could some great upheaval be coming? Zhang Yang's avatar quietly appeared in Luofeng's Divine Hall. He smiled lightly. This was a breakthrough in gene level. Luofeng's Nether Sea avatar slowly opened its eyes. His gene level had broken through, so there was no longer any need to deliberately concentrate his will. Senior brother, you've also come out of seclusion this time. Have you already reached the top of Wuchi Tower? Zhang Yang shook his head. The 8th floor is quite difficult. I'm afraid I won't make it to the 9th. The reason I came out this time is to run some experiments. Even you can't reach the top of Wuchi Tower. Luofeng frowned. He felt that the God King of Jin was too demanding. What extraordinary talent Zhang Yang possessed. He had created a 10th rank secret method by himself. That was the limit of a true god. He could break through to the void true god level at any moment. To achieve such a level as a universe master had never been recorded in ancient civilizations. Even the God King of the past, when he was a universe master, had probably only created a top-tier 8th rank secret method. How terrifying was his talent. Even so, he couldn't reach the top of Wuchi Tower. Earlier he had seen a true god-level mechanical supreme treasure, personally forged by the God King of Jin, yet it was worth 30 million military merits. What was even harder to understand was the requirement, which was simply absurd. It actually required a title before one could purchase it. One could receive a title upon becoming an eternal true god. A void true god might have 3 or 4 titles, but not a single true god had ever been granted one. Let alone a law master. The first path to a title required a gene level of 90,000 times and all 10080 Shihuang boards. In every generation of the Duandonghe lineage, even eternal true gods needed eons to solve every Shihuang board. And yet a law master was expected to solve them. Would such a genius join his gene kingdom? Which faction wouldn't be fighting over him? All for a self-made true god-level mechanical equipment. Unexpectedly, this Wuchi Tower was even harder. Even Zhang Yang couldn't succeed. It's not exactly that. He murmured softly, then said, I just feel that the secret method on the 8th floor is not quite suitable. Instead, the outer art suits me better. This time I came out to imprint the scene there in my mind so it won't delay my future comprehension. By the time you arrive, I should be leaving Wuchi Tower. Then this seclusion break is for experimenting with a secret method. Luofeng felt a little more at ease. If even Zhang Yang had failed, he truly would have no confidence in the later levels. Not because he lacked confidence, but because he had self-knowledge. And because it would place great psychological pressure on him when challenging the tower. Zhang Yang grinned and said, right, this time I need to test a secret method, and I may need Giant Axe Chaos and the others to cover for me. The Holy Land of the Eastern Emperor. Only by transcending true God and attaining void could one establish a holy land. The Eastern Emperor ancestor was undoubtedly a void true god. An existence at such a level counted as top tier even in the Gene world. On the surface, only the generals of the 4 military regions were eternal level beings. His foundation was a miniature universe over 3 billion light-years in diameter. A majestic volume fully 27000 times that of a true god's miniature universe. A volume gap of nearly 30,000 times made the two appear vastly different. The law patterns layered endlessly upon the miniature universe emanated boundless, might already faintly bearing the awe-inspiring presence of the primal universe. At that moment, a humanoid powerhouse, 100,000 kilometers tall, flew out from the boundless law patterns. Silver-white divine power flames over 10 million kilometers high blazed around him, making his figure seem hazy within the fire, while his enormous wings, spanning nearly 2 light-years when unfurled, blazed with brilliant light and gave him an extraordinary bearing. Wraith Lord, do not push me too far. The ancestor has already apologized to you. What more do you want? Silence. Zhang Yang cast an impatient glance, and the universe master, who had just flown out, immediately fell into slumber, all the flames around him extinguished. He was a square-jawed youth with a resolute countenance, and all around him lay more than 100 slumbering powerhouses scattered in disorder. Eastern Emperor Ancestor, you are far stronger than the Purple Moon Ancestor. Relying on your miniature universe, you can actually withstand my ascending vast ode. Let us fight again. The majestic surging sound crashed toward the Eastern Emperor's universe like ocean waves. Every sound wave sent ripples across the outer membrane of the miniature universe, while the law chains that had been perfectly steady were now drawn taut to the limit. Seeing this, Zhang Yang smiled slightly. That was more like it. This was merely an exchange between peers, and with the support of a miniature universe, why refuse to fight when he could withstand it? He simply wanted to temper his secret will art. Originally he had come for the Purple Moon ancestor, but after a single clash that one no longer dared to show himself. Even after Zhang Yang forced every powerhouse inside his miniature universe into slumber, he still refused to appear again. That was simply too dull. The Eastern Emperor ancestor was stronger by comparison. Though he was far away in the land of origins, he could still serve as Zhang Yang's sparring partner in the Cosmic Sea, and his temperament was resolute and unyielding. He was nothing like the black-hearted, treacherous schemer he had seemed before. A hazy will rose through the universe, then instantly condensed within Zhang Yang's eyes. In that moment his eyes seemed to hold countless stars forming 10,000 spinning galaxies. The next instant that starry sky shattered inch by inch as if returning to chaos. His eyes became gray and murky, saturated with the aura of death, while within that boundless haze a faint purple light seemed to leap, brimming with vitality. Zhang Yang raised his head slightly. An invisible wave of will shot into the Eastern Emperor's universe, precisely finding the place where the Eastern Emperor's consciousness had descended. In that instant a silent and soundless confrontation began. Zhang Yang's expression flickered between brightness and shadow, as countless colored rays of light played across his face. That was because the law chains on the membrane of the Eastern Emperor's universe were also flashing rapidly. The miniature universe inhaled and exhaled enormous torrents of chaotic air, drawing the drifting chaos chi around it into successive tornadoes. Wraith Lord, enough. I have already clashed with you over 100 million times. If this continues, I will fall into slumber. The Eastern Emperor sent a message through his will fluctuations. Even the simulated voice sounded extremely weak. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. Had the Eastern Emperor really tried to swindle him earlier? Was he the sort to hold grudges? He merely wanted to exchange pointers with the Eastern Emperor, who was far away in the land of origins. And was this not already a pleasant exchange? After over 100 million will impacts, he could clearly sense the Eastern Emperor's will becoming unsteady. That fragile duckweed-like weakness meant he had reached his limit. At the same time, Zhang Yang had received no small tempering himself. This kind of will attack had to be tested repeatedly before it could truly bear fruit, or in truth, he too was already very tired. Since you are tired, then rest for now. When our true bodies meet, we can exchange again at our leisure. The Eastern Emperor ancestor made no reply. The law chains above his miniature universe quickly grew dim and lifeless, even duller than those of an ordinary true god's miniature universe. Now it was only the miniature universe itself instinctively inhaling and absorbing power that remained. The Eastern Emperor ancestors' will had completely withdrawn. Seeing this change, Zhang Yang knew the experiment was over. After all, there were only 2 holy lands in the Cosmic Sea, and he had already visited both. Peng Gong quickly flew to Zhang Yang's side and asked curiously, "Can we learn this will attack technique of yours?" Zhang Yang smiled. "It's not that I am being selfish. Even the foundational volume I just obtained in the Gene world requires the will of a void true god. Giant Axe's will is still far from enough, so I am afraid I cannot teach it to you in the short term." Chaos City Lord nodded and asked, "Earlier you had us stand guard while you slept beside the Purple Moon Holy Land. Were you cultivating that secret will attack art?" Zhang Yang replied, "More or less. I needed to focus all my heart and mind to memorize a secret art, and I was afraid that doing so in the primal universe would provoke a reaction from the primal will. Leaving the primal universe was my real goal. The Purple Moon Holy Land was merely incidental." Dark True God said coolly, "That will impact is already formidable. Even though the will was scattered and far away, we nearly lost consciousness. If it were concentrated into a single assault, it would surely be terrifying." Zhang Yang shook his head. The Gene world had arrived not long ago, so those true gods had also had only a short time to temper themselves. That was why his eternal level will could suppress them so heavily. Once they had trained for a while, those true gods' wills would enter the void level. By then this kind of scattered will impact, mere void level will impact, would have no effect at all. Luo Feng has already reached the 6th floor, so it is time for me to leave Wuchi Tower. Chaos City Lord said softly, "Since Wuchi Tower holds such tremendous fortune, it naturally carries corresponding dangers. Be careful." Zhang Yang nodded seriously. Of course Wuchi Tower was dangerous. After all, the Gene God King was on the 9th floor, and Zhang Yang sensed that the other was about to arrive. On the 8th floor of Wuchi Tower, Zhang Yang was still gazing up at the starry sky. As time slowly slipped by, his time on this floor reached its limit, and soon he would be expelled. Then, under the bewildered gazes of the Gene God King and the Art Spirit, a pillar of light enveloped Zhang Yang. According to the rules, he would soon be teleported away. "You are leaving just like that?" A voice rang out as clear and crisp as a bubbling spring. Zhang Yang whirled around. Behind him, the figure of the Gene God King had appeared once more. Though somewhat clearer than last time, it still seemed like a wisp of smoke. too vague to be discerned. Zhang Yang had not expected the Gene God King to stop him as he was leaving, so he quickly put on a respectful expression, filled his eyes with admiration, and declared loudly, "Greetings, Your Majesty the God King." Hehehehe. God King, are you addressing me? The other's voice was still ethereal and distant, but Zhang Yang's heart tightened. He knew there was no way to hide that he was an outsider. Smiling wryly, Zhang Yang said, "Even though I am not a being of the Gene world, it should still be correct to address you as God King, should it not? You know of the Gene God King too?" The voice was puzzled. The hazy mist trembled. Within it one could vaguely make out a figure looking down. Below was the 7th floor of Wuchi Tower, where Luo Feng was still learning the divine eye art, under the will impact of the giant pupil. The Gene God King was somewhat puzzled. A young man carrying the inheritance of his Gene Kingdom had come to challenge Wuchi Tower, and he was also an outsider. This should have been arranged by his true body. And the other one possessed talents that would shake the ages. Even in the boundless land of origins, no one could match him. He could not help but suspect Zhang Yang's identity. "What do you know?" the Gene God King asked with a light laugh. "I once obtained the inheritance of the Wu Kingdom, and I am also this generation's Duan Donghe, that enormous humanoid corpse 160 million light-years tall. It is undoubtedly Your Majesty." At that, Zhang Yang fell into thought. After a moment he softly laughed and said, "Actually, now that I think of it, I once saw Your Majesty in the primal universe." Hearing this, the Gene God King's pupils shrank and shock surged through his heart. Someone had actually found his reincarnated body. How had his true body reacted? Could that person be an enemy? At this moment, although he could not see any traces of reincarnation on Zhang Yang, he firmly believed that Zhang Yang was a reincarnated being. Though he did not know exactly which mighty figure it was to be at the Law Master realm, and still accomplish such a feat meant that one was undoubtedly among the most supreme beings of the land of origins. With that thought, the Gene God King's phantom figure gradually became clearer. He wore a simple white robe, and his entire being seemed steeped in melancholy. Yet when Zhang Yang's gaze fell upon the Gene God King's face, words of praise naturally welled up in his heart. Great, peerless, vast, majestic kind. It felt as though every form of praise in his heart was exhausted, and he was unconsciously moved to kneel and worship. So this was the realm of a God King. Zhang Yang was secretly astonished. The other had manipulated his thoughts without his even realizing it. Although the influence was only partial, this figure was merely an illusory consciousness after all. If a true God King were present in the flesh, what bearing and elegance would he possess? What overwhelming might? This was the most supreme existence of this world. "Who are you?" The voice was somewhat deep, as clamorous as a waterfall plunging, and as startling as a thunderclap tearing through a clear sky. "Who am I? Perhaps I am but a wisp of wandering soul in this world." Zhang Yang murmured softly, his eyes somewhat distant. "A wisp of wandering soul." The Gene God King repeated those words, and then he began to panic. It seemed they were both reincarnated beings. The other could see through to his true body, while he in his present illusory consciousness could not even detect any trace of Zhang Yang's reincarnation. Was it because Zhang Yang had a deeper understanding of the supreme laws, and could therefore exert greater might? He could not help asking, "May I ask what brings Your Excellency to this cosmic sea?" Zhang Yang fell silent for a moment, facing an existence of such a realm, even if it was just a virtual consciousness. If he lied, the other would certainly sense it. He was thinking about how to phrase his answer. In the past, his own time and space had not yet fused, and his comprehension of the chaos law was only at the entry level, so he had not intended to deceive sitting mountain guest. Now that 800 epochs had passed, he had gained some understanding of this world's path of cultivation, and had even found a direction for deeper practice. There was no reason he could not converse with the God King. If the other mistook him for an enemy or a fallen refugee, he might be secretly ambushed. After all, in the cosmic sea, sitting mountain guest was known exactly for that reputation. Even if one had fallen, the nature of such a supreme being would not change much. The atmosphere gradually grew silent. After a while, Zhang Yang finally spoke. "I came here to search for a way home. I can no longer find the source world I once belonged to. Nor do I know whether the source world where I once existed still remains." A source world? The Gene God King's gaze turned serious. As a supreme being of the origin continent, he naturally knew what a source world was. After all, strictly speaking, the origin continent itself was also a vast source world. But the most supreme source worlds possessed extremely strong binding power. Without enough fortune, one simply could not leave. At the very least, he had never left. Perhaps because his strength was still slightly lacking. Still, as a supreme being, he was aware of such matters. He grew silent. To travel through source worlds, one needed a great realm-breaking token or some other incomparably precious treasure. But such methods made it impossible to determine a destination. To roam ceaselessly through that boundless vast Hunyuan land, one would have to be at least 2 levels stronger than he was at his peak. Given the sheer scale of the land of origins, if Zhang Yang could rise to its absolute peak and earn the title of world level, he would be able to freely travel between the various source worlds. Judging from Zhang Yang's current performance, this possibility was quite high. After all, during his Law Master period, he could not yet create a peak 10th stage secret art. Even an 8th stage art had already made his foundation incomparably deep. Moreover, Zhang Yang's gene level was now merely one step away from the legendary 1000000-fold mark. Clearly he intended to achieve legend. In truth, the Gene God King also knew that such a rumor could not be groundless. Since the claim of 1000000-fold existed, it meant someone had once reached that level, and perhaps not just one. As neither of them spoke again, the atmosphere once more fell into silence. The Gene God King both trusted and doubted Zhang Yang's words, but if the other were an enemy he would surely recognize him. Since the other was a being of flesh and blood, did that mean there was no conflict between their camps? To break the deadlock of silence, the Gene God King said in a distant low voice, "Is the soldier in he below the successor my true body was searching for?" Zhang Yang nodded, slightly smiled, and said, "Your true body was extremely fortunate, and his judgment is superb. This is your fortune." The Gene God King was somewhat puzzled. Although Luo Feng's performance could be considered outstanding, he had only just begun the path of the body. Whether he could reach the 90000-fold gene level in this barren primal universe was uncertain. Even in terms of the laws, Luo Feng was only at the 7th stage. Although that counted as excellent if one were to speak of satisfaction, this level did not match what the Gene God King hoped for. And there was the most important point: willpower. Luo Feng's will was at the peak of the Void True God level. That kind of will was extremely powerful for a law master, but compared with Zhang Yang's eternal level will, it was at least 2 grades lower, with a great chasm in between. With such a level, the Gene God King had no confidence that he could successfully inherit the Laiyuan art. For although willpower was difficult to improve, the Land of Origins was not lacking in methods to temper it. When the Laiyuan art first appeared, it spread like wildfire across the origin continent. In that era, countless geniuses had attempted it, yet all failed to advance. It was only under the protection of supreme experts that those geniuses avoided falling. Most of those geniuses were roughly comparable to Luo Feng, and more than a few had talents greater than his. Now, in a barren place like the primal universe, his true body had still managed to find such a successor. Truly no easy feat. But the probability of successfully obtaining the Laiyuan art inheritance was still extremely low. However, the God King of Jin was puzzled. Why did Zhang Yang have such confidence in Luo Feng? His gaze condensed, his will sublimated, and he commanded the entire miniature universe. The God King of Jin studied Luo Feng once more with great care, but he saw nothing unusual about him. He mused silently. Could this fellow Taoist be at a higher level than himself? Could he perceive something more? With this thought, the God King of Jin felt a trace of reluctance. Though he was now but a strand of virtual consciousness, he carried all the memories of the God King of Jin. Having once stood at such an apex, pride was inevitably woven into his very being. Even stranded in this cosmic sea, none of that would change. At this moment, encountering Zhang Yang was like meeting an equal. One who had likewise fallen into this primeval cosmic sea. A competitive spirit stirred within him. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, when do you suppose we can take another step forward?" Hearing the God King of Jin's words, Zhang Yang's heart tightened. He knew the God King would test him, but fortunately, he was no longer the naive native who had just become a cosmos venerable. He lowered his head, assuming a contemplative pose while his mind raced at full speed. Having inherited the teachings of Duandonghe, he had already glimpsed the cultivation paths of ancient civilizations. After all these years of practice, he had gained an intimate understanding of the cultivation system of this world. Previously, his knowledge of this world was but a book, and now, however, he had thoroughly clarified his own path. Moreover, he had conceived many designs for his future cultivation. The complexity of it all could not be explained in mere sentences. A true discourse would require at least 10,000 epochs. There is no need to elaborate in detail. He was silently summarizing within his heart, and this time the God King of Jin did not urge him. After all, the path to further advancement was the pursuit of countless supreme beings. Perhaps only Yuan, an existence so formidable as to be undefeated in the origin continent, could truly know the answer. He understood this could not be rushed. If Zhang Yang blurted out an answer, that would only invite suspicion. Zhang Yang did not keep the God King of Jin waiting long. With an indifferent expression he said, "The cultivation system of our origin world follows the way of the universe, emphasizing derivation, imitating the birth of stars, the birth of miniature universes, and ultimately the birth of origin worlds themselves. No one has reached the apex of this path, and it remains the direction I am currently advancing." The God King of Jin furrowed his brow. These words were extremely vague, and by his realm they seemed riddled with loopholes. Yet he reasoned that Zhang Yang's spiritual intuition might not have fully awakened, so he could not recall the finer details of cultivation. Otherwise he would not have come to the Jin world to temper himself. With this line of thought, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He then asked again, "Observing my miniature universe, what approach do you think I would require to break through?" Zhang Yang raised his head and glanced at the God King of Jin with slight surprise. Cultivating an external universe and creating an internal one may seem to have reached the apex, but in my eyes it does not truly constitute the peak. If you wish to advance further, you must self-create an external universe. Strictly speaking, this external universe is the embryonic form of a small origin world. You should know the benefits of controlling an origin world. If your enlightenment reaches a certain level, perhaps you can traverse the boundless chaotic source and construct a true origin world. At that time you will inevitably enter the next realm. And if you still lack direction, you may first seek out an origin world and establish a connection with it. Attain a high degree of mastery over it, comprehend the mysteries of that origin world. And when your God King realm reaches its terminus, begin creating your own origin world. This should be the most straightforward method of breakthrough. One requires only boundless time to inevitably succeed. After all, for one who has reached your level, the only missing elements are a direction and a bit of fortune. The God King of Jin frowned deeply. Zhang Yang had merely outlined a rough process and indicated a direction, but nothing substantive. And it was extraordinarily dangerous. To cross an origin world meant leaving the origin continent. Even in his own territory he was not the supreme existence. He had to flee for his life and even enslave realm beasts to seek revenge. In other origin worlds the danger was simply unimaginable. Yet deep down he faintly sensed this was a correct path. Just far too simplistic. There must be a more stable method of cultivation. The virtual consciousness of the God King of Jin cast a glance toward the core region. At present the essence of his miniature universe was self-sustaining. Though he could use this essence for deduction, doing so would cause the miniature universe to collapse. Luo Feng had not yet received the inheritance and Zhang Yang still needed the miniature universe for his own training. He decided to wait. After all, so much time had already passed. As for the lives within the miniature universe, although it could endure for a very, very long time, the day would come when its essence was exhausted. If at such a critical juncture he could find a way, and perhaps he could ascend to the highest realm and bring them all back to life. Fellow Taoist just said that was the most foolish method. Does that mean there are other ways? If it is not inconvenient, would you share them? Zhang Yang sensed the slightly humbler attitude of the God King of Jin, and felt a subtle stir within. Though he had not lied, it was ultimately only a direction he had researched on his own. He had not deeply examined its feasibility, only faintly feeling it was correct. Since the God King of Jin wished to know, there was nothing he dared not say. He spoke directly. You were once involved with the chaotic source. When the soul grows powerful enough among the countless derivatives, state of mind, will, comprehension of rules, sheer soul quality, and so forth. If any one of them can reach the limit, it can also count as a method of breakthrough. Or one could ceaselessly study divine power, searching through the boundless void for the power of cosmic origin, thereby allowing divine power to undergo transformation. Whether it be the sublimation of divine power, the shift of attributes tracing back to the source, breaking all laws with sheer force, or the energy level of divine power alone. If any single attribute can reach its peak, it too can be considered a method of breakthrough. Or even purely study the body. Although elevating the genetic level is the most conventional direction of improvement, the flesh is likewise transformed as the universe changes. The mysteries of the mortal body are equally vast and boundless. It only requires us to observe countless worlds, seek out all manner of extraordinary arts, and derive them on our own. Once we reach the summit, how could we worry about failing to break through? I wonder which one would you choose, fellow Taoist? The God King of Jin frowned deeply. He had considered all these methods before. Indeed, countless others had studied them, and that was how the innumerable schools of cultivation had come into being. Yet he had never heard of anyone succeeding. He could not even tell whether Zhang Yang's words were true or false. Still, he understood the other's meaning, especially Zhang Yang's line of thought. The first was the way of derivation. That is to say, following the laws of the present world, evolving in accordance with all that already exists. When an individual undergoes countless transformations and ultimately becomes the most powerful evolved being in this world, they too will reach the terminus. The remaining three methods could be grouped as the second approach. Instead of starting from the world, one starts from one's own body, soul, and energy. The countless derivatives of these three all possess their own wonders. This can be glimpsed from the countless schools of the origin land. Many even firmly believe these methods can reach the summit. For a moment the God King of Jin found it absurd. When had advancing another step become so simple? Countless God Kings had sought the path of breakthrough, yet never had he heard of an expert attaining the rank of Lord. But now he discovered that every path seemed to lead to breakthrough. Perhaps they truly only lacked a direction and a bit of luck. For a time the God King of Jin fell completely silent. He had risen all the way from void true God, eternal true God, and sage to God King, yet he had never thought to alter his cultivation path. Now at this final step, after persisting for countless cycles, he would need to start from scratch and carve his own way. He realized he had lost the courage to walk the road again. That road leading to an unknown destination. Perhaps the foolish method Zhang Yang spoke of was the one he would ultimately choose. No wonder it was called the foolish method. Suddenly the God King of Jin laughed. If someone had told him all this before, he would not have believed it. Especially a stranger of unknown origin. But now, at his most desolate moment, he found himself somewhat inclined to believe. Walk his own cultivation path anew, was it? The God King of Jin smiled knowingly. To gain such insight now was already more than enough. So long as he could pass this message to his true body, perhaps he too could walk to the very end. Even just one more step forward would grant him the power to take revenge. Since this inheritor had been arranged by his true body, he would proceed according to the original plan. The God King of Jin lowered his gaze. Luo Feng had already advanced from the 7th floor to the 8th floor of the Wuqi Tower. This time neither Zhang Yang nor the God King of Jin spoke another word. They simply waited for Luo Feng in silence. And when Luo Feng began the inheritance, the God King of Jin's expression turned extremely tense. This was the inheritor his true body had sought outside. Whether he could inherit the Laiyuan art remained unknown. Yet after countless years of searching, his true body had finally found a Lord of Laws who could reach this place, and he was the greatest hope for vengeance. This cycle carried a great calamity, which was why the primeval universe had released him. Once the cycle's calamity ended, his corpse might never have the chance to emerge again, and this miniature universe within his body would sink into eternal doom. His true body, meanwhile, was supposed to follow the supreme rules to the origin land. If it were to walk an entirely new road, everything would be unknown. In the temple of the Milky Way galaxy, the Chaos City Lord had arrived silently. Sovereign of the Nether Soul, the endless Nether Sea of the Galaxy Lord, has been continuously emitting waves of will attack. Moreover, his true body has fallen into deep slumber. Have you encountered some kind of crisis? Zhang Yang shook his head with a faint smile. It cannot be called a crisis. It is an opportunity. I have been watching Luo Feng, and his inheritance is progressing excellently. It is the secret art I inherited when I previously asked everyone to protect me. There is no need for excessive worry. Based on my simple deductions, Luo Feng faces no danger in undergoing this inheritance. Good. Seeing Zhang Yang's relaxed expression, the Chaos City Lord nodded lightly and added, "Then based on your experience, what should we do?" Zhang Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Evacuate. Send all the clansmen of the Milky Way galaxy outside. Though the will attack is powerful now, this is only the beginning. In the later stages, the will attack will grow increasingly stronger until even true gods at the limit cannot withstand it. It is better for you all to retreat. I can handle things here alone." "Very well, I will make the arrangements," the Chaos City Lord replied. As time flowed on, only Zhang Yang and Luo Feng's Nethersea avatar remained in the Milky Way galaxy. The will attack here had already reached the limit of void true gods. Zhang Yang carefully comprehended it, continuously sensing the might of Luo Feng's will attacks. At the same time, he ceaselessly deduced in his heart. Based on the fluctuations of Luo Feng's will and the display of its power, he had formed certain conjectures about the Laiyuan art. The 9th floor of the Wuqi Tower. The God King of Jin suddenly exclaimed with agitation, "Success! It actually succeeded!" Excitement surged beyond his control. His kingdom had been attacked, his subjects slaughtered, his wife and children cruelly persecuted. Feuds of family and nation. That bloodthirsty rancor. Now there was hope for revenge. More than the ethereal road ahead, what he craved was vengeance. Only after taking revenge could he turn his thoughts to other matters. Perhaps even dare to hope that those in his memories might one day return. His true body had actually nurtured such an inconceivable genius in a place as barren as the primeval universe. And the Laiyuan art could actually be inherited. The inheritance of the supreme expert Yuan of the origin continent. This was the greatest foundation of his revenge. As long as it could be cultivated successfully, his future achievements would surely surpass his own. When that day came, what were the 3 god kings of the devouring nation? His mortal enemies stained with blood and hatred. Of course he can succeed. At that moment Zhang Yang suddenly spoke. The God King of Jin snapped back to reality, deeply puzzled. Why did Zhang Yang have such confidence in Luo Feng? "Fellow Taoist, our discussion on the path of cultivation has greatly benefited me. Now is there anything you require of me?" After all, this was his miniature universe, and since Zhang Yang was here to temper himself, he should have some requests. In truth, he also hoped to temporarily join forces with this Zhang Yang. The talent Zhang Yang displayed was undoubtedly formidable, and he could help him take revenge in the future. In return, he could use his old connections to help Zhang Yang search for that lost origin world. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "No need. Consider this a corner of the origin land. You should know my current state. Under such circumstances I can better temper myself." Then, as if recalling something, he added, "Let me study the 1,000 eyes. I am very interested in that characteristic of will dividing into 1,000 forms." The God King of Jin nodded. These were all trivial matters. And on the 9th floor of the Wuqi Tower, a beam of light suddenly appeared and Luo Feng's figure gradually became clear. Zhang Yang smiled faintly at the sight. Since Luo Feng could acknowledge the Star Tower, he would surely succeed in mastering the Laiyuan art as well. "Senior." Luo Feng was extremely astonished. Zhang Yang had clearly never inherited the Laiyuan art before. How had he managed to ascend to the 9th floor of the Wuqi Tower? The spirit of the secret art had mocked Zhang Yang relentlessly, and was even bitterly perplexed when it dissipated, unable to understand why Zhang Yang had passed the screening of the initiation secret art yet refused to undergo the inheritance. Zhang Yang slightly turned his head, and only then did Luo Feng notice the virtual consciousness of the God King of Jin. He had not detected it earlier because there was no imposing aura or divine power fluctuation. The God King of Jin looked at Luo Feng and said, "Indeed, after ascending the Wuqi Tower you did not receive the acknowledgement of the miniature universe's essence. You both came from outside. You must already know everything about the Jin world. I am the God King of Jin and I have already fallen upon a dead-end path. Although this is my miniature universe, I will not harm you. Luo Feng, you cultivate the 9 Calamities secret code, and have obtained an unparalleled inheritance from the Wuchi Tower of my Jin world. In the future, when you become an expert at the level of a God King, you must do everything in your power to slay the other 3 peak existences. Otherwise they will slay you. However, once you successfully cultivate the Liuan art, killing the 3 of them should not be too difficult a task. Luo Feng's expression froze instantly. Had he not known Zhang Yang's character, he might have suspected that Zhang Yang had revealed everything to the God King of Jin. How did the other party know so much? It was hardly strange that he knew they were beings from outside the miniature universe. After all, it was his domain. If he could not even distinguish his own people, that would truly be laughable. But the 9 Calamities secret code was such a secret. When it was excavated on Earth back then, the Zhang family had also been involved and only Zhang Yang knew of this treasure. Yet now the God King of Jin had spoken it out in one breath. It was not me who told him. You will understand in the future. Zhang Yang shrugged helplessly. He had received the other support since his weekdays shared the bond of master and disciple, and now received enormous benefits from him again. Having a few more enemies of the same level in the future was only reasonable. There was nothing improper about it. The God King of Jin laughed. The 9 Calamities secret code is the most forbidden secret of my Jin world. Upon cultivating it, not only does the divine body swiftly transform, but it also brings tremendous benefits to the soul. It is a supreme art that thoroughly transforms one's innate talent and comprehension. A core inheritance. Since you cultivate the 9 Calamities secret code, you are naturally considered a core member of my Jin world. My enemies are naturally your enemies as well. Time flowed on endlessly, and the universe sea was still shrouded in surging currents of chaos. Layer after layer of gray mist as thin as gossamer drifted slowly across the universe sea. In the distance, occasional waves of churning chaos rolled over, kicking up a clamor. When calm returned, the tangled chaos currents wove together once more as though 10,000 years had brought no change at all. Suddenly within the gray haze a golden light flashed into view. It was a colossal golden vessel over 100 light-years long with all kinds of phantasms, hovering above it, savage beasts, roaring mountain ranges, collapsing towering waves, and drifting clouds sinking and rising. As it moved, it pushed aside the surrounding chaos currents, faintly rumbling with tremendous thunder. Directly ahead of this majestic warship, a vessel wrapped in a fiery red cloud was advancing toward it on a straight collision course. Within the fiery mass loomed the phantom of a fire phoenix, its head held high in unyielding defiance. Neither vessel slowed nor steered away. The next moment they were about to collide. Get lost. Who's the blind fool that dares not to make way for me, Hengxing? Bastard, are you talking about me? A delicate rebuke left Hengxing the demon god dumbfounded. Knowing his infamous name, who would still be so arrogant? Clearly only the divine power auras of a few universe masters were inside. These should be humans of the 3rd reincarnation era, right? How could they be so overbearing? He must have challenged the wrong true god. His divine power surged even more violently toward the vessel. In the gray chaos currents, the 2 ships slammed together in an instant. Boom! A tremendous crash rang out, and the once resplendent golden vessel was sent flying into the distance, while the fiery red ship came to a steady halt amid the chaos currents. Now that it had stopped, the vessel's form became clear, a fiery red phoenix over 100 light-years long, its beak akin to a chicken's, its jaw like a swallow's. Its magnificent fiery red feathers trailed into a fish-like tail, within which rainbow colors faintly shimmered. The vessel's elegant silhouette and raised head bore a kingly mien. Hengxing the demon god's face was stunned. His warship was a supreme treasure at the void true god level. Neither side had activated a secret art, so how could he have lost the collision? Envy gleamed in his eyes. After these 10 million epochs, humanity had Galaxy Lord, a universe master wielding certain authority, and also the super powerhouse Nether Soul Sovereign. The human race was simply too wealthy. Not to mention a mechanical stream treasure for every hand, but basically every named expert possessed one. This unfamiliar vessel was likely a new acquisition of the human race. But it was merely a lucky little brat. Just a universe master, and yet so bold as to show no respect to Hengxing the demon god. Furiously, he flashed out of the golden palace. Imposing divine power raged through the chaos currents. 3 volumes of the divine power burning secret art were activated, the void trembling, as if unable to bear his aura, and the might of a true god at the limit exploded forth. Another furious bellow followed. Come out, and let me see just who dares to offend me, Hengxing the demon god. You think I'm afraid of you? A rebuke rang out, and Hengxing's face turned extremely ugly. He had already revealed his power, yet the other side still dared to act arrogant. The gap between a true god and a universe master was enormous. Still a faint foreboding stirred in his heart. With a soft chirp, the fire phoenix vessel spread its wings amid the chaos currents. A woman of unparalleled elegance teleported out into the chaos. In an instant, 1,000 birds circled her, singing joyfully. Scorching flames blazed across 1,000 light-years around, making the region even more searing. Hengxing the demon god. It's me. What can you do to me, anyway? Hengxing the demon god's expression gradually stiffened. The supreme treasures on that woman seemed so familiar. Why did she look so much like the Phoenix Dance Sovereign described by Star Master Beishi? Good heavens! She turned out to be the disciple of the Nether Soul Sovereign. Hengxing the demon god felt a surge of panic. He had rampaged across the Universe Sea for so many years and developed well in the Gene world. Even facing super powerhouses like the nine-headed demon god, the true god Jueha, and Star Master Beishi, he was unafraid. Even encountering giant acts and chaos of the human race, he never flinched. But now he had provoked the Phoenix Dance Sovereign, and fear rose from the depths of his heart. He had heard that the Nether Soul Sovereign doted on this female disciple greatly. Strictly speaking, Hengxing had been the first person in the Universe Sea to cross blows with Zhang Yang. As for the ones who faced Zhang Yang after that, 6 of them had already fallen, and even their miniature universes had been extinguished. Even the last miniature universe of the Mingxian race had been shattered under Zhang Yang's attack, although it took 10,000 years to think he would directly attack another's miniature universe. How could anyone keep their life? Who was really the universe master? Who was really the true god? Even hiding inside a miniature universe could not avert death. So it's the Phoenix Dance Sovereign. Why didn't you say so earlier? We're all friends. I, Hengxing, have a very good relationship with your teacher. When your teacher obtained his first true god armor back then, I contributed a great deal of effort. Hengxing the demon god said with a grave and earnest expression. Xin Qi was instantly infuriated into laughter. Hengxing, stop spouting nonsense here. Master has told me everything. Back then Master was quietly cultivating, and you came over to throw your weight around only to suffer a hidden loss. Don't think I don't know what you're really like. It's only after the Gene world arrived that you finally toned down your nasty quirks. That's not true at all. We had clearly agreed back then. It was only to test whether your teacher's fusion of laws could break through the true god armor's defense. It was nothing like what you think. Hengxing the demon god argued stubbornly, then added, I've received an invitation from the true god Jueha to explore a secret realm together, so I won't argue with you here in the Wuyan territory. With that, the Golden Palace traced an arc swerving away from Xin Qi's mechanical stream's supreme treasure before suddenly accelerating. It began at 100,000 times the speed of light, then grew faster and faster, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Xin Qi watched Hengxing leave, and a trace of worry crept into her eyes. To become a true god, the path of laws was still relatively simple, but the path of divine power was far too difficult, and the subsequent step to void true god was even more terrifying. Without attaining the void true god realm, she could not break through the cycle, and then she would not be able to follow her teacher. Yet Zhang Yang insisted she take the divine power path. Once a reincarnation era ended, she would surely fail to reach the 90,000-fold gene level. Even the 60,000-fold gene level filled her with doubt. Phoenix Dance Sovereign, what's the matter? Did something seem off about that Hengxing the demon god? Xin Qi shook her head. It's nothing. Let us continue to the Gene world. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking branches echoed through the tranquil forest. Zhang Yang walked deeper into the woods with a calm expression. This was the Gene world. Due to its unique environment, many plants had grown ceaselessly for countless years, easily surpassing 1,000,000 kilometers in height. Zhang Yang's body, 100,000 kilometers tall now, seemed small by comparison. Dense leaves blotted out the sky and sun, leaving the surroundings dank and dim. Creatures living here were mostly furtive and cautious. Now Zhang Yang's footsteps sounded all the more distinct. Last time you escaped by relying on your supreme treasure. I thought you wouldn't dare come again. Zhang Yang halted, speaking calmly to the space ahead. There stood a tree stump 100,000 kilometers in diameter with 9 emerald green branches rising above it. Sensing Zhang Yang's gaze, the 9 branches immediately began to sway, glowing with a verdant radiance. In an instant, the dim forest was draped in a veil of green. One branch lifted high, revealing the exquisite face of a woman at its center. She was gazing at Zhang Yang with a smile as her red lips parted and a voice like a babbling spring flowed forth. Why are you still not dead? Zhang Yang smiled calmly. After 10 million epochs, the other had not changed at all. Still using the same way of greeting, only with one extra word, still. The other party remained unchanged, but he was constantly evolving. From the beginning, when he could only flee madly by relying on the black-winged falcon wings, he had now begun fusing new laws, and his secret arts had reached a level close to the 12th tier. Jian, you shouldn't have come. Last time you barely escaped my grasp with your mechanical stream supreme treasure, and now your divine power hasn't even fully recovered. However, I have grown much stronger again. This time you will have no chance to escape from me. Why are you still not dead? Zhang Yang smiled lightly and said, it's time to end this. Dust to dust, earth to earth. To sleep eternally in this tranquil forest should be your best end. Why are you still not dead? When she said these words, a subtle change appeared in Zhou eyes. No longer as indifferent as before, her lustrous eyes revealed longing and relief. Zhang Yang saw this. He reached out, rested his hand on the hilt of Universe Splitter, and slowly drew the blade. Let me end this despairing life of yours, he said inwardly. Annihilation Samsara. As the war blade finished its starting stance, the surrounding region of over 100 light-years seemed to peel away from the world. An invisible film enveloped the dense forest. Outside nothing changed, inside the film everything had become hazy chaos. Yet this chaos was not the gray murk of the universe sea but endless silver light, thick and viscous like a flowing river of mercury with occasional specks of blue light glittering within. Ah! Zhou let out a piercing shriek. Her voice was no longer as clear as before. It was filled with frenzy. She cast off the disguise she had worn for countless years. Her face contorted. Gone was her former exquisite beauty, as if this was her truest face. Blue armor clung to her body. Wildly she raised her 9 tentacles and lashed them toward Zhang Yang. Zhou, that trick of yours is useless now. Zhang Yang let out a great roar, the will of an eternal true god at its limit condensing in his eyes. Gray mist veiled his pupils, reeking of death. Boom! 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 3 violent explosions thundered. The dark blue warblade split the silver ocean surface and shattered Zhou tentacles. 3 blade glows connected end to end, forming a dark blue triangle that continued to grind toward Zhou. Zhang Yang charged at Zhou with his warblade raised high, his speed only a little slower than the blade glows. Zhou lifted her head, her gaze growing even more frenzied. Zhang Yang had shattered her attacks and 3 blade glows circled him in accompaniment. How terrifying was his might! A mere law master had actually reached such a level, able to suppress even a void true god. Boom! 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 4 overlapping attacks struck Zhou completely. A portion of her divine power was annihilated in an instant, and her body flew helplessly backward. Zhang Yang gave his opponent no chance to catch her breath and chased after her directly. After mastering an origin, his divine power had undergone a transformation. The annihilating effect of a single strike was no longer as exaggerated as before, but his strength had already surpassed Zhou. He now fully possessed the ability to slay her. His secret arts were at the peak of the 11th tier. After burning divine power, he could barely unleash their full might, and Universe Splitter elevated his attacks by another tier, bringing his offense to the apex of the 12th tier. Zhou, by contrast, possessed only 12th tier mastery of laws, and a large part of her power came from external treasures. Under will-based attacks she could not unleash her full strength, and her potency dropped by a tier. Where she should have wielded 13th tier might through her mechanical stream armor, she could now only manage 12th tier power. Last time she had activated the mechanical stream twin wings right after being struck and escaped his grasp. This time he would not give her another chance. You won't escape. Boom! Zhou let out no cry of pain as the attack landed. She stared blankly at Zhang Yang, lost in thought. The next moment her eyes grew complicated once again, mingled with delight, nostalgia, and self-reproach. She murmured, God King Zhou was wrong. Just let me be willful for once. In the next instant her gaze turned utterly manic. 9 pairs of scarlet eyes stared at Zhang Yang. The tentacles that had hung limp now whirled wildly, and she screamed, I haven't lost yet. Why are you still not dead? Zhang Yang's pupils suddenly dilated. What a familiar light. In an instant he seemed to be back in the Neiyu Maluo secret realm. The light that flooded the entire world, the source that was like a sun making every color in the world turn deathly pale. Before Zhang Yang, Zhou gave him a maniacal smile. In the next instant a blood-red cavity appeared in her abdomen and milky white rays burst forth from within. His primordial god Dharma form shook violently. The void was torn asunder. His domain collapsed without warning. Zhang Yang dimly saw a milky white fluid with star-like specks flickering inside it. His body trembled involuntarily, and his soul sent out continual warnings. It was life itself recoiling in instinctive fear. That seemingly beautiful light source carried an immense energy too staggering to imagine. That was the origin. Zhou was detonating the origin. He didn't know what grade the other's mechanical stream twin wings were, but an origin was the wellspring of an eternal true god's power. How vast an energy must reside within it. If it was a supreme treasure on par with Luo Feng's Wuslang wings, a mechanical stream treasure capable of possessing partial sage-level power, then the energy within it would be horrifying beyond imagination, and his only outcome would be death. Light condensed soundlessly. Zhang Yang could no longer see Zhou form, but through the aura of divine power, he knew she was smiling somewhere nearby. Smiling without a sound. In a daze, that exquisite face appeared before him once more. The origin's might erupted with the seeming simplicity of light spreading. Zhang Yang only felt a trace of scalding heat, the crushing pressure of higher-level energy. The supreme treasure on his body shattered with a tinkle, and in the next instant, he felt his divine power evaporating. Divine power equivalent to an ocean 10 light-years across evaporated continuously. Every moment divine power spanning over 100 million kilometers vanished silently. Zhang Yang did not even feel any pain before his divine power was annihilated. At this moment time and space seemed to come to a complete halt. Light shot back and forth through the forest, finally covering it entirely. All life inside was directly erased, and then the light continued to spread toward an infinitely distant place. After who knows how long, Zhang Yang could no longer even feel himself alive. The light had come quietly and vanished without a sound. As his senses returned, Zhang Yang's vision cleared. The forest before him had vanished completely. Looking around, he seemed to be inside an enormous bowl with a hemispherical wall of earth 1,000 light-years deep below him, and in the distance only a pitch-black line remained where heaven and earth met. Divine power remains at 2. 3. I never expected to survive. What luck, he said softly, then looked around and added, was it because you don't like forests? You should like it better now, right? If there were water she would have liked it even more. A hoarse voice spoke up. Zhang Yang immediately became wary. If the other could remain undetected even by him, then that person must be an eternal true god. In the Jin world, this was already the third time he had been spied on from an overwhelmingly superior realm. Having roamed the Jin world for 10 million epochs, he was already quite familiar with it. This was neither one of the 4 generals of the military camp, nor the commander of the Wuchi Tower. Zhang Yang slowly turned around and immediately his pupils constricted. That was a strange beast. 9 black tentacles, each 100,000 kilometers long, hung wantonly downward. Its form was also akin to an octopus. Were it not for the difference in color, it looked exactly like Zhou Yan, except that the oval part bore 4 additional black angular phospholipid ridges, and its entire body appeared even more powerful. Meanwhile, the other's realm was Eternal True God. I never expected that Zhou Yan would actually have a kin of the Eternal True God realm. Kin? A dull voice came from the black octopus's body. Perhaps it's not wrong to call us kin. Zhang Yang asked calmly, are you here to avenge her? If so, then you can make your move now, because there's no way I can escape from your hands. Revenge? Do you have a grudge against Zhou Yan? The Eternal True God Beast's voice became even deeper. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and said, since she didn't care about the deaths of her subordinates, strictly speaking, before she came after me, there was no enmity between her and me. Since you had no grudge with her, then you have none with me either, the Eternal True God Beast said again. Zhang Yang frowned. Now that Zhou Yan had fallen, did saying all this still have any meaning? If the two had been closed, then the beast should have regarded him as a mortal enemy. He knew he was doomed, and had already prepared for the loss of the prime embryo, but judging from the other's attitude, it seemed it would not attack. You can unleash such strength. Is your law comprehension at the 8th rank or the 9th rank? The Eternal True God Beast asked again. Zhang Yang said calmly, let's just say it's the 9th rank. 9th rank. Truly incredible. With such talent, no wonder you could push the divine eye secret art to such a level. If so, then I know why Zhou Yan wanted to kill you. You haven't been ennobled, have you? The Eternal True God Beast said again. The ennoblement mission failed, Zhang Yang said, his voice still calm. Silence. After a moment, the Eternal True God Beast spoke again. I also participated in the title conferral mission. Of course, now that Inha Jin has reached the top of Wuchi Tower, I naturally failed as well. Zhang Yang looked at it calmly, feeling that this was not what the other intended to say. The 4 generals had been overjoyed when they learned that Luofeng had reached the top of Wuchi Tower, but when it mentioned Luofeng, its tone was utterly flat. I am a life form created by His Majesty the God King. Strictly speaking, I should be considered a child of His Majesty the God King. But that body did not house only my will, there were 2 other wills as well. We should be considered failed products. When His Majesty the God King fell, our wills could not coordinate, so we could only split apart. Zhang Yang remained indifferent. Knowing that he could not survive, God King Jin would naturally try to arrange contingencies. The Laiyuan art was God King Jin's hope for revenge. Only beings with powerful souls and wills could inherit it. Back then he must have run no small number of such experiments, for even a cosmic lord could create life, let alone a mighty God King. He said calmly, so you and Zhou Yan shared one body. What about the other will? The Eternal True God Beast lowered its 9 tentacles, blocking sight of the face beneath them. After a long pause it said slowly, it fell. Yu Zhe and I once explored Wuchi Tower together. It reached the 8th floor and then fell while I only made it to the 7th. Zhang Yang's eyes sharpened. The 8th floor of Wuchi Tower. It seemed that before Luofeng reached the top there had only been one who had climbed to the 8th floor. To ascend to the 8th floor of Wuchi Tower, and even pass the screening of the first level Neian secret art of the Laiyuan art. Such talent must be formidable indeed. I'm afraid God King Jin had paid an enormous price back then to create these lives. The first Zhou Yan was a void true god, but being half crazed and half foolish, she had already lost her drive to advance. The second was a genius who could reach the 8th floor of Wuchi Tower. The third had, through normal cultivation, already reached the eternal true god realm. If God King Jin had lived a bit longer, who knows? He might truly have made a genius who could inherit the Laiyuan art. Why are you telling me all this? Zhang Yang asked. Zhou Yan and Yu Zhe are both dead, but they cannot return to His Majesty the God King's embrace because His Majesty has fallen too. We were created by His Majesty the God King to carry on the legacy of Wuchi Tower. Now that someone has already reached the top and both of them are dead, my mission is over. The Eternal True God Beast finished speaking calmly. A pitch-black tentacle twitched abruptly, and the next moment all 9 tentacles rose, revealing 9 handsome faces facing Zhang Yang. At this time its eyes were full of dusk. It said slowly, I have explored Wuchi Tower many times but failed every time. I once thought of leaving this cage and returning to His Majesty the God King's body, but I endured for Zhou Yan's sake. Yu Zhe fell and Zhou Yan was deeply pained. Perhaps death was a relief for her, but after all she died because of you. At this point the Eternal True God Beast's emotions became intensely agitated, and it roared loudly, when you become an eternal, fight me. Win and you live. Lose and you die. Win and you live. Lose and you die. Win and you live. Lose and you die. Countless voices echoed in Zhang Yang's mind, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the beast before him. At this moment all 9 faces of the other were howling. When the voices fell, its 9 tentacles slowly lowered, and a low voice came once more. I will wait for you here. I hope you don't make me wait too long. You may go. Zhang Yang silently nodded, his body streaking across the sky, as a faint blue aurora vanishing into the distance. The Jin world had once produced many eternal true gods, but very few had remained. Being born in this world and reaching such a realm was a kind of suffering. They could already sense the God King's fall, and their hearts were filled with loyalty and worship toward God King Jin. When they achieved eternal true God and felt the God King's fall, their spiritual pillar had already collapsed. More than 10 million epochs had passed since the Jin world appeared, and the primordial universe had undergone no change whatsoever. Even many cosmic lords who had fallen in the original story were now mostly alive and well. After Zhang Yang went and had a proper exchange with Patriarch Ziyue and Patriarch Dongdi, the 2 Holy Land universes became extraordinarily well behaved. Though it had not reached the point of hiding at the sight of powerful humans, they would consciously step back whenever they could avoid conflict with the human race. After all the powerhouses in the Holy Land universes had been unconscious, and even the 2 patriarchs had slept for a long time. As long as Zhang Yang remained in the cosmic sea, they would maintain their reverence. The various races of the primordial universe were even more so. When the Jin world appeared, they did not become arrogant due to the fortune. Instead, they became even clearer about the gap in strength between them and Zhang Yang. A cosmic lord whose law comprehension had reached the void level could even pass through the cycle of reincarnation. What else could they do? When the news of Zhang Yang's visit to the 2 Holy Lands spread, the hostile races of the primordial universe immediately abandoned their core territories on their own initiative, then went to the outer regions and occupied vast territories. Although the quality of the outer territories was slightly inferior, they were vast, and seizing them involved no danger. As for the races that had been robbed, they could only reduce their territories and survive among the many secret realms. Every faction maintained awe toward the human race. No faction schemed against Luofeng, so naturally Luofeng did not think of using the authority of the Jin world to wipe them out. As for Zhang Yang's current strength, his gaze was no longer fixed on this finite region of the primordial universe. Once again a long time had passed. In the Milky Way the place had completely changed. Originally only 2 divine palaces, Luofeng's and Zhang Yang's, stood opposite each other, centered on Earth and the solar system. But now there were over 100 divine palaces alone. Only cosmic lords could establish divine palaces, meaning that the Earth lineage alone now had over 100 cosmic lords, while the number of venerables was beyond estimation, and the immortals were as numerous as stars. At that moment a crimson aurora flashed through the gorgeous Milky Way palace cluster, leaving behind only a bridge-like red glow, one end connecting to a golden palace complex at the core, and the other end to a palace blazing with flames. Master. At the call, Zhang Yang slowly opened his eyes and looked at the breathtakingly beautiful woman in red at the center of the divine palace, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. You're not properly comprehending the gene map. Why have you come looking for me again? Sun Qi said with concern. Master, I've been a cosmic lord for over 1.6 trillion epochs, but I've only just broken through to the 30,000-fold gene level now. I'm afraid I don't even know how long it will take to reach the second stage of the divine body. Senior brother has already broken through to true god for years, and even Huqiong has become a true god. I'm afraid I won't be able to break through to true god, even when this reincarnation cycle ends. Zhang Yang listened and nodded seriously, saying, right, Huqiong did break through quite some time ago. Master. Sun Qi let out a dissatisfied coquettish hum. When this reincarnation era ended, all divine kingdoms would collapse and she would have no chance to break through to true god. She couldn't just stay a cosmic lord forever, could she? Ignoring her, Zhang Yang continued, do you know that Huqiong spent tens of billions of epochs before breaking through, and he only just barely reached the perfect gene level? You broke through to the perfect gene level in merely over 10,000 epochs, even though most of your will was focused on the gene world. And your senior brother studied for hundreds of billions of epochs without even breaking through to the perfect gene level. Sun Qi's voice hesitated, then she whispered, Master, my talent is indeed a bit stronger than theirs, and nirvana is indeed closer to creation and more suited for studying gene levels. But after 1.6 trillion epochs, I'm still only at the first stage of the divine body. The remaining 2 stages will definitely take even longer. Can I still break through and become a true god? If I were to break through relying on the laws, I would have become a true god long ago, and even have great hope of reaching the void level within 3 reincarnation eras. Zhang Yang couldn't help laughing at this, still too anxious. He then said, since you became a cosmic lord, I have rarely taught you. After all, having reached your current level, you should have firm confidence in your own cultivation. But your teacher only now realizes that the inheritance of Duan Donghe and the arrival of the gene world merely increased your cultivation speed and strength, not your insight. Or rather, you simply regard these 2 places of fortune as ancient civilizations, as if they have truly become history. Hearing this, Sun Qi couldn't help lowering her head. She hadn't found anything wrong with herself, and she had indeed regarded those 2 fortunes as ancient civilizations. Seeing her like this, Zhang Yang couldn't help shaking his head, then asked again, you're anxious about not being able to break through to true god in this reincarnation era? Sun Qi nodded honestly. Oh, of course she was anxious. Over the years, Zhang Yang had not taken on any new disciples, and had no mind to teach, for he was now fully devoted to comprehending the fusion laws. Thus Xin had only one senior brother. After he broke through, she became the only one left. Especially after even Huaqiong had become a true god, she grew even more anxious. Because in such a situation Zhang Yang had unconsciously fallen a step behind Luofeng. After all, Huaqiong, the disciple Luofeng had taken in later, had already become a true god, while she was still lingering at the Cosmic Lord level. As for Zhang Yang, his time in recent years had been extremely tight. In the 1.6 trillion epochs since the Gene World arrived, he had only fused 4 kinds of laws with 3 more kinds and the final merging still remaining. He estimated that it would take at least as long again to complete the fusion. How could he have the mind to teach any disciples? He rarely taught Xin and Yubo. Powerhouses at this level were not suited to that kind of meticulously arranged instruction. I remember I once arranged for you to properly study the cultivation methods of the other schools under Duandonghe. Then you should have summarized your own insights. From the looks of it, you did a terribly poor job back then. Xin head sank even lower. Back then, not long after obtaining Duandonghe's inheritance, she had broken through to Cosmic Lord. With the supreme treasures bestowed by Zhang Yang, her natural talent in gene levels being good, and her quick creation of secret arts, the Cosmic Lord consolidation phase had not lasted long before her strength reached the 4th rank. She had tempered herself in the Cosmic Sea for only a short while before the Gene World arrived. At the time, Duandonghe's inheritance was extremely complex. The mere memory transmission took over 1,000 years, and comprehending a single one took who knows how long. With such a vast inheritance, she could only gulp it all down without developing much real insight. After honing herself for so long in the Gene World, she was anxious to break through to True God and constantly studied the Gene Map. How could she still remember the other schools of Duandonghe? Now being asked by Zhang Yang, she naturally looked guilty. Seeing this, Zhang Yang understood at once. A disciple who used to be quite obedient. Had they all grown headstrong after becoming Cosmic Lords? He couldn't help reprimanding. Your senior brother was anxious to break through to True God, because the number of true gods in the primordial universe has swelled dramatically and Cosmic Lords can no longer perfectly protect a race. His race also lacks any top-tier powerhouses to share the burden. He broke through to True God, and although I am angry, after all he didn't listen to me and break through only after comprehending a 7th-tier secret art. I can understand that situation. But what about you? Xin pouted and said nothing. By now all the powerhouses of the 3 reincarnation eras knew that Zhang Yang could establish a holy land. She had learned about the 2 Holy Land patriarchs and knew that the 2 patriarchs were not in their mini-universes. She was afraid that after Zhang Yang broke through, he would go somewhere else and leave her behind in the Cosmic Sea, not taking her along. But would she say such a thing? She would probably get a scolding. Zhang Yang looked at her expression. How could he not know what she was thinking? He couldn't help shaking his head. Could he possibly harm his own disciple? A divine kingdom may be the foundation, but that doesn't mean one cannot break through further without a divine kingdom. Among those other school inheritances you overlooked, many can allow one to cultivate to the rank of supreme, and many of those did not have mini-universes. It's just that the current cultivation method is orthodox, unleashes greater strength, and has produced numerous powerhouses. Those other schools have developed for only a short time and are not yet perfect, which is why they were not placed at the core. Oh, Xin kept her eyes down, and her mind still simply listening obediently no matter what Zhang Yang said. Zhang Yang looked at her expression and said testily, "You're my disciple. Do you think I'd harm you by letting you break through in the weakest way?" Xin eyes widened and she hurriedly asked, "Master, then how do you intend for me to break through?" Frowning, Zhang Yang said, "Your law comprehension is only at the law master level right now. I originally planned to tell you later, but since you've asked, I'll tell you now. Otherwise, with your current state of mind, you won't be able to cultivate properly. Master, please tell me. I'm listening." Xin behaved even more meekly. If outsiders saw her like this, they'd be utterly astonished. Could that fiery woman who would attack at the slightest disagreement really have such a ladle-like side? Zhang Yang gave her a look of disdain. Ever since she had become stronger, she didn't seem as likable as before. You should know the specific details of how we obtained the Duandonghe inheritance back then, since Luofeng has explained them all. When we pushed through to the Zhuangju level back then, you should be very familiar with it. The battle-tempering game Emolin was created by incorporating the Zhuangju. Xin seriously pondered Zhang Yang's first 2 sentences, and after he finished them, she suddenly perked up. In the Duandonghe inheritance, there were opportunities for true gods to undergo trials. Miniature universes constructed by true gods without such an inheritance are crude, and even lack any future. Duandonghe naturally wouldn't choose true gods with poor potential. That means they had the ability to change the construction of those true gods' miniature universes. Since even rebuilding a miniature universe was possible, establishing one from scratch was naturally no difficult task. It would just cost a price, and might even require you to cultivate anew from the very beginning. At that time, no living person remained from Duandonghe, so the price might have been even greater. In the Duandonghe inheritance, many schools that lacked miniature universes had a saying recorded in their information. Although the wording differed and the accounts were obscure and jumbled, the meaning was roughly the same: rise from barren lands. Without eternal help, one cannot rebuild a miniature universe, so in desperation, one finds another path even cultivating to transcendence. What does that indicate? As long as one reaches the eternal level, one can help others re-establish divine kingdoms and obtain miniature universes. Master, do you mean that I should cultivate all the way to the third level of divine power in the universe C while you first brave the cycle of reincarnation, and then after I perfectly break through to true God at the third level of divine power I go find you? Sun Qi said joyfully. Being able to break through with greater potential would naturally allow her to follow Zhang Yang's steps more closely, and her ceiling would also be higher. What else? Although you have some talent in genetic level, and your law comprehension speed isn't mediocre, without a secret method to alter your own talent you're not much stronger than others. Since I'm confident in braving the cycle of reincarnation, I'm naturally letting you cultivate for a while longer to build up your foundation. A 90,000-fold genetic level is just a goal. Whether you ultimately succeed depends entirely on you. Zhang Yang said calmly. Master, thank you. Then I'll go continue cultivating. Sun Qi said happily. Zhang Yang said with his eyes slightly closed, go ahead. Remember to examine the inheritances of all the Duandonghe schools carefully. They will be of great assistance to your cultivation. Okay. Watching Sun Qi's departing back, Zhang Yang's gaze pierced through the sun. On the other side of the sun, Luofeng also awakened from cultivation. His hazy will directly crossed the limits of space, and his voice came through. Sun Qi arrived just in time. I also have matters to discuss with you. Zhang Yang laughed lightly. His saint level will had just risen. Before he could even respond, countless law chains formed in the void, and immediately forced his saint level will back into his body. His expression turned very grim, because even then the original universe's primordial will refused to stop. Endless law chains floated in front of him. Although they didn't touch him, they layered upon one another, eventually wrapping around several nearby divine palaces. Luofeng smiled at the sight. This kind of situation hadn't been rare over the years. Basically, whenever Zhang Yang used his will, the original universe would react instantly. Immediately his divine power transmitted into Zhang Yang's divine palace, and a divine power clone rapidly condensed. Zhang Yang nodded at Luofeng's clone. In the past he had resisted the original universe more than once, but every time he was suppressed again. Although his will was no longer weaker than the original universe's primordial will, his strength was far inferior to the original universe's. Senior, what exactly did you do to make the original universe's primordial will so fearful of you? Luofeng asked curiously. He had originally thought that the original universe was afraid of Zhang Yang's will entering the Saint Realm, but his own will had also reached the peak of eternal true God, and he had never experienced such suppression. Zhang Yang naturally understood Luofeng's thoughts. After a moment of deliberation he said, perhaps I appear more aggressive than you do. My clone could be said to have forcefully dragged it into helping me complete things. Back then I obtained Huanyu City from the alien space it oversaw. Additionally, I nurtured a wisp of cosmic origin, and then broke the speed limit in the universe C. It probably regards me as a true god. I also studied with Yuanzhu how to deal with it. It certainly knows about our conversations in the virtual universe. Now that my will has become a saint, I frequently explore the origin land of the original universe. As he listed the items one by one, Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh. But none of these things violated the operation of the rules, so the original universe's primordial will shouldn't have reacted so violently. The current attitude instead seemed to treat him as an enemy. This was what he couldn't quite understand. Luofeng laughed as he listened. Although this approach wasn't as extreme as what Yuanzhu had done back then, it still counted as constant provocation. And yet it happened to be within the rules. As the largest celestial body, the original universe might have no emotions due to the limitations of the rules, but it would still react to those who constantly provoked it. It just reacted a bit excessively toward Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, let's not discuss this. If it wants to restrict, let it restrict. After all, as long as I don't violate the rules, all it can do is restrict me, not attack me directly. Then he looked up at Luofeng and asked, you said you happened to have something to discuss with me. Luofeng nodded slightly, then frowned and asked, Senior, have you made any progress over the years? In these 15,000 epochs you haven't taken action in the gene world or the universe C, and have only cultivated alone. Zhang Yang said, during this period I've completed fusing another law. Now the spatial laws are done for the time being. There are still the temporal laws of wind, thunder, and light. For steps short of perfection. Luofeng's eyes widened slightly. For steps from perfection. If Zhang Yang's fused laws reached perfection, his law comprehension would reach the level of sainthood. And in terms of secret arts, that would be top tier 18th rank. Once his realm reached eternal and he broke through, he could fully control chaos. Even now it corresponded to the peak of void true god. With 14th rank law comprehension, one could directly break through to eternal true god. Previously Brother Hong and Tong went to explore the dim region of Qingfeng realm. Both were true gods with void level will, and possessed palace supreme treasures and mechanical flow supreme treasures. Yet, they were scared back by 3 world beasts. I was somewhat worried about the world beast crisis, but now that you've reached this level, Senior, I'm no longer worried. Luofeng said with a light smile. If even the pinnacle law comprehension of a void true god couldn't overcome the world beast crisis, then they would have no more chances. After all, apart from Zhang Yang, the strongest person in the universe C was Luofeng. Over the years his law comprehension had reached the peak of the 8th rank. Even if he maintained that lead after advancing to True God, it would only be 12th rank. Still 2 ranks behind 14th. An insurmountable chasm. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. If he could break through to True God with various auxiliary means, he could naturally unleash 15th rank power perfectly or even stronger. And with secret arts formed from fused laws, he would still be confident even against endless world beasts. But in the current situation his fused laws simply couldn't be cultivated to perfection in time, so he wouldn't choose to break through. As for will attacks, he hadn't improved much in that area. The will attack methods at each rank were different. He had comprehended his will attack method from the black pattern stone pillar. Now he could touch the pillar and had thoroughly understood its will mysteries. The pillar's limit was only at the eternal True God level of will. With his will now sanctified to further optimize his will attack secret arts, he needed to comprehend the Lai Yuan art. But Luo Feng's will wasn't strong enough to use the Lai Yuan art, so he naturally couldn't directly comprehend it. His comprehension of the Nang secret art hadn't reached that level yet, since it was a secret art of an ultimate powerhouse. At his current Law Master realm, it was unrealistic to fully understand the outer Nang secret art and see through the Lai Yuan art inside it. Moreover, because progress had been slow, he had spent these years cultivating fused laws and hadn't devoted much time to will attacks. You have no confidence either. Are world beasts really that terrifying? Seeing his expression, Luo Feng also frowned and asked quickly. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment and said, because of my cultivation issues I can't break through yet. I can barely unleash 14th rank power. I do know a bit about world beasts. Their life level corresponds to the original universe. Once they successfully reproduce, there will be a billion world beasts. A newborn world beast is at the True God realm, corresponding to the level of a miniature universe. The billion world beasts devour one another, and the 5th order world beasts that eventually form have ultimate moves of 13th and 14th rank power. As for the 6th order, although their power doesn't increase much, their methods become much stronger, and they can use ultimate moves continuously. A billion true gods. Luo Feng's eyes bulged, stunned by this news. Even in the Gene world, he had never seen a scene with a billion true gods. Now his enemies were actually a billion world beasts at the True God realm. How could they be so terrifying? Then he smiled bitterly and said, previously many forces in the universe C discussed with my human race. Now the true gods of the 3 reincarnation eras have all reached their peak strength. After billions of epochs, they've all learned divine power combustion secret arts, and obtained mechanical flow supreme treasures. For a long time their strength won't increase any further. Considering that the world beast strength might still be growing, they wanted to take advantage of this peak strength to fight a decisive battle against them. But a billion true gods. There's simply no way to fight. Our 3rd reincarnation era has a few more true gods, while the 1st and 2nd reincarnation eras have not produced any new true gods. Zhang Yang fell silent for a moment. He knew how terrifying that number was, but this was the situation now. Although he had top-tier 14th rank law comprehension, the two sides were separated by 100 million-fold difference in divine power. Even by activating 2 volumes of divine power combustion secret arts, he couldn't perfectly bring out the secret art's might. It was only by relying on universe split and time-space control that he could barely manage 14th rank power. He lacked divine power, whereas the world beasts had their own explosive blood-burning secret arts corresponding to divine power combustion secret arts. If he forced a direct clash, he wasn't sure whether his fused secret art would be stronger or the world beast swarm strength would be stronger. His will attack was stronger than the God Eye secret arts, and could suppress the world beast strength, but it still hadn't reached the level of the Lai Yuan art, which could directly kill world beasts. Even more, if there were enough world beasts they could even resist the Lai Yuan art. If he were defeated, all his plans would be disrupted. His best choice was to hold back as a fallback. When the situation deteriorated beyond control, he would break through directly. At that time he could unleash full combat power. Even if the world beasts hid or a world beast king appeared, they couldn't become stronger faster than he could. But now, since the fused laws hadn't been cultivated to perfection, once he broke through, his path would change. He would have to follow the cultivation progress of predecessors, severely damaging his foundation, or he would have to find another path to cultivate. Zhang Yang had long figured out how to handle it. He could only stabilize Luo Feng first and let him proceed along the normal track. So he said, actually it's not as bad as you think. Sensing Luo Feng's probing gaze, Zhang Yang continued, those billion true gods are only the most ordinary true gods, like ordinary 7th rank true gods. Against such world beasts you can currently hold your own against thousands with your burst power, and if your soul defense is strong enough, killing tens of thousands is no problem. Also, their devouring of each other is not perfect stacking. Due to the unique growth method of world beasts, their efficiency is even lower. At some stages their strength skyrockets, at others it doesn't change at all. Moreover, their numbers will decrease. As long as you break through to True God after your divine power is complete, it's not impossible to match their complete forms. Besides, if you want to reduce their numbers, you can also use the source of the Chaos Gold Wings. Luo Feng nodded seriously. The Sure Wu Wings were indeed powerful. Back then, a single beam of light could destroy a peak supreme treasure palace. The fully unleashed power of countless beams was absolutely beyond imagination, and world beasts would certainly be unable to resist. Then he frowned again. His genetic level was currently stuck at 89999 times and couldn't advance. Raising it to over 90000 times was his strongest state, and he wasn't sure if there was enough time. Earlier True God Juaha sent invitations to the top powerhouses of the Universe C to jointly discuss the calamity of the world beasts. Our human race received 3 invitations. You went into seclusion for hundreds of billions of epochs, so they asked me to relay the message if I had the chance. If I told them this news, they would probably despair. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "In that case, don't tell them. After all, only you and I can contend with the ultimate level world beasts, and the weaker ones are simply too numerous. Telling them would only add futile worry, since they can't contribute any real strength. Now the world beasts haven't emerged yet. They should still be in the early gestation stage. Let them form teams to defend against escaping world beasts, stabilize the early situation, and create some time for us to break through. That's all we can do then." Luo Feng nodded again. Now he could casually kill ordinary true gods. Only top true gods like the first true master of the God Eye race could put pressure on him, especially when they possessed divine power combustion's secret arts and mechanical flow supreme treasures. While Zhang Yang and Luo Feng were discussing world beasts deep in the core of the Qingfeng realm, one of the 3 great forbidden lands beyond the distant primordial universe, lay a dim land perpetually shrouded in black smoke. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Endless black smoke continued to spread outward like rolling black waves, devouring everything around it. Its area kept expanding, and the foul dark aura grew ever more intense. Whoosh! A sharp tearing sound cut through the air. The originally oval black mist suddenly bulged into a small round mound, and then a faint beam of light pierced through the mist, decelerating continuously at its edge. Only after its speed had fully dropped could its appearance be discerned. It was a colossal aberrant beast whose entire body flickered with dark black light. On its smooth skin dozens of folds could be faintly seen. Those were its wounds from which black blood never stopped flowing. It resembled a 4-legged land beast. Each of its 2 ferocious heads had a single eye filled with an utterly evil aura. Each of the 2 heads had a nose and a mouth. When its mouths opened, a stream of light shot out and quickly traveled over its whole body, causing every wound to disappear completely. A low voice then emerged from both mouths, faintly echoing, "Beatty, I am the final king. This time you drove me out of the nest, but you still failed to kill me. I will only grow stronger and devour you completely. I have already caught the scent of delicacies. Wait for my return." After speaking, it surveyed its surroundings. Once it had determined the direction of the delicacies, by instinct its form transformed into a beam of dark light and flew outward. At the outermost edge of the dim land, a vessel had been cruising for years. When the dark light flew over 3 towering figures, each 100,000 kilometers tall, flew out from the vessel. "Respected King." Xinjia King Chuan Ancestor and Haole Star Lord called out respectfully. These 3 were universe supremes who had been enslaved by a world beast long ago, and they had once been the masters of the Lord of Yuanao. After the baiting plan failed back then, they had wanted to teach Zhang Yang a severe lesson. But unexpectedly Zhang Yang rose rapidly. By the time he emerged from the world heart, he already possessed nearly invincible power. Zhang Yang's opponents were top-tier universe supremes, such as Mingxin Venerable Lord and Yinyang God Master. Since the 3 of them only had peak 8th rank strength, they knew they were no match and could only withdraw in dejection. The pitch-black beast changed form, becoming a tall humanoid creature with 2 long tails. Its skin was covered with ravines, and it had absorbed some of the bodily characteristics of the 3 true gods, making it look extremely strange. The world beast spoke. "Do I look like a creature of the universe C now?" The 3 true gods answered at once yes. The world beast nodded and asked them, "Now tell me everything about the powerhouses of the universe C." Once enslaved, they had to address every world beast as king, and likewise they were utterly incapable of resisting any of their masters. At this moment this world beast was actually asking about the powerhouses of the universe C. Did that mean it intended to go out? Chuan King asked cautiously, "Respected King, are you going out?" The world beast said eagerly, "Of course. I have already caught the scent of delicacies." The 3 true gods could not help exchanging uneasy glances. This was hardly a good time to go out. The Nether Soul Lord dominated the entire universe C. Within the primordial universe, the human race was invincible. Even true gods who had braved the Gene world had to bow their heads, and the 2 sacred grounds were equally deferential. To have accomplished so much, his power was terrifyingly great. Because they feared being discovered and exposed, they had never entered the Gene world, so they had no direct idea of Zhang Yang's strength. But according to some descriptions in the intelligence from the many factions of the universe C, Zhang Yang's strength was perhaps even more terrifying than that of an expert who had passed through reincarnation. If the world beast went out now, wasn't it simply courting death? They had a certain understanding of the world beast's power. If they were not afraid it might fly into a rage, they would have wanted to say, "Why not wait until this reincarnation era was over before going out?" Haole Star Lord spoke in a low voice, but his voice still rumbled like thunder. Now in the universe C, because of the arrival of the 4th forbidden land, the Gene world, there is within it the remnant of an ancient civilization that still has living beings. Because of this forbidden land, all true gods have improved enormously in strength. There are not only divine power-burning secret arts and mechanical stream supreme treasures, but also ample opportunities for tempering. Essentially every true god who has explored it has risen by 1 or 2 levels. Among them the most outstanding is the Nether Soul Lord. Wait, the world beast stared hard at Howley Star Lord. It believed this slave did not dare deceive it, so this matter became extremely strange. It spoke, I have also learned some basic information about the Universe C before. The Nether Soul Lord should be a Universe Lord, right? Not even a true god. Howley Star Lord answered without hesitation, correct, he is a Universe Lord. Seeing the fierce glare of the world beast, Howley Star Lord went on, although he is only a Universe Lord, he is the recognized strongest expert in the Universe C. Even after those true gods obtained the heritage of the Gene World, no one dares provoke him. In fact, he has not made a move for countless eras. The last time he acted, he directly caused over 1,000 Universe Lords from the 2 sacred grounds to fall into a coma. Since then, even the 2 sacred grounds have been utterly deferential to the Nether Soul Lord. The world beast's expression turned extremely grave. It knew the truth about reincarnation. Were the 2 sacred grounds not backed by void true gods? The fact that they were so deferential left a great deal of room for interpretation. First, the powerhouses inside small universes could not withstand Zhang Yang, so the strong among them would naturally be respectful. Second, and far more terrifying, if the ancestors of the 2 sacred grounds, the 2 void true gods who had passed through reincarnation, all fear Zhang Yang, then his strength must be at the void level far above this world beast. A fearsome enemy. The world beast grew vigilant, then asked again, are there any other powerhouses? Howley Star Lord glanced cautiously at the world beast, and then went on. Below the Nether Soul Lord in strength is the Galaxy Lord. He is also a Universe Lord. Bastard. The world beast cut Howley Star Lord off with an explosive roar. Was this fellow trying to deceive it? A Universe Lord and a true god were clearly 2 utterly different realms. Compared to the rank divisions among world beasts, it was probably a gap between below 3rd rank and 4th rank. Like its own 3rd rank strength fighting a 1st rank world beast. That would simply be prey. The reason it had fled to the Universe C was that Beatty, also 3rd rank, had gravely wounded it. The gap in strength was so enormous even between the same rank. If Beatty had been 4th rank, it would not have needed to run at all. It could simply wait to be devoured. One Universe Lord being able to suppress a true god is already enough. Now there is even a second one. Are you idiots? Are you about to say that his strength also terrifies the Universe C, and that no true god can defeat him? Howley Star Lord muttered softly, it is not quite that exaggerated, but he is indeed a little stronger than the other true gods of the Universe C, and his divine body is extremely large. His true body is a 10-light-year divine power ocean. The world beast's eyes abruptly narrowed. A 10-light-year divine power ocean. Forget his combat strength for now. This divine power ocean alone was enough to terrify it. Earlier, when Tong and Hong invaded the dim land, and were besieged by 3 world beasts, the battle had become a mad consumption of 2 opposing types of divine power like positive and negative poles. A world beast had a world inside its body for storing world beast force, while the divine bodies of Hong and Tong were very small. That was why they had fled in such a sorry state. It had previously cursed those 3 world beasts for being useless, letting 2 morsels of food that were already in their mouths escape. But now a Universe Lord actually had a body so vast that it contained even more power than the world beast force stored in its world heart. The world beast had to restrain its impatience again, and said, continue telling me about the powerhouses of the Universe C. Give me a detailed introduction to anyone with an enormous divine body or abundant divine power. Howley Star Lord continued. The Nether Soul Lord strength towers above the Universe C. Below his level there are 7 powerhouses whose strength is close to that of the Galaxy Lord. All of them have reached the True God level, and the 7 most powerful are all at the peak of the True God realm. They are the first True Lord of the Divine Eye Race, Jueha True God, Beishi Star Lord, 9-Headed Demon Lord, Bone Lord, Chaos City Lord, and 9 Abyss True Lord. Among these 7, the one with the greatest divine power is 9 Abyss True Lord. Even the Galaxy Lord's endless Nether Sea was obtained because of 9 Abyss True Lord. The world beast nodded, committing the name 9 Abyss True Lord to memory. A 10-light-year divine power ocean. If it fell into that, it would be annihilated instantly. Then there is the 3rd echelon of power, which has the greatest number of experts. They have all entered the Gene World to train, and the gap in strength among them is not large. Many true gods from the previous 2 reincarnation eras belong to this level, including the 4 true lords of the Divine Eye Race from the 1st reincarnation era, and the rampant demon god, a special life form. As for the forces of the primordial universe, the first 3 need attention. The first is the human race, which once obtained the complete heritage of Duandongha, an ancient civilization remnant in no way inferior to the Gene World. After so many years of development, it now has many powerful true gods. Among its branches, the Earth lineage has produced many strong-willed experts, and is extremely dominant. The second is the ancestral god religion, blessed by the original will of the primordial universe. It is mostly made up of special life forms, many of them with enormous bodies, and contains many powerhouses with unique talents. The third is the Star Beast Alliance, which you care most about. Called giant beasts, they naturally have enormous bodies and enormous divine power. They are also born with a higher genetic level, and their influence spreads throughout the primordial universe, giving them many powerhouses of high quality. The world beast curled its lips in disdain. No matter how large their bodies were, could they be larger than space? It seemed there were only a few top powerhouses to be wary of. Among them, only the Nether Soul Lord, the Galaxy Lord, and the Nine Abyss True Lord required special caution. If it could run, it absolutely must not fight head-on. The rest are the fourth echelon. Powerhouses at this level are about the same as us or even a little weaker. They either do not dare to enter the Gene world or they went in and were scared out. Their strength is extremely weak. After saying this, Howlei Star Lord and Shoyan King exchanged a look, their eyes full of sorrow. They were too weak. They did not even have a chance to pass through reincarnation, and the trap they had just laid had been destroyed by the Nether Soul Lord. Alright, I have understood everything you said. I will be careful with those top powerhouses. When I Maluosa return, I will surely become the one and only king. After saying this, the world beast turned into a beam of dark light once again. Soon it had completely left the dim land, flying outward from the core of the Qingfeng realm. The Milky Way. Vast palace complexes were distributed at two poles around the solar system. One side was dazzling with golden radiance, while the other towered above the endless nether sea. In the bustling palace complexes, flashes of multicolored light could be seen from time to time. Most of those present were undying kings with only a few realm lords of remarkable talent. At this moment, a black light flashed toward the golden city at the center of the palace complexes. The many undying king guards below hastily bowed in reverence, for the central palace could not be entered privately by anyone below the true god level. The sole exception was the Fire Phoenix Lord, who dominated the universe sea. There were far too many universe lords now. The human race alone had hundreds. Even Yuhua Venerable, who had once been imprisoned in the 18th level of the Star Prison, had become a universe lord over this long period. But even universe lords had to be punished now. He had only managed to break through because the prisoners held there had grown stronger and stronger, forcing him to temper himself into a breakthrough. But there were also several universe lords imprisoned inside. The status of universe lords was truly not high anymore. There were over 30 true gods, and Zhang Yang was the de facto strongest of the human race. Without important matters, even Chaos City Lord and the others would not come to disturb him. Master, what instructions do you have for calling me here? Yu Bo's voice was still as rough as ever, but compared to before it carried a little more sharpness and authority. Zhang Yang looked at a dark little mountain and said nothing. In the past he had been a very obedient disciple. Even all the way until he became a universe lord, he had been extremely obedient. But on the matter of breaking through to Universe Supreme, he had defied Zhang Yang's wishes. He had broken through quietly after merely comprehending a peak 6th rank secret art, and even his miniature universe had been constructed extremely crudely. Silence. After a long moment, Zhang Yang said calmly, "Has your law comprehension reached the 9th rank? This disciple is ashamed before your teachings." "I only reached the 9th rank a few years ago," Yu Bo answered in a muffled voice. Zhang Yang continued, "You have spent these years nurturing your clan. Has the Yushan clan produced any talented geniuses to speak of?" Yu Bo hesitated slightly. There were indeed geniuses, but none could match even his own talent, so he naturally would not mention them. He could only answer honestly, "None have appeared yet." Zhang Yang nodded. The birth of geniuses was a matter of luck. The human territory was over 1,000 times larger than the Yushan clan, yet it had not produced too many geniuses either, and most of its strength still came from past accumulation. He stared hard at Yu Bo and asked, "You have cultivated to the 9th rank, and now you have run into a bottleneck. I dare not hide it from you, master. I have indeed reached a bottleneck, and I fear it will be difficult to break through in this reincarnation era." Yu Bo spoke quietly. Zhang Yang's expression turned cold, and his voice rose a little. "Breakthrough. Going from the 9th rank to the 10th rank is a breakthrough. 9th rank to the peak of the 9th rank is only an improvement. What kind of breakthrough is that? Now you cannot even reach the peak of the 9th rank until the next reincarnation era. If you had listened to me, how could you have ended up like this?" Yu Bo remained silent. The divine power within his body was as calm as a lake without a single ripple. Zhang Yang raised his head to look at the Milky Way outside the palace, and continued, "With your talent, you had some chance of creating a 7th rank secret art. Even if it was not at the peak, it would still be 7th rank. With that comprehension of the laws, once you broke through, you would be a true god at the peak of the 9th rank. With a little tempering, you could reach the 10th rank. Even if you had not broken through, your miniature universe could still have been made more perfect. Add to that your countless eras of accumulation. If you had only broken through at the end of this reincarnation era and witnessed one round of chaos evolution in your miniature universe, you would have had great hope of achieving void in the next 2 reincarnation eras. This disciple has disappointed you, master," Yu Bo said honestly. Now not only had the human race become extremely powerful, but the other races had also made astonishing progress. After all, the great extinction that appeared in the Gene world in the original history had never occurred. The universe lords of those races who had trained in the Gene world all had avatars, and that was a race's true foundation. After being tempered in the Gene world, most of these universe lords had broken through. Even if their progress was not as astonishing as the human races such as the demon race and the insect race, each had more than 10 universe supremes. Likewise, the non-human true god experts within the Hong Alliance were even more numerous. Back then, members were recruited based on talent, and with Zhang Yang's terrifying strength acting, As a deterrent, the Hong Alliance had never hindered the development of non-human races. Now there were more than 20 non-human true gods, and universe lords were too many to count. Although he was Zhang Yang's disciple, Zhang Yang never cared about the interest disputes below. The Earth lineage had earned all its standing through its own struggle. How fierce was this competition? If Yinmo wanted to make his clan stronger, occupy a larger territory, and increase its foundation, he naturally needed even greater strength. But so far no genius of outstanding talent had appeared, and clearly much of his effort had been wasted. You may withdraw, Zhang Yang said calmly. Yes, this disciple takes his leave, Yinmo said in a respectful voice. Zhang Yang watched with a distant gaze as Yinmo left. He had originally intended to offer some guidance to his senior disciple, but upon seeing him, he found his foundation to be an utter mess, and the laws he had comprehended after reaching the 9th rank were extremely unsteady. Such a foundation was far too weak. Only by first making up for the deficiencies in his foundation could Yinmo then discuss matters of cultivation. At the same time, he also noticed that Yinmo seemed to have no intention of repairing his foundation. On the contrary, he was always thinking about the development of his clan. In this state, Zhang Yang could offer no guidance. Yinmo could only rely on himself. This disciple will have to be reforged later, Zhang Yang murmured. With a low hum, the space trembled slightly. A hazy, indistinct phantom gradually solidified, and beside it stood a brilliant golden colossal pillar that extended all the way to the palace dome. Zhang Yang smiled slightly and said, "Why has it been so lively recently? First Sun Qi came, then Luofeng had something to ask of me, and just as I was about to instruct my disciple, you come looking for me too. What, am I not welcome?" Peng Gong feigned anger. Zhang Yang lowered his eyelids and remained silent. The meaning was already obvious. He was not welcome. "I'm not leaving even if I'm not welcome." Peng Gong raised his head proudly. But after discovering that Zhang Yang had no reaction, his expression slowly turned grave, and he said in a deep voice, "The world beast is here." Zhang Yang's eyes brightened slightly. The world beast had finally come out of its cage. He had been waiting for a long time. His gene level had been stuck at 99999 times, and all he lacked was the world beast's genetic blueprint. Although he could use himself as the Yang side to reverse engineer the world beast's genetic blueprint, this required more than just starting from the genetic blueprint. He also had to conduct a large number of research experiments on divine power. It was far too cumbersome. An entire cycle of reincarnation wouldn't be enough. How could it compare to simply catching a world beast directly? Where is the world beast now? It's in True God Huachong's miniature universe. I came to notify you, and Chaos has gone to notify Galaxy. After Peng Gong said this, his expression turned somewhat strange. Those true gods of the cosmic sea, because they have to guard their own miniature universes, hope that you and Luofeng can take action. Zhang Yang chuckled lightly. Let him act. If he were to act, the world beasts would no longer be in the dark place. They would be running amok across the cosmic sea. You can still laugh. It seems you have great confidence in the world beast, Peng Gong said. Zhang Yang did not make an explicit statement but explained, world beasts live in the dark place, and grow by devouring one another. Since the primordial universe calls it a great calamity, it must be extraordinarily powerful. Now that the world beast has appeared in True God Huachong's miniature universe, and even this weak true god has managed to survive, it is likely that only a few world beasts have come out. Perhaps only one or two that could no longer make it in their nest. I naturally won't worry about such relatively weak world beasts. Luofeng and I will go take a look first to get to know this bizarre creature. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Peng Gong nodded approvingly. World beasts merely devour the origin of miniature universes, while Zhang Yang could directly destroy a miniature universe. A world beast of this level was indeed nothing to worry about. With you taking action, there will be no chance of failure. Zhang Yang flew out of the palace. At this time, Luofeng also flew out from the Divine Hall on the other side together with Chaos City Lord. After exchanging a smile, the two directly teleported via their divine kingdoms to the Tuya Black Hole in the primordial universe. It was only 10,000 years ago that we discussed the matter of the world beast. I didn't expect it to show up so soon, Luofeng said while teleporting. Zhang Yang smiled and said, the world beast that appears this time may only be one, and it is still weak. You handle it. Remember to obtain some flesh and blood and try to test its methods. Whether you kill one or two doesn't matter. Flesh and blood. Luofeng repeated softly, then nodded seriously. Since the world beast has such a noble life level, it does have considerable research value. Perhaps it can even help me break through to the third stage of my divine body. After you bleed it, remember to give me some. I need to study it too, said Zhang Yang. Hasn't your gene level already reached the highest? Luofeng asked curiously. Zhang Yang said casually, I once received some information that the perfect gene level is not 99999 times but 100000 times. I want to see if the world beast's flesh and blood can help my gene level break through. 100,000 times. Isn't that a legend? Luofeng said with a frown. Zhang Yang smiled and said, there's no smoke without fire. Maybe it's real. Luofeng nodded thoughtfully. He didn't really believe in legends but instead felt that Zhang Yang had a great deal of confidence when saying this. Judging from their past exchanges, there must indeed be a 100000-fold gene level. Could there be any heritage more exalted than the heritages of Duandonghe and the Jinji world? The cosmic sea was perpetually pervaded by endless chaotic airflow. Far away from the primordial universe, true god Huachong's miniature universe stood alone in this place. True god Huachong was a true god of the first reincarnation era. At that time the god-eye race shook the primordial universe with its might, and his race had only him as the universe's strongest expert. Moreover, as time continued to pass, his miniature universe kept drifting farther and farther away from the primordial universe. At this moment dozens of figures with surging divine power surrounded his miniature universe. They were exactly the army of true gods formed in the cosmic sea for the purpose of defending against the calamity of the world beast. The world beast we encountered this time doesn't seem very strong. Nine-headed demon lord said thoughtfully, but its attack is eerie. It can actually annihilate each other with our divine power. True god Juahe's face was grave, completely lacking the optimism of the nine-headed demon lord. Blood Orchid Ancestor said apprehensively. It has been fighting for so long without growing weaker, and its divine power reserves are greater than ours. If it came to one-on-one combat, it would likely be dangerous. Moreover, a large portion of the origin of true god Huachong's miniature universe has already been devoured. Had we not come, the world beast could probably have completely devoured the origin within 10 days. The only question is the number of world beasts. If it's just this one, it shouldn't count as a great calamity, right? Star-Lord Baish's face was equally extremely grave. Have Nether Soul Lord and Galaxy Lord decided to take action? At our gathering earlier, Nether Soul Lord didn't even come, Nine-headed demon lord said aloud. I have already sent a message to the humans of the primordial universe. I believe they are on their way, true god Juahe said. Nether Soul Lord. Star-Lord Baish's pupils widened slightly. Compared with other powerhouses, he was the one who had spent the longest time with Zhang Yang. Back then the two had been at the Black Pattern Stone Pillar together. Although they had never exchanged words, it could be considered a remarkable bond. He had watched Zhang Yang rise with the speed of lightning and gradually grow to an inconceivable level. They're here. At the low shout, many true gods hurriedly turned to look. In the distant chaotic airflow, two figures, one black and one white, flickered into view. They were none other than Zhang Yang and Luofeng, who had rushed over from the primordial universe. When Star-Lord Baishi saw Zhang Yang again, his eyes were shocked beyond his control. First, Zhang Yang had obtained Duandonghe's heritage, and then he had gained greatly in the Jinji world. Even Luofeng, who had once been exceedingly sharp-edged, seemed to have become somewhat refined and elegant. Logically, Zhang Yang had gained more and progressed further, so his transformation should have been just as significant. But the truth was exactly the opposite. His temperament had not changed at all, instead it had grown even colder. Looking at him would make one feel oppressed, especially now that his will had been sanctified. Star-Lord Baishi had not felt such terrifying suppression even at the Black Pattern Stone Pillar. But in the blink of an eye, when he looked at him again, it was as if he were looking at an ordinary mortal. The terrifying feeling just now seemed merely an illusion. Nether Soul Lord. Galaxy Lord. Judging by your expressions, the world beast got away. Zhang Yang frowned slightly, and the atmosphere immediately turned a bit icy. After he and Luofeng received the message, they had immediately rushed over, spending hardly any time at all. Yet he hadn't expected that the world beast would still escape. It seemed that, in the original work, the nine-headed demon lord had long defected to the world beast. At this thought, Zhang Yang looked toward the other party. But one who could reach the true god realm could hide things so perfectly that even his will wouldn't fluctuate in the slightest. Without employing his powerful will to suppress, he could not be certain whether the nine-headed demon lord had also been enslaved by the world beast. You too, this is a projection of our previous battle with the world beast. As he spoke, Blood Orchid Ancestor raised a hand and divine power instantly transformed into a projection. A bizarre ugly beast was lying prone on true god Huachong's miniature universe. From its mouth emerged a black vortex that was devouring the origin of the miniature universe. It was only when the many true gods of the cosmic sea arrived that it finally stopped. Immediately after, many true gods besieged the world beast. It erupted with a pure black divine power. When it fought the true gods, there were no explosions or roars. Its power was diametrically opposed to that of the true gods. Whenever they met, they annihilated each other. In the end, the world beast simply split into hundreds of bodies and flew in every direction. The true gods of the cosmic sea had no way to stop it. It can even scatter and escape. Luofeng frowned deeply at this, then turned his gaze to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded slightly and said, "In that case, I will guard the miniature universes of the true gods of the first and second reincarnation eras, while you guard the miniature universes of the powerhouses of the third reincarnation era near the primordial universe. We will wait for the world beast to walk into our trap. I thought my avatars were useless, but I didn't expect them to come in handy again now." At this point, Zhang Yang couldn't help laughing. His current secret art was as high as the 14th rank. To activate such a secret art, even a void true god would need to burn divine power. But his divine power foundation was too lacking. Even wielding Liu, he could not unleash the secret art's might. The aid of external objects had its limits. After splitting, if there were over 100 avatars, each would have 1/10 of his strength. If there were over 1,000, the strength would not become 1% but rather drop to 1,000th, and they could only use low-level secret arts. With avatars this weak, even combined, they were no match for his true body. The enemies he faced were at high power levels, and the avatars were instead unwieldy. He had not used avatars for a long time. Zhang Yang looked up at the void. The art of avatars was a boon from the primordial universe's original will. Given the current situation, which was to deal with the world beast, and with so many avatars being created, the other party should agree, right? A surging sound like a river in torrent came from within Zhang Yang's body. It was his endless divine power churning unceasingly. The mighty pressure of his divine power radiated outward into the surrounding space. Divine power equivalent to an endless dark sea spanning 10 light-years was stored within a divine body only 100,000 kilometers in size. At this moment, the fluctuations of divine power were so violent that it seemed as if it would burst forth and be released at any moment. With a series of streams of divine power shot outward in every direction. Once they traveled a certain distance, each transformed into a divine avatar. In an instant, the number of avatars reached nearly 100, and vast divine power fluctuations spread all around. However, the divine power of these avatars was extremely unstable, nothing like the vastness of the true body's divine power. The primordial universe is quite cooperative this time. With this number, it should be about enough. Luo Feng smiled slightly and praised. Senior's move is quite useful. Even if the avatars are a bit weaker, they should be enough to handle the world beast. Yes. With Nether Soul Lord strength, even a single avatar is something a world beast cannot match, Nine-Headed Demon Lord said hurriedly. Zhang Yang glanced at the other man, raising an eyebrow slightly. If the Nine-Headed Demon Lord was still enslaved, then the world beast should have received the news by now. The world beast certainly wouldn't dare to come to the miniature universes he protected. It could only go to the miniature universes guarded by Luo Feng to feed. He believed it would soon be caught by Luo Feng. He was not in a hurry because he was afraid of scaring the world beast away. If that happened, the situation would become complicated. Outside the miniature universes of the God Eye race, 7 miniature universes were gathered together. Here only one of Zhang Yang's avatars was needed. Nether Soul Lord has Galaxy Lord still not encountered the world beast. Why is a single world beast so hard to deal with, just near the primordial universe and guarded by an army of true gods? Under such circumstances it has launched more than a dozen sneak attacks, yet we haven't caught it even once. The first true lord of the God Eye race said anxiously. Zhang Yang remained expressionless, but inwardly, he could not help sneering. Sure enough, the Nine-Headed Demon Lord had really defected to the world beast. Otherwise, how could Luo Feng's 3 avatars on patrol have failed to encounter it? The miniature universes of the third reincarnation era had not drifted far. They were all near the primordial universe with no dangerous terrain. They could be reached quickly by teleportation alone. Yet they were sneak attacked more than a dozen times by the world beast. Don't worry, this world beast only shows its head and then runs off. Although the third reincarnation era has hundreds of true gods, their miniature universes are rather close together. With more attempts, it is bound to be encountered eventually. In truth, he also felt that the time was about right. Luo Feng had already hidden the locations of his 3 divine bodies, so now there was no one to tip off the world beast. Thus the time until it was caught was not far off. The first true lord could only nod. At the same time, he carefully watched Zhang Yang's expression. When he saw that the latter was not worried at all, he felt somewhat relieved. If trouble happened, the tall ones would take the hit. Time passed slowly. After 1,000 years, Zhang Yang's avatar suddenly opened its eyes wide and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, run all you want. This time you've finally been caught by Luo Feng. At the miniature universe of Dream Demon Ancestor, this place was a bit farther from the primordial universe. After all, it had broken through relatively early. At this moment, beside its miniature universe, Luo Feng and the world beast Maluosa stood, facing each other in the chaotic airflow. Luo Feng's battle robe remained spotless and immaculate, while the world beast Maluosa had once again returned to the state it was in when it had just left its nest. One of its 2 heads hung down feebly, and its 2 single eyes were filled with exhaustion. On its originally jet black and glossy body, more than 100 wrinkled wounds had reappeared, with black blood flowing from many of the wounds in trickles. Galaxy Lord, don't go too far. You have no idea how terrifying we world beasts are. I am merely one of them. There are more than 10 million like me. We world beasts can share the same mind regardless of distance. Spare me or I will bring out the army of world beasts. Spare you? Luo Feng's eyelid twitched as he looked at Maluosa. By now he had already obtained the world beast's blood, and the other party was indeed miserable enough. Its blood-burning secret art was similar to the explosive burst of a divine power-burning secret art. With over 100 avatars, as long as one avatar escaped, it could cause all the other avatars to voluntarily disperse, and their power would once again converge on the escaped avatar. The art of transformation could change one's appearance, assuming the form of other races. The world beast heart could store a vast amount of world beast power. He had experienced all those methods, but Luo Feng still felt that the world beast had other tricks it had not yet used. So he shouted loudly, "Stellar Tower Suppress! Beast's golden horn!" The world beast had been staring at Luo Feng with eager eyes. It had naturally noticed the deliberation in Luofeng's eyes, and harbored a fluke hope that Luofeng would let it go. Unexpectedly he directly struck with full force in the end. Ah, Luofeng, you despicable cosmic sea lifeform, how dare you look down on me? This is your doing. You are the reason I cannot become the final king. From now on we will never stop until one of us dies. From now on we will never stop until one of us dies. The beast Morosa shrieked in agony, followed by another mournful roar, burn! Luofeng remained unmoved and struck down with his blade. The beast Morosa silently endured the blow without any resistance. Physical pain was nothing compared to the despair in its heart. Becoming the king of the beasts was its innate mission and desire. Now to flee for its life it had no choice but to burn its own power. In that nest of mutual devouring, once strength was lost, everything was lost. It would become food for other beasts. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from within the beast Morosa's body, as an invisible force burst forth, directly blasting the attacking Luofeng away. The next moment a radiance more dazzling than the membrane of the primordial universe shot out from its pitch-black body, converging into a resplendent shimmering passage of light. Luofeng's expression changed. He faintly sensed his control over the void diminishing. He hurriedly poured even more surging divine power into the wing of the fallen god. The void stabilized once more, while the shimmering passage began to flicker and sway. Human, you will regret this. I will make you regret this. The two single eyes of the beast Morosa wept black blood, as its voice howled in heart-wrenching grief. Crack. The beast's body trembled slightly again. Another wisp of radiance shot out from within, merging into the once faltering passage of light. Now stabilized, it turned its head to cast Luofeng a hateful glare before plunging directly into the passage. Luofeng watched the fleeing Morosa and nodded slightly. At this point that should be the full extent of the beast's abilities. Although it had escaped, he did not mind. He had never truly intended to kill it. His one-thought void was merely a simplified version. The one who possessed the complete one-thought void was Zhang Yang. It was merely a means of escape. Moreover, the beast had paid a tremendous price. For a being that once scorned all life in the cosmic sea, it had even begged for mercy. Overall, the enemy's strength was not overly formidable. Furthermore, judging from the words exchanged during battle, it was not an unknown existence among its kind. This set Luofeng somewhat at ease. The overall power of the beasts was not excessively exaggerated. Qingfeng Peak Glacier Valley. This was a world of ice peaks. Endless glaciers stretched beyond sight, leaving nothing but crystalline brilliance between heaven and earth. It looked exquisite yet fraught with boundless danger. Unlike other terrains, the infinite cold here even decomposed the chaotic currents of Qingfeng Peak. Such extreme and pure frigidity could not be withstood for long even by true gods. Hum. The space trembled softly. Atop an ice peak dozens of light years tall, a supremely dense point of light appeared. In an instant, the light cascaded down the entire ice peak, turning it into a mountain of colorful icicles. The point of light grew larger, its brilliant glow dyeing this glacial world in layers of color. Bang! A dull impact echoed across the endless ice peaks. The beast Morosa collapsed feebly atop the ice peak. Though the surroundings were bitter cold, its heart was even colder. It stood motionless like an ice sculpture, black blood frozen upon its face. A look of utter despair frozen in numbness. Could feel no warmth. It already understood its final fate. Among the billion beasts that slaughtered and devoured one another, it had risen to the very apex, reaching the third rank. But now all was gone. It had burned the very realm within itself. A realm built bit by devouring countless kin. Yet now the realm had burned away, and it had fallen back to the first rank in an instant. Even a first-rank pinnacle was still only the first rank. Perhaps the weakest beasts in the nest were at this level now. It did not even know if any first-rank beings were left there. Though it had once cursed and railed, it knew there were no weaklings in the nest now. Every survivor was a powerful being that had endured countless battles. One step slow, every step slower, it ultimately had no hope of becoming the final king. Ah, Galaxy Lord! Morosa howled at the top of its voice, its hate-filled cries reverberating through the world of glaciers. But soon it fell silent. A Galaxy Lord roughly comparable to other top true gods had sent it from the third rank back to the first. Merely by escaping. What of the Soul Fiend Lord, who had hundreds of avatars guarding his miniature universe yet still faced it with such confidence? How powerful must he be? Translated into the growth progression of their kind, was he the fourth rank? Or the terrifying fifth rank? Both of these dread existences were lords of the universe. Huff! Heaving a heavy sigh, the beast Morosa consoled itself. How could the life of the cosmic sea be nobler than me, a world beast? As long as we evolve to the end, even the primordial universe can be destroyed. Rather than ponder those, I should think about myself. I am only at the first rank pinnacle now. Although this is still my nascent stage, my battle experience is immensely rich. There may still be first-rank pinnacle beasts hiding in the nest. I still have hope. With that it flew toward the beast nest. World beasts could sense one another. Having grown to the third rank, it had made countless enemies. The likelihood of rising again was nearly nil. Even knowing it was hopeless, it still wished to try. Morosa turned its head and cast a glance toward the direction of the cosmic sea. Perhaps because the place was too cold it vaguely saw two colossal giant phantoms. Beings as vast as the primordial universe. Standing left and right guarding the cosmic sea. One of the blurry giant phantoms seemed to sense its gaze and faintly opened its eyes. Morosa hastily shook both its heads. It was too cold here. It had even begun to hallucinate. It swiftly accelerated, hurrying back to the nest. So this is world beast blood. Zhang Yang murmured softly, gazing at the black blood, suspended above Luo Feng's palm. A subtle insight stirred in his heart. He closed his eyes, and in that faint trace, he seemed to perceive a tiny black speck within a vast white world. Senior, have you discovered something? Luo Feng asked Zhang Yang, who had just opened his eyes. Discovery? No, I did find something interesting, but I am not strong enough yet. It's not important for now, Zhang Yang explained. Luo Feng nodded. He had studied it for a while too, but found nothing yet. We have collected quite a lot of world beast blood this time. I'll give it all to you. Zhang Yang did not stand on ceremony. With a wave of his hand, the world beast blood floated above his own palm. After a brief moment of thought, he said, "Send some of this world beast blood to your teacher. He may need it." Teacher? Luo Feng was puzzled, then said uncertainly, "You mean my teacher, true ancestor lord?" Strictly speaking, Luo Feng had 4 teachers since his rise from Earth. The weakest was Hu Yanba, who had taught him on Earth. Hu Yanba was only a venerable now. Although this was merely a single drop of world beast blood, it might very well take his life. Such a high-tier treasure was beyond his means. Meanwhile, the creator of the Earth lineage Mountain Guest, and the guardian of the human race Chaos City Lord, had both already reached the true God realm, and could no longer elevate their genetic tiers. Since none of those 3 fit, the only remaining possibility was true ancestor Lord, the teacher he had formally acknowledged in Chaos City. However, that ape teacher of his was not particularly skilled at research. He had previously relied on plundered treasures to elevate to a 10-fold genetic tier and become an invincible king. Zhang Yang said seriously, "I am talking about Mountain Guest." Teacher Mountain Guest. Luo Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. When he had climbed to the top of Wuqi Tower and found Zhang Yang there, he knew that Zhang Yang's hidden depths ran far deeper than he had imagined. That Jin God King had once mentioned that Zhang Yang cultivated the 9 Calamities secret code, the core inheritance of the Jin nation. Yet the 9 Calamities secret code had been prepared for Luo Feng by Mountain Guest. As his realm and strength continued to rise, the waters of this world seemed to grow deeper and murkier. Things he had never paid much attention to before were now shrouded in shadow. Luo Feng nodded firmly and said, "I will. If there's nothing else, I'll return to cultivation." Zhang Yang casually remarked, "If you lack inspiration, you can look at the galaxy." Luo Feng nodded slightly, then, with a subtle shift of space, he vanished from the temple. Zhang Yang smiled gently as he gazed at the distant galaxy. Such a simple reminder meant little, for whether or not one discovered the mysteries of the galaxy would not fundamentally affect Luo Feng's path of enlightenment. It was like saying the black-veined stone pillar contained the secrets of willpower. Those without the gift could never comprehend it, and it required more than just a single facet of talent. The reminder now was merely to speed up the other's cultivation. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Zhang Yang lowered his head to examine the suspended blood in his hand. A structure of life fundamentally different from any life in the cosmic sea. All life in the cosmic sea, even the void true gods and eternal true gods of the Jin world, was composed of countless cells. But after dissecting the world beast blood, Zhang Yang found it was made of countless points of light. The tiniest droplet of blood was composed of 100,000 light points, and upon further analysis each light point was actually a black beast lifting its head and howling. The black beast stood on its hind limbs, bent forward with its forelimbs swinging backward, its 2 heads, stacked one above the other, roaring in fury. 100,000 light points meant 100,000 beasts. Zhang Yang knew instantly. This was a world beast. Previously he had only seen the transformed state of a world beast within True God Firebug's miniature universe. Luo Feng had never shown him the true form. Yet at this moment he was utterly certain that this was a world beast. Zhang Yang sat cross-legged, eyes half closed as if falling into slumber. He recalled the vision his will had perceived when he first saw the world beast blood. The distance then had been extremely far, but now it was as if he had opened a pair of extraordinary eyes, faintly seeing the world beast howling atop that ice peak. Interesting. With a slight smile, Zhang Yang temporarily set aside his study of the will. After all, he and Luo Feng had obtained world beast blood at the same time. In terms of talent, he would naturally reach the 100,000-fold genetic tier first. But talent was not absolute. There existed something in this world called destiny. His talent allowed him to comprehend perfectly, but perfection did not necessarily mean speed, for he had more to ponder. Both of them were lords of the universe. Their wills were not far apart, and their speed of thought was similar. But if Luo Feng's fortune peaked, he might just charge straight through to the end, attain the 100,000-fold genetic tier, and then the supreme rules would descend, and he would be done for. At that thought, an inexplicable ripple stirred in Zhang Yang's heart. Having been the senior for a trillion eras, he could not afford to be left in the dust now. Even if Luo Feng was currently at the absolute peak of his destiny. So he hurriedly calmed himself and continued studying the world beast blood, murmuring softly, "Every light point is a world beast. This is a bit like cell cultivation divinity. No, this train of thought is definitely off. This is not the time to think about that. When a world beast becomes the final king, it absorbs all other world beasts and conceives the ultimate destruction. This is an endpoint of the path of energy. World beasts can split off hundreds of avatars and flee. How does the energy flow? Where does it flow? Does the world of energy also have positive and negative sides? No, off track again. This is not the time for harvest. I'll research these later. First, complete the breakthrough of the genetic tier. The blood of the world beast is divided into 100,000 light points. Does that correspond to the genetic tier? After all, the perfect genetic tier is also 100,000-fold. Is this truly the endpoint? That's also somewhat off, but the general direction is correct. The 90,000-fold genetic tier is a hurdle, and the 100,000-fold genetic tier is yet another hurdle. I think my direction of comprehension is reversed. The path is not to comprehend the world beast blood first. This is the final step toward the 100,000-fold genetic tier. At this thought, Zhang Yang fixed his gaze upon the Milky Way. With his talent and comprehension, he had naturally long ago fully understood the 99999-fold genetic tier. Earth is the cradle of life in the solar system. The sun revolves around Earth as its center. This is the life system. Earth revolves around the sun, taking the sun as the source of life. This is the celestial system. Countless stars are arranged according to certain laws. The life system and the celestial system are fused in a special way, giving birth to the effect of optimizing the soul. But in the place of origin, there is no celestial system. Strictly speaking, life, world, and soul are comprehended to a certain degree, ultimately achieving the 99999-fold genetic tier. This is the ultimate truth of life. In the mainstream cultivation of this world, to reach the peak, one must necessarily achieve the 90,000-fold genetic tier. Why is breaking through to the third level of the divine body through the path of divine power considered more prodigious than breaking through via the laws? Clearly, the body and the laws are two separate paths, and breaking through later still requires cultivating the laws. It is precisely because achieving the 90,000-fold genetic tier means comprehending the supreme truth of life containing the large-scale rules evolved within a simulated world. At the 90,000-fold genetic tier, the body naturally nurtures the soul. From then on, one's talent grows stronger and comprehending the laws naturally becomes easier. And the strength of the genetic tier determines the size of the divine kingdom from the very beginning. Only later can the body withstand the chaotic space and the internal universe. The body and the foundation are linked. Now, to break through to the third genetic level in the primordial universe, both the life system and the celestial system are present. The Milky Way has always possessed the function of nourishing the soul, which is why Zhang Yang reminded Luofeng to look at the galaxy. But when it came to himself, he encountered a barrier of knowledge and prejudice. He first studied the world beast blood and then looked at the Milky Way. That was a mistake. Clearly, the world beast blood was the key to achieving the 100,000-fold genetic tier. There was no need to continue studying the secrets of the galaxy. He had already comprehended them all. The key still lay in the world beast blood. What is the secret of the world beast blood? Zhang Yang's brows furrowed tightly. It had been a long time since he had worn such a puzzled expression in cultivation. Zhang Yang lowered his head to look at the blood in his palm. Countless light points flickered within each, containing a world beast roaring. Though it appeared to be mere blood, its essence was the power of the world beast. At root, just a form of energy. World beast blood and world beast power correspond respectively to essence and vitality. The will of the world beast is destruction. Then what is the will that I lack? I never imagined that even with my will sanctified I would be stuck at this very barrier. Zhang Yang fell into silence. Time passed unknowingly. The cosmic sea had become panicked by the appearance of the world beast, yet the Milky Way was exceptionally peaceful as Zhang Yang and Luofeng cultivated. They were the leaders of the Earth lineage and the strongest existences of their race. As long as the two of them were present, the Earth lineage had nothing to fear. Suddenly Zhang Yang's eyes flew wide open in shock from his meditation. He sprang to his feet and turned to look toward Luofeng's palace. I lost! Zhang Yang suddenly burst out laughing, gazing toward Luofeng's divine temple. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! His laughter was thoroughly carefree yet laced with emotions of surpassing complexity. He had always been stronger than Luofeng. Had he in his heart carried the arrogance of a transmigrator? Certainly he had. Even at times when there was no threat to his life, that very sense of superiority had led him to jest with Luofeng on a few occasions. Yet his innermost subconscious and his observation of reality had always told him that Luofeng would reach the peak. During the Earth era he had watched over the other with meticulous care. In the universe he had likewise aided him in many ways. Even when Luofeng attained immortality, he had bestowed supreme treasures upon him. When Luofeng reached the venerable realm, he yielded the supreme treasure of the Lord of Yuanao. And upon reaching the Gene world, he had not even taken the Liuan art. He possessed boundless talent. He was blessed with peerless fortune. Yet now at last he had lost once. Even under the terrifyingly astronomical talent stacked upon him by the system, He still had not comprehended the 100,000-fold gene level, while Luo Feng had. This time Luo Feng had surpassed him. Surpassed him in the very arena where he excelled most. Zhang Yang had even once thought that Luo Feng could never surpass him. He had asked himself more than once whether his previous actions had been overly cautious, but now everything had found a complete and perfect answer. He had understood one principle since his days on Earth: one must win, for a single loss might cost everything. Apart from intentionally challenging opponents of higher realms, he had always won. In the later stages, even powerhouses 2 full realms above him were no match for his strength. Now he had lost, truly lost to Luo Feng. Both were universe masters, and his will was even slightly stronger than the others. In comprehending the gene level his opponent had cultivated for trillions of epochs without breaking through, while Zhang Yang had fully comprehended the 99999-fold level in fewer than 100 epochs. Yet it was on that final 1-fold that he lost. The 100,000-fold gene level was something he still did not know how to break through, but Luo Feng had already succeeded. But he had also won. Nothing he had done in the past was in vain. Now Luo Feng was alive and had grown into his full stature. The two of them were no longer the weak apprentices of bygone days, but supreme powerhouses standing at the peak of this dimension. Zhang Yang looked toward Luo Feng's divine temple. A golden thread of light expanded slowly from a faint wisp. The next moment the golden radiance surged violently. In that instant countless beams of light blazed, illuminating 1 billion light years. Ring! Countless golden beams burst outward, instantly transcending the fetters of rules, surpassing the very definition of velocity. In Zhang Yang's perception, the boundless light illuminated the entire human territory in an instant, then expanded to the whole primordial universe. The next. The demon race's territory, the mechanical race's territory, the Northern Frontier Alliance, the Star Beast Alliance, the ancestral god cult. The primordial universe was utterly shrouded in endless golden light, and even the ancestral god cult, the embodiment of the primordial universe's origin, was no exception. The countless golden beams pierced the membrane of the primordial universe and surged into the universe sea. The endless chaotic airflow seemed to be scoured away in that instant as beam after beam ceaselessly tore through all things. The small universe of Jin Yaozu, the small universe of the Blood Orchid Ancestor, the small universe of the God Eye race, and the small universes of the 3 reincarnation eras. All were bathed in the boundless golden light. At this moment Luo Feng was the core of the entire dimension, the noblest existence in this world. The nearest living beings on Earth. Be they earthlings, monsters, or ordinary animals, be they in the sky, on the land, or in the seas. All raised their heads and followed the golden light. No substance could stop the golden light. Surpassing the constraints of time and space, it shone into the eyes of every living being, and even imprinted itself upon the soul and spirit of each. Zhang Yang fixed his gaze on the direction of Luo Feng's divine temple. In his heart there seemed to appear a figure blazing with golden light 10,000 feet tall. It was none other than Luo Feng. The golden light penetrated his body, pierced through the blood of the realm beast, and cut through the imprint of his life and soul. A reverence born from the deepest heart arose of its own accord, the fundamental gap between levels of life. Even though Zhang Yang was now at the 99999-fold level, while Luo Feng's gene level had reached 100,000-fold, a gap of only 1-fold, he could not help but feel the urge to kneel prostrate. It is coming. Zhang Yang watched Luo Feng's figure in a daze. In his perception, all living beings had now knelt in worship. That was the awe felt by lesser life before life of the supreme order. In this moment there was no good or evil, no beauty or ugliness, no distinction between the demon race, the insect race, the mechanical race. Whether mighty beings of flesh and blood, mighty beings of soulless rock, or mighty beings of withered bones and the undead. Casting aside all definitions of subjective will, they all venerated the nobler existence. For in this moment the origin will of the primordial universe receded, and the supreme and unrivaled rule began to reveal itself. The golden light earlier had carried the power of the supreme rule, which was why it could disregard every limitation such as space and time. Supreme, this was the ultimate power of this world. In that moment Zhang Yang perceived the supreme rule's ruthlessness, its order, its majesty, its grandeur, its vastness. An existence beyond all words. At this moment his legs felt weak. Under the guidance of the supreme rule, the will that had attained sainthood was nothing but a jest. The 14th stage law comprehension was still insignificant. Supreme treasures and secret arts were all void, talent, strength, and energy were even more useless. Zhang Yang's eyes grew somewhat vacant. Beneath the supreme rule all things were reduced to the ordinary. His legs bent slowly. In that instant he felt his thoughts freeze, and simultaneously churn at the most violent speed imaginable. At that moment he seemed to see himself clearly for the first time. It appeared he had never recalled his past life at all. In that instant the world no longer felt real. He perceived the falseness of his memories. Zhang Yang's will was roaring. Deceit. This was deceit. An anger beyond all telling. Everything was false. Those were not his memories. What he had remembered were merely stories. More and more recollections of life were growing indistinct now. The parents of his past life had been forgotten as if they had never existed. In that instant it seemed he had no past life. Liar. System. Fraud. It had all been a deception from the start. What he had accepted since birth was nothing but a lie. Powerless. The supreme rule was formless and featureless. Dragged along by this power, Zhang Yang's will roared in madness. his legs trembling continuously, as if the very next second, he would fall to his knees like all the others. But he cared not in the least. His will seemed to be exploding, his spiritual world seemed to be cracking apart. In his inner world, a black wind of malevolent energy appeared, spinning faster and faster, while he fell helplessly downward, caught in its vortex. He did not struggle, but let the black wind drag him into its depths. There was no perception here. The world had lost its colors. Impossible to call it black, white, gray, or blue. There was no sound around him. All breath and presence had vanished. Zhang Yang had no body, no heartbeat, and could not even feel his own will. This was a vast nothingness. And he had been here before. Zhang Yang did not shriek, did not bellow, did not shout. Now he fell silent. His memories were false. Perhaps everything now was false. He did not even know whether he was alive, or whether it was merely a dream from the moment of his birth. Or had he already perished within the Neu Molo secret realm? This time was slightly different from the last. He sensed a direction through the haze of fate. He did not know how to move, only wished to draw closer to that direction. He wanted to discover the truth of everything. Here there was no time and no space. Zhang Yang did not know how long he had traveled or whether he had moved at all. In a blur, he seemed to return to Earth. As a child, he had been cynical and carefree. After facing the coldness of this world laden with the memories of his youth, his mind had turned heavy. As he gradually grew, he went to school and eventually became a disciple of a martial hall. He began to master power, yet he never became bright and cheerful. Perhaps the happiest moment was the day he became a martial artist. He changed the family's long impoverished way of life. Warriors and war generals counted for nothing at all. The power he commanded grew mightier and mightier, but his heart grew heavier still, for what lay ahead of Earth were calamities at every turn. At this thought, Zhang Yang's heart burned with fury. The memories were all false. He was no transmigrator at all. He was the native he had once mocked in jest. Earth had always been his home. Damn it! If he had viewed Earth with the mentality of an outsider, what would have happened? He could not bear to imagine. He pressed forward with ever greater urgency, wanting to know why the system had treated him so. Time could not be counted, distance had lost its meaning. He did not know how long passed nor where he was. In a certain instant among the haze, Zhang Yang seemed to regain his sight, and only his sight. From a strange perspective he saw it, and his heart filled with astonishment. It was a youth 2 meters tall, dressed in a white robe, hovering in midair. Embroidered on his chest was a pattern of green mountains and blue waters. The robe vaguely resembled ancient Hanfu, with shoulders slightly raised, and the lower hem split into 4 seams. And the youth's face was remarkably identical to Zhang Yang's own. The only differences being the exquisite filigree golden crown upon his head, and the long hair trailing at his temples. His eyes were shut in deep slumber, giving him a somewhat refined, delicate look. Zhang Yang had never imagined that the system's real identity would turn out to be a person, and one who looked exactly like him. Then what was he? Merely the other's puppet, a replacement, the other's reincarnation, or a wisp of a wandering soul? Suddenly a gargantuan pressure materialized within the void, and the earlier youth had vanished, as if that vision had merely been an illusion. But Zhang Yang knew it was no illusion. The system had appeared, and incredibly its form was none other than himself. The surrounding pressure continued to swell. Zhang Yang felt his will growing smaller. It had been exactly this way the last time he left this place. It seemed he had no existence in this void. Only when his will shrank to a certain degree could he leave. The agony was near maddening. Except here, even when he was weak and faced that self-proclaimed saint in the anomalous space of Liuzhong Mountain, he had never experienced such oppressive force. Now it was like an entire world pressing down upon his will. The will of a saint was equally fragile here. He could only keep shrinking as the force relentlessly grew. Perhaps the shrinking was only how it felt to him. He might be crossing an immensely distant region, and this void was merely an object used for traversal. The pressure now was because he was in motion. Just when Zhang Yang could scarcely endure it any longer, his consciousness departed from that void. Perception returned bit by bit. Divine power was once again under his command, and his will slowly revived. Yet he discovered that the world had changed. The world seemed frozen in stillness. No one moved at all. Time and space had solidified. The golden light hung suspended in midair, and the supreme rule stood frozen in the void. And he remained in a half-kneeling pose with only his thoughts still running. What does this mean? Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. In the entire world, was he the only one who could still think? Or was it because his thought process had been accelerated to the extreme limit? Whether it was one or the other, Zhang Yang knew that the system had struck. To him, the supreme rule had lost its divine might here. The whole world had been pressed to a stop. Or perhaps his will had been removed from this world entirely. Now he and this world did not exist on the same dimension at all, so naturally there was no definition of time. Who is he? What does he want me to do? Zhang Yang fell silent afterward. The shocks he had suffered today were far too great. He had always thought of himself as a transmigrator and of this world as one among the boundless worlds. His goal had been to climb to the supreme summit, find the way back, and see through the truth of the endless worlds. But he had never expected that the world had not changed. He was merely a native of this world, and this was his true home. What lay beyond the fences once he broke free? Were there truly endless worlds? Or was everything a lie? At this moment he was like a duckweed adrift wandering through this illusory world. Zhang Yang hastily turned his will to earth. There were his parents, the source of his life. Only by looking upon his father and mother did he feel that he truly existed. Since entering the universe he and his family had been frequently parted. They had all grown accustomed to that kind of life. No matter how much time passed or how vast the distance, their connection had never broken. It was the throb of shared blood. Countless epochs had come and gone. By now Zhang Zhe and Wang Feng had become immortals. After that they had lost all motivation to cultivate further, and simply lived carefree on Earth, watching genius after genius of Earth's lineage rise, just like seeing the Zhang Yang of former days. No matter how powerful Zhang Yang became, even if his flesh transformed into a body of laws and his gene level climbed ever higher, the source of his bloodline would never change. Zhang Yang's heart grew steadily calm. What if it was real? What if it was false? As long as he believed this world to be true, then he naturally existed. His will shifted slightly and he saw his wife. The years had left no trace on Su Peipei's face. She remained as tranquil and beautiful as ever. She wore a floor-length pure white dress, bending over a cluster of narcissus, holding a watering can in one hand, her eyes resting gently upon the fragrant branches, as if she were tending to her own child. This too is wonderful. He had once thought that living through endless time in such plain and solitary fashion would be unbearable. But his wife was still just as before, without a hint of discomfort. Just as she had once said, as long as she could see him, she was fulfilled. His will drifted ceaselessly and the memories in his mind flashed by one after another. Blood-soaked battles against beasts during the Earth era, the long interstellar voyages after entering the universe, life and death companionship, while campaigning in the secret realms, successive falls on battlefields beyond the domain, the rise of his reputation while guarding his territory. Billions of epochs had passed, yet all of it seemed as though it were yesterday. His will continued to radiate outward. At this moment his will seemed to transcend everything. Even the supreme rule stood frozen in the void. In an instant his will spread across the entire primordial universe and then continued to expand beyond. Time and space shifted and scenes surfaced one after another. Sun Qi was in the seclusion chamber of the Divine Temple. Clearly she had returned to her previous cultivation state after being scolded by him. In the Divine Temple beside Luo Feng's gene level was still transforming, and his body was still radiant with countless beams of light. On Earth countless new lives were coming into being, the new generation of Earth's lineage. Hong, whose divine power had been severely depleted during his previous expedition to the dim lands, was now seated cross-legged in his temple with many precious treasures floating around him. Zhou Chuanheng, whom he had not seen for countless epochs, was now guiding students on Earth, his eyes still turned toward the direction of Zhang Yang's divine temple, as if telling the story of his past with Zhang Yang. Yu Bo was cultivating in seclusion within the secret realm of the Yushan clan, and around his temple stood countless small black mountains. Cultivation was extremely difficult now. The fluctuations of his divine power suggested he was not too happy. Chaos City Lord was still in the Chaos City, unchanged for billions of epochs. The old beast god was strenuously cultivating the law of fusion. The original ancestor was still cultivating bitterly at the core of the primordial universe. The races of the universe C were worrying over the coming calamity. Even Luo Feng had failed to capture the realm beast, and it was just a single one. Countless familiar figures imprinted themselves upon his heart. Whether there was a past life no longer mattered, he had long sighed. If this world is false, then I will make it real. In a trance, Zhang Yang once more recalled the blood of the world beast. Upon the first level of analysis 100,000 points of light could be discerned. With yet deeper analysis, every point of light was revealed to be a roaring world beast. Destruction incarnate is the world beast, and the world beast's will is likewise destruction. The world beast's blood is in equal measure the world beast's power. From that moment on, essence, vital breath, and spirit were wholly unified. Body, will, and energy all belonged to the world beast. The most crucial step of the 100,000-fold genetic level was the true self. Life, world, and soul achieved harmony and unity. I think, therefore I am, and thereby the foundation of the primordial origin was forged. No wonder I could never breach the 100,000-fold genetic level. So this was what you had long intended to tell me. A barely audible whisper escaped him. It was not that Zhang Yang had never considered the true self. He had believed himself to have seen through it utterly. Yet regrettably that realization had not been genuine. Only when he beheld the slumbering figure with his own eyes, when the false memories were utterly stripped away, and he truly felt the reality of this world, could he attain the true self. Before Zhang Yang could dwell on the thought, the moment he grasped the final step, he seemed to return to this dimension once more. In an instant, the supreme rule manifested its infinite divine majesty. The laws began to churn. 100 million beams of golden light radiated boundless might. Every being in the world stepped out of frozen stillness. Luo Feng resumed his breakthrough. Countless lives once more turned their gazes upon him, and their minds resumed their workings. Zhang Yang's half-crouched figure abruptly snapped upright. The genetic level within his body shifted of its own accord, striding toward the final threshold, completing the ultimate metamorphosis from 99999-fold to 100000-fold. At his breast a speck of golden aurora burst into being. At first but a faint thread, then in the next heartbeat countless rays. 100 million beams blazed from Zhang Yang's body and illuminated all things. 100 million golden glimmers flooded the primordial universe, piercing through its membrane. Another golden colossus of immeasurable height towered aloft. In that instant the entire Qianwu universe kingdom was encompassed within the giant's phantom form. Once again that figure was seared into the souls of countless beings, and they likewise could only bow in reverence and worship from the depths of their beings. Xin Qi knelt prostrate, staring at the silhouette in the golden light in astonishment. The cry escaped her before she could stop it. "It's Master!" The dream demon ancestor glowered furiously in the direction of the galaxy and grumbled. "What in the world are the Nether Soul Lord and the Galaxy Lord doing? They actually make us kneel." Within a miniature universe Swishan slumped to the ground, his eyes fixed in a daze upon the two colossal phantoms in the direction of the primordial universe. He could not help recalling the words Luofeng had spoken upon his arrival. "Master, this is what I, your disciple, have brought to you." Senior said this world beast blood might prove useful to you. At the time he had not understood. Though he had come to the primordial universe to enslave world beasts, what could a single drop of blood accomplish? What had this Taoist friend meant? But now he understood. The supreme rule descended in celebration. Life instinctively prostrated itself before a nobler existence. It was actually the perfect 100,000-fold genetic level. This was the true apex of legend and the true apex permitted by the rules of this world. Luo Feng too glanced aside in astonishment. Though the supreme rule guided no emotion into his heart, the unbounded golden radiance and the mighty fluctuations of life still stirred a hint of tension. The next instant his eyes flew wide. Amid the mists of haze Zhang Yang's will began to ascend. A will of the same transformation level, the very summit even for the primordial universe. At this point the supreme rule descended and the universe's primal will temporarily withdrew. His will briefly assumed dominion over the entire primordial universe. In that moment he felt a strength he had never known. Even the subtlest motion seemed to teem with infinite might. His eyes directly perceived the source land of the universe with a clarity never achieved before. All that churned within the primordial universe was no longer a secret. Countless pearl-white glimmers appeared in his vision, much like the burial grounds of the three reincarnation ages. Except these glimmers held no supreme treasures, only energy compressed to the limit. The energy within a single glimmer exceeded even the source energy of the Wuslang wings. The sensation arrived swiftly and departed just as swiftly. The supreme rule revealed itself but for a fleeting moment before withdrawing once more. At that instant the will of the primordial universe no longer conceded. It expelled Zhang Yang outright. Endless chains of law coiled about him, yet the very next moment they retreated in haste. Why no more restrictions upon me now? A creature that cowers before the strong and preys upon the weak. Zhang Yang scoffed. With his body at the 100,000-fold genetic level, he had left his imprint in the supreme rule. The will of the primordial universe naturally dared not impose any further constraints. Suddenly Zhang Yang's expression stiffened. The supreme rule had emerged again. But this manifestation was different from the previous one, far more subdued. Someone was breaking through to true God, establishing a miniature universe, and the supreme rule was shielding the breakthrough by instinct. Luo Feng has broken through, Zhang Yang affirmed. Then he lapsed into brief thought. Luo Feng had already attained law comprehension at the peak of the 8th tier. Were he to witness the chaotic evolution one more time, to what heights might he soar? The 7th tier corresponds to lower tier true God. The 8th tier corresponds to upper tier true God. The 9th tier corresponds to pinnacle true God. Those true gods upon their initial breakthrough may have stood only at the peak of the 5th tier, relying on happenstance to encounter the chance for transcendence. But after breaking through they could swiftly reach the peak of the 6th tier, the peak of the 7th tier, or even the peak of the 8th tier. How profound was Luo Feng's accumulation? As merely a universe master he had attained law comprehension on par with an upper tier true god, and he had devised 2 complete secret arts at the peak of the 8th tier. The chaotic evolution, however, appears only during the breakthrough to true god. Subsequent ascents to void true god and eternal true god are no more than expansions of one's miniature universe. The ultimate transformations of chaotic law, such as the chaotic evolution, never emerge again. Hence it is the supreme opportunity of the true god breakthrough. What pinnacle might Luo Feng reach after his breakthrough? Casually manifesting laws at the peak of the 10th tier, composing secret arts at the peak of the 11th tier with a mere thought, or at the peak of the 11th tier with earnest effort. The disparity between their strengths began to shrink with breathtaking speed. Though Zhang Yang's laws had attained the upper reaches of the 14th tier, seemingly towering above Luo Feng's. After his breakthrough, Luo Feng would inevitably possess a 100,000-fold universe master divine body, divine power 10,000 times greater, and access to yet another level of the divine power burning secret art. The might each could unleash from supreme treasures also differed. When Zhang Yang drove all the secret patterns, his divine power would fall short and the power of his secret arts would be diminished accordingly. Luo Feng, however, activating the secret patterns on his supreme treasure, with an abundance of strength after burning divine power, could essentially bring every pattern he drove to its full potency. The gap to a pinnacle void true god was merely a thousandfold difference in divine power. 3 volumes of the divine power-burning secret art would suffice. 14th tier. Zhang Yang chuckled. By his calculations, once Luofeng matured over time, he would create 12th tier secret arts, even peak 12th tier secret arts. With supreme treasures and secret arts counted in, Luofeng could unleash might at the 14th tier, which would already match him, or even surpass him by a margin. Master, have you broken through too? Many true gods outside are watching the Galaxy Lord's breakthrough. Sun Shi asked, stealing a glance. Zhang Yang shook his head. Are you disappointed that your master has not broken through? How many times must I tell you, cultivation is your own affair. Do not compare yourself to others lest you merely invite grief. Oh, Sun Shi pressed on. Then master, when do you intend to break through? In another 2 trillion epochs. Should my cultivation proceed at a normal pace, I ought to reach perfection in 2 trillion epochs. Zhang Yang answered serenely. I noticed those true gods outside seem quite delighted by the Galaxy Lord's breakthrough. Is the world beast truly so fearsome? Sun Shi asked, curiosity brimming. With a composed expression, Zhang Yang extended his hand. Boundless divine power converged in his palm, faintly emitting a spectrum of resplendent light, then gradually condensed into a single point. Around that point, space began to collapse as if sinking into the emptiness of the void. Sun Shi stared with fascination as the light slowly dimmed and her vision grew clear. A startled cry escaped her. Blood! Zhang Yang nodded placidly and said, this was created on a whim, while I practiced a certain secret art. A means to condense a drop of your own blood during the universe master stage. Now that my genetic level has reached perfection, and since you walk the path of divine power, take this drop of blood and contemplate it. One contemplates the problems befitting one's strength. When you become a true god, then you may think on world beasts. With that, Zhang Yang flicked his black sleeve, and the drop of blood aglow with shimmering radiance flew forward. Sun Shi hastened joyfully to receive it. Cultivation 2 demands karmic fortune. In this age, the primordial universe is exceedingly barren, and without supreme insight, the path of cultivation grows only harder. In the dim region of the Qingfeng realm, the world beast's lair. Crunch, slurp, the world beast Morosa pinned down a mass of black shadow with its limbs, lowered its head, and tore out a bite while its other head suckled upon the shadow. Morosa, having devoured me today, you too shall die one day. The other world beast beneath Morosa's feet had not yet fully perished. Its inner world had already been devoured, stripping it of all combat power, yet its remaining broken head still hurled curses at Morosa. You fool! Do you think I am like you? Even gravely wounded, you were 2nd rank while I was but 1st rank. By all rights, you should have been far stronger. Yet with battle experience, technique, momentum, and energy mastery alone, I still devoured you. Do you believe I would be as foolish as you? I will become the final king after all. Morosa sneered, its other head tearing in with still greater ferocity. Ha ha ha! You cannot hesitate one step and you are left behind at every step. The other world beasts will not sit by while you grow. The devoured world beast said with malicious glee. Then the head that had sagged low snapped up abruptly, its single bloodied eye fixed on Morosa. Besides, I have already sent word of your return. From 3rd rank you have plunged to newborn 1st rank. Even devouring me, you are but 2nd rank. You who once stood at the apex as a 3rd rank existence cannot possibly lack powerful enemies. And they will come for you. I will wait quietly for you to keep me company. It is not far off. Not far off. You sent word. Morosa faltered for an instant, yet it was not taken by surprise. World beasts have no friends. Every fellow world beast is an opponent. Of a billion of them, only one may survive in the end. The devoured world beast continued to prop up its head and declared, I do not mind telling you one more piece of news. Speak. By then Morosa's eyes were utterly frigid. The hardest times had come. Reduced to 2nd rank, it was now the weakest existence in the lair. Henceforth it must beware not only those that had once been its prey, but also the 3rd rank adversaries of the past who would set their sights upon it. While you were away, Beatty has already set foot into the 4th rank. The news was sent out by your enemy Batter before he died. Did Batter not tell you? The dying world beast smiled hideously and added, I passed the message to Beatty. You and it have battled across countless epochs. Now you have regressed to 2nd rank while it is 4th rank. Its speed towers over yours. You cannot run far enough. Go to hell. Morosa maniacally bit off the dying world beast's head. Its heart was now steeped in ice. Facing a former 4th rank foe, it knew without a doubt that to remain in the lair was to die. It nursed the faint hope that the other might disdain to kill it now that it had sunk to 2nd rank. Though it was an utter humiliation for the sake of becoming the final king, it could bear it. But the next instant Morosa's expression stiffened. It buried its head and devoured the world beast's corpse with savage frenzy. A slurp. After gorging itself to the last, Morosa fled in desperation to the edge of the dim region. World beasts can sense one another. Within its perception, Beatty's silhouette was fast approaching. From that moment, any lingering hope in its heart was extinguished for good. Standing at the edge of the dim region, Morosa cast one reluctant glance back at the lair. Beatty had already returned and chose not to pursue it further. But Morosa knew that if it ever showed itself in the lair again, Beatty would drive it out. To remain would be to die in disgrace. Galaxy Lord. Morosa howled through clenched teeth, its eyes burning with hatred. It had once imagined that Zhang Yang might be fearsome beyond measure, and it would never stake its life on that gamble. But it had never expected that even Luofeng would prove this terrifying. Had it not resorted to its ultimate move, it could not have escaped at all. Now it lived, but its power had fallen back to second rank, and its suffering was all the greater. It had lost its chance to be king, and now it dared not even return to the lair. It could only return to the Universe Sea. It knew this journey would end in certain death. Meeting Luofeng again, it would have no chance to escape, and in the Universe Sea there was an even more powerful existence, one stronger than Beatty. After enduring this torment, fear of the Universe Sea had indeed taken root in its heart. Yet even in death it would uphold the glory of the world beasts, and never be defeated by the creatures of the Universe Sea. Should the chance arise, it wished not only to exact revenge upon Luofeng, but also to behold the Nether Soul Lord who suppressed the Universe Sea. To see just how terrifying he truly was. Nether Soul Lord. Morosa howled with turbulent eyes. Had it but possessed in the lair the same invincible might that Zhang Yang wielded in the Universe Sea, how could it ever worry about becoming the final king? Yet the next instant Morosa was frozen. When it finished speaking Zhang Yang's epithet, a pair of enormous eyes appeared in its mind. Black and white, starkly demarcated. And their gaze was so sharp it seemed to slice through boundless space. Those eyes regarded it calmly, without a ripple. Yet in that single look it felt as if everything about it had been perceived through. As if even the secrets of the world could not be concealed from those eyes. Seemingly mild, yet capable of penetrating everything in the world. How could such a thing be so dreadful? Morosa knew that its whereabouts had very likely been marked by that other. The eyes in its mind had not yet faded, as if a pair of eyes hung beyond the world, watching its every move. Its body trembled faintly, and its shock could not be put into words. It had merely spoken a title. Why had the other been able to see it, when it had left the Universe Sea before this power had not been so great? What kind of strength was this? Ha ha ha! Look then! Look then! I, Morosa, am not afraid. Sovereign of Wraiths, how long do you think it will take Luofeng to break through? Chaos City Lord asked. Zhang Yang weighed the question and said, his breakthrough this time should take a little longer than his previous True God breakthrough. As he spoke, his expression suddenly froze, and then he gave a soft laugh. Seeing his strange expression, Chaos City Lord quickly asked, what? Is something the matter? Zhang Yang looked in the direction of the Qingfeng realm and said, that world beast that fled before is coming back. What? The Qingfeng realm? How do you know? Chaos City Lord cried out in surprise. Right now the two of them were merely beside the primordial universe, and it would take several days of teleportation to reach the Qingfeng realm. How could he possibly know from here that a world beast was coming? Zhang Yang smiled slightly and said, when I broke through at the gene level before I entered the source land of the primordial universe, and was able to draw upon a fraction of its might. Chaos City Lord nodded slightly and did not press further. Even if he asked, he might not understand. He cared more about the world beast, so he frowned and said, didn't the Galaxy Lord severely injure it earlier, and say that it would be impossible for it to come out again in a short time? How could it emerge again so soon? It shouldn't be the same one, right? Zhang Yang gazed into the distance. His will elevated to sagehood rose directly, and followed the laws of the primordial universe through the void, pressing deeper into the Qingfeng realm. There he saw the world beast. Although its appearance was quite similar to other world beasts, there were still differences. Having studied world beast blood countless times, he had become thoroughly familiar with this particular beast. Every expression it made he knew well. I can confirm that it is the same one, except that it looks considerably weaker. Before Luofeng and I would have both needed to act, now even a true god at the limit could handle it. Oh! Chaos City Lord was slightly astonished by his abilities. He could even discern its strength. If that's the case, I'll immediately contact the great army of the Universe Sea and make preparations. Since it has weakened that much, it won't escape this time. Zhang Yang slightly shook his head and said, this time I'll make the move. So cautious. Chaos City Lord was curious. Previously Zhang Yang had been quite casual toward the world beast, merely guarding the miniature universe. If he had wanted to act, the world beast would never have lasted that long last time. Zhang Yang chuckled softly and said, meeting it is also a good chance for me to see whether my current measure of my own power is accurate. With that, he glanced toward the primordial universe. Luofeng's miniature universe was still being constructed. At most, it would take a few months. After a brief adjustment, Luofeng would be able to enslave the world beast. Of course, he could study it thoroughly before that. He had long wanted to capture a world beast, but he was afraid of stirring up chaos among them. If an accident gave rise to a world beast king, he was uncertain whether he could win that fight, and so he had kept putting it off. He himself could not break through, and with Luofeng holding the front, he could better cultivate the law of fusion. Now that Luofeng's strength was about to reach its peak, he no longer worried too much. I'm going. If nothing unexpected happens, I should return very soon. Leaving those words behind, Zhang Yang's figure transformed into a streak of black light and teleported toward the Qingfeng realm. Qingfeng realm, Langyan Sea. Endless orange-red flames burned atop the waves. Liquid formed from fire elements condensed to their utmost density. As the core of the Qingfeng realm, the mere heat waves in the void radiated eighth order might. For the mighty experts of the Universe C, in the past, the flowing ocean of fire elements represented death itself, its might directly reaching the 10th order. Within the turbulent flames, a streak of dark light flashed past, leaving a cylindrical passage through the boundless sea of fire. In the next instant, the flames flooded back and stirred up another wave of heat. Flying at a speed 1,000,000 times faster than light, Malluosa gritted its teeth. It had assumed that as long as Beatty was not chasing it, there would be no danger. But unexpectedly, two creatures had blocked its path at the exit, forcing it to take an even more perilous route to escape. The endless waves of fire were scorching, yet Malluosa's heart was utterly cold. It had only recently emerged from its nest, but it could feel the pair of eyes watching it growing more and more tangible. Its very life faintly warned it that some immense danger was rapidly approaching. That was the flavor of death. I, Malluosa, am not afraid. Come on. Let me see just what majesty the sovereign of wraiths, unrivaled across the Universe C, truly possesses. The world beast Malluosa roared aloud in its heart, but the pair of eyes in its mind remained calm, looking at it without the slightest change. After the roar, its heart calmed considerably. With fierce eyes it flew forward. There was no longer any hope of its becoming the final king. Now that it had been marked, the only thing it could do was uphold the honor of the world beasts, probe Zhang Yang's strength, then inform the others. Even if it died, it wanted to be a hero among world beasts. Though hero was a joke to the world beasts, for they represented destruction itself. At the same time, it immediately transmitted a message to every world beast alive. Beatty, and all you other fools, I am the great Malluosa. Laxu Majin. The two of you pieces of trash actually thought you could ambush me. You cannot kill me. I, the great Malluosa, am about to fall. The one who slays me will be the strongest expert of the Universe C. The human sovereign of wraiths from the third reincarnation era. Ha ha ha. Those of you who have learned something of the Universe C may laugh at me, thinking a lawmaster is not even fit to be food. But I tell you, he is more terrifying than you can imagine. Earlier the Galaxy Lord was also a universe master, yet his strength crushed me. I could only escape by burning my realm heart to forge a realm heart passage. And the Sovereign of Wraiths, also a universe master, is the recognized strongest expert of the Universe C. He split into over 100 avatars, his power reduced to less than a tenth, and still had the confidence to defeat me. I cannot even begin to imagine how terrifying his true strength is. I have already been locked onto by him. From the distant primordial universe, he has locked onto my position in the Qingfeng realm. Praise the title Sovereign of Wraiths, and you will surely draw his attention. Fools, you can try if you wish. I hope you will come and keep me company. I will probe his strength for you. Hurry and devour each other. Destruction is our duty. Quickly give birth to the final king, and do not let our great world beast race be wiped out. Beatty, in the end you failed to kill me. As the message spread, the advanced world beasts nesting in the dim land were shocked. The beings of the Universe C had always been no more than their food, yet now they had displayed such terrifying strength. Galaxy Lord, Wraith. I have remembered those two names. No matter how you look at it, Malluosa is one of the top existences among world beasts, yet it could barely escape. Even Beatty never drove it to such a desperate point. They are only universe masters with a lower level of life than ours. Why are they so terrifyingly powerful? The primordial universe. They must be lives deliberately nurtured by the primordial universe. In the future, no matter who becomes the final king, we must destroy the primordial universe. At the edge of the Langyan Sea, Malluosa stopped. Not because it was afraid, but because it sensed that Zhang Yang had already arrived. At this moment, the void was trembling violently, as if boundless might were being vented into it from somewhere immensely far away. Every strike of that dreadful power caused the void to shudder intensely. Before his sight could even reach that far, a will so vast that it made Malluosa shudder had already crushed over. That matchless will stood high above, as if the gods in heaven were looking down upon mortals below. The eyes in its mind gradually became clear, staring fixedly at Malluosa, as if seeing through its body, through its energy, and even through its fate and soul. Malluosa's eyes suddenly contracted. The violently trembling void fell completely still. Not because the other party had stopped, but because this entire region of void had been thoroughly seized. This stretch of the void now had its master. An invisible force drifted around it. It gritted its teeth hard. How could it not recognize this power? It was the void of a single thought. If not for Luofeng's void of a single thought, it would only have needed to fall back one rank. At the peak second order level, it could still rank among the middle to upper tiers of the nest and perhaps even have a chance to become king. It was precisely because of Luofeng's void of a single thought that it had been forced to burn the realm within its body once more, thereby directly falling back to a newborn rank. And now this void of a single thought was actually even stronger. It seemed even more complete. A special might a full 2 notches higher. Such a special ability could expand or contract as circumstances dictated. If both sides possessed it, it would naturally be useless. But if only one side possessed it, it became utterly terrifying. Silver-white light shone upon Maluosa. By now it had completely calmed down and quietly watched the figure ahead, who was moving far faster than 1,000,000 times the speed of light. Could not even describe that infinite might. The gap between their strengths was simply too vast. Maluosa felt like one of those universe masters it had slaughtered when it was third order inside the fireworm True God's miniature universe. Only now did it finally understand why no one in the universe C dared to provoke the sovereign of wraiths. Under such might, even a miniature universe would probably be forcibly destroyed. And what True God would still dare to provoke him? The silver-white light faded and the dark blue blade glow receded. Zhang Yang stood before Maluosa in a ferocious suit of black armor. With a faint smile on his previously serious face, he looked at Maluosa with calm eyes and said, "Come, I'll take you back." The world beast Maluosa's power swelled. "Take it back." He spoke as if he were a fellow world beast bringing it home. Such flippancy was an insult to it. It had already seen Zhang Yang's strength. Terrifying, overwhelming, and a sliver of fear rose in its heart. Was this even a living being of the Universe C? How could he feel far stronger than even the world beasts when he was merely a lawmaster? After becoming a true god, one's power increases enormously. How could a being of the Universe C be this powerful, while still at the Universe Master level? Sovereign of Wraiths, you truly deserve to be called the strongest in the Universe C. I, the world beast Maluosa, submit to you. Having seen you today, I have no regrets. But if you want to take me back and imprison me, no one can do that. I, Maluosa, can only die by my own hands. Burst? Ah! At the same time, it hastily transmitted the information it had witnessed before death. I am about to fall. The Sovereign of Wraiths is truly matchless. His speed is at least dozens of times mine. Seeing him is like seeing the final king of our race. My body is trembling. Beatty, even you could not last a single move in his hands. We need even stronger world beasts. Devour quickly. Our time is running out. Farewell, you fools. Zhang Yang chuckled and shook his head. If it had tried to self-destruct before he arrived, he truly would have had no way to stop it. But now to self-destruct right in front of him. Even a void true god had once failed to self-destruct before him. His naturally relaxed hand suddenly clenched as if Zhang Yang were gripping the very void of this region. In the next instant space-time froze. Then his gaze toward Maluosa hardened slightly. Maluosa, which had already swollen to 10 times its volume, was like a black leather ball losing air and soon flattened. Maluosa was stunned for a moment. How could it be so effortless? With just a grip on the void and a single serious stare, it could not even self-destruct. It seems having you fly back to the primordial universe with me is impossible. I originally wanted to study you a little. What a pity. Since that's the case, I'll give you a ride. As he spoke, Zhang Yang sent his divine power flying toward Maluosa's body, and in an instant it transformed into a huge net in the sky. The world beast Maluosa sneered. He actually dared to use divine power to make contact with a world beast. World beasts represented destruction, and their power was destruction itself, completely opposite to the divine power of Universe C life. Contact could only end in annihilation. But the next second Maluosa was dumbfounded. The divine power attached to its body without annihilating one another. As if mortal enemies had suddenly reconciled. How was this possible? World beasts represented destruction, and their power could annihilate everything. Only creatures that both belonged to the world beasts could make contact with each other. Never seen that before, have you? We still have plenty of time. Let's return to the primordial universe first. Once Luo Feng comes out, I'll give you to him. For now, let me take a good look at you these next few days. Ah, bastard. This is an insult to me. The world beast Maluosa roared in grief and fury like a black loach caught in a fishing net. Zhang Yang smiled with utter indifference. The countless source worlds had bred who knew how many aberrant beasts symbolizing destruction, and the 3,000 dimensions were also ceaselessly spawning world beasts. This kind of destruction embodying aberrant beast was judged by talent just like humans, and Maluosa's potential was quite remarkable. Like Luo Feng, it had reached the pinnacle of this world. In the future they might meet often. Once it was enslaved, it would become one of their own. He truly felt a little as if he were bringing a world beast home. His hand clenched slightly and the void immediately bound Maluosa. Then he slashed the void with his blade. In an instant Zhang Yang speed soared to 1,000 times the speed of light. Another slash and his speed directly rose to 1,000,000 times. Maluosa stared blankly at Zhang Yang tearing through the void. The might of that one slash felt capable of annihilating over 1,000 world beasts. It could not help but shudder. It had thought Zhang Yang was strong but never imagined he was this strong. One slash, 1,000, 10,000 slashes and the world beasts would be extinct. Perhaps only tens of thousands of world beasts united could withstand that. Who in the end was the life form as noble as the primordial universe? It could only hurriedly transmit another message. I am Maluosa. I am not dead. My self-destruction failed. The enemy is simply too powerful. His will is terrifying beyond measure. A single hardening of his gaze scattered my will in an instant. A single clench of his hand seized control of the void. I couldn't even self-destruct. Within our bodies a realm breeds destruction. Based on our inherited heritage I can roughly estimate the might. At the very least a fifth-order world beast unleashing destruction can equal one of his strikes. We need endless warriors. Time truly is running out. Hurry! Do not let our world beast race be wiped out. He is only a universe master. He can still break through. I cannot even imagine how strong he will be after that. One slash from him can annihilate over 1,000 world beasts. The nest is what protects us. Fools, at the very least 10,000 world beasts must gather together to repel him. You must be careful. He still doesn't intend to kill me yet. I will keep transmitting information to you. Hurry! 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 How dare you come again? You have struck this place tens of thousands of times. My world is not here, Yinmo Luosa said in a low voice, his eyes filled with terror. Zhang Yang frowned, somewhat disappointed. Now that he had thoroughly studied the power of the world beast, it meant he had also thoroughly examined the world beast's body. The other's will was very weak, so controlling it would be simple. At present its attacks merely contained a shadow of destruction, with not even a law to study. He wanted to find the world heart, but the world heart seemed to exist on a different dimension, so it was utterly impossible to study. Zhang Yang nodded and gave up. He had studied everything there was to study. The only thing missing was the world within the world beast's body. Since world beasts corresponded to the original universe, the world nurtured in their bodies must be filled with profound mysteries. But this world beast was being dishonest. The worlds it described were all specious, never the truth. With that thought, Zhang Yang grabbed the world beast and flashed to Luo Feng's divine hall. Here, this one is yours. Use its world beast power to control it. With that, he hurled the world beast forward. Luo Feng's eyes blinked in surprise. Senior, why don't you control it? Zhang Yang said calmly, the fusion law I cultivate is the chaos law. You have now comprehended the origin of life. To achieve eternity, you naturally need the law of destruction. This world beast does not yet know any destruction techniques, but after a few more evolutions it should be able to assist your cultivation. As for me, my current strength is somewhat weak, but once I become the strongest being in the universe my combat power will rise rapidly. It is of no use to me. Luo Feng nodded slightly and directly stored it inside the stellar tower. The world beast Yinmo Luosa offered not the slightest resistance. Now that he had broken through to 100,000-fold gene level, and had studied the mysteries of the body, enslaving a world beast was hardly difficult. The law of destruction could indeed assist his cultivation. Enslave it as soon as possible. Once it is under your control, we should set off. Zhang Yang teleported away directly after saying this. Why have you been so leisurely these past few years? You rarely came back before. Su Peipei gently brushed her fingers against the stamen as she asked softly. Zhang Yang reclined on the lounge chair looking calmly at the sky. I missed you. Su Peipei did not turn around, but the corner of her mouth lifted involuntarily. You don't have to mind me. Those immortals cultivate for tens of thousands of epochs at a time. Your seclusion will certainly take even longer. I can understand. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. One of his old sayings was, understandable but not forgivable. Now that she said she could understand, did it mean she was dissatisfied inside? With a wave of his hand, Su Peipei was pulled directly into his arms, lying in his embrace. Earlier I asked you to learn a few things from Su Xian. A little more busyness and time would pass. How come you ran back in just a couple of days, making the subordinates wonder who you are? Is this how the clan leader's wife behaves? That was what she likes, not what I like. This is just fine. Su Peipei pouted. After the matter of the world beasts is settled, I will go into seclusion, Zhang Yang said calmly. Seclusion then? Haven't you spent enough time in seclusion? Su Peipei, lying on his chest, said unconcernedly. Before long I will leave, and it may be a very, very long time before I return. Zhang Yang's eyes shifted slightly. Su Peipei's body stiffened. Endless epochs had already passed, and still he called it very, very long. That could only mean he was going to break through reincarnation, with no telling when they would meet again. Then I will stay in your miniature universe and wait. When you are done with your business, you will naturally return. Zhang Yang reached out and grasped her shoulders, lifting her gently. The two looked into each other's eyes, and he said seriously, when I return from there I will stay by your side forever. Su Peipei murmured, aren't you with me right now? This is good enough. Time truly means nothing. Suddenly Zhang Yang's expression turned solemn. He pulled Su Peipei into his arms again, breathing in the refreshing fragrance of her hair, and said softly, I have to go. Go then. You have always been making trouble for me all these years. Take care. Zhang Yang smiled faintly, and the next moment his body vanished. Are you fully prepared? Zhang Yang asked quietly. Luo Feng nodded. Yinmo Luosa has been successfully enslaved, and my secret art has reached the 12th rank. My strength will not increase any further in the short term. Zhang Yang nodded slightly. A true god who comprehended a rank 12 secret art could unleash rank 13 might. Luo Feng's supreme treasure was even more powerful. With a little more progress, he could reach the limit of a void true god's power. That should be sufficient. Then let us go. Luo Feng observed Zhang Yang's expression and said, "Senior, you seem quite confident in our expedition." Zhang Yang replied evenly, "I can't say it's foolproof, but with only a few stray cats and dogs remaining, you and I can handle them. They will only have the chance to run." Luo Feng laughed softly. "In that case, I have nothing left to arrange. If we can finish it soon, we won't make them worry." Qingfeng Realm, the dim land. By now the world beast nest had gone completely mad. Fighting was everywhere and endless world beast power flooded the whole space. No world beast could escape the fate of battle. All were driven into a frenzy simply to decide the final king as quickly as possible. At this moment over 1,000 pitch-black rays shot out together, lethal energy blackened to the very limit. Each ray alone possessed at least the might of a rank 9 true god. 1,000 all firing at once had fully reached the level of a void true god. The convergence point of those 1,000 attacks was also a world beast. Blood streamed from the ferocious single eyes on its 2 heads, and its jet-black body now radiated a grim blood light. But those 1,000 attacks had already distorted the void, and the surrounding space was sealed as well. It had no way out except resistance. Boom, boom, boom. These were attacks of powerhouses who had transcended reincarnation. The besieged world beast's aura was 100 times stronger than that of its attackers, but with more than 1,000 world beasts swarming it, it still could not hold its own. If such attacks had struck a true god of the cosmic sea, they would at most have annihilated divine power. But now they were hitting a world beast formed of the same world beast power, producing an unprecedented explosion. The besieged world beast trembled violently. Innumerable fissures split across its 4 limbs body, and even its heads. Its will was frenzied, yet it still stood proudly. Even after being struck by more than 1,000 world beast attacks, it still dared to charge, lunging headlong at the horde. "Beatty, give up. Only after you fall can we compete fairly." Yes, the life of this generation in the cosmic sea is far too powerful. For the glory of our world beast race, for the meaning of our lives, for our common goal, die. Beatty, it's not just you. Every world beast that has reached the 3rd rank is now besieged with no exception. And you have already reached the 4th rank. In this unavoidable melee, only after you die can the rest of us fight with ease and decide the final king. Beatty, give up. Our time is running out. Mo Luosa has been enslaved, and the terrifying Galaxy Lord is coming. Even before his breakthrough, he could easily make Mo Luosa regress from the 3rd rank back to the newborn 1st rank. Even at the 4th rank, you are no match for him. And the invincible Phantom Lord will also act this time. I have already felt that gaze from the unseen. Soon I believe I will die alongside you. Speak his true name and you will draw his attention. That terrifying will from the unseen had locked onto many world beasts. What an utterly dreadful existence it was. Even the original universe can only step back before it. We do not seek destruction this time. The cosmic sea has its own cycle of reincarnation. Our most important goal is to escape. Now that Mo Luosa has been controlled, we have nowhere to run. We must devour one another to decide the final king. The enslaved side must fight a decisive battle against the free side. We must wage war against Mo Luosa and decide the final king. Beatty, for the glory of the world beasts, give up. Even at the peak of the 4th rank, you cannot hold out much longer. Once the other world beasts realize that we have failed to bring you down, even more will come. With over 1,000 of us attacking, you are already beyond your limit. Give up and save time, for the sense of danger in my heart grows ever stronger. Decide the final victor and strive to become a 6th rank existence. Only in our complete form can we possibly face the terrifying Phantom Lord. Beatty, die. The world beast Beatty in the center still held on. It had started as the most ordinary among a billion world beasts. Confronting death countless times, enduring countless intrigues, it had finally become the strongest world beast. It was likewise extremely gifted. Ever since reaching the summit, it had remained the strongest world beast. Mo Luosa had chased it for countless years without ever surpassing it, and had instead been driven out of the nest by it. Unexpectedly, after driving its greatest enemy out of the nest, what awaited was not the prospect of victory. That wretch. It had brought the enemy here. A horror beyond imagination. Even within the nest, at the mere sound of a soft call, the unseen eyes would lock onto its position. That pair of indifferent eyes, starkly divided into black and white, looked down like gods upon mortals below. The frantic warnings of their very life force told them that this being was nobler than the world beasts. What a terrifying life form of the cosmic sea, and now it was coming. Boom, boom, boom. Explosion. Violent explosion. Infinite rumbling echoed around Beatty's ears. Though it could still endure, the world beast power inside its body could no longer sustain its fight. It's dying. Charge. Out of my way, you trash. Only I am the final king. Don't anyone dare snatch Beatty's corpse from me. Devour it. Devour it. If I devour just a part, I will reach the 3rd rank, and I will become the final king. Die. Sigu. You wretch, how dare you fight me for it? You are the one who deserves to die. Only I can become the final king. Only I can defeat the Phantom Lord and carry on the world beast's glorious path of destruction. Kill. Kill. Fight crazily. Faster. Roar. Beatty felt its body being torn apart and hurled away again and again. The former king had become food for those fools, all because they could not escape. When Luosa was enslaved, everything had already been sealed. It was an irresistible power. Now that the arrogance of the many world beasts lay shattered, they would join hands to topple the ruler at the summit and decide a new king. Beatty felt its body growing weaker and weaker, its will fading bit by bit. One of its heads had already been devoured completely by the crowd of world beasts, and the other was reduced to only its front half. It closed its eyes, heavily filled with deep regret. As it gazed at the eyes locked onto it within its mind, the other seemed to see this change, but those indifferent pupils remained aloof. Its death caused not the slightest ripple in them. Phantom Lord. In the end, I never got to fight you. Kill. You fools. Don't delay my devouring. Faster. Faster. A world beast has already reached the 4th rank. Li Tua, don't block me. Closer. Closer. The Phantom Lord. He is coming. At the entrance to the dim land. This was the core region of the Qingfeng realm. Normally even top true gods had to be on high alert here, but now 2 figures easily stepped into the place as if taking a leisurely stroll. Endless black mist still drifted, and from time to time rolling black waves lashed outward. If time pressed on, the area might expand even further. A black figure and a white figure stood at the edge of the dim land. Boundless divine power battered the void, making the already somber mist even more biting. Luo Feng wore a white battle suit. His gaze was icy as he stared at the dim land. The aura he had restrained for countless epochs was released once more, a sharp and exposed temperament like endless blade light cutting down everything around him. Zhang Yang in contrast wore armor of complete blackness. Even his eyes were like black whirlpools. Staring into the depths of the mist, wherever his gaze landed, signaled the beginning of death. This was the final hurdle in the cosmic sea. Once he crossed it, he could cultivate in peace, break through to true God, construct his miniature universe, and take the most important step toward making his stand in the land of origin. According to Luosa's account, the world beast nest should be right here. Compared with when Brother Hong came before, the area has expanded by about 2 light years. Luo Feng said calmly, looking at the black mist ahead. Zhang Yang's eyes fixed on the mist ahead. My senses point in this direction too. But the nest seems to have undergone no small change. Through my perception, countless world beasts are locked in battle. Are they madly devouring and killing one another according to the world beast's iron law? Luo Feng frowned. If the world beasts were engaged in ferocious mutual slaughter, there was no way for the 2 of them to stop it. Although they were both supremely powerful, the dim land was still far too vast. As long as any world beast sealed off space, even flying there would take them an immense amount of time. If they could not lure the world beasts together, and use the source within the Wuslang wings to destroy a portion, then the nearly 10 million world beasts that had evolved to the 3rd rank would be an extraordinary threat. As they continued to evolve, their numbers would dwindle, but the world beasts' overall strength would become even more terrifying. Individual resilience against attacks would greatly increase, and killing them would become much harder. For a moment Zhang Yang also hesitated. If he charged in now, he could indeed slaughter them wantonly, but these world beasts could flee. If they all truly escaped into the cosmic sea, the problem would become enormous. He was not worried about what would happen to the true gods in the cosmic sea. After all, Luo Feng's miniature universe was not afraid of being devoured, and he himself did not yet have a miniature universe. The original universe could hold on for a long time. The worst off might be the origin ancestor. His hope of passing through reincarnation could be dashed. But if Zhang Yang had time, he could help make up for it. What he worried about was failing to hold back the world beast army, allowing most of the world beasts to rush out, and eventually turn into too many 6th rank world beasts. Luo Feng's current law comprehension was at the 12th rank. With various assistive means, he could reach peak 13th rank strength. If he improved during battle, he might reach the 14th rank. But according to the original account, his strength was roughly equal to that of a 6th rank world beast. Zhang Yang's strength barely counted as 14th rank, only a little stronger than an ordinary peak 13th rank, and not by much. At the 15th rank, one begins cultivating the fusion law, and the might of his fusion law had already entered a low ebb. In the original account, the destruction of most world beasts could give birth to 6th rank beings. If 10 or 26th rank world beasts truly appeared with no other choice, Zhang Yang could only break through. The method for constructing a miniature universe, refined painstakingly over eons, would be wholly wasted. He would need to walk a new path from scratch. Zhang Yang had not expected matters to develop this way. The world beasts knew full well they had arrived, yet still slaughtered one another, madly paying them no heed. In the end, things had changed after all. At the edge of the Gloomland, Zhang Yang and Luo Feng both fell into silence, and the tension grew heavier and heavier. After all, they could hardly just watch the world beasts tear into one another. This won't work, Luo Feng said firmly. We can't let them keep going like this. I'll go kill some of them and see if we can lure more world beasts over. The origin only comes once. We must gather them all together. Zhang Yang did not answer. His gaze was fixed on the entrance of the world beast nest. If he split into over 100 clones, he should be able to hold back half of them. That alone was already astonishing. After all, the entrance to the Gloomland was several hundred light years wide, and the world beasts when united could also cancel out his attacks. But for the same reason he could temporarily hold off the World Beast army. Once Luo Feng arrived and fully detonated the origin, the effect would be more or less the same. Zhang Yang nodded slightly and said, one of my clones is in your miniature universe, and another is at another place on Liuzhong Mountain. That means only 2 divine bodies can fight at full strength. One clone will remain at the cave mouth to guard against the world beasts escaping, while the main combat divine body enters together with you. With that, another divine body flew out from his form. The clone's immense divine power was still at the perfected level. It was divine power that had been accumulating for tens of thousands of years since he began the ancient god Dharma form. They're coming. Die, you fools. You trash that just entered the 4th rank. Bastards, just die. I feel him rushing over here. I'll devour you. Let me break into the 5th rank. They actually dare to come. We have 100,000 4th rank beasts now. They're seeking death. Go stop them. Too late. 4th rank strength is simply not enough. Don't let them pick us off one by one. Rally. Rally. The 5th rank is where power explodes. Why can't we be given more time? If only we had 1,000 5th rank beasts, the 2 of them would surely die. Those on the outskirts stop fighting. You're already doomed. We must gather to block them, and let the ones inside give birth to an even nobler existence. The world beast race will not perish. Deep in the Gloomland, the world beasts slaughtered one another even more crazily, while those on the outer fringes gathered into squads of over 100 4th rank beasts. For the first time they tried to stop Zhang Yang and Luo Feng. Every one of those 4th rank world beasts was stronger than Maluosa had been. Judged by the standards of the Cosmic Sea, they were beyond the peak of the 10th rank and barely reached the 11th rank. Because a 4th rank world beast possessed a boundary light domain equivalent to a void true god's void of a single thought. When over 100 4th rank world beasts joined forces, they exerted at least 12th rank power. Moreover, their world beast power shared the same nature. Each beast was a part of complete destruction. So the combined might of several hundred led by a 5th rank world beast might even reach the 13th rank. Deep in the Gloomland, within one of the thousands of battlefields, dozens of black-red streaks of light clashed fiercely. Each black-red streak was a 4th rank world beast, and the crimson light around its body was its blood-burning secret art. Among them, more than a dozen world beasts were jointly attacking a single stronger world beast. The bloody light on its body was even deeper. The attacks of over a dozen same-rank beasts had already surpassed what it could withstand, yet it still tore frenziedly at every foe, ripping a chunk of flesh from each opponent with every collision. Roar, roar. There were no more words here, only the most primal of struggles. Frenzied bloodlines were thoroughly aroused, and bloodshed and savagery spread everywhere. Many world beasts were no longer whole. Some were missing an arm, some lacked both hind limbs, and some had parts of their bodies gone. The world beast being surrounded in the center had lost one head. Originally with 2 heads, it now had only one, which made it look somewhat unbalanced. Oh, every movement seemed even more grotesque. Its one remaining eye was drenched in bloody light, and from time to time pitch-black blood oozed out. It was named Sai. A squad of over 300 world beasts is coming. Luo Feng stared into the upper distance. Since they had entered, they had teleported for a long time without seeing a single world beast, only sensing endless world beast power clashing violently in the far distance. But now a squad had actually rushed over. Zhang Yang nodded heavily, his brows tightly furrowed. In truth, he could also see the movements of the world beasts, but precisely because he could see them, he felt a great sense of foreboding. In his vision, most of the approaching world beasts had once called out his name, and such beasts made up the greater part of this 300-strong squad. The deeper one went into the nest, the fewer world beasts there were that had called his name. At the very depths, everything turned completely pitch black. There he had no vision at all. Only some outer ring world beasts have surrounded us. Are all the others in the depths? How strong is the strongest one now? Luo Feng said grimly. Ever since Maluosa was enslaved, it has been completely isolated, and can no longer receive transmissions from the world beasts. All the world beasts now are at the 4th rank. Maluosa can no longer sense specific strengths. The entire world beast hierarchy has been reshuffled, the originally dominant beasts are gone, so it knows nothing about the ones that remain. It can only vaguely sense that deep in the Gloomland countless world beasts are killing one another, and their numbers are constantly dropping. But not many have come to block us. Zhang Yang's expression also turned grim. The worst-case scenario had appeared. Tens of millions of 2nd-rank world beasts or 100,000 4th-rank world beasts could combine their might to fully reach the eternal level. He had known from the start that he could not directly fight the world beast horde head-on, which was why he planned to destroy them using the method from the original account. But now the world beasts were not coming to surround and kill them at all. Instead, they were ceaselessly accumulating strength. As power continued to converge, each individual world beast grew stronger, their combined might became even greater, and they became extremely hard to kill. If truly several hundred or even 1,000 5th-rank beasts appeared, let alone several dozen 6th-rank ones, this battle against the world beasts would undoubtedly become unimaginably difficult. Then kill with everything we have. My clones are on the way too. Since the world beasts want to compare speed, let's see who's faster. Zhang Yang spoke with a cold glint flashing in his eyes, then immediately shot at full speed toward the world beast squad. Luo Feng nodded and said, in that case, let's split up. You deal with the squad and I'll keep moving forward. Alohum. No sooner had Luofeng left than several hundred world beasts appeared, each one's aura nearly at the void level. Zhang Yang looked coldly at this vile race. Even in the Gene world, he had never experienced being hunted by over 100 void-level beings. He never expected to get that taste in advance. Wraith Lord, don't even think of taking another step. We would rather die than let you pass. A one-eyed world beast roared. You're not enough. Die. Zhang Yang bellowed. A hazy gray giant stood behind him. He raised Lai Yu, and endless divine power poured into the warblade. The colossal giant phantom, also over 10,000 light-years tall, raised a dull gray warblade high as well. Between a giant over 10,000 light-years tall and world beasts merely hundreds of thousands of kilometers across, the gap in size was unbridgeable. Far greater than the gap between a human and an ant. But the world beasts were surrounded by floating black membranes that allowed them to move without being affected by the void. As divine power converged, the laws in the void fused at terrifying speed. A speck of silver light flashed, then in the next instant exploded into endless radiance. In that moment, the murky world beast nest was flooded with cold silver light. Only the 100+ world beasts flickered with black light all over their bodies. Sensing the terrifying might that seemed like a judgment from the heavens, the world beasts' hearts sank to rock bottom, and they even felt a trace of fear toward Zhang Yang. Burn blood, burn. This is mastery over time and space, even stronger than Maluosa described. Open the boundary light domain. How can he be so powerful? We must stop him. Only the 6th rank can completely block him. Go. This is the time to fight with our lives. Destruction. Roar, roar, roar. Destruction. Several hundred world beasts instantly entered the blood-burning state. Among them, several had reached the 5th rank and could unleash the world beast's ultimate technique, destruction. Immediately afterward, ferocious black-red dragons flew with bared fangs and claws toward the giant. Hundreds of black and black-red dragons tore into one another and merged into an even more enormous evil dragon, its size soon exceeding 1,000 light-years. In the silver world, Zhang Yang glared at the world beasts ahead. The warblade raised high by the gray giant gradually turned deep blue. The nearly 10,000 light-year blade looked like an ocean or perhaps a colossal piece of blue glass. Slash. With an explosive shout, the majestic giant over 10,000 light-years tall swung the blade down in a violent chop. Boom, boom, boom. Endless explosions erupted as deep blue and black-red light splashed across the boundless silver world. What? The divine power isn't being annihilated. Divine power and our world beast power aren't canceling each other out. We can't hold it. Again. We must stop him. The black-red dragon in the sky had already been sliced through the middle. Watching the deep blue warblade fall at terrifying speed, the world beasts panicked completely and hurriedly launched another attack. Another black-red dragon quickly condensed, coiling its body as it flew to meet the blade. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal blade light and the black-red dragon collided again and again, both shrinking continuously until they finally vanished. We blocked it. The world beast race will not perish. As terrifying as he is, we are certain to win. He may not have used his full strength yet. We need a more powerful being to emerge. Zhang Yang's expression changed. They had blocked it. 2 combined attacks had actually blocked his secret art. And these were merely a few hundred world beasts with 4th rank strength. Only 9 of them had reached the 5th rank. The true meaning of destruction was indeed powerful. The combined attack of many world beasts was far more efficient than a coordinated strike through a mechanical supreme treasure. A 5th rank beast could use destruction only a few times, but a 6th rank one had far fewer restrictions. The world beasts were even more powerful than he had imagined. World beasts, Zhang Yang muttered in a low voice. He had truly underestimated the incarnation of destruction. The situation was even more severe than he had imagined. Ancient God Dharma form, myriad aspects. A deep hum resounded as the void trembled violently. The giant phantom, originally over 10,000 light-years tall, began to collapse. Its enormous body dimmed, then gradually faded away. Just as it was about to vanish completely, a round multicolored orb suddenly appeared at the giant's waist. The position of its core. The multicolored orb flashed sharply. A layer of complex mystic patterns expanded violently, filling the surface of the once collapsing giant phantom. Then another layer of patterns rapidly expanded and settled tightly against the first. A third layer, a 10th, a 9,000th, a 100,000th. Endless law patterns spread like heavy armor, completely supporting the giant phantom. At that moment, the giant seemed like the primordial universe itself, towering, vast, and infinitely mighty. Not good. My body is bound. My strength has dropped 90%. Break it quickly. This is the legendary Gene World technique. One thought universe formed. Our boundary light domains are collapsing. Several hundred world beasts attacked together, but their attacks could no longer converge. One black-red evil dragon after another scurried wildly within the Dharma form, only to be annihilated by the endless law patterns. Our strength is not enough. Send a message. Only if more world beasts unite can we stop him. No one can stop us from becoming the final king. Come quick. Several hundred of us together cannot stop him. We need more allies. If 100 won't do, then 1,000, 10,000, Though Zhang Yang did not know what the world beasts were communicating in his perception, at least several hundred world beasts that had once called his name were gathering. With only a few hundred they already have this kind of power. If 1,000 or more gather, could they break through his one thought universe formed? The giant clad in flowing 10-colored light armor raised the warblade once more. A single downward chop utterly annihilated over 100 world beasts. Another sweeping slash made another 100+ world beasts vanish without a trace. Of the several hundred world beasts from before, only 7 remained after a few strikes. Zhang Yang casually slashed once, then teleported straight toward the depths of the Gloomland. In the murky depths of the world beast nest of the dozens of world beasts that had been there, only 7 remained, and every body was no longer whole. 7 world beasts were now surrounding a single-headed world beast. That was Sai. Die! Roar! In a violent collision, Sai whipped its neck around, and suddenly opened its maw at the mutilated world beast that had attacked it. The abyss-like mouth clamped savagely onto the opponent's back. At that moment the other world beast struck as well, but Sai did not release its jaws. Instead it sucked greedily. A shrill, agonized howl rang out. The bitten world beast let out an uncontrollable howl of pain, its voice filled with helplessness. Rip. In the life and death struggle, one of the surrounding world beasts bit off one of Sai's arms, but Sai still did not let go, because it smelled that fatally alluring fragrance. This was its happiest day, because today it could finally fight without restraint, no longer playing hide and seek with those cunning prey. It savored the delicious worlds of its own kind with complete abandon. By now it had devoured who knew how many world beasts. The others had also survived the frenzied slaughter, and each one's inner world was incomparably powerful. Under this mad carnage they grew stronger at astonishing speed. Sai felt that as long as it devoured the world beast before it, it would become the first 6th-rank beast in the nest. Rip. Another chunk was torn from Sai's back. Rip. This time it was Sai's last remaining limb. Black blood flowed from its mouth as it chewed and sucked without stopping. An unending stream of worlds converged within its body, and the world that had gestated for countless epochs now began its most violent transformation. Within the world formed from the converging energy of countless world beasts, a vast amount of lifeblood energy was quietly condensing. This was the meaning of their existence, and also their mission: destruction. Roar. Sai, now reduced to only a body and a head, suddenly released its jaws. Countless black rays burst out from within its body, and the world beasts that had rushed forward were sent flying to the side. Sai succeeded. It is about to break through to the 6th rank. The world beast that spoke had incomparably complicated eyes. Now that the other had succeeded, their fates were sealed. Death. Bastard, let me devour you. I'm almost at the 6th rank too. Fool. You think you can win? I'm closer to the 6th rank than you. The 6 remaining world beasts clashed once more. In this battle there was no escape. To survive they had to cross into the 6th rank as well. Unfortunately they were all still far from it. Sai's body was rapidly recovering. The limbs it had lost grew back out from its body, and the damaged part at its shoulder swelled into a large bulge. In an instant the bulge expanded violently, and a head wrapped in black mucus burst out of the body. At the center of the head a ring of blood-red light flashed. That was its eye. Roar. The 2 hideous heads howled at the sky as if proclaiming its birth. A 6th-rank world beast. This was the most important leap. Its world was now complete, and it could unleash destruction many times. Sai cast one deep glance toward the outer reaches, then flew toward the other world beast groups. It was not strong enough yet. It would only go to meet the existence that made all world beasts tremble after reaching the pinnacle. The Cosmic Sea. This was a minor universe with a diameter of 1 billion light-years. The only miniature universe besides those of the 2 sacred lands that was not a mere 100 million light-years across. Its emergence shocked every power in the Cosmic Sea, and filled the world beasts with dread. A minor universe belonging to a mere true god, yet its diameter spanned a full billion light-years. The interior of this minor universe was still a vast chaos, much like the environment of the outer Cosmic Sea, except that here the chaotic streams were far more condensed, coalescing into 100,000 colossal chaotic masses, within which a continent was faintly taking shape. This unique structure of the minor universe was comprehended by Luo Feng after breaking through to a gene level of 100,000, one origin 10,000 heavens. It was precisely because of this extraordinary construction that his minor universe surpassed the mere 100 million light-years of an ordinary true god, reaching a diameter of 1 billion light-years with a volume more than 1,000 times greater. One of Zhang Yang's avatars was now stationed here. After the 2 had parted ways, the avatar that had been in the primordial universe rushed over precisely so that battle information could be relayed swiftly. Dense chaotic streams curled around him while he sat cross-legged in the void with his eyes closed. For now both of his other avatars were locked in battle, and his will was focused chiefly on the dim land. With a hum, the chaotic streams converged rapidly, swiftly condensing into a divine power avatar. Luo Feng said in a deep voice, "I'm currently entangled by several thousand world beasts. Deep within the world beast nest, 6-stage world beasts have already been born." 6th stage. Zhang Yang's eyes flew open. He said grimly, "How could it be this fast? Are 6-stage world beasts already emerging now?" His thoughts churned rapidly. Since they had not used the source to whittle down the number of world beasts, if all the surviving beasts grew to 6-stage strength, there could be a dozen or more. In that case, they would never slaughter each other down to a single survivor. Instead, they would surely strike first at him and Luofeng. And if they failed to kill the two of them, the beasts would charge directly into the cosmic sea, devouring the primordial universe and countless minor universes to endlessly amplify their power. And if the supreme rules showed favoritism, forcing a decisive battle between the free faction and the enslaved faction, the consequences would be even more catastrophic. Under the combined siege of a dozen or more 6-stage world beasts, neither he nor Luofeng could possibly protect Morosa. A world beast king would then be born, and that would herald an endless army of world beasts, every single one possessing the strength of a 6-stage beast. Laiyuan art. With a soft murmur, Zhang Yang had originally believed that the Laiyuan art would be unnecessary against the world beasts. Once Luofeng comprehended and unleashed it, the two of them could both master the secret art without suffering the penalties hidden within the Nang secret technique. Now there were two of them, him and Luofeng. Following the trajectory of the original chronicles, the world beasts should have been easily resolved. Yet he had never imagined it would become so complicated. My will is currently at the eternal limit. Only after my will reaches sagehood can I use the Laiyuan art. Luofeng's expression was extremely grim. Time was far too short. The world beasts had appeared only a few years ago, yet they were already plunging into a frenzied cycle of culling and evolution. 5-stage beasts had appeared, and with their advance blocked, even more 6-stage beasts would soon be born. Zhang Yang said in a low voice, "We absolutely cannot let a world beast king be born. Morosa is still far too weak. If too many 6-stage beasts emerge, we won't be able to defend. You also catch world beasts for it to devour. We are stronger, so we can hunt and kill them faster. And that means it can evolve faster too. Let one of my avatars capture a world beast as well, enslave it and feed it with all our might. Even in the final decisive battle, as long as our enslaved beast does not die, we stand on undefeatable ground." Luofeng nodded heavily and said, "This is the only way for now. As long as Morosa does not die, they can never decide their final king. But if their 6-stage strength proves too terrifying, then we will have no choice but to abandon Morosa and use the source to annihilate them completely." Zhang Yang nodded slowly, then closed his eyes once more. As long as they had two world beasts on their side, their strength was far from negligible. Luofeng, having become a true god, had only one body to hold the line. But Zhang Yang had 3 avatars plus 2 enslaved 6-stage world beasts. That made 6 peak combat forces in total. The 2 captured world beasts, even as Zhang Yang continued slaughtering the free faction's beasts, ensuring that the number of 6-stage beasts that could ultimately emerge from the free side would not become too great. This is his primary combat avatar. His warblade is a supreme treasure of the mechanical stream. 1,000 beasts are not enough. We need more companions. It's no use. We have only just entered the 5-stage. Every use of destruction damages our very foundation. After unleashing destruction 3 times, most of us have already fallen into weakness. We can no longer form a combined assault. If 1,000 is not enough, then 10,000. Even if we cannot kill him, we must hold him back. Slash! With a thunderous roar, a dark blue blade light wove through the ranks of world beasts, annihilating dozens in the instant it passed. Zhang Yang did not pause. Another slash followed. His task here was annihilation. Killing as many beasts as possible. The internal devouring was still ongoing, and the total number had already fallen by half, leaving only 50 to 60,000 beasts. With a hum, more world beasts kept arriving. These newcomers were even stronger than the 1,000 already present, and their ranks swiftly swelled past 5,000. Reinforcements are here. Hold him back. Combined attack. Attack. Watching the suddenly converging assault, Zhang Yang's expression turned grim. The combined ordinary strike of 5,000 beasts already faintly surpassed him, carrying at least the might of the 14th tier. Ascending Hong Rhapsody. A hazy will gathered within his eyes. In Zhang Yang's normally clear gaze, formless flames now blazed. A mighty will ripple crushed outward in all directions, and that will of the sage level slammed violently against the souls of the countless beasts, causing the void itself to boom and drone. Slash! Boom! 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 Struck by Zhang Yang's will attack, every world beast instantly weakened by a notch. He tore straight through their combined assault and plunged into their ranks, another stroke of his blade annihilating dozens more. Held him back for now. We still do not have enough numbers. Send another 5,000 from the depths. He has a will attack secret art. If our numbers merely double, he will no longer be able to suppress us. Boom! 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 Endless divine power and world beast power thundered through midair. Reactions wholly belonging to void true god level combat. Every slash Zhang Yang unleashed annihilated dozens of beasts, yet the speed was far too slow. At least tens of thousands of beasts still remained. In the distance, wave after wave of spatial fluctuations arrived. Beasts continued to pour in without pause, and the number facing Zhang Yang did not shrink. It surged. 6,000, 7,000, 9,000. Soon the count passed 10,000. By then his will suppression was already barely holding. There were simply too many. Almost ready. Once more. Use soul attacks. Fight his divine power directly. Above all, do not let him suppress us. Come. Ong, ong, ong. A barrage of piercing soul attacks struck Zhang Yang's body simultaneously. His expression changed instantly. The Galaxy Guardian God array within his spiritual sea was rocking violently. The array's barrier flickered endlessly, as if the soul defense would be broken at any moment. Guardian God Drum, for beats to quell the soul. Boom, 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 boom. Zhang Yang hurriedly activated the soul defense supreme treasure of the mechanical stream. At the same time, he dared not use his will attack secret art to suppress them any longer. Instead, he reinforced the Galaxy Guardian God array with all his will, and the quivering flickering formation stabilized once more. 10,000 4-stage beasts with a scattering of 5-stage among them. That was nearly 10,000 Void True Gods. The 4th stage possessed the boundary light domain equivalent to a Void True God's one thought void. The stronger the boundary, the stronger the domain. Zhang Yang found the situation extremely troublesome. These world beasts already possessed formidable wills, and their combined attacks were far from weak. Even at the 2nd stage they could make a Void True Gods will feel pain. Now at the 4th stage their wills had reached the eternal level. He could only suppress them, never truly kill them. Worse still, their combined soul attacks were so terrifying that he was forced onto the defensive, barely managing even physically. Seeing this, the world beasts rejoiced. He's falling back. He's suppressed. He's not invincible after all. From 1 billion beasts, fewer than 60,000 of us remain, and over 10,000 are here right now. At last he can't hold on any longer. Strike while the iron is hot. Let us unleash destruction together. Try it once. Yes, use destruction. If we completely annihilate his divine power with that much sheer quantity, he definitely cannot recover it in a short time. Destruction. 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 After more than 10,000 beasts fully suppressed Zhang Yang, the 5-stage beasts immediately launched their mightiest combined attack. Every jet of black, annihilating energy was like an evil dragon roaring through the void. They spiraled together and merged, the destruction growing ever more complete, its might climbing without pause. In that instant, even the void itself seemed to shatter. The dim gray emptiness that had stood like a backdrop suddenly revealed a ghastly white that had never appeared before. As if even the void could not endure the force of destruction. Zhang Yang's pupils instantly shrank to pinpricks. This kind of attack. He stared deeply at the streak of biting white light that had appeared within the void. The scar left by the rupturing of space. Within that white lay a haze of chaos, unlike the calm of the cosmic sea, true churning and orderless chaos. This combined attack had already transcended the limit of a Void True God, reaching the level of an Eternal True God. He could not even tell whether it possessed the might of the 15th tier, or the utterly fearsome 16th. A single dimension's void could no longer bear such an attack. It was cracking apart. If only his divine power were sufficient to fully unleash a 14th tier fusion secret art, combined with an eternal level supreme treasure of the mechanical stream, then he too could wield such combat strength. But unfortunately he did not have it. Even the Gene world possessed very few treasures at the eternal true god level of the mechanical stream. Perhaps there had been some once, but now there were none. During a great muster long ago, all such treasures had been taken out of the Gene world, and afterward no one remained capable of forging mechanical stream's supreme treasures of this rank. The only exceptions were those massive war machines which could still be manufactured because their precision requirements were lower. And to fully unleash a secret art of the 14th tier or above, one needed at minimum the true god realm. Divine power amplified 10,000-fold, plus an additional layer of divine power combustion's secret art. The void trembled unceasingly. The colossal energy attack locked completely onto Zhang Yang. At this moment he caught a whiff of danger. The same feeling he had only ever known when Zhou detonated the source. Now it had appeared once more. Destruction. He murmured the word softly, his gaze fixed on the ghastly white light within the endless black curtain. Each time it flickered it drew closer to him, and his mind spun at desperate speed. He too had gleaned some understanding of destruction. When he was previously caught in the beast's combined assault, certain thoughts had already stirred in his heart. Even though the destruction of any single beast was crude and rough, he had still comprehended it to no shallow depth. Now facing the attacks of more than 10,000 beasts, and with insufficient divine power, he could only ceaselessly perfect his understanding of destruction, vaulting past the void level and directly deducing a secret art of the eternal tier. At this moment more than 10,000 beasts were attacking simultaneously. These beasts were at least 4th stage, many even at the pinnacle of the 5th stage, and some could yet birth a pair of 6th-stage beasts through carnage. This complicated web of attacks was already capable of composing an almost complete destruction. Zhang Yang stared at the ever-approaching combined attack. Though it appeared as one whole beneath his gaze, the attack separated once again and destruction grew more complete by the moment. The instant his eyes flickered, countless threads of destruction fused into a more perfect existence. He did not know what the complete destruction of a world beast looked like, but he had fused his own. In that moment he created a secret art surpassing the comprehension of his own laws by 2 full tiers. A pinnacle 16th tier destruction secret art, one born entirely for the sake of annihilation. But a new problem arose: he did not have enough divine power. He could not even drive a 14th tier secret art at the void limit, much less one of the 16th tier. The roaring black dragon of annihilation had already torn into the ancient god's Dharma form. The miniature universe he had constructed offered no resistance at all and was ripped open. Countless law patterns like a sheet of thin paper punctured and shattered in an instant. Zhang Yang stared at the broken myriad phenomena aspect, and a bolt of inspiration flashed through his mind. He himself had no divine power to unleash such a secret art. But that did not mean the secret art could not take shape. Though he lacked the colossal energy, the void had never lacked energy. Even one thought universe form could be constructed in an instant. Every sliver of space concealed endless energy within it, and the deeper the space, the greater the energy. It was simply that it could not normally be used. One thought chaos is born. Samsara aspect. The giant that had already been shaking beneath the evil dragon's assault now trembled far more violently. Endless law patterns swelled at once, reaching across inconceivable distances of light years. The laws of the void were suddenly lifted up by a corner, and a vast expanse of void law instantly sprang fully awake. The response of the laws was swift beyond measure. Within a single instant, all the laws hurtled toward destruction. The void laws collapsed utterly. In that moment, black and white light intertwined and spiraled into a vortex. The void, which had never changed since time immemorial, was now fundamentally transformed. Gray mist arose silently from the raw white left by the void's rupture, and a chaotic space faintly took form. As if the chaotic space of an existence who had attained sagehood had been projected into reality. The black dragon that had been roaring now found itself inside a cage. It thrashed desperately within the endless chaotic currents, only to sink deeper into that chaotic space. Its powerful body grew increasingly indistinct. The world of black and white gradually became hazy. The void healed of its own accord, and the black dragon disappeared utterly as though it had never existed at all. What was that thing that appeared? Our combined attack failed. That was an attack of over 10,000 containing the supreme art destruction at its core. Even a 6-stage beast could not withstand it. That bizarre secret art of his swallowed our destruction. Why is he so terrifying? Where is the path of survival for us world beasts? Ha! Zhang Yang panted, heavily exhausted. A continuous 16th tier secret art manifested in such an unorthodox manner. How great was the cost? The chaotic streams seemed simple enough, yet no expert in the cosmic sea could make use of them. Only miniature universes, the primordial universe and the universe boat, could employ them. The only secret art by which any other powerhouse of the cosmic sea could produce chaotic streams was a universe master's strongest fusion art. The beginning of one's transcendence of spacetime and the creation of a miniature universe. That was the only reason chaotic streams appeared. A secret art of the 16th tier already reached the mid-level of an eternal true god with fused laws walked half the path. From the very start, Zhang Yang had attended to the fusion of all laws, and a secret art of this grade naturally possessed a portion of sagehoods, might allowing it to temporarily evolve a realm of chaos. Had it not been for his extremely deep research into universe construction, he could never have displayed it. Especially while his divine power was insufficient. Only because the enemy had shattered the void, could he glimpse a corner of the deeper chaotic space, borrowing that profound power to unleash this secret art. He was pulling the chaos out through the very gap the enemy had torn open. The combined attack of the world beasts had been successfully repelled, and the beasts before him could not possibly unleash such an assault many times. Yet Zhang Yang's expression only grew uglier. He murmured softly, "Another 6-stage world beast has been born. Sovereign of ghosts. With such strength you still keep dodging. I feel ashamed for you." A world beast roared at Zhang Yang from within the swarm, 10,000 streaks of light, chasing closely behind. "Sovereign of ghosts, do you dare to fight?" Another world beast roared. "Sovereign of ghosts, that fool Duju is useless. It can never reach the 6th rank." Zhang Yang charged at the world beast swarm expressionlessly, but instead of engaging them he grabbed another world beast, and stuffed it into the palace supreme treasure. He stared at the world beasts with a deep gaze. Truly they were creatures opposed to the primordial universe. If you didn't push them you'd never know they too could work miracles. Previously he had believed his strength could contend with tens of millions of world beasts, but now a mere 10,000 4th-rank world beasts, equivalent to over 1,000,000 2nd-rank ones, had already forced his main combat clone to have no room to strike. If they launched a coordinated attack imbued with destruction, had he not relied on his terrifying talent to unleash high-level secret arts and annihilate their assault, he would probably not have lasted a second round. The first strike could have erased most of his divine power, and the second could have destroyed his main combat clone. If Liu and his full set of mechanical supreme treasures were lost, his strength would plummet rapidly. Likely to only the power of the 12th rank, and he would have to replace his weapons constantly. Duju, how much more do you need to advance to the 6th rank? Why do those free world beasts devour less than you yet still advance faster than you? Zhang Yang asked coldly. Inside the black armored warship of the Void True God level, a peak 5th rank world beast was frantically devouring other world beasts. It raised a head and spoke in a low voice, "Master, we world beasts also have evolutionary efficiency. If our comprehension of destruction is profound, we can naturally make the realm inside us grow faster. The step from 5th to 6th rank doesn't greatly increase combat power, but in truth it is the most critical threshold for us world beasts. Although a 5th rank can unleash destruction multiple times, it is crude because we grow by devouring. But once we reach the 6th rank, the realm inside us becomes perfectly complete, and using destruction has no further drawbacks. As long as we have enough energy, we can unleash it continuously. Moreover, the evolution of the inner realm allows us to comprehend the power of destruction more deeply, rapidly increasing our combat strength. We no longer rely solely on the realm to unleash destruction. Zhang Yang asked icily, "So you're saying it's uncertain when you'll advance now?" The world beast inside the warship felt a twinge of guilt, and could only bury its head and devour the corpses even more desperately. Zhang Yang took one look and understood instantly. He had chosen carefully before, but had not expected that the talent of world beasts differed greatly from how cosmic sea lifeforms were selected. The ones he thought would succeed quickly were instead restricted, while those with extreme temperaments found it easier to break through. His gaze swept continuously over the world beasts behind him. Since this one was useless, he would pick another. Right now there were only 2 world beasts that had just advanced to the 6th rank. There was still a chance. Inside the miniature universe, how many 6th rank world beasts are there now? Zhang Yang asked in a low voice. 5. There are still 3,000 free-roaming world beasts. They and those 5 peak 6th rank world beasts are constantly on the move. 2 are heading toward me, and the remaining 3 should be going to your side. Luo Feng's expression was grim, because since entering the world beast nest, he had been entangled. 5,000 4th rank world beasts, equivalent to 500,000 2nd rank ones, could fully unleash power at the 14th rank. If the world beasts launched a coordinated destruction attack, he would even need to rely on the stellar tower to survive. The combined destruction attack was simply too terrifying. It was only because they had limited uses that he could kill them, but they still blocked him. 5. Zhang Yang's expression was equally grim. 5 world beasts had reached the peak of the 6th rank, while Maluosa and the enslaved Jihua he controlled were only at the middle stage of the 6th rank. None of the other world beasts had managed to break through to the 6th rank. Now 5,000 world beasts were tying down Luo Feng, another 10,000 were on his main combat clone side, and several thousand more were entangled with his other clone. That meant 3 more peak 6th rank world beasts could still appear. Those that had reached the 6th rank must have come to hold him and Luo Feng back. Then they would let the remaining 15,000 world beasts screen out the final 6th rank ones. By then there would be 8 peak 6th rank world beasts. My last clone is almost here. When it arrives, this divine power incarnation of mine will collapse. Let's stay in contact via the token. The final decisive battle is coming. Sai, Kutong, and Ifong, you've finally arrived. Haha, since you're here, it's time for us to determine the ultimate victor. Sovereign of Ghosts. Wait until I become a peak 6th rank, then I'll fight you. Fool, I'll devour you first. Leave this place to you. Buy us time. Zhang Yang's face darkened as he watched the world beasts retreat temporarily. He did not choose to pursue. Facing over 10,000 4th rank world beasts, even he could barely hold his ground. Although he could occasionally kill an individual world beast, it was too slow. A single coordinated attack required his full attention to block, and he would still be blasted backward. Sovereign of Ghosts, since your clone has arrived, come out. This is our nest. You cannot hide from us. Ku Tong said calmly. Zhang Yang sized up the 3 peak 6th rank world beasts. Another one of his clones quietly appeared, and alongside it came an enslaved world beast. It appeared to be 3 against 3, but in truth it was now 2 against 3. He knew that the world beast he enslaved was certainly not as strong as those that had grown through battle. Even their combat experience was incomparable. Jihua had not even reached the peak of the 6th rank, and if released it would likely be killed quickly. In other words, once the 3rd divine power clone arrived, it would be 3 against 3. Moreover, his other 2 clones were considerably weaker than the main combat clone. Without the primeval embryo war blade, merely activating the supreme treasures would consume a great deal of mental energy. Furthermore, the 3 clones could not use will attacks simultaneously. The clones were a gift from the primordial universe. In truth, his will had not split. When one clone focused its will, the other clones would be considerably weaker. Sovereign of Ghosts, if you release your enslavement of the world beasts, we will forgive your actions and promise not to attack the universes of this cosmic sea. The world beast and Ifong said, absolutely impossible. As symbols of destruction, your words cannot be trusted. Zhang Yang's expression remained unmoved. Although the current situation was somewhat unfavorable, fewer top-tier combat powers compared to the enemy, it was not yet the worst-case scenario. They were not incapable of contending with the world beasts. If they truly allowed the world beast king to emerge, that would be the real trouble. By then the realm inside would fully mature, countless 6th rank world beast warriors would be bred endlessly, and he would be forced to become a true god. Kill. Why waste so many words with him? Roar. Sai roared and charged instantly. Its body blazed with blood-red light, and an extreme power of destruction condensed into a ferocious world beast that pounced over. When the other 2 world beasts saw Zhang Yang's attitude, they also attacked directly. Clearly everything they had said earlier was a lie. They had never intended to stop attacking from the very beginning. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. Strictly speaking, this world beast before him was actually a bit stronger than his secret art. The other two, though slightly weaker, were still stronger than his clones. Annihilation Reincarnation. The ultimate black light, like blood condensed to the extreme, collided fiercely with Sias Liu. Boom! Zhang Yang's body trembled, and he was blasted backward a short distance. His heart sank. Sure enough, the enemy was indeed a bit stronger than him. His clone, meanwhile, was retreating step by step under the joint assault of the other two world beasts. Sovereign of Ghosts, where is your will attack? I'd heard your will attack was extremely powerful. Why not use it against me now? Sai, like a hungry wolf, kept lunging and biting at Zhang Yang. The two clashed fiercely. Zhang Yang's expression was grim. It wasn't that he wouldn't use it. Rather, the enemy's will was equally formidable, reaching the limit of the eternal true god level. His will's secret art was not yet fully perfected, and he was not familiar with attack techniques at the level of sagehood. After all, it was not the Liuan art. Under such circumstances, even if he used it, it would only make the enemy uncomfortable. Killing them was simply impossible. Even if Luofeng, whose will had reached sagehood, used the Liuan art, he could not directly kill the world beasts because there was not just one 6th-rank world beast. The three peak 6th-rank world beasts shared the same origin, and their wills had subtly begun to merge. To kill them with the Liuan art, one's will would need to be at least a full level stronger than the combined will of the three. Sovereign of Ghosts, I told you. Your clone cannot hide within this nest. It is a rule. With that, Ku Tong launched an attack directly at the void beside her, and Zhang Yang's final clone was forced out. Boom! 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 The void before them was like a trembling screen. Everything within spacetime shook violently. Countless black mists piled up endlessly, raising wave after wave in the dim realm. In a gap between attacks, the three world beasts subtly retreated together. Then they arranged themselves in an equilateral triangle. An intensely concentrated black light gathered in the air above them, drawing the boundless black mist of the nest into it. Three violently rotating tornadoes formed in the space, twisting together like braided ropes as the black mist spun. Zhang Yang couldn't help but glance sideways at this. When had these three world beasts developed a combined attack? And at the center of the three world beasts, also the center of the three tornadoes, a piercing white light flickered in and out of visibility. This attack had already faintly surpassed the void level and reached the level of eternal true gods. The main combat clone turned slightly and glanced at the two clones on either side. All three clones wore the same black battle armor, differing only in the war blades in their hands. The two clones wielded standard void true god level equipment, while the main combat clone held Liu. But he was not afraid of a combined attack. Although the three shared the same origin and had achieved ultimate destruction, he too could have his three clones jointly unleash the Chaos Law. However, knowing full well that it could not kill the enemy, he chose not to use a joint attack that would consume enormous power. Within the boundless black mist, the three clones stood in a line and performed the same motion. Zhang Yang held his left hand flat in front of him, while his right hand gripped the war blade in reverse, pointing it straight down. The next instant, a ball of light appeared in the left hand of each of the three clones simultaneously. The main combat clone in the center condensed a myriad of lightning bolts in its left hand. The left clone held a rapidly spinning cyan orb, and the right clone held a radiant white ball. Zhang Yang suddenly raised his left hand. In an instant, the purple cyan and white orbs soared into the sky. As he raised the war blade in his right hand high, the three orbs spun rapidly and eventually seemed to merge into a single vast gray hazy war blade over 1,000 light-years long. Slash! With a fierce shout, Zhang Yang cleaved down through the air toward the three world beasts. In a one-on-one fight, he truly held no advantage, but when it came to combined attacks, since his World Lord era, he had been seeking points of resonance. In terms of combined attack power, no one's fused laws were stronger than his. The Chaos Law was the endpoint of all laws. How much of its might could the fusion of his three clones display? Destruction! The three world beasts roared and simultaneously spat out pillars of black light at the extreme. The attack, barely reaching the eternal level, arrived in an instant. Clang! With a soft ring, the void was rent once more. The barely eternal level attack raged within the space. At the point where the pitch-black pillar collided with the gray hazy war blade, everything turned pure white. Slash! Zhang Yang shouted again. Divine power surged violently into the gray war blade, and the blade pressed down bit by bit toward the three world beasts. Roar! Roar! The three world beasts now realized just how foolish they had been. After fighting for so long, they had been slightly ahead, but now they found themselves in an awkward predicament. Both sides' divine power was being consumed violently. This was a pure contest of divine power. Zhang Yang controlled the blade, pressing it down bit by bit. It was about to strike the three world beasts, when at that moment a discordant voice sounded. Sai, it seems you need help. Roar! Stop wasting words. Tak, you fool! Zhang Yang's expression changed. His peripheral vision caught the two newly appeared 6th-rank world beasts. As a cosmic lord's divine body, his divine power capacity was already smaller than theirs, and now there was an enormous disparity in the number of combatants. There had already been 5 peak 6th-rank world beasts, and now 2 more had appeared. Probably another had appeared on Luo Feng's side as well. They only had 4 combat forces and his clones were a level weaker. Yet the peak 6th rank world beasts numbered 8. Boom! Zhang Yang caused the war blade to directly explode, unleashing boundless destructive energy to wreak havoc around them. He would not entangle himself with these 5 world beasts. He flew straight toward Luo Feng's direction. Sovereign of Ghosts, are you afraid? Ha ha ha! So even the Sovereign of Ghosts flees without fighting. Earlier your clone chased me mercilessly. Are you trying to go to the Galactic Lord's side? Haha, Zhu Yi has already reached the 6th rank. The Galactic Lord only has 1 divine body. His situation is even worse than yours. Sovereign of Ghosts, I'll give you one last chance. If you kill the enslaved world beast, we can let you live. You have already lost. Zhang Yang remained unmoved and his 3 clones continued flying swiftly toward Luo Feng. Now that the world beasts had all appeared, it was time to initiate the final plan and let them be smug for a while. Although their combined forces could barely exert the power of an eternal true god, the Siwu wings were the pinnacle of mechanical supreme treasures. It barely possessed a fraction of sage-level might. This method of energy self-detonation was extremely terrifying even at the eternal true god level. Soon it would be their turn to cry, "Go ahead. It's good that you've gathered together. I'll wipe you all out at once." But Sovereign of Ghosts, your clones number at most 4. One of your clones hasn't appeared yet. If you go over, you might get the Galactic Lord killed. He has become a true god with only 1 body. If he dies, he truly dies. Haha. It's time for the decisive battle. For the glory of the world beast race. Let the decisive battle begin. Sovereign of Ghosts, once we destroy the primordial universe, you will have nowhere to flee. Even if you fall in the end, I will still remember you. An incredible cosmic lord. If you had become a true god, we truly would not dare contend with you. But since you haven't broken through, perhaps you never will. After all, according to the descriptions of Haole Star Lords, 3 slaves your gene level, and the Galactic Lords have both reached perfection. If you could break through, you would have done so long ago. Let the decisive battle begin. This should end. Let the decisive battle begin. We still hold the advantage. The world beasts shared a single consciousness. When these 5 world beasts all wanted a decisive battle, the 3 6th rank world beasts on Luo Feng's side likewise let out their own battle cries. Let the decisive battle begin. We don't need to defeat the Galactic Lord and the Sovereign of Ghosts. We only need to deal with those 2 traitors. Engage in battle. This is a matter between us world beasts. Engage in battle. It's time to end this. Zhang Yang mid-flight stiffened as an invisible ripple descended just now. It was the will of the Supreme Rule and unbreakable Supreme Rule. Jihua also sent him a message they could no longer evade. They had to engage in the final battle. The Iron Law of Fate was the rule by which the entire realm beast race would select their ultimate king. First law, no 2 6th order realm beasts may coexist. They must slaughter each other, and their avatars must also slaughter each other, leaving only one alive. Second law, within the maximum limit of the gestation period, a final king must be born. When the final deadline arrives, they are even forced to slaughter and devour each other until only one remains alive. Third law, if only 2 realm beasts remain alive, regardless of their strength, they must fight each other until only one survives. Fourth law, the last surviving realm beast, whether 1st order or 6th order, will become the final king. But when 5 6th order peak realm beasts or even 8 6th order peak realm beasts yearned for the final battle. When all the weaker realm beasts had fallen and all the freeside realm beasts demanded the decisive war. The rule of fate descended. A stronger 5th law emerged. The freeside realm beasts and the enslaved side must do battle. Zhang Yang's face turned grim. He released Jihua. Now under the rule of fate, he could not dodge or evade. He could only choose to fight the 5 realm beasts before him, or else Jihua would fall instantly. The supreme rule. It knew this all along. The source was singular and could only be used once, yet the supreme rule favored the realm beasts. It would not let Zhang Yang and Luo Feng reunite. Though both sides were now in the dim lands, the distance between them was not close. At the very least, they could not meet in this battle. The source could only annihilate one side's realm beasts. Either the 3 on Luo Feng's side or the 5 on this side, should he choose to break through. On Luo Feng's side, there were 3 6th order peak realm beasts. Even if the Laiyuan art broke through with the 3 beasts subtly united, the Laiyuan art couldn't kill all 3 beasts. Zhang Yang had no idea where the battle would ultimately lead, and his chances of defeating 5 realm beasts on this side were extremely low. He was no true god. Even at the 3rd level of the body, his divine power was less than that of the realm beasts. Though he and Luo Feng could not die, if they lost this battle, the realm beast king would be born and all the miniature universes within the cosmic sea would be destroyed. Even the speed at which the realm beast king devoured the primeval universe was astonishingly fast. So fast that it could force the primeval universe to choose reincarnation before he could cultivate to perfection and break through. It seemed his only choice now was to break through. Phantom Sovereign, it seems our final battle will be split into 2 battlefields. You cannot escape now. Phantom Sovereign, we can wait for your last avatar to arrive. We'll give you a chance. Let your last avatar come. You have no chance. In your memory, I have decided that after becoming king, I will completely destroy this primeval universe. A being like you appearing once is enough. We'll wait for your avatar to come. Zhang Yang sneered inwardly. Wasn't the reason for his last avatar coming simply to kill him completely? Now they all felt victory was within their grasp. These realm beasts were still cunning. But no one could die, for his undying blood was placed in Luo Feng's miniature universe. He didn't trust the primeval universe, so he chose to place his undying blood in Luo Feng's miniature universe. Even if the realm beast king could devour the essence of Luo Feng's miniature universe, it would likely be extremely slow. Fast enough for him to break through. They hadn't even fully defeated him yet, they were already thinking of killing him. However, perhaps letting his last avatar come wasn't impossible. You want to completely kill me? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Suddenly a divine body rapidly split off from Zhang Yang's main battle body. When this divine body appeared, the other three divine bodies weakened by 1 level. Sai sneered. Phantom Sovereign, before you've even thought of fighting, you've already thought of fleeing. Haha, being able to scare the renowned Phantom Sovereign into running away is a testament to the might of our realm beast clan. Ku Tong also smiled disdainfully. I thought the supremely talented Phantom Sovereign would have some spine, but now he's just a bully who fears the strong. A wisp of gray mist flickered in Zhang Yang's eyes. He said calmly, why the rush? His main battle body ignored them and closed its eyes. The realm beasts hesitated, slightly uncertain what he was doing. They exchanged glances and decided to wait a bit. In such a short time, he surely couldn't make any major breakthrough. If he had any trump cards, he would have used them long ago. There was no need to wait until they all reached 6th order. At this level of power, they were extremely hard to kill. If all of Zhang Yang's avatars came over, that would naturally be even better. Though their words were mocking, they never dared to underestimate Zhang Yang. None of them could forget who had caused the madness of the realm beasts before, nor could they ignore the pair of eyes in their minds that seemed to exist in the unseen. They were deeply worried, unsure whether the realm beast king could suppress Zhang Yang. Such an enemy naturally had to be killed as soon as possible. Kill him while he was still weak. They absolutely could not let him break through to true god. In the strange space of Liuzhong Mountain, Zhang Yang, who was pondering the secret pattern Golden Mountain, slowly opened his eyes. At this moment he felt his comprehension speed plummet tenfold. Such a situation could only mean that the main battle body urgently needed combat power, and had split off a 5th avatar, causing both strength and will to weaken tenfold. Coupled with the pair of eyes that suddenly appeared in his mind, the two silently met each other's gaze. Without any words, all information was exchanged. Realm beasts. Zhang Yang murmured softly. So the realm beasts have become this terrifying. The situation is grave. How is it on Luo Feng's side? Has his comprehension of destruction taken another step? His strength is now a bit stronger than mine, and he also has the Stellar Tower and the Liuan art. I'd better worry about myself first. I need to go out for a while. Zhang Yang said calmly to the void. With the restrictions of the primeval universe, if you go out you won't be able to return. I no longer have enough power to send you out. A voice came, and the old man who had guarded this place for years suddenly appeared. Oh, you can actually send me out? I thought I could only let my avatar fall here from now on. Zhang Yang said curiously. I can only barely send small objects out, such as the life mark of reincarnation. The old man said calmly. Now he was completely unable to force Zhang Yang to do anything, because both possessed willpower at the saint level, and Zhang Yang's presence here was merely an avatar. A small object. Zhang Yang tilted his head and softly repeated. Then reaching out a hand, a pitch-black small mountain appeared in his palm. Since his will had become saintly, he had sensed a strange will within the small black mountain, and he guessed that the Lord of Yushan might not have completely died. I don't need to send anything out now. If it's just my will going out, it's not that troublesome. With that, Zhang Yang sat cross-legged and raised his hands. His hands continuously connected with the laws of the void, while forming various mudras. Streams of light in different colors appeared at his fingertips. As he danced, it seemed he was painting a landscape in the air, finally ending with the wisdom fist seal. He softly murmured, "Extinguish my dying lamp." As the last syllable fell, the will of Zhang Yang's avatar became weaker, like a burned-out candle flame. Soon it completely lost all signs of life, and even the fluctuations of divine power vanished entirely. Yet his body, formed of divine power, showed no sign of dissipating. The white-haired old man stared blankly at Zhang Yang's body. He had never expected Zhang Yang could separate his will from his body. Not via the true god's heart, but in a way that left the divine body intact. Clearly his mastery of will had reached an extremely profound level. Alas, the white-haired old man sighed ethereally. With such a genius, how could we not be defeated? I hope you won't blame me in the future. I can't hold on much longer. What the sect ultimately left behind through endless cycles of reincarnation was the fall of countless mighty beings. A heritage forged from innumerable bones. It must never be allowed to perish in my hands. In the dim lands, Zhang Yang opened his eyes again within just 3 seconds. A flash of silver-white light passed by as if something had flown in. His eyes became much more agile than before. At the same time, the auras of the 4 divine bodies surged upward, abruptly increasing tenfold. From then on, the 4 main battle avatars were completely gathered together. Zhang Yang glanced calmly at the 5 realm beasts, then turned his gaze toward Luo Feng's direction. Powerful divine fluctuations had erupted there. From the trembling of the law chains in the void, he already understood the situation on that side. Although the number of realm beasts had changed from 1 moh to 3, each individual beast was somewhat weaker. After all, they were not the top existences among realm beasts, nor did they excel in axe arts like Moh, who was also skilled in destruction, and could split into 2 bodies to amplify destruction's power tenfold. The opponents were weaker, and now Yinmo Luosa had also stepped into the 6th order, having once been a pinnacle realm beast. Though Luo Feng and Yinmo Luosa were not completely suppressing the 3 realm beasts, they were in no immediate danger. As long as they fought a war of attrition, they could win. Infinite divine power, even if not truly infinite, was far more abundant than the beast's realm beast power. When the 5 realm beasts noticed Zhang Yang's fully restored 4 divine bodies, they secretly exchanged messages. The Phantom Sovereign's 4 divine bodies have fully recovered their combat power, but I always feel he still has a trick up his sleeve. I once asked those slaves, for creatures of the Cosmic Sea avatars are not their own ability but a gift from the primeval universe. Whether innate or acquired through cultivation, they all disappear upon reaching the true God realm. Below the true God realm, one can maintain at most 3 avatars, and 1 true body at peak combat power, whether through innate gifts or cultivated secret arts. Moreover, when avatars fight, their willpower weakens to varying degrees. Therefore, the Phantom Sovereign should have no other tricks left. Whether he has any or not, we just need to force him. We don't have to be anxious to kill him now. Our strength already surpasses his. In a short time, he won't improve at all. Let's first kill those 2 traitors. If anything changes, we can quickly determine the final king, and ensure the realm beast race does not fall. Though I don't believe he can defeat us, being cautious is never wrong. Kill Jihua and Yinmo Luosa first. I agree. After the 5 realm beasts exchanged glances, they didn't target Zhang Yang at all. Instead, they simultaneously attacked Jihua. In an instant, 5 pillars of black energy imbued with destructive power flew toward Jihua. I've been waiting for you. Zhang Yang let out a sneer. 3 avatars stood in a triangle with the main battle body above the center. The 4 divine bodies took positions at the vertices of a triangular array. Below, energy inclined toward wind, thunder, and light gathered once more, faintly showing signs of turning gray. It then rapidly condensed into a massive war blade, suspended above the main battle body. Slash! Boom! An extreme explosion sounded. In an instant, the void was cleared, as if a carving knife had plunged straight into it. A blinding white light appeared once more. Don't approach the epicenter of the collision. He once used a domain cage secret art. A realm beast roared. After their ambush was discovered, they quickly scattered. Knowing Zhang Yang was better at coordinated attacks, they refused to clash with him directly. After only 1 probing alliance, they spread out and attacked from different directions. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. These realm beasts were all cunning. After suffering once, they would never again engage in a direct contest with him. Now even his strongest main battle body was slightly weaker than the beasts. As for the beast he enslaved, Jihua, Zhang Yang glanced at it with worry. He truly had no idea how long this artificially matured beast could survive against beasts that had grown through slaughter once they were separated. Boom, 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 boom. The battle immediately fell into chaos. Across the 5 small battlefields, Zhang Yang's side was generally 1 level weaker than the realm beasts, and his divine body was repeatedly thrown away. Ha ha ha. Phantom Sovereign, you're nothing special. Even your main battle body can't compare with us. Zhang Yang's main battle body gritted its teeth inwardly, and hurriedly rushed forward. Phantom Sovereign, your avatars are truly weak. Even if you take more damage to protect that waste or try to stop our coordinated ambush, how long do you think it can last? Zhang Yang's gaze slightly noted Jihua's direction. Sure enough, it had not grown through battle. The gap was simply too great. The fight had only just begun. Although its energy was somewhat weaker, it was still a 6th order being. Yet Jihua was already covered in wounds, perilously close to death under the attacks of the Freeside realm beasts. He frowned slightly. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about letting Jihua die then, luring all the realm beasts to Luo Feng's side, and using the source to kill them together. But he would most likely be entangled. With the 5 realm beasts stronger in strength, greater in number, and sealing off the space, he simply couldn't get over there. Instead, one of the beasts might run over. Currently, Luo Feng faced 3 realm beasts. Though their overall strength might not be as great as most, their soul defense was no less. Their willpower was also at the eternal true God limit. With the 3 beasts' wills united in defense, the Liuan art would most likely be ineffective. For Luo Feng to win, he would have to grind the 3 beasts to death or detonate the source. If it was grinding them down, Zhang Yang could wait. But if the source detonated, Yinmo Luosa also couldn't escape. And if Jihua died here and Yinmo Luosa also died, the choice of the Realm Beast King would fall into the beast's hands. The Realm Beast King could be born at any time. Zhang Yang continuously pondered a way to break the deadlock, his mind racing at an unprecedented speed. Will attack. Now the 5 realm beasts' wills were subtly united. He couldn't suppress their strength and at best could only cause them some pain. His secret art level wouldn't improve in a short time. He understood their destructive attacks, even excelling over them, but he was far behind in energy. That was a fatal weakness. His law comprehension had reached the 14th level, even close to the peak, but it was useless. The 15th level itself was about fused laws. His law comprehension simply couldn't make a great leap. His genetic level had already reached 1,000,000 times and could no longer be improved. This was the limit under the rules of this world. His treasures were all full sets of Void True God Supreme treasures already at the highest tier. Even if he could activate higher law patterns, their power would be greatly reduced. Perhaps even worse than now. Watching the realm beast power streak across the void, then looking at his own divine power, he suddenly understood. To increase his combat power again in a short time, the only way was energy.